Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate Naval Mentor Conquerors Haki at the start 1 nanometer. Chapter 1 System starts. Marine Instructor, Sea Circle Calendar 1409, Naval Headquarters Marineford. Not long after the battle in the Valley of the Gods that shocked the world, the sea was still turbulent. There are more and more pirates going out to sea, and Marine can't take care of them at all. Therefore, in this organization that upholds justice in the sea, a new office has been established recently. Surprisingly, the only person who has an office in Naval Headquarters is the Marine Rear Admiral. But no matter which soldier he was, he had no objection to this Marine Rear Admiral. Many people even mention him with some reverence. In the office of Rear Admiral, Mitt, who had just taken office, had a calm face and was looking at the list in his hand. On the background wall behind him, there is a plaque written by Mitt himself. Open black lens bracket overbearing justice close black lens bracket. There is no doubt that this is Mitt's approach. This list was sent by a Marine soldier who was standing in front of the desk at the moment. Mitt Rear Admiral, the list of Marine's first batch of recruits is all on it, please take a look. Mitt nodded slightly and focused on the list. There is a list of new soldiers who have just joined the Marine Corps and have made a name for themselves in a short period of time. All of them are the targets that Marine is optimistic about internally, and naturally they need to be reviewed by Mitt, who is the instructor. Originally, this list was supposed to be handed over to Instructor Zephyr, but he was injured. Zephyr and Mitt also participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods and fought bravely. Therefore, after these wars, Mitt was promoted from Colonel to Rear Admiral by Marine, and was specially transferred to the Education Department. Cultivating the next generation of Marine's future will definitely be of great use to Mitt. But those superiors didn't know that Mitt, who died protecting the celestial dragons, had long been replaced by a man from another world. Of course, Mitt will definitely not expose this situation now. He was still a little resentful when he first traveled through time, but now another situation has attracted his attention. Looking at the names on the list that would become famous in the future, such as Akainu Sakazuki, Perusalino and others, Mitt couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, the era we traveled to was very early, and these masters are just little shrimps now. I at least know some of the plots of One Piece, and now I just need to wake up the system. As long as the system is awakened, if nothing else, it will definitely be no problem to become a teacher. Seeing that Mitt was still silent, the soldier at the desk couldn't help but ask quietly. Mitt Rear Admiral, what's wrong with this list? Mitt reacted from his thoughts and said quickly, no problem, you can go back first. Remember to ask Guillaume to come over. Advertisement. The soldier nodded immediately, then turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, a tall, beautiful young woman walked in on her own initiative. Mitt Rear Admiral, there's no need to go to such trouble. She spoke with a nice voice and put her charming eyes on Mitt gently. This is the still young Momosagi Guillaume. As soon as Mitt was transferred to the Ministry of Education, he immediately applied for Guillaume to be his personal guard. Because Guillaume is now just a low-level petty officer who has just been promoted to Marine Ensign, the superiors will naturally not disagree. You're here, Guillaume. Mitt smiled and nodded at the other party. What happened to what I told you? The person has been sent here, Mitt Rear Admiral, Guillaume said immediately. He's waiting in the corridor outside now. Okay. The smile on Mitt's face grew stronger. Then you bring him in and then you can leave. Yes. Guillaume immediately walked out of the office and brought in the person Mitt was talking about. This is a boy of about 7 or 8 years old, with a shaved head and a slightly unruly face. But because he had suffered a lot before coming, the boy was quite cooperative. He was looking at Mitt, and Mitt was looking at him. Seeing this, Guillaume couldn't help but shook his head, turned and left the room. She really didn't know why Mitt wanted to find such an 8-year-old boy. Of course, since Mitt is her immediate boss, she still has to obey his orders honestly. You must be Bullet. Mitt looked at the boy and said. His smile faded and his eyes sparkled. Bullet shouted. Don't think you, Marine, are anything special. I just heard that if I follow you, I can eat as much as I want, wear thick clothes, and sleep well. You can't lie to me. Although this child is only 8 years old, he already exudes a murderous aura. This is something only those who have been on the battlefield will have. Of course Mitt knows who Bullet is, which is why he wanted to find him. The advantage of knowing the plot is that it is not difficult for Marine to find a kid in a fixed area. What's more, kids like Bullet are allowed to be Boy Scouts over there, and with some benefits, they can naturally send them over. The reason why Bullet is brought here is because Mitt needs him to activate his system. This guy was able to fight Pluton Rayleigh back and forth at the age of 15, so he could definitely meet the conditions to activate the system. Advertisement. Mitt smiled slightly and said in a deep voice. I mean what I say, kid. Now that I've joined Marine, there's no problem with food, accommodation, or even other aspects. Sure enough, Bullet immediately showed excitement after hearing what Mitt said. Sounds good, then I'll join. Bullet nodded, and the cold voice of the system immediately sounded in Mitt's mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for successfully discovering students with S potential and successfully binding the strongest instructor system. Close black lens bracket. The host's camp is now Marine, and you can get rewards by training students. Close black lens bracket. Mitt's face Jonin couldn't help but smile. The system is finally on. This instructor system requires Mitt to train students and make them stronger. As students become stronger, Mitt will become stronger and receive rewards. Once the number of students reaching a certain level meets the requirements, Mitt can also receive larger rewards. Similarly, newcomers who discover S-level potential can also receive rewards. So the voice of the system sounded in Mitt's head again. Students whose potential is S are detected and rewards are now given. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting the reward for opening the system and discovering students. Close black lens bracket. Mitt was anxious and accepted the reward without hesitation and opened his own panel at the same time. Mitt. 25 years old, Headquarters Rear Admiral. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket power. 2000 close black lens bracket. Ability. Observation Haki Elementary. Armament Haki. Intermediate. 6th form. Grandmaster. Close black lens bracket. Armament Haki and Marine V are the new rewards Mitt has received. Because of this, his power rose to 2000. Mitt remembers that Rob Lucci had a power of 4000 when he first came on the scene. In other words, he is far from Rob Lucci's opponent now. Realizing this, Mitt couldn't help but shake his head and thought to himself. This kind of strength alone is not enough to see on the sea. Only Bullet still looked at Mitt confused. Hey, what should we do now? Mitt was stunned for a moment, smiled, and said loudly. Come with me, it's time for you to show off. Chapter 2 Debut, Three Admiral Mentors. On a nearby island, a group of recruits who had just arrived at Naval Headquarters were gathering together. They are all potential newcomers specially selected by Naval Headquarters and prepared to be well trained. Because they are all young, these people are discussing the situation intensely while the instructor is not here today. Young T-Pen got the news from the commander and hurried over. He shouted, Everyone, I heard from the commander that Zephyr Admiral will not come today because he is unwell. But there will be another chief to be our instructor. Hearing what T-Pen said, the discussion at the scene became more intense, causing Colonel Marine, who was responsible for maintaining order, to stop him sternly. You guys should be quiet first. Wait for the new instructor to come over. Sir, in the crowd, a young man with a serious expression raised his hand. Who will be our instructor? The Marine Colonel did not hide anything and said directly. Sakazuki, the person who succeeded Zephyr Admiral as Mitt Rear Admiral. You should have heard of it. Sure enough, upon hearing Mitt's name, Sakazuki nodded. Mitt Rear Admiral shined in the battle in the Valley of the Gods. He was indeed very powerful. Mitt Rear Admiral. T-Pen's eyes widened. I heard that he fought bravely in the Valley of Gods and protected many Marines. Other teenagers present also discussed the situation of Mitt Rear Admiral. In their opinion, although Mitt is not as good as Zephyr Admiral, he must be very powerful if he can make great achievements in the Valley of Gods. Everyone had different reactions. Kizaru, who deliberately lagged behind the entire team, shrugged when he heard the news. Let's not talk about the Mitt Rear Admiral. It's a good thing that teacher Zephyr doesn't come today. Zephyr is usually very strict with Perusalino, often asking him to rely less on his fruit abilities. So when he heard that Zephyr couldn't come over for the time being, Perusalino's first reaction was to breathe a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Gash, the T-Dolphin next to Perusalino, couldn't help but curl his lips. Isn't it the Mitt Rear Admiral? He took Gion away as soon as he came and asked her to be a personal guard. If that guy hadn't hindered me, I would have successfully confessed my love to Gion long ago. Hearing the complaints from the T-Dolphin, Perusalino couldn't help but laugh. I think even if Gion hadn't been transferred, your confession wouldn't have been successful. The T-Dolphin Gash suddenly became angry. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Sakazuki. Advertisement Sakazuki's voice was loud and quickly overwhelmed everyone present. Since it is Mitt Rear Admiral who will replace Mr. Zephyr, we should just wait. Follow the rules and don't give Mitt Rear Admiral a bad impression. Akainu Sakazuki is always serious about what he does, and he will do it without hesitation once he confirms something is good. So he quickly accepted the situation and stepped into his new role. In addition, Sakazuki was quite prestigious among this group of people, and the atmosphere of the discussion suddenly weakened. Only Perusalino had his ears buttoned and still looked casual. His posture would not be too restrained even in front of Zephyr Admiral, let alone Mitt Rear Admiral. Gashi, the T-Dolphin, was still talking about Gion. That matter was not an ordinary concern to him. Among the people present were the 2 future admirals, several vice admirals, and many backbones. It is definitely not an exaggeration to say that these people are the future of Marine. Soon, as the group of people waited, a warship approached. Mitt and Gion got off the boat together and quickly walked towards the crowd. As soon as Mitt showed up, he immediately aroused heated discussion among the students. Although they had all heard of Mitt's reputation, they never thought that he was so young. It can be said that the current Mitt is only a few years older than them, and now he wants to be their teacher. Upon noticing this situation, many people had a look of contempt in their eyes without realizing it. Mitt looked calm, looking in the other direction. A group of soldiers came over with Bullet in Marine uniform and stood in front of Mitt. Report to Mitt Rear Admiral, the escort has been completed. Mitt waved his hand and looked at Bullet with a smile in his eyes. Unlike Mitt's expression, Bullet's face looked unhappy at the moment. Just when he was on the warship, Bullet was forced to listen to a lot of Marine rules and regulations. This makes people from countries with endless wars very unhappy, thinking it is too rigid and dogmatic. You know, in Bullet's country, rules don't matter at all. As long as your fist is hard enough and your strength is strong enough, you can dominate. But when it came to Marine, the rules changed, which made Bullet very dissatisfied. Although he was unhappy, Bullet followed him obediently, but he didn't look good. Mitt looked at the other person and nodded slightly. Advertisement with such a powerful aura, he already has the prototype of a monster at the age of 8. He deserves to be called a man who destroyed his own country at the age of 14. Without thinking for long, Mitt glanced at everyone present and said loudly, "My name is Mitt, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. I'm here to replace Zephyr Admiral and be your instructor." As soon as these words came out, the eyes that were already focused on Mitt became even sharper. They all felt a little unconvinced because of Mitt's young appearance. Of course Mitt knew what these guys were thinking, he said coldly. "Although this is my first time here, most of you have disappointed me." As he spoke, Mitt suddenly pulled away his upper body clothes, revealing his muscular body underneath. There are eye-catching scars all over his body, and the scar on his chest is even more conspicuous. Suddenly doing this, everyone's eyes widened slightly, showing surprise. This scar alone is equivalent to a military medal, marking the results of each battle. At the same time, Mitt burst out with amazing momentum and his tone was extremely serious. "As long as you carry the word justice on your back, you must have the consciousness to match it. We in Marine do not tolerate cowards. If you come to Marine with this kind of mentality of playing house, get out of here now." Mitt spoke loudly and with such momentum that no one dared to answer the question. Everyone was suffocated by Mitt's aura and were stunned on the spot for a moment. After Mitt finished speaking, his eyes suddenly stopped on Sakazuki. "Are you aware, Sakazuki?" Sakazuki didn't think about why Mitt knew his name. At this moment, he was so excited that he stepped forward without hesitation. "No need to ask, of course I am aware." Sakazuki said this while staring at Mitt, his eyes full of seriousness. Because of this, the voice of the system sounded in Mitt's head. "Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket, congratulations on gaining the respect of Akainu Sakazuki and starting to distribute rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, get the reward Conquerors Haki Jr. Close black lens bracket, unlock mission, Three Admirals mentors. Close black lens bracket. Please host gain 100% respect from Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu at the same time. Close black lens bracket. Complete the mission to get rewards, natural disaster fruit. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 3. Test your skills. Surprised students. As soon as he heard the sound of the system, Mitt's eyes moved slightly. The reward from Conquerors Haki just now looks good, but it doesn't improve my current strength much. But at least it has inspired Conquerors Haki, and it will rise sooner or later. And that natural disaster fruit is indeed quite powerful. As Logia's devil fruit, it can activate all types of natural disasters. No matter it's a storm, lightning or thunder, we can do it all. As long as it is obtained, Mitt's strength will definitely be greatly improved. But the conditions to obtain it are very demanding, and they actually have to gain the respect of 3 future admirals at the same time. This is not something that can be accomplished in a short time, we can only wait for the opportunity. Mitt thought this, continued to scan the people present, and then said, "The matter has been said. For the sake of world justice, please accept my guidance." Bullet heard Mitt say this, but did not nod along with the others. He didn't hesitate to speak out, "I have an opinion." A childish voice suddenly came from the crowd, and everyone quickly looked over and found that it was Bullet. Bullet, an 8-year-old boy, was already very eye-catching, and now he has become the center of attention. Everyone was curious about what the boy wanted to say. Bullet raised his head and said loudly, "In our country, we only believe in one thing, and that is strength. I don't know what Marine is like, but I'm just not convinced. Only the strongest can survive on the sea, there is no need to follow any messy rules." Bullet is an orphan, and the country of endless war has been fighting since he was sensible, so he naturally believes in power more. That's why he didn't hesitate to contradict Mitt in front of everyone. Bullet's behavior impressed everyone, and they all agreed with what he said. For such a young boy to say that, no wonder he joined them. Bullet's eyes stayed on Mitt, with a confident smile on his lips. He was sure that Mitt would never be able to refute him, so it was best to throw away those boring rules now. Sure enough, after being silent for a while, Mitt suddenly smiled. "You're right, Bullet." Hearing what Mitt said, Bullet's face suddenly showed a happy expression. He was still a child after all, and Mitt could see what was going on in his mind. But Mitt then changed the subject. Advertisement. "Since you agree that the strong are respected and strength is king, then you should listen to me." Bullet frowned and said, "What are you saying?" Before he finished speaking, Mitt's figure flashed and suddenly rushed over. Bullet didn't react at all. He only felt that his vision went dark, and Mitt appeared in front of him. He was immediately taken aback and quickly wanted to avoid it. But Mitt moved much faster than Bullet. He quickly stretched out a finger and poked the opponent's chest. Finger pistol. Without the ability to resist, Bullet stepped back and managed to stop himself. He half knelt down, clutching his chest, breathing heavily and sweating heavily. Bullet's eyes were full of shock, and even now, he didn't react. Others at the scene subconsciously exclaimed, but apparently did not react. Damn it. Bullet struggled to stand up and gritted his teeth. It's so despicable of you to take advantage of me when I'm not paying attention. No one can be reasonable on the battlefield, Bullet, Mitt said calmly. Don't forget what you just said. Do I need to tell you before I take action? Bullet was speechless for a moment and fell silent. Mitt's performance caused a heated discussion among the Marine students, and everyone was looking at him. What a fast move, I didn't see it clearly at all just now. I knew Rear Admiral was awesome. That move just now seems to have been used by Teacher Zephyr. Someone hesitated. Hearing his companion's words, Perusalino next to him smiled. This should be the Marine 6 styles that Teacher Zephyr talked about. Sakazuki also nodded, staring at Mitt. He was also thinking about Mitt's actions just now. Seeing that Bullet was silent, Mitt immediately spoke. Your strength is not enough in front of me. Boy, if you want to become a strong man, you must accept my guidance. Bullet took a deep breath, put away the mentality he had when he first arrived, and said in a deep voice. What was that move you just made? Like everyone else, he was curious about the move Mitt had just used. Advertisement Mitt did not answer, but took the initiative to walk towards the forest on the other side. He suddenly stopped while walking, stretched out a finger, and stabbed forward quickly. A strong shockwave erupted from Mitt's fingertips and rushed forward. With a bang, this shockwave directly penetrated the entire forest in front, leaving an extremely thick and wide crack. The trees on both sides swayed this way and that, unable to withstand the impact at all. Everyone was shocked by the power of this move, and many people exclaimed in amazement. It's amazing, it actually penetrated the forest. What kind of trick is this? Can I learn it too? Everyone was amazed at Mitt's strength, and no one looked down upon him at this time. Mitt's mere display of his skills had already impressed the Marine students. Perusalino and Sakazuki also looked sideways, with surprise in their eyes. This is the finger pistol, one of Marine 6 styles, Mitt explained calmly. This level of destructive power is just getting started, each of you must learn it. Except finger pistol, I will also teach you the other Marine 6 styles one by one. When Bullet heard what Mitt said, he immediately walked towards him with excitement on his face. Are you telling the truth? Mitt said, you should change the title first. Then I'll call you Teacher Mitt. Bullet changed quickly and said to him hurriedly. Didn't you say there are other moves? Tell me about it. Bullet has a straightforward personality, and he wants to learn the moves just now from Mitt. That's why he was so impatient. Mitt just smiled slightly and said calmly. I'm going to show you what Iron Body is next. Bullet, just let you cooperate with me. Bullet was stunned for a moment and looked at Mitt. Before he could ask questions, Mitt continued. Now use all your strength to attack me without any reservations. Bullet's eyes were even more surprised, but he quickly reacted. With a determined expression, Bullet nodded heavily. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, he used all his strength and slammed into Mitt. This momentum is as unstoppable as destroying everything. Chapter 4 Everyone approves. System rewards. Bullet's explosive momentum surprised everyone present. They didn't expect Bullet, who looked like just a child, to be so powerful. No one present dared to ignore this power. Only Mitt stood still as always, with a confident smile on his face. This expression made Bullet even angrier and he rushed towards the opponent without hesitation. A hard punch, hitting Mitt directly in the face. As long as this punch hits, Mitt will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. But Mitt had already predicted Bullet's actions using observation haki, and he shook his head slightly. Then he stretched out his left hand and blocked Bullet's punch with the back of his hand. With a bang, the shockwave spread out from the middle of both sides, setting off a large cloud of smoke. Sweat dripped from Bullet's forehead, his teeth clenched, and his eyes bulged. He had pressed forward with all his strength, but he could not get any closer. There were even slight signs of bone shattering when Bullet attacked Mitt with his fist. Bullet was stunned and immediately prepared to continue the attack. However, Mitt had already expected that the other party would do this and kick the kid away. Bullet couldn't react at all, so he got a punch in his stomach and flew away. Because the speed was too fast, before everyone on the scene could react, Bullet had already hit the ground heavily. The rising dust mist and the large hole in the ground told it all. Everyone was shocked and looked at Mitt standing in the field. This is the strength of Rear Admiral. Such a powerful blow is extremely fragile in the eyes of the opponent. Mitt's tricks were quite effective. Both the students and others had a new understanding of him. Feeling the shocked eyes of everyone present, Mitt smiled slightly. Bullet, your level is not good enough. With that said, Mitt walked towards Bullet and pulled him up. Bullet wiped the dust from his face and smiled at Mitt. I'm convinced, Teacher Mitt, you are really amazing. There were blazing flames in his eyes and he couldn't help but say. Can you give me those moves just now? I really want to learn them. Bullet was convinced by the power of Marine 6 styles and Mitt's strength. He now wants to learn as soon as possible and become as strong as Mitt. Not only Bullet, but also other students present had the same view, all staring at Mitt. Advertisement, Mr. Mitt, we also need to learn Marine 6 styles. Yes. Teach us, Mr. Mitt. Facing such an enthusiastic crowd, Mitt's smile never diminished. Then you all come together and feel the power of Marine 6 styles. After saying that, Mitt began to teach these people the finger pistol, one of the Marine 6 styles. The force generation method of finger pistol is relatively easy to master, and it can also be developed in a deeper direction. It can be said that it is a very scalable move among the 6 moves. Therefore, after Mitt personally taught how to exert force, many people started practicing in the forest. During the teaching period, Mitt also discovered that he had just gained a lot of respect. There is also respect for Bullet, so the system's cold beep sounded in Mitt's head. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket gain Bullet's respect and distribute rewards. Close black lens bracket. Host's reward is trait, monster physique. Close black lens bracket, new mission opens. Bullet's life changes. Close black lens bracket. In addition to these, Mitt found himself able to see panels of people for whom he gained respect. His eyes lit up and he immediately found a place to look carefully. Most of these students are future vice admirals, as well as some admiral replacements. Future admirals like Akainu and Kizaru are also among them. The vast majority of vice admirals' potential is between B and B. The potential of the admiral candidate is around S. Akainu Sakazuki and Kizaru Perusalino are special, both are close black lens bracket. Bullet's potential is quite strong, and he is the only sulfur monosulfide level among the group. After looking at it carefully, Mitt nodded with satisfaction. This group of people has considerable influence in later generations, and it would be great to be their teachers. What's more, there are system rewards, and Mitt's own strength will be greatly increased by then. But Mitt still had some questions, so he couldn't help but ask the system in his heart. System, how is this potential rating determined? The system immediately responded to Mitt's question. Open black lens bracket answer host close black lens bracket, only 4 emperors and admiral level strength can reach SS+. Advertisement, S level is admiral or below, the SSS levels that can currently be revealed are Gold D Roger, Rocks, close black lens bracket. Mitt nodded slightly. He also wanted to ask if he could directly see other people's potential panels. The system seemed to know what Mitt wanted to ask and responded immediately. Only those who recognize host in their hearts can see his panel, close black lens bracket. After knowing this situation, Mitt couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, it definitely takes a little more effort to get others' approval, but it's not that difficult for him. Thinking of this, Mitt's eyes lit up with confidence. No matter what, let's figure out a way to finish what needs to be done. In this way, Mitt led a group of young Marine students to practice Marine 6 styles on this island. Everyone was very passionate about it and kept practicing until the sun went down. Until the afterglow of the setting sun shone on Mitt, he nodded and walked over with Guillaume. Today's practice ends here. You can review it carefully when you go back. There is still a long way to go, but don't think that this is enough. Bullet came out of the forest and was very excited when he heard Mitt say this. Don't worry, Teacher Mitt, he shouted, we will never let you down. Mitt smiled slightly and then said loudly, then I'll wait and see, not just you, but others too. After saying that, Mitt took the group of students back to Naval headquarters and officially disbanded. After eating in the Marine cafeteria in the evening, Mitt started to act alone. He wanted to try out his newly acquired monster physique and what kind of strength it would be combined with Haki. Constitution and Haki's strength are closely related, especially Conquerors Haki. Now that your physique has improved, your own strength will also increase. So Mitt deliberately found a suitable place in Naval headquarters. There is a port where abandoned warships are stored. It is inaccessible and full of scrap metal. It's perfect for testing your strength. But just as Mitt was heading to his destination, a figure followed quietly behind him. This figure has been secretly following Mitt since he was in the cafeteria, and now he is following him directly. Of course, Mitt already knew that someone was following him. And he knew who this guy was without even thinking about it. Bullet. Advertisement Chapter 5 Bullet's admiration, teaching begins. That's right, it was Bullet himself who was secretly following Mitt. He had been paying attention to Mitt's situation since just now, and took action when he saw him leaving. After Mitt realized that Bullet was following him, he did not let him come out. He continued towards his destination as if it were unclear that he was being followed. Bullet is very curious about Mitt's actions and wants to know what the other person wants to do. He felt that Mitt was a very secretive person and he definitely had something to do. In this way, the two of them arrived at the port where the abandoned warship was placed. There was indeed no one here. There are warships floating on the sea, and as the waves rise and fall, the ship's body reflects an icy light. Bullet had just arrived here not long ago, so of course he didn't know there was such a place. When he saw Mitt coming here alone, he felt even more confused. What exactly does Mitt want to do? As if he knew Bullet's doubts, Mitt took a step forward. His fist is darkened and has a powerful armament Haki attached to it. Immediately afterwards, Mitt accumulated strength in his fist and punched hard. The extremely powerful fist struck straight out, sending out a huge shockwave and crashing into the warship ahead. The warship simply could not withstand such a powerful impact and was torn apart in an instant. The entire warship suddenly broke apart and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea, causing waves. Mitt's punch alone was enough to break up a huge warship. Such a terrifying blow made Bullet dumbfounded. His eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Is this really something that humans can do? Bullet had never seen such a scene before, and he was stunned to the point of being stunned. Then, blazing fire burst out from his eyes. Since Mitt is so powerful, will you be like him in the future? This fire quickly rose in Bullet's heart, and his face turned red with excitement. Of course Mitt saw Bullet's expression and felt even more satisfied. He flashed and appeared next to Bullet, patting him on the shoulder. How was it? He asked with a smile. Bullet came to his senses and was startled. Teacher Mitt. Advertisement. The smile on Mitt's face remained unchanged. He knew what Bullet was thinking now. Sure enough, Bullet immediately said excitedly after reacting. Teacher Mitt. You are really amazing. That move just now was too powerful. Is this really something a human can do? Bullet believes in strong power and naturally admires Mitt very much. What's more, Mitt is still his teacher, and Bullet has even more reverence in his eyes. Mitt could easily see it from Bullet's expression and nodded slightly. He was satisfied with this. Sure enough, this kind of little baby has never seen the world and is easy to deceive. Although this kind of strength is not bad on the sea, there are still many people who can do it. Of course, it's definitely a good thing for Mitt to have Bullet's complete respect. At the same time, the system's beep also sounded. Open black lens bracket, ding, close black lens bracket, get the complete respect of student Bullet. Distribution of rewards. Armament Haki advanced. Hearing the system prompt, Mitt couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Just by gaining Bullet's complete respect, his armament Haki was upgraded to a high level. With a few more people's respect, Mitt will definitely become stronger. Want to learn? Mitt asked the other party with a smile. Of course, Bullet nodded excitedly without hesitation. Yes, I really want to learn. Although the original Bullet ate the devil fruit, it was a burden to him. With his current control, he simply cannot exert it. But now with Mitt's help, Bullet's future is limitless and he will definitely be stronger than before. Mitt nodded and continued, then you come to me yourself tomorrow. After saying that, Mitt ignored Bullet and left the scene. When Bullet heard Mitt's words, the fire in Bullet's eyes became even brighter. Even after Mitt had left his sight, the flame showed no signs of extinguishing. With this move alone, Mitt gained the respect of a future strong man. At the same time, it has also received new improvements. Advertisement. This made Mitt even more determined to train more students and improve his strength. With this enthusiasm, Bullet took the initiative to find Mitt the next day. Mitt did not break his promise and immediately brought the opponent to the training ground. Haki is a powerful force that anyone can cultivate, Mitt said solemnly. It is also divided into 3 types. Armament Haki is the most extensive and the most basic. Observation Haki can predict the enemy's movements in advance and can even see the short future. Conquerors Haki is the rarest and only owned by certain people. Among them, only the armament color and the knowledge color can be learned through practice. This is the basis for practicing Haki. Bullet's eyes never blinked and he listened very carefully. Seeing this, Mitt smiled slightly and continued, you have to know that Haki is above devil fruit. There are many masters in Marine who don't eat devil fruit and can defeat demon fruit power using only Haki. You must practice Haki well to truly become a strong person. Yes. Bullet nodded heavily, his expression very excited. He couldn't wait to practice Haki, his eyes filled with the desire to become stronger. Mitt saw all this and affirmed Bullet's determination. So he officially began to teach the use and practice of Bullet Haki. As Mitt just said, in addition to Conquerors Haki, both the sight color and the weapon color can be mastered through practice. So he asked Bullet to practice the most basic armament Haki from the beginning. Bullet is worthy of being a potential sulfur monosulfide level player, and he can master armament Haki very quickly. After only a few days, he was able to attach armament Haki to his fist and attack. So Mitt immediately started teaching Bullet observation Haki. Observation Haki requires some threshold, but Bullet's qualifications are quite high. What's more, he is full of enthusiasm for cultivation and basically thinks about it all the time. In this state of undivided attention, no matter what you learn, you will progress very quickly. In this way, under Mitt's careful guidance, Bullet initially learned armament Haki and sense colors. Bullet was naturally very excited when his practice yielded results, and his respect for Mitt grew even higher. While Bullet is improving his strength, Mitt himself is also improving. This is the benefit that the instructor system brings, and it also makes Mitt enthusiastic about future teaching. He not only has to teach Bullet, but also has many students with unlimited potential waiting for him to guide him. At the same time, Mitt's strength will continue to improve. Chapter 6 Test. Bullet's growth. Early the next morning, the yawning Marine soldiers stood at their posts listlessly. Because they had to train last night, they were all a little bit in low spirits. Bullet was an exception. Even after practicing last night, he was still in high spirits. With an excited smile on his face, Bullet's figure flashed out of the forest and landed on the ground. Feeling the new strength in his hands, the smile on Bullet's face became even brighter. He felt that he was definitely much stronger than yesterday. He even feels that he is unstoppable now, even if Mitt is present, he can still make gestures. This confidence drove Bullet, and he couldn't help but walk towards Mitt's position. Mitt was sitting on a big rock at this time, crossing his arms and nodding his head. And there was a group of people surrounding him. It was all the new generation Marines who came over for early training. These guys are all very concerned about training, and they started sparring intuitively without Mitt saying anything. Yesterday Mitt had taught them the basics of Marine 6 styles, and today it was time to practice with each other. Although Mitt looks laid back on the surface, he has been paying attention to the students around him. Of course, when Bullet approached, Mitt noticed it immediately. He glanced over to Bullet, who trembled all over. Bullet didn't expect Mitt to react so quickly and was really shocked. After looking at Mitt's condition, Bullet's face darkened. Just now he felt unstoppable, but after seeing Mitt, Bullet hesitated again. Now he wants to challenge Mitt but is a little scared. As if sensing Bullet's hesitation, Mitt smiled. "You're late today, Bullet." Bullet came back to his senses and said quickly, "I just forgot." With that said, Bullet prepared to walk into the crowd. "Don't be in such a hurry." Mitt suddenly stopped him. "You are in very good condition now. It seems that the results of your training last night were very good. In that case, why not try your skills?" Bullet perked up and turned to look at Mitt, his expression becoming serious. His momentum began to rise, and he was obviously ready to explode. Since Mitt said so, Bullet will definitely not have a large customer base. Advertisement. Seeing this, Mitt yawned, and his voice suddenly became louder. "If any of you show hostility to Bullet, then attack him." Just last night, while Bullet's own strength was improving, Mitt was also improving. Thanks to Bullet, Mitt picked up a ton of armament Haki and observation Haki proficiency last night. It can be said that Mitt's perception and destructive abilities have been greatly enhanced. For this reason, Mitt himself also wanted to see Bullet's strength and let him accept challenges from other students. Mitt wants to know how powerful this legendary monster is. The interaction between Mitt and Bullet had already attracted the attention of the surrounding students. As soon as they heard the announcement, they immediately started talking. "That guy Bullet seems to have become a lot stronger. He must have practiced secretly last night. Does Teacher Mitt mean for us to deal with Bullet?" "Of course, otherwise why would Mitt ask us to take action?" A group of students said and quickly surrounded Bullet. Likewise, Mitt was among them, sitting on the big rock. He smiled, feeling the atmosphere in front of him, and said, "Don't underestimate Bullet, he is much stronger now than before." Of course Mitt meant this on purpose. He knew that these teenagers couldn't help but excite their generals. Sure enough, someone immediately shouted loudly, "I really want to see how powerful Bullet is now." The man said and walked out of the crowd. This is a burly young man. Although his face is a little childish, he is quite powerful. His tiger-like eyes were always staring at Bullet. Bullet was also very excited and started jumping on the spot to warm up. All eyes were on Bullet, and silently spread out to surround. Bullet is looking at the other person, and the other person is looking at Bullet. "Aren't you going to take action yet?" the burly young man suddenly said. Regarding the other party's question, Bullet smiled coldly and then said, "Let you take action first." He said this as if he thought the other party was helpless, which made the other party very unhappy. "Don't think you are so powerful, Bullet," he said solemnly. "Advertisement, I want to see how good you are." After saying that, the burly young man suddenly burst out and rushed towards Bullet. The opponent's speed was quite fast, and he arrived in front of Bullet in a short time. Shave. This move is difficult to master in Marine 6 styles, but the opponent uses it quite well. This speed and sudden attack did not allow the new generation of Marines on the scene to react at all. The burly boy punched Bullet directly in the head, very quickly. Faced with this attack, Bullet didn't even try to dodge, but raised his head and kowtowed. With a thud, the burly boy punched Bullet directly on the chin. A powerful shockwave spread from the two of them, and the raised dust and smoke blinded everyone's eyes. The students who were watching were all stunned. They never expected that Bullet would catch the attack like this. The burly young man reacted quickly and was immediately ready to close his fist and strike again. But Bullet wouldn't give the opponent a chance, and punched him hard, knocking him away. The burly young man hit the ground hard, creating a big crater, and his whole body was engulfed in dust and smoke. The other onlookers at the scene let out a big sigh of relief and were once again shocked by Bullet's performance. Although this guy named Bullet is only a child, his strength is not inferior to any of them. What kind of monster is this? Many people thought this in their hearts and looked over hurriedly. Who else? Bullet Haki roared, with hot flames dancing in his eyes. He was not satisfied with the blow just now, so he just wanted to practice with these guys. This is what Bullet thinks, and he makes no secret of it. Naturally, the new generation of Marines around them will not back down. Even because of the appearance of Bullet, they will not give up. Among the crowd, a young man with a pale face and long hair walked out. "Then let me challenge you, Bullet." Bullet immediately saw that the opponent was quite capable, but he didn't panic at all. "Just call me Ghost Spider." Ghost Spider announced his family background with a serious expression. Bullet smiled and also got into a fighting stance with the opponent. He wanted to see what moves the opponent had in mind. The atmosphere became tense again, and the battle between Bullet and the Ghost Spider officially began. Advertisement Chapter 7 Battle with Ghost Spider. Experience increases rapidly. No one spoke again, and the Ghost Spider launched a direct attack. He dodged and punched, but Bullet easily dodged it. Facing the Ghost Spider, Bullet did not dare to take it lightly and took advantage of the situation to burrow into the opponent's right arm. Successfully avoiding the Ghost Spider's fist, Bullet punched the face door at the same time. His fists have been dyed black and have armament Haki attached to them. Once beaten away, the battle will end. But Ghost Spider would not give in. His hair suddenly changed and became sharp. Immediately afterwards, without Bullet's expectation, the ghost spider's hair, with its weapon-colored hair, hit him directly on the chest. This blow forced Bullet to retreat, but the ghost spider refused to let him go and continued to pursue him. His move is to use life return to control his armament Haki to attack Bullet. To do this requires extremely strong Haki control, which surprised Bullet. Sure enough, the ghost spider's attack still hit Bullet, knocking him back. Fortunately, Bullet gritted his teeth and stepped back to avoid the next attack, so he didn't take another hit. After just a few rounds of fighting, Bullet knew that his enemy was extremely powerful and indeed a difficult opponent. The ghost spider continues to attack Bullet with no intention of stopping. Moreover, the speed of his hair is getting faster and faster, and in conjunction with his legs and feet, the strength is getting stronger and stronger. Faced with this Marine veteran who is proficient in Haki, Bullet really has no good way to deal with it. He could only keep dodging, trying to find opportunities to attack. The fight between the two caused the surrounding students to talk a lot and make shouts from time to time. Bullet probably hasn't used his full strength yet. I wonder if the ghost spider can suppress him. Of course, ghost spiders are really powerful. I think Bullet has a chance. He's not a fuel-efficient guy. Seeing this situation, the ghost spider's attack became colder and colder, and its speed became faster. Although he still couldn't touch the opponent, Bullet's speed also increased. The ghost spider dodged Bullet's attack while fighting back. Under this attack, Bullet became visibly agitated. Mitt saw it in his eyes, and the smile on his face never stopped. He sat on the big rock and listened to the cold voice of the system in his head. Acquire observation Haki experience. Close black lens bracket advertisement. Open black lens bracket acquire armament Haki experience. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket Mitt's experience points are rising rapidly, and his strength is constantly increasing. Mitt is naturally happy that Bullet fights against the ghost spider, which can increase his own strength. The battle in the field continued, and Bullet's movements became more and more impatient. Despite this, Bullet's eyes were filled with excitement. Bullet has been killing enemies on the battlefield since he was a child, and there is no other place that suits him better than that. With a bang, the ghost spider's blow still hit Bullet's chest. But Bullet was different from before. He shouted loudly and his momentum exploded. Armament Haki covered his chest, and Bullet blocked the attack from Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider didn't expect Bullet's Haki to be so strong, and was surprised. At this time, Bullet had adapted to this violent attack and gradually gained the ability to resist. So when the Ghost Spider stopped, Bullet grabbed his wrist with his left hand and grabbed his hair with his right hand. The Ghost Spider's hair was still dancing, and he attacked Bullet without hesitation, but was abruptly interrupted by his punch. The secret passage was not good. Just as Ghost Spider was about to react, Bullet grabbed his hair. The means of attack were restricted by Bullet, and Ghost Spider had to struggle to break free. But Bullet wouldn't give the opponent a chance and punched Ghost Spider in the face. The punch was quite heavy, and Ghost Spider was knocked to the ground, unable to stand up for the time being. Faced with this situation, the scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. If it was just a small test just now, Bullet shocked them this time. Everyone was shocked by the strength shown by Bullet, who actually knocked the Ghost Spider to the ground with one punch. He is still just a child, but he has such great power. He is truly a monster. The onlookers looked at Bullet one after another and found that the other person's sharp eyes had glanced over. His whole body exploded with momentum, and at this moment Bullet looked like a bloodthirsty beast. He has been aroused with strong fighting spirit and is eager for the next battle. Ghost Spider and the burly boy stood up at the same time and looked at Bullet. Although they can still fight, they also know that they are no longer the opponents of Bullet. Although they were defeated, the two people's faces were not too disappointed, but rather serious. Advertisement, what? Bullet tilted his head and looked at the group of people. Keep going. Bullet became more and more excited and wanted to continue fighting them. The Marine boys at the scene looked at each other and were a little hesitant. After all, everyone saw Bullet's performance just now. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can handle. Perusalino curled his lips. He was not interested in fighting at all. But Sakazuki next to him was different. After hearing Bullet's words, he immediately walked over. Clenching the knuckles of his fists, Sakazuki's face remained gloomy. The momentum rising all over his body made the teenagers around him couldn't help but change their colors slightly. Of course they all knew how powerful Sakazuki was and immediately retreated. If you don't move quickly enough, a fight will definitely affect them later. Only Perusalino still looked lazy and unaffected at all. Bullet, your strength is indeed very good, Sakazuki said solemnly. But that's it for now. I have to dampen your spirit. Sakazuki knows that although Bullet is still small, his strength cannot be underestimated. So he didn't hesitate and immediately decided to use the power of lava fruit. Sakazuki's right hand quickly turned into hot lava, and he kept walking towards Bullet. Bullet is also ready to explode at any time, but just then, Mitt's voice sounded. That's it for now. As soon as he finished speaking, Mitt himself appeared between Bullet and Sakazuki like lightning. Both of them were surprised, not expecting Mitt to move so quickly. The main reason why Mitt stopped it was because Sakazuki and Bullet were both monsters, as was Akainu and the lava fruit. Bullet will definitely suffer from fighting with the opponent, and it will also affect other people. Why stop me? Bullet said solemnly, because you will be injured and it will be irreparable, Mitt said firmly. Bullet heard this and subconsciously glared at Sakazuki opposite. Don't underestimate any opponent in front of you, Bullet. That's it for now, there's no need to continue fighting. Chapter 8 training officially begins, new enemies. Being cut off by Mitt, Bullet had no intention of continuing to fight, and his momentum suddenly weakened. Sakazuki did the same, but his eyes still stayed on Mitt. Mitt smiled slightly and glanced at everyone present. At this moment, the alarm clock he always carried suddenly rang, quickly letting everyone at the scene know. Oops. Mitt shook his head. It seems like time flies by quickly. Then today's training will officially begin. You guys have just learned Marine 6 styles not long ago, and you still need to continue to consolidate them. Hearing what Mitt said, these Marine students nodded immediately. Sakazuki also said, we'll go over there right away, Mitt-sensei. He still respects Mitt, after all, he did teach him a lot. Bullet looked left and right, then walked into the crowd and stood with them. Let's all go. Mitt waved his hand. Don't relax, wait for me to pass. After saying that, Mitt turned and left. Gion did not leave with Mitt, but moved with the group of Marine students. She was holding a videophone bug in her hand, recording the situation just now. Mitt and Vice Admiral he soon returned to the office. At this time, Vice Admiral he had been waiting inside for a long time. Crane Vice Admiral smiled and nodded towards Mitt. Not a bad job, Mitt. You also have a good vision, and you have added another good talent to Marine. Crane Vice Admiral is of course talking about Bullet. She had just seen Bullet's battle through the videophone bug. Bullet's young appearance coupled with his terrifying strength is indeed worthy of attention. Crane Vice Admiral fortunately, Zephyr found Mitt. This young man is indeed very capable. The child found is very talented and is definitely a good candidate for training. Crane Vice Admiral, this is just the first step, Mitt said. There are many people with such high talents in the ocean, not just Bullet. If there was peace, there wouldn't be so many pirates. That's true. Mitt's words were recognized by Crane Vice Admiral. She continued. Then how are you going to train next? Crane Vice Admiral is now very curious about Mitt's methods and wants to know how the other party will act. Advertisement Mitt just smiled slightly and said immediately. Please wait and see. Soon, Vice Admiral he saw the situation of those students through the videophone bug. These new generations of Marines are gathering on a nearby deserted island, seemingly waiting for someone. Crane Vice Admiral soon discovered that a ship was heading towards the island at a very fast speed. She immediately wanted to know what Mitt was going to do and asked immediately. What do you want to do, Mitt? Mitt said naturally. This is to let those students experience the cruelty of battle. Just wait and see. At this time, Vice Admiral Crane also saw the situation of the ship. It was a pirate ship. Her expression changed slightly, and she was about to say something to Mitt, but was interrupted by him. Needless to say, Crane Vice Admiral, Mitt said loudly. I am their instructor now, and everything is under my control. After saying that, Mitt turned around and left, leaving the Crane Vice Admiral with a wry smile. Crane Vice Admiral now knows that Mitt is really unique in some aspects. Mitt moved very quickly and soon caught up with the pirate ship. Many pirates were sitting on the deck on the ship, and Mitt was shocked when he arrived. Many pirates immediately prepared to attack Mitt, but they still stopped. Because Mitt's momentum is quite terrifying, the pirates have absolutely no confidence that they can win. Taking out a stack of reward orders, Mitt glanced at the scene. He took a quick look and knew that many of the pirates in the bounty order were here. The highest bounty among this group of pirates is 2 million Baileys. Others also have a lot of bounties, with an average of about 10 million Baileys. It can be said that the strength of this group of pirates is not bad, at least not like ordinary minions. What exactly do you want to do? The leading pirate asked solemnly. If he hadn't been unable to defeat Mitt, he would have done it now. Don't you want to escape? Mitt smiled coldly. I'll give you a chance now. Hearing what he said, the eyes of the pirates at the scene lit up. Of course they want to escape here as soon as possible, but they can only rely on Mitt himself. Mitt continued without hesitation. You will face a group of Marines soon. Just kill them and you can leave. Advertisement. I keep my word. After speaking, Mitt turned around and left without explaining to the pirates at the scene. These pirates were silent for a while, and their eyes gradually flashed with a cold light. At this point, all we have to do is give it a try. Mitt jumped out of the pirate ship, which was already quite close to the shore. He immediately punched out hard, and a strong shockwave hit the ship, causing the entire ship to fly towards the shore. The pirates inside hurriedly got out of the ship and landed on the island. This situation certainly attracted the attention of Kojima Marine. Immediately, someone rushed to the pile of Marine students and shouted at the same time. Enemy attack! Pirates are landing on the shore. Although they were not sure what was going on, Sakazuki and other students took action immediately and rushed towards the shore. It's so close to Marineford, how could there be pirates? That's right, it's probably a drill or something. But what should we do if it's true? We must notify the Mid-Rear Admiral. Someone believed it and immediately prepared to notify Mitt. Gion was also among the group of Marine soldiers, silently listening to the discussions around them. At this moment, Mitt's figure appeared next to Gion. His appearance soon attracted the attention of the restless Marines. Mid-Rear Admiral, someone shouted immediately. Mitt nodded to them and then spoke. Don't worry, I arranged everything. Sure enough, after hearing Mitt's words, these marine soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Mitt looked at the group of pirates on the shore. They had also discovered this place. Sakazuki and Bullet are the vanguard. I am eager to try it now. The fighting spirit in their eyes was quite strong, and they were ready to stop them without hesitation. Sakazuki looked at Mitt subconsciously, as if he knew something. Mr. Mitt, please give me the order. Mitt waved his right hand and said loudly. There are about 305 enemy pirates. No matter dead or alive, as long as we can kill them all. There must be no chance of any fish slipping through the net. You must remember that no one can leave the island. Upon hearing Mitt's order, a smile appeared on Sakazuki's serious face. Yes. Chapter 9 Akainu's respect, Crane's doubts. To Mitt's surprise, the moment Sakazuki nodded, he heard the sound of the system. Open black lens bracket. Gain the respect of student Sakazuki. Close black lens bracket. You can now view Sakazuki's attribute panel at any time. Mitt was naturally surprised, and then quickly looked at Sakazuki's panel. He couldn't check on Sakazuki's condition before, but now he can. Sakazuki's potential is as expected by Mitt, and it is indeed SSS level. After all, this man will be Marine Marshal in the future, and his potential must be quite strong. Akainu Sakazuki has a serious personality, acts decisively, and has a resolute style. No matter what enemy he faces, he will not back down, and his spirit is extremely tenacious. What's more, he is also a user with Logia Lava Fruit ability, and with his good Haki cultivation, he is powerful enough. That's why before, Mitt would stop Sakazuki when he wanted to take action. Now Bullet is definitely no match for him. Sakazuki, are you confident that you can deal with these pirates? Mitt looked at Sakazuki. Sakazuki was slightly startled, then nodded immediately. No problem at all. There was confidence in his tone, and his strong momentum seemed to explode. Then what are you waiting for? Mitt shouted. Why don't you bring someone over to deal with those pirates? Sakazuki understood what Mitt meant, which was to let him direct the operation. Everyone else had no objection and quickly looked at Sakazuki. Bullet is there, but he will not oppose Mitt's decision for the time being. Catch these pirates, and the one with the most bounty will be rewarded, Mitt continued. He glanced at the crowd and said coldly. Go. Sakazuki immediately rushed to the shore with a group of young people, moving very quickly. Only Gion and a few other Marines remained. Mitt Rear Admiral. Gion looked at Mitt. He Vice Admiral seems to have a problem with you. No need to take out the phone bug, Mitt said calmly. I know what she wants to say. You continue to stay here to record the situation. I'll tell her when I get back. After saying that, Mitt turned around and left, disappearing from the scene all of a sudden. Advertisement. He quickly returned to the office. As expected, Vice Admiral he had been paying attention to the situation of those students. As soon as he noticed Mitt walking in, Crane Vice Admiral immediately asked. Mitt, that's too reckless of you, yes? Mitt smiled. Compared with the brutal battles outside, this is almost like playing house. Hearing what Mitt said, Crane Vice Admiral couldn't help but shake his head. The problem is that these young people are the future of Marine. I can't help but worry. Don't think too much. Mitt sat directly in his seat. Crane Vice Admiral asked, so do you have a way to keep them safe? Mitt took a sip of tea and answered calmly. The pirates with a bounty of 20 million already protect them. Mitt was so confident that he Vice Admiral didn't know what to say. Mitt is now the instructor, and Vice Admiral cannot object directly. After thinking about it, Crane Vice Admiral sighed, and then continued to watch the images from the scene. In any case, let's take a look at the situation first. Unlike Vice Admiral, who was a little worried, Mitt still looked calm and composed. In his opinion, if you can't even handle these little pirates, there is no need to accept his teachings. At the scene, a group of people, led by Sakazuki, rushed towards the shore. Most people here follow Sakazuki's footsteps. Only Bullet and Perusolino were acting alone, not together. Bullet originally had objections to Sakazuki taking the lead, so naturally he would not follow him. Hey, your name is Perusolino. Bullet shouted to Perusolino who was walking behind. Hurry up and follow that guy Sakazuki, don't be alone. Perusolino looked up at Bullet and ignored him. Of course Bullet will not care about the other party, he just reminds him casually. If something happened to this guy, Bullet wouldn't save him. In his eyes, Sakazuki was the only one who could take a few glances at him. However, as Bullet approached the shore, a golden light suddenly flashed. Bullet was startled and subconsciously moved aside, but the golden light just passed him by. Taking a closer look, the golden light turned out to be Perusolino himself. Too slow. Perusolino smiled at Bullet and then walked away. Advertisement. Bullet's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and he grinned. Okay, you boy is actually pretty good, but I won't lose to you. The desire to win was aroused, and Bullet rushed towards the shore without hesitation, even faster than before. In this way, the three parties rushed towards the pirates on the shore with great momentum. The pirates landed on the shore, cursing and resting. Damn it. That Marine B*************** D just asked us to come here and deal with another group of guys. Okay, it would be great if they're willing to let us go, a pirate shrugged. Anyway, we don't have to face that scary guy. Let's just kill all those Marines. There's no way that guy is more powerful than that guy. HMPH. A pirate said in a deep voice. No matter what, I will definitely torture those bastards later. You dare to play tricks on Lousy, you are just looking for death. From their point of view, being caught out of nowhere is unpleasant enough. Now that he has to fight a group of Marines, he must be even angrier inside. They swore that they would never show mercy when they encountered those Marines. Crane Vice Admiral saw this and briefly evaluated the combat effectiveness of this group of pirates. In fact, what Mitt just said is right. Although this group of pirates is a little stronger, they are definitely no match for Sakazuki and the others. Despite this, Crane Vice Admiral's expression did not relax. Although these pirates are not strong enough, but Mitt, you will make them careless and cause unnecessary casualties. So what? Mitt asked. Shouldn't we take action when pirates appear in front of us? What's more, if these boys don't suffer more, they will have a long memory. What qualifications do you have to become the mainstay of Marine? Crane Vice Admiral was speechless by Mitt's words and fell silent immediately. She knew Mitt was right, but she just had some objections to how he handled it. Facing Crane Vice Admiral's eyes, Mitt crossed his arms, his face full of confidence. As you can see, the strength of this group of pirates cannot pose a threat to them. No matter how good a sword is, it can only become a famous sword after being sharpened. We'll see, Crane Vice Admiral. Chapter 10 Don't abuse good people, two people's opinions. Just like that, the pirates and Marines entered a forest at the same time. This group of pirates were not originally a group, so they immediately divided into several large forces after entering. It just so happened that Marine was also looking for enemies in the forest. Soon Sakazuki encountered some pirates, and he easily eliminated them all. The strength he showed was immediately sensed by other pirates around him who were ready to make a move. Therefore, many pirates who knew that they were not strong enough immediately gave up the idea of attacking him. Don't worry about that magma man, let's attack the others first, shouted the leader of several pirates. After shouting, they immediately changed their goals. Anyway, there are still a lot of Marines here, let's deal with them first. With this idea in mind, these pirates quickly found a lone Marine. This Marine is none other than Bullet, who keeps charging over. But just when they were about to stop Bullet and attack the opponent, Bullet didn't even look at them and just knocked them away with his shoulder. With a bang, these pirates were immediately knocked to pieces, without any means of counterattack. Before they could get up from the ground, another golden light kept flashing. They only felt that their eyes were shrouded in golden light, and then they instantly lost consciousness. The battle on the main battlefield had just begun, and a large group of pirates launched an attack on the Marines. Because of the sudden situation, many Marines naturally suffered losses. Only Sakazuki remained calm and composed, commanding others while dealing with the enemy. You guys go back first and fight around, Sakazuki shouted, punching a pirate in front of him. The pirate originally wanted to attack with a burst of power, but was easily defeated by Sakazuki. Without hesitation, Sakazuki decided to pursue the victory and plunged into the pirate group. Looking from the forest outside, one can see where everyone is. Buluzalino's location flashed with lightning, while Bullet's location was rampaging. Only Akainu Sakazuki's location is slightly quieter. After what happened just now, few pirates are willing to provoke such a group of Marines. Many Marines gathered next to Sakazuki to deal with the pirates together. However, although this is safe, it does not get the rewards promised by Mitt. So gradually some people left the team and acted alone. Soon Sakazuki was surrounded by relatively weak Marines, and they all assisted him. Advertisement among them was a young Marine with tall cheekbones and a pale face, attacking the pirates ahead. At this moment, a cry for help suddenly came from the jungle. Young T-Pen's expression changed and he immediately stopped. T-Pen, what are you doing? His actions attracted the attention of his companions next to him. Someone was shouting for help from behind. T-Pen said without hesitation, I'm going to save him. After speaking, T-Pen quickly turned around and left without waiting for his companion to reply. He moved so fast that even Crane Vice Admiral was surprised. This young man is quite enthusiastic, not bad, she nodded, appreciating this. That's what Marine should be like. Of course Mitt also saw T-Pen and said calmly. This is who he is. T-Pen Mitt was certainly no stranger to him, and the man's later words and deeds on Sea Train were quite inspiring. It's just that the final ending is disappointing, as he was killed by the civilians he trusted the most. Thinking of this, Mitt couldn't help but shook his head. He and Vice Admiral he had different opinions. Marine should be able to tell who should be protected or not. There is no need for saints in this world. Crane Vice Admiral somewhat disagrees with Mitt's view. You can't say that. As a Marine, you still have to try your best to be a good person. Regarding Vice Admiral's statement, Mitt sneered. Then you'll see what happens next. As soon as he finished speaking, something happened on the screen. I saw T-Pen rushing over following the cry for help, but he couldn't find the rescue target after searching for a long time. Before he could react, several pirates jumped out from the side and attacked him. T-Pen was startled and managed to block several attacks with his knife, but his left leg was still slashed. He suddenly became unsteady and half knelt on the ground. Haha. I knew someone would be fooled. The leader of the pirates laughed loudly. Everyone, take action. Get rid of this idiot first. After saying that, the pirate slashed T-Pen's head without hesitation. Get out of here. bullets suddenly rushed out of the forest and knocked away several pirates in one go. The remaining pirates were stunned by Bullet's aura and froze in place for a moment. Of course, Bullet was not polite. He punched and kicked all of these pirates over. "Are you okay?" Bullet pulled T-Pen up smoothly. T-Pen looked at Bullet blankly and opened his mouth. "Advertisement, thanks. Don't tell me this." Bullet frowned and said, "You might as well fight a few more pirates if you have the skills. Fight a pirate when you see one. Why do you think so much?" Before T-Pen could continue to speak, Bullet continued to rush forward. He was in a hurry to catch the pirates and had no time to care about other people. Seeing this situation, Crane Vice Admiral was even more surprised and subconsciously looked at Mitt. Mitt said nothing, turned and left the office. Crane Vice Admiral continued to look at the situation in the video with a thoughtful expression. She murmured, "Does Marine really need to change in this situation?" Crane Vice Admiral saw something different in Mitt and Bullet, which made her start to waver. On the other side, immediately after Bullet left, several Marines caught up from behind. They all fell behind the others because their speed was too slow, and now the large forces began to chase the pirates. T-Pen stood up again with their help and gritted his teeth. "There are pirates ahead, we have to hurry over and help." "Yeah." The Marine boy who helped him nodded. "Let's go there quickly." They also suffered some injuries, which were all left by those pirates. Because of this, many pirates took the opportunity to escape, which made them very angry. The same goes for T-Pen, who will definitely continue to hunt these pirates. But just as they were taking action, Mitt's figure suddenly appeared in front. "That's it." Mitt spoke directly. T-Pen and others were startled and asked hurriedly, "Why?" Mitt glanced at them and said coldly, "You have been eliminated and are not qualified to continue." T-Pen and others wanted to explain, but Mitt left without even listening. Only a few of them remained in place. In this case, T-Pen and the others could only pack themselves up and leave sadly. Mitt heard the movement behind him, shook his head slightly and said softly, "Although I hope you can change, everything can only be done by yourself. If you want to grow, what does this setback mean?" Chapter 11. I'll leave it to you, Mitt's for sure. The battle in the forest continues. This group of pirates are very strong, and they have experienced hundreds of battles. Originally they thought they could easily deal with these Marines, but the situation was not that simple. Although the Marine boys in the forest are young, they are quite powerful. Bullet rushed directly to the front, and no one could stop him for a few rounds. "Come on, you guys," Bullet shouted, continuing to charge on the battlefield. With excitement on his face, he quickly caught up with the enemy and knocked him down with one punch. Seeing this situation, some of the more clever pirates immediately retreated. "Avoid this guy first, find other weak persimmons," shouted a one-eyed pirate. He said, his eyes immediately locked on Ghost Spider. Without hesitation, the one-eyed pirate rushed over and slashed hard with his sword. This guy's strength is very strong, and his speed is so fast that the Ghost Spider can't react at all. Several other pirates also pounced on him with great momentum. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent and they showed no mercy in their attacks. At this moment, a golden light flashed. As soon as the one-eyed pirate slashed his sword, his chest was pierced by a golden light. No one expected this situation, and the offensive of several other pirates suddenly stalled. Magma punch. Sakazuki's calm voice sounded, and a burst of hot magma hit the backs of two of the pirates. The two pirates only had time to scream before they fell down. The remaining pirates were all horrified and subconsciously stepped back. Sakazuki jumped behind the Ghost Spider and said coldly, "You react too slowly." Ghost Spider chuckled and wiped the bloodline on his cheek. "Thank you so much, Sakazuki." He knew that Sakazuki and Perusolino were stronger than him, so it was easy to do so. Sakazuki glanced at the other party, turned around and continued to chase the escaping pirate. There were already many pirates at the scene, seeing that the situation was not good, and fled deep into the forest. They have been around for so many years and have a very keen sense of danger. "Oh, do you need to run so fast?" Perusolino smiled and shook his head. He said to Sakazuki, "Sakazuki, let me win this time." With that said, Perusolino turned into a golden light and pursued Sakazuki towards the forest. In terms of speed, Perusolino is confident that he will be faster than Sakazuki. "Damn it, why are you running so fast?" Bullet shouted from behind. "He's not slow, but he's not as fast as Perusolino. There is no other way, Bullet can only defeat those pirates nearby, as many as he can." Advertisement. Sakazuki's expression remained calm, not affected by Perusolino at all. His whole body was full of momentum, his hands had already turned into hot lava, and the surroundings were filled with fiery aura. Boom! Dozens of flints were thrown into the air by Sakazuki, like shooting stars. Pirates kept getting hit by flint and fell down screaming. They didn't expect Huoshi to be so fast and knock down several people at once. Sakazuki lava fruit bursts, the destructive power and range are quite powerful. Even if Perusolino is faster than him, he doesn't have such powerful destructive power. Before I knew it, the battle had come to an end. Mitt and Guillaume stood outside the forest, waiting for the group of teenagers to return. At this time, most of the people had returned, carrying many pirate heads in their hands. All of them were more or less stained with the enemy's blood, and some were injured. Among this group of people were recruits who had just joined the army and could not adapt to this kind of scene yet. These recruits could not get many kills, and they also had physiological reactions to the bloody scenes. Mitt was not too harsh on them. After all, this was only the first time. For these recruits, the days ahead are still long. Mitt is still waiting for the boys he has high hopes for to come back. Not long after, these heavyweights also came back. Perusalino walked out of the forest with a smile and a lot of loot. This operation is really tiring. He shook his head slightly and threw the pirate's body into the open space. The same goes for Bullet and Sakazuki, who have a strong smell of blood all over their bodies. Most of the people Perusalino killed had holes in their bodies. All the corpses brought by Bullet were collapsed in a heap, with all their bones broken. The people Sakazuki killed were extremely charred and radiating heat. When the other marine boys saw this, they all admired the three of them. As expected of Sakazuki, you are indeed amazing. Forget it, Perusalino, even Bullet at such a young age is so powerful. The three Sakazukis held their heads high and accepted the admiration from everyone, with their eyes locked on Mitt. Mitt smiled slightly and walked towards them. You win, Sakazuki. Mitt knew the outcome of this game with just a quick glance. Perusalino continued to shake his head. I knew you would win, Sakazuki. Bullet's face looked a little indignant. Damn it, if I hadn't started so slowly, I would definitely have won. Sakazuki smiled and said proudly, Bullet, you're still far from defeating me. Advertisement. When Sakazuki said this, Bullet immediately became furious. If you have the guts, challenge me to a duel and see who is better. Of course Bullet's idea didn't come to fruition, and Mitt reached out to stop it. Bullet, Sakazuki's first place is not controversial. You have to lose. Mitt now has prestige, so Bullet naturally has no choice but to obey. I won't lose next time. After letting Bullet be quiet for a while, Mitt turned to look at Sakazuki. Sakazuki, I'll leave all the remaining pirates to you, no problem. Okay. Sakazuki nodded, satisfied with Mitt's arrangement. There was also a change in his eyes when he looked at Mitt with a bit of recognition. This arrangement naturally allowed Mitt to gain Sakazuki's respect. Mitt immediately received the system prompt. Open black lens bracket ding, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gain the respect of Akainu Sakazuki. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket reward distribution close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Conquerors Haki beginner, students accelerate learning Halo, close black lens bracket. After looking at his own panel, Mitt nodded with satisfaction. Sakazuki's personality is suitable for taking the lead, and he will definitely not object to this arrangement. Anyone who can be a marine marshal will naturally have this kind of leadership qualities. After explaining Sakazuki, Mitt glanced at everyone present and said in a deep voice. Some of you performed very well today, but some of you performed poorly. When you get back, review today's actions carefully, don't let me down. Yes. Mitt was answered by all the students in unison. After just a few days of getting along, Mitt's prestige is rapidly building. After Mitt and Gion left, Sakazuki looked at their backs with a serious expression. He didn't hesitate at all and immediately turned to look at the pirates on the ground. Sakazuki met the eyes of these people and raised his hands in the air. Great eruption. The scorching flames quickly plowed through the ground over and over again, sucking all the pirates into it. There are still some survivors among the pirates, but at this moment they can only scream and roll in the flames. Suddenly, screams continued, and the scene was like a hell on earth. But this didn't affect Sakazuki, his expression remained grim. The dazzling firelight reflected the young faces of these Sakazuki, and the flames were flashing in their eyes. Sakazuki knew that today was just the beginning. Damn pirates like this must be killed. Chapter 12 Confused. Enlightened Sakazuki. Sakazuki's behavior naturally caused reactions from others. Many students had bad looks on their faces when they saw Sakazuki doing this. They didn't dare to object openly, but they couldn't help but say a few words to each other. Sakazuki is too cruel. Does Mr. Mitt really want him to do this? How do I know? Maybe Sakazuki made his own decision. Bullet curled his lips and faced the dazzling firelight. In his opinion, Sakazuki's handling was normal and it was the others who made a fuss. Compared to this, it would be more unpleasant to lose to this guy. Perusalino couldn't help but shake his head and looked at Sakazuki. I knew you would do this. What? Sakazuki turned to look at him. Do you have any objections? Perusalino chuckled. Of course not. He deliberately prolonged his voice and showed an ambiguous attitude. As for everyone else, of course they all have their own opinions. Even if Sakazuki didn't want to hear it, he still heard a lot. His expression became even more gloomy. On the other side, Vice Admiral he was also talking to Mitt about this matter through the phone bug. Mitt, that Sakazuki's behavior is too extreme. Is there any? Mitt said calmly. You. Crane Vice Admiral had nothing to say. She already understood Mitt's attitude and knew that talking to him would be useless. So Crane Vice Admiral took the initiative to change the topic, and at the same time made up his mind to tell Zephyr about the situation. Mitt was also happy that the other party did this, and immediately discussed the next task with him. Today's incident may not be a big deal, but this is the first time Sakazuki has done such a heavy trick in front of everyone. Therefore, after returning home, the atmosphere among everyone was still a bit off. Sakazuki naturally understood the specific reason, but he did not mention it directly. At night, Sakazuki took the initiative to find Mitt. Advertisement Mitt usually walks outside Marineford at night. Sakazuki found out after a little inquiry. At this moment, Mitt is sitting on the beach, looking at the endless ocean. Mitt-sensei. Sakazuki shouted to the other party from behind. Mitt asked calmly without looking back, "What do you want to tell me?" Sakazuki walked over to Mitt and sat down like him. "Teacher Mitt, you asked me to deal with those pirates today. Many people have objections." He paused, his tone doubtful. "Teacher Zephyr came over and told me that my behavior was too extreme and asked me to think about it myself. But I think I did the right thing. Those pirates should be killed." Mitt knew that Crane would go and talk to Zephyr. His expression did not change and he continued. "Then if you think so, why do you care about other people's opinions?" Sakazuki took a deep breath and spoke. I'm a little confused. Sakazuki is still just a young man after all, and it's normal to be confused. Mitt was of course aware of Sakazuki's confusion. When the opportunity came, he immediately turned to look at him. "Everyone has their own justice, what's the point of being confused?" "Sakazuki, the world is becoming more and more turbulent now, and you also know that all those pirates are bastards who do all kinds of evil. If you want the world to truly stabilize, it is absolutely necessary for you to do this. There is no right or wrong here, not all pirates can change. Just follow your own ideas and carry out the justice in your heart to the end." Sakazuki looked at Mitt, the look in his eyes getting brighter and brighter. He was still a little confused, but after hearing Mitt's words, he vaguely grasped something. Although Sakazuki didn't speak, his expression became much more relaxed. Seeing this, Mitt smiled and said nothing more. "Remember, you only need to be worthy of the people who support you." The future Akainu Sakazuki has always carried out his justice without wavering at all. In the original plot, he bombarded Ohara and attacked civilian ships, which was inhumane. Advertisement but in Summit War, he shouldered the enemy's attack, defeated Whitebeard, and killed Firefist Ace. If he wasn't such a cold and decisive character, he wouldn't be able to do such a thing. It is precisely because of this that Sakazuki defeated Aokiji Kuzan in the end and won the throne of Marine Marshal. This is justice for Sakazuki. Mitt has no intention of changing. He also knew that even if the other party was a little confused now, he would definitely be firm in the future. "This is the future Marine Marshal, Sakazuki." Patting Sakazuki on the shoulder, Mitt stood up and left. "Think about it, Sakazuki." Mitt left, and Sakazuki continued to look at the rough sea ahead. The confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared and became sharper at the same time. Teacher Mitt is right, the justice in your heart must be carried out to the end. For world peace and the stability of the sea, this method must be used. Even if 1,000 people are against you, we must maintain the stability of the sea and not turn the whole world upside down. "Teacher!" Sakazuki suddenly shouted. Mitt's departure slowed down a bit, as if he heard Sakazuki's voice. Sakazuki shouted the same whether Mitt heard it or not. "I will definitely carry out my justice and no one can stop me." Mitt shrugged slightly and affirmed Sakazuki's statement. At the same time, the cold voice of the system sounded in Mitt's head. "Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket, successfully enlightened Akainu Sakazuki and gained his respect. Close black lens bracket. Distribution of rewards. Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, close black lens bracket." Mitt was shocked when he heard the news. He quickly looked at his waist, and he didn't know when a sword was hanging there. Although he hadn't pulled it out yet, Mitt was already vaguely aware of the fiery aura inside. This is definitely Ryujin Jaka. Mitt didn't expect the system's rewards to be so generous. Even if Ryujin Jaka is only in sealed state now, it's already pretty good. Excitement burst out in his eyes, and he became more confident in his next action. As long as you continue to teach these powerful people in the future, the rewards from the system will definitely become more and more generous. Chapter 13 Headache. Tricky Kizaru after Mitt's enlightenment and my own thinking all night. On the second day, Sakazuki's eyes became more determined. He is worthy of being the person who will stand at the top in the future. Even if he is confused, he will soon be over. On the other hand, the eyes of others looking at Sakazuki were still a little evasive. No matter what, they still couldn't relax in front of Sakazuki. Unlike other people's reactions, Bullet still looked aggrieved. He found Sakazuki the next day and punched him. Sakazuki moved his head slightly and punched him as well. The two fisted each other and a strong shockwave spread in all directions. "Sakazuki!" Bullet shouted. "I won't lose to you." Bullet has always been very competitive and naturally refused to succumb to others. Sakazuki said coldly, "Mr. Mitt is almost here, stop. Now is the time to practice." That's why Sakazuki said this. Bullet frowned and stared. Why did he care so much about the other party? "I was already very angry after losing to Sakazuki Bullet yesterday, so I had to fight today no matter what." When other people saw the situation, they were immediately worried, and some people immediately ran to notify Mitt. Only Perusolino still looked distracted, looking up and counting the clouds in the sky. The confrontation didn't last long as Mitt soon arrived on the scene. As soon as Bullet saw Mitt appear, his momentum weakened. "It seems that you were very energetic, Bullet." Mitt looked at the other person with a half smile. Bullet scratched his cheek and said nothing. He calmed down at this time and knew that he had been reckless. Sakazuki ignored Bullet's thoughts and spoke directly to Mitt. Teacher Mitt, everyone is here. Let's start today's practice. Okay. Mitt nodded, also not pursuing Bullet's matter. In his opinion, Bullet will definitely improve quickly with Sakazuki as its target. So there is no need to stop the competition between them, just control the level a little. With this idea in mind, Mitt gathered this group of students and started today's practice. Advertisement. Today's practice is of course Marine 6 styles. This time Mitt demonstrated more applications of Marine 6 styles and imparted a lot of combat experience. These students, including Sakazuki, fight straight and forward. It can be said that they are all relying on their physical strength to deal with the enemy head-on. But in Mitt's opinion, there are still many areas that need to be improved, including combat skills. So he asked this group of students to be proficient in Marine 6 styles, only in this way can they deal with more powerful enemies. Everyone is very enthusiastic. Although many parts of Marine 6 styles are difficult to master, they are all very positive. Mitt is also very patient about this. No matter who has questions, he will answer them well. In this way, Mitt quickly won the respect of many students. But what they don't know is that Mitt is actually practicing secretly. He has only mastered Marine 6 styles for a short period of time, so he must continue to work on it. However, because he gained the respect of this group of students, Mitt became much faster whether it was Marine 6 styles or other aspects. Of course, Mitt still has a headache. Perusalino, you are shaving too slowly, Mitt said in a deep voice. He was looking at Kizaru. Perusalino, this guy was just slacking off again. Is there any? Perusalino showed a puzzled expression, as if he really didn't know. Compared with your own strength, the shave just now was indeed too slow, Mitt said. It can't be slower than your fruit ability. The problem is that I only need to use the fruit ability, Perusalino shrugged. But it doesn't matter what you say, just go faster. As he said that, he shaved faster, but it was only about the same speed as the shining fruit. Of course, Mitt still stopped him and said in a deep voice. You have to try to combine shaving with your own fruit ability, so that you can react faster. Perusalino took out his ears and said indifferently. Just say it's okay, I'll give it a try. He said so, but Mitt didn't see the other party's intention to work hard. Although this combination does improve things a bit, it is far from Mitt's tone. In Mitt's opinion, Perusalino should have made more progress. Mitt suddenly felt a headache when he saw this. People like Kizaru are really difficult to deal with. Every time it was mentioned to him, he would nod in acknowledgement, but then turn around and forget. Advertisement. This kid just wants to rely on his own fruit ability and doesn't care about anything else. Even if someone urged him, it would only make Perusalino more casual. Mitt really didn't know how to deal with a guy like this. No matter what Perusalino does, he always looks indifferent, and no one knows what he wants. In other words, there is no way to set a goal for him and make him take it seriously like Sakazuki did. According to Mitt's memory, Perusalino was very serious when he played against Zephyr. At that time, he still used all his abilities and did not dare to relax at all. The problem is that that will happen decades later, and Zephyr can't be allowed to die in his hands now. What's more, Perusalino does pretty well no matter what he does, as if he were someone else's child. For this kind of person, Mitt must find a way to make him serious. While Mitt was thinking, each of these students was making progress. Their qualifications are much stronger than ordinary people, so they can naturally achieve results in practice and training very quickly. Coupled with Mitt's careful guidance, everyone felt that their improvement speed was increasing. Perusalino, look at my Tempest kick. Kaji the T-Dolphin excitedly swept his kick toward the forest ahead. The powerful air blade swept away, cutting off several tree trunks in succession. How's it going? Kaji, the T-Dolphin, showed off to Perusalino. I'm improving very quickly. Perusalino smiled and shook his head slightly. Why don't I think so? Hearing what the other party said, Chadujiaji suddenly became a little angry. Hey, don't compare me to a monster like you. A guy like you can master everything, including the Logia devil fruit. Who can compare with you? Perusalino chuckled and touched his chin. What you said makes some sense. He smiled and used the Tempest kick just like Kaji the Takadan. But unlike Jaja, the wind blade kicked by Perusalino was golden. And after hitting the trees, it caused an explosion, and the trees fell down in large pieces. Chadojiaji opened his eyes wide, looked at the situation in front of him, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. You are still the best, Perusalino. Perusalino scratched the itch on his neck and answered with a smile. Each other. Chapter 14. New Ideas, Mitt's Test. Mitt saw all this with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Just then, Momosagi Gion walked up to Mitt. She herself is being taught by Mitt, but in private time. While others were practicing, Gion was responsible for assisting Mitt in handling some tedious matters. Mitt Rear Admiral, Sengoku Admiral's phone bug. She was holding a phone, which was ringing loudly. Mitt picked it up casually and said, Are you looking for me? Sengoku's voice came through the phone bug. Haha, Mitt, I just wanted to find you. Why are you so cold? Mitt was slightly stunned, then said, Are you coming over now? Yes. Sengoku answered simply. I just finished the operation here and I'm getting ready to go back to Marineford. So I wanted to stop by your place to check on the situation. Crane and Zephyr are very concerned about you. Sengoku knows this batch of Marine rookies and has high hopes for them. So he would naturally want to take a look at their situation and show concern. Okay, I get it, Mitt said immediately. He had no reason to reject the other party. That's good. Sengoku was also very straightforward. Wait until I get there, Mitt. After saying that, he took the initiative to close the phone bug. Gion looked at Mitt with a questioning look in his eyes. You take people to prepare for the reception first, I'll wait there later, Mitt said to Gion. Gion nodded and immediately set off to prepare. Mitt took care of the situation for a while, and then went to pick up Sengoku and disembark. They were currently practicing on an island near Marineford, and Sengoku naturally knew about it. So the two parties soon met on the shore and exchanged a few words. Then Sengoku couldn't wait to come to the training site with Mitt. He watched the training of the Marine rookies intently for a while. Not bad, Mitt, Sengoku said with a smile on his face. Advertisement, I knew you were good at it. As soon as Sengoku saw the aura of those young men, he knew that Mitt's teachings were effective. Not to mention that the strength they showed was definitely much stronger, and Sengoku himself could feel it. So Sengoku watched the training of these teenagers while chatting with Mitt. I don't know how you teach them, they're progressing so fast, Sengoku said with a smile. And that kid named Bullet is so talented at a young age and his future is limitless. Sengoku smiled even happier when he thought that these teenagers would definitely become Marine's pillars in the future. Mitt smiled slightly, did not continue to be polite, and got straight to the point. You are right, but there is one exception. Sengoku was stunned for a moment when he heard what Mitt said, and then he immediately reacted. Perusalino. He immediately knew who Mitt was talking about, and it was definitely Perusalino. Sengoku then said, Perusalino has always been like this, doing whatever he wants. But he is strong enough and has ideas. Let him figure it out for himself. No, Mitt shook his head and objected. Perusalino is a good prospect. He will definitely become a Marine Admiral in the future. If we don't train Perusalino now, will we have to wait until later? Sengoku hesitated and said, You are right, but Zephyr tried it many times before and discussed it with me. It's always been like this in Perusalino, we've failed many times. Otherwise, Sengoku wouldn't have said let him go. After all, with Perusalino's qualifications, he has long been the focus of Marine's senior management. Regarding Sengoku's hesitation, Mitt just shrugged and said seriously. How will you know if you don't try? I think Perusalino is just too confident in himself, that's why he's so casual. Therefore, someone must severely dampen his spirit and inspire his fighting spirit to practice. Sengoku's eyes lit up and he said with interest, then just give it a try. He wanted to see if Mitt could cheer up Perusalino. So Mitt immediately gathered these teenagers together and asked them to greet Sengoku. These students have all met Sengoku and greet him casually. As for Perusalino himself, it was even more casual. Mitt saw this and immediately said loudly, Advertisement. It just so happens that Sengoku himself is here. Do you want to know about the previous battle in the Valley of Gods? The Valley of the Gods campaign is now famous in Marine. It can be said that it was this battle that established the current pattern of the sea. Now that Mitt has taken the initiative to mention the Valley of the Gods, others are naturally very interested. Teacher Mitt, please speak up, Bullet said even louder. The battle in the Valley of Gods is definitely fierce, and there must be many masters present. Sakazuki also said, the situation in the Battle of the Valley of Gods can never be what the world government said. Teacher Mitt, I hope you can say more. They all know that the battle in the Valley of the Gods will not be that simple, and there will definitely be many thrilling battles in it. Even Perusalino himself came over. Mitt immediately began to tell them about the battle in the Valley of the Gods. He started with Rock's pirate, starting with Rock's himself, and then to his various subordinates. At this time, Kaido, Whitebeard and others had already become famous on the sea, and everyone at the sea knew it. At that time, the world's nobleman was almost killed by Whitebeard Edward, but I easily stopped him. Mitt talked eloquently. Whitebeard saw that he failed to succeed, so he faced me. We were fighting fiercely, and Kaido suddenly jumped in and joined the fight. The surrounding Marine students let out a cry of surprise. Mitt smiled slightly and continued to brag about how strong he was. But I already knew Kaido would take action and avoided his attack directly. When Kaido saw that he missed a single blow, he prepared to besiege me along with Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard. I know they were worried that they would be outmatched by one person, so they took action without thinking. But they still miscalculated, because even if they join forces, they can't do anything to me. Yeah. Sengoku agreed. Mitt is 1 against 3. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard can't defeat him together. Hearing them say this, everyone showed surprised expressions. They didn't expect Mitt to be so brave back then, and they immediately respected him a little more. Of course, the things Mitt said were just made up randomly, just to scare these people. Of course, Sengoku also knew about it in advance and was responsible for cooperating from the side. Mitt was talking about his glorious deeds, but suddenly the topic changed and his eyes became sharp. You don't know now how strong you were compared to the pirates from the Valley of Gods back then. As he said that, Mitt looked at Perusalino with a nonchalant look. How about it? Do you dare to test it? Chapter 15. Test your skills. Everyone was amazed. Hearing what Mitt said, the students at the scene immediately started to move. Even Perusalino was a little moved, but he glanced at Mitt and calmed down again. Perusalino, don't you try it? Asked the ghost spider on the side. Perusalino shrugged and said indifferently, "This has nothing to do with me, just go up." As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu Sakazuki took the initiative to stand up. "I'll do it," like him was Bullet. The two of them spoke at the same time, so another conflict was inevitable. Bullet glared at Sakazuki and said fiercely, "Sakazuki, don't fight with me." Sakazuki didn't look at Bullet, his eyes stayed on Mitt. "Teacher Mitt, let me go first." Mitt nodded slightly and said, "Any one of you can come up for testing, there's no need to worry." "Let Sakazuki go first." Bullet snorted coldly upon hearing this and temporarily retreated. He wanted to see how much Sakazuki weighed and how powerful he was. So Sakazuki became the first person to step forward and test. The eyes of other people present were immediately focused on the past, making it the center of attention. "Take action," Mitt said directly to Sakazuki with a smile. Sakazuki didn't waste any time and punched out hard. The hot lava and the powerful punch hit Mitt fiercely. Mitt struck just as quickly, not avoiding it at all, and poked out the afterimages with his fingers. This finger pistol move alone surprised Sakazuki. I saw Mitt's right hand hitting the magma like an afterimage and it exploded violently. In an instant, magma splashed and fell on the surrounding ground like raindrops. Mitt himself, however, was not affected at all. Sakazuki took a deep breath with an expression of admiration on his face. The move he just made was no joke. Although he didn't use all his strength, Mitt was able to block it so easily. "Your skills are good, Sakazuki," Mitt said calmly. "It's even stronger than Kaido at that time." Sakazuki nodded, agreeing with Mitt's evaluation. Advertisement he wanted to continue testing, but Bullet next to him was impatient. "It's my turn now." Bullet stepped out and stopped in front of Sakazuki. Sakazuki shook his head slightly, and took the initiative to step back without arguing with Bullet. "Don't let me down, Bullet," he said in passing. Bullet snorted coldly, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Mitt was in the same posture as before, waiting for Bullet to take action. Bullet did not dare to neglect and decided to take action with all his strength without hesitation. I saw him shouting loudly, and all his strength exploded. With the momentum of rolling thunder, he punched Mitt. Bullet's punch was so powerful that the expressions of the students present changed when they heard it. But Mitt was not affected. He faced the strong punching wind and prepared to take action. Just when people at the scene thought Mitt was going to continue using the finger pistol, he suddenly slapped Bullet. The palm wind deliberately bypassed the punch wind, forcing Bullet to retreat. Mitt took advantage of this moment to take a step forward, and finger pistol took action at this time. Just like the situation just now, Bullet's determined attack was still blocked. The people at the scene immediately exclaimed and looked at everything in front of them. Mitt waved his hand slightly and said to Bullet, "Bullet, judging from that punch just now, your talent was not wasted. Compared with Charlotte Linlin back then, your punch is not that good. Practice hard next and you will definitely be stronger than before." Of course. Bullet was not discouraged even if he missed a hit and nodded heavily. The other students onlookers at the scene were all eager to try and couldn't wait to get started. Mitt tested their skills quickly and accurately as before. He also used the analogy of the pirates fighting in the Valley of Gods to let them know their situation. The ghost spider naturally received a pretty good review. He stepped back happily and asked Kizaru, "Perusalino, don't you go and try?" Perusalino also knew that he couldn't do it, so he said casually, "Then let's try it." With a slightly lazy look in his eyes, Perusalino stood in front of Mitt. "Teacher Mitt, please see clearly," he said with confidence in his tone. Mitt's expression remained unchanged, as if he was already prepared. Perusalino didn't wait long before he kicked out a golden light. The golden light rushed towards Mitt very fast and was about to hit Mitt's head. Advertisement, however, Mitt quickly took action and successfully blocked the opponent's kick by slapping several times with both hands. And Mitt also held the golden light firmly and suppressed it forcefully. This situation surprised even Perusalino, who couldn't help but look at Mitt a few more times. The same was true for other people at the scene, and they all exclaimed, "As expected of Teacher Mitt, you are indeed amazing. You can even block Perusalino's kick, that's amazing." Listening to the discussion of others, Mitt continued, "That move just now was almost meaningless. Perusalino, do you think that with the fruit ability, you don't have to use Haki like us? If you can combine what I teach with your experience, you will definitely be much better than you are now." Perusalino didn't answer, just shrugged. Mitt smiled at him, and then pulled out the Ryujin Jaka from his waist. As soon as the knife was unsheathed, everyone present felt the fiery aura. Mitt pointed the knife at the grass outside and swung it down without hesitation. Suddenly, a burst of flames and sword energy hit the seaside, causing an alarming movement. A wall of fire tens of meters high rose into the sky, and fire snakes flew around, as if they were about to engulf the surrounding area. The hot firelight shone on the faces of everyone present, turning them red in an instant. Such is Ryujin Jaka's ability, inflicting this kind of damage is quite easy. Ghost Spider took a deep breath, lowered his head and murmured, "It's amazing. No wonder Teacher Mitt came to be our instructor. So strong, really strong." Everyone was shocked and kept praising him. Seeing this, Sengoku also joined in and added with a smile. The original Mitt was called Emperor Yan. This is of course a collusion between Mitt and Sengoku to deliberately inflate his evaluation. It turns out to be Entei, and Mr. Mitt is so handsome. As expected of our teacher, others spoke one after another, with a mixture of shock and praise in their eyes. Only Perusolino was different from the others. He just picked his ears lazily and didn't say a word. The main reason is that he is not very interested in Mitt's evaluation. Seeing this situation, Mitt's eyes flashed and he secretly thought, "It seems like it will take more effort, but I still can't figure out what this kid is thinking." Chapter 16 News brought, new target. Sengoku took in the scene and smiled on his face. He knew it wasn't that simple. This kid Perusolino doesn't change that easily. Even the previous Zephyr used many methods. Otherwise, Sengoku wouldn't have said that to Mitt just now. Just when the atmosphere at the scene was getting heated, Sengoku's men rushed over. Sengoku noticed the situation and asked immediately, "What's wrong?" Then the Marine sergeant looked a little anxious, but he hesitated. Mitt understood. He understood that the other party wanted to report to Sengoku privately. But Sengoku waved his hand, as if he already knew what his subordinate would say. "Just say it. We happen to be talking about Kaido just now." "Okay." With Sengoku's permission, the Marine sergeant nodded immediately. According to the intelligence ahead, Kaido is likely to take action recently. His fleet is near Wanokuni and he has close ties with the Kurozumi family. After hearing this information, Sengoku touched his chin and said coldly, "Kaido, this guy doesn't want to attack Wanokuni? Wanokuni is not a participating country and we don't know the situation there. It seems we have to wait and see if there is a chance." Of course Mitt heard it too, and he looked thoughtful. Since that guy Kaido has been taking action recently, this is a good opportunity. Soon Mitt had a new idea. He felt that Wanokuni was just the right place for him to train those recruits. But now the students still need to be more familiar with weapons and practice for a while. Other students present heard this topic and immediately joined in the discussion. They are naturally also interested in the situation over Kaido and Wanokuni. Of course, neither Mitt nor Sengoku would elaborate, but just prevaricate a little. What follows is still intense training, and Mitt will not show mercy. Sengoku smiled and led his men away, and made an appointment with Mitt to discuss next time. He could see that Mitt was very concerned about Kaido's affairs, so he just wanted to talk about it. When he returned to Marineford, Mitt found Sengoku. "Sengoku, is there still no movement from Kaido?" Mitt asked straight to the point. Advertisement. Sengoku shook his head slightly. "Not yet, he should be making preparations." "Do you want to take those students to deal with Kaido?" "That's right." Mitt nodded. "It's too dangerous," Sengoku said immediately. "That guy Kaido won't show mercy. Kaido is a member of the Rocks Pirate after all, and Sengoku cannot underestimate him." "Don't worry," Mitt said directly with confidence on his face. "As long as I'm here, everything can be properly arranged." Faced with Mitt's confidence, Sengoku couldn't refute for a while and could only say, "You have to think this through yourself so that nothing goes wrong by then." Although he said this, Sengoku's tone softened a lot, and it was obvious that he would not object to Mitt. That was enough for Mitt, and he continued training. In order to deal with Kaido, you have to be well prepared. Although this guy's strength is still far from the level of the four emperors in the future, he is indeed not an easy guy to deal with. What's more, there are Kazuki Oden and other Wanokuni guys here, so you need to be a little more careful. Time flies so fast, 1 month has passed in the blink of an eye. The group of Marine rookies have been training for a month, and everyone has basically mastered Haki and Marine 6 styles. The fact that they can practice so quickly has something to do with Mitt. Mitt has the aura of accelerating learning, which makes them feel that they have made significant progress. Because they had been training for a full month, they were all itchy and couldn't wait to go out and perform tasks. During this period, many people came over to report the situation, but Mitt just smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, there will always be a chance." After making this commitment, Mitt soon waited for the opportunity. At this time, Mitt was leisurely basking in the sun, occasionally taking a sip of the wine beside him. His tasks have been relatively light these days, and since he finally had a few days off, the situation is much more relaxed. But this situation won't last long, because Zephyr is coming. Zephyr has been discharged from the hospital and his injuries are not serious. As soon as he walked over, he was spotted by Mitt. "What's the matter?" Mitt stood up directly and said calmly. Zephyr didn't waste any time and threw a document over. Mitt took the file and looked at it. It contained information about Kaido's plan to rob Tianshangjin. Advertisement. I have to say that Kaido was brave enough. As soon as he gained a foothold on Wanokuna's side, he couldn't wait to attack Tianshangjin. Mitt knew what Kaido would do again sooner or later and nodded immediately. "Zephyr Admiral, let us do the same." Zephyr knew what Mitt was talking about. He had heard it a lot over the past month. "If I didn't agree with you, I wouldn't come here to find you." Zephyr shook his head. "It's just, Mitt." He paused. "That said, are you sure you want to face Kaido for the first time?" Zephyr knew how powerful Kaido was, so he couldn't help but say this. "Yes." Mitt answered simply. "You really would say that?" Zephyr shook his head, a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Then you have to take action well. It's best to poke a few more holes in Kaido's body. Then take this opportunity to give those students a good class and let them know the situation." When Zephyr was young, his family was brutally murdered by pirates, and he naturally hated him deeply. Therefore, compared to Instructor, Zephyr prefers to lead a team to clear out pirates on the sea. If it weren't for other people's constant efforts to stay, Zephyr would definitely not stay as an instructor. As for Kaido, he just asked in passing. Zephyr has seen Mitt's results this month, and of course he has confidence in him. Regarding Zephyr's situation, Mitt also knows that he still respects him very much. Relax, Zephyr Admiral. As long as I'm here, don't worry about other things. Mitt lowered his head and quickly looked at the information in his hand. Kaido is not as prosperous as it will be in later generations, it is still just a small pirate group. Although Kaido has been in Rock's pirate before, he is still in the working stage. Since they have no base and only have Jin and Quinn under their command, they plan to cooperate with the Kurozumi family. These situations are all written in this document, including Kaido's recent trends. Kaido is indeed in Wanokuni, and he is probably secretly brewing some conspiracy. Mitt would not miss this opportunity and was ready to act immediately. Seeing Mitt's expression, Zephyr knew that the other person had an idea. He asked immediately, Mitt, what's your plan for that Kaido guy? Mitt smiled slightly and answered loudly. Of course I'll lead a team over there and catch this guy myself. Chapter 17 Kizaru's Respect, Recruit Attacks. Are you sure? Zephyr asked. That guy Kaido is not easy to deal with. Zephyr and Kaido have fought against each other before, and they know that each other is extremely powerful. What's more, that guy also has a very powerful devil fruit, which is not something ordinary people can deal with. Mitt smiled confidently and said proudly, just wait and see, just Kaido can't beat me. Zephyr was surprised by Mitt's confidence and looked at him up and down several times. He could sense an extremely powerful aura from Mitt, which was even stronger than what he had seen before. It seems you have improved these days, Zephyr sighed. Mitt didn't answer, just patted the place next to him. There's still a lot of information I need to ask you for, if you don't mind having a drink together. Of course Zephyr didn't mind. He sat down next to Mitt, picked up the glass and drank. After taking a sip of wine, Zephyr pondered for a moment and then continued. Besides Kaido and his pirate group, Wanokuni has other things to pay attention to. There is a group there called the Samurai. They are all very powerful guys. With these samurai and Wanokuna's landscape, even the world government can't do anything to them. Wanokuni is indeed very troublesome for world government, otherwise Zephyr wouldn't have said this. Samurai? Mitt smiled contemptuously and said casually. They're just a bunch of brainless people. That Kazuki Oden was really strong and completely destroyed Kaido at that time. But this guy is so stupid. He will give in when he is threatened. This is not as good as Kaido. In the end, Wanokuni was sent to Kaido in vain by this idiot. How could Mitt think highly of such an idiot? It's good that you think so. Zephyr didn't refute, he just reminded Mitt a little. With him and Mitt here, there's no big problem in dealing with that guy Kaido. What's more, Mitt is very confident, and Zephyr also has confidence in him. This man has always been a man of his own words. If he can propose this plan, he will definitely complete it seriously. So Zephyr and Mitt drank happily for a while discussing the situation of the students. Although no longer responsible for their teachings, Zephyr still cares. Soon they went to see the students together. Advertisement. As soon as these students saw Zephyr and Mitt coming, they all said hello to them. Mitt, it is indeed a good decision to let you be their teacher, Zephyr praised. These little guys have improved so fast recently, I didn't even expect it. Mitt smiled and said, their talents are already very good. I just accelerated their growth a little bit. Zephyr laughed and patted Mitt on the shoulder. You really have a skill, Marine's future is in your hands, come on. Mitt nodded slightly, his eyes flashing, and then said loudly. Everyone come here. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of golden light and air erupted together, and several people immediately appeared in front of Mitt. At the same time, there were many people coming quickly from behind. The admiration in Zephyr's eyes became more intense, and he was very satisfied with the students' energy. Mitt didn't talk nonsense and directly told the situation of this operation. You have made a lot of progress recently, it's time to test it out. I will take you out on a mission soon. This is your first time, so you have to behave well. With that said, Mitt handed the information in his hand to Gion, who had been waiting for a long time. Gion immediately distributed it and asked everyone to read the information in their hands. Mitt said loudly after everyone read the information. This mission has only one goal, and that is to capture the great pirate Kaido. We must take advantage of this opportunity to liberate Wanokuni and bring it into the scope of world government. Saying this immediately caused a fierce reaction from the students. Capture Kaido? Free Wanokuni? This is too difficult? Great, I've wanted to challenge Kaido for a long time. Can such an important operation really be carried out by us alone? If you have anything to say about this matter, just rush in. The last words were spoken by Bullet, and his expression was very excited. Others had different expressions, some more pessimistic and some more confident. Perusalino looked up at Mitt with a strange glint in his eyes. Only Sakazuki was still relatively calm, and he asked Mitt. Mr. Mitt, when are you leaving? Are there any other requirements? Mitt was very satisfied with Sakazuki's performance and said immediately. Advertisement, you're ready to go when you're ready. And for this operation, you try to ensure the safety of all civilians. This was done to enhance the justice of Marine's actions and avoid Wanokuna's backlash. After all, the main target is Kaido's gang of pirates, and Wanokuni needs them to join. So of course it is best to reduce conflicts. Understood. Sakazuki nodded. No matter what orders are given from above, Sakazuki will carry them out. This is what he requires of himself as a marine soldier, and he will do his best to fulfill it. After Mitt finished speaking, the system's cold tone immediately sounded in his head. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket gain the respect of Kizaru Perusalino. Close black lens bracket. Mitt was slightly startled. He really didn't expect this to be the case, and immediately looked towards Perusalino. Perusalino was also looking at Mitt at this time, aware of the other person's gaze, and nodded. For Perusalino, Mitt's words earned him respect. If Perusalino didn't have this kind of character, he wouldn't be willing to play with Pony in the future. And Vegapunk is still angry that Perusalino is siding with the world government. Despite his laid-back appearance, he is actually very concerned about the world situation. Otherwise, I would not have joined Marine, and would have become one of the Three Admirals in the future. Mitt doesn't quite know what Perusalino is thinking now, but it doesn't hinder the next action. He motioned to Zephyr next to him with his eyes, asking him to step forward and say a few words. Zephyr cleared his throat, stepped forward, and glanced at everyone present. It's time for you little guys to get some serious exercise. Kaido is indeed a big challenge, but I know you won't back down. Mitt also stepped forward and added together. Go for it, First Marine, for the future of the world. We must bring Kaido to justice and let your name resound in the sea. The Marine rookies at the scene all looked excited, and their eyes burst out with excitement. Everyone shouted in unison. Yes. Mitt was very satisfied with everyone's response, and the smile on his face did not stop. With such strong morale, not even Kaido can stop him. Chapter 18 Extremely confident, Kaido's plan, island near Wanokuni. This is where Kaido's Beasts pirates are located. For Wanokuni, Kaido has been here for a long time. Although the current Kaido is not comparable to the four emperors of later generations, he is still a dominant pirate. What's more, Kaido's plan for Wanokuni has gone very deep, and he is secretly integrated with the Kurozumi family and others. At this time, a banquet was being held on the island, and Kaido was drinking heavily. The guests at this banquet are members of the Kurozumi family. Next to Kaido sat the members of the Kurozumi family, as well as two of his men, Jin and Quinn. After drinking a large bowl of wine in one breath, Kaido spit out a lot of alcohol smell downwards. He chuckled and said, "You Kurozumi family members seem quite capable." Faced with Kaido's breath of alcohol, none of the Kurozumi family members dared to neglect him. Kaido-sama is right. Our Kurozumi family has been operating in Wanokuni for many years, so we will cooperate with you. Kurozumi lowered his head and deliberately acted calmly. But his shaky tone gave him away. Kurozumi Higurashi acted extremely flattering and answered hurriedly. Master Kaido is so Kamui, with your help, Wanokuni can be captured? You just have to move your fingers and that Kazuki Oden will tremble at your feet. Kaido was very satisfied with Kurozumi Higurashi's flattery and said with a smile. You're right, I don't take that Kazuki Oden seriously. That being said, Kaido does care about this guy Kazuki Oden. No matter what, Kazuki Oden's force is definitely quite powerful. If you want to deal with that guy, you must use other means and cannot fight head-on. What's more, Kaido wanted to know more about Wanokuni, so he asked with a smile. Kurozumi Higurashi, what exactly are you going to get by letting me enter Wanokuni? Kurozumi Higurashi paused and introduced to Kaido with a flattering expression. We at Wanokuni have seastone veins and the world's only seastone processing technology. In addition, the entire island is easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it a perfect base for your beasts pirates. Kaido nodded with satisfaction. This was what he came to Wanokuni for. Advertisement, what about others? But Kaido will not be satisfied so easily. Kurozumi Higurashi's face changed slightly, and he and Kurozumi glanced at each other. They made eye contact, and then Kurozumi himself spoke. Kaido-sama, you should know the legendary Raftel. Nonsense. Kaido sneered. Who doesn't know the deeds of Pirate King Gold D. Roger? Kurozumi was frightened by Kaido's momentum and said hurriedly. Calm down, I want to say that the road sign recording Raftel's location is at Wanokuni. This time Kaido couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes, but he quickly recovered. So what? Kaido said calmly. There's that guy Kazuki Oden. Although I'm not afraid of him, I don't want to spend too much energy either. Of course you can cooperate if you want, but you have to be more sincere. Kaido's intention is obvious. If he wants to take action, he must have a way to deal with Kazuki Oden. Kurozumi Higurashi said hurriedly. Don't worry, we have a plan to deal with Kazuki Oden. Oh? Kaido raised his eyebrows. Then tell me. After a pause, Kurozumi Higurashi quickly introduced their plan to Kaido. Although Kazuki Oden is powerful, I can lure this guy away and set a trap for him. My devil fruit ability is imitation. It's very easy to fool that guy Oden. When saying this, Kurozumi Higurashi's eyes were very confident. For him, he can't beat Kazuki Oden, but it's still easy to trick him. Kaido nodded slightly, took another sip of wine, and continued. What you said makes sense. I can try to cooperate. Kaido didn't finish his sentence. He wouldn't trust all the Kurozumi family. Although his target is indeed Wanokuni, he still has to consider whether to cooperate with the Kurozumi family. Hearing what Kaido said, Kurozumi Higurashi responded sensibly. Then let's go back first, and then how about we cooperate after Kazuki Oden really leaves? Okay, Kaido said calmly, I can afford to wait for this time. He didn't care to wait a little longer, as long as he could ensure Wanokuni was taken. While they were discussing, Kaido's men came over quickly. Advertisement, Sir Kaido, I received a report that a marine warship is heading here. The subordinate's tone was urgent, obviously he had just received the news. Upon hearing the news, both Kaido and the Kurozumi family were surprised. Kaido even laughed and said, which blind marine dares to come to me? Marine Admiral Zephyr is leading the team, but the rest are marine recruits without names, his subordinate immediately said. When he said this, the tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. Marine Admiral is indeed powerful, but he brings a bunch of recruits with him. Kaido couldn't help but laughed. Forget it about Zephyr, are you seeking death by bringing a group of novices here? Zephyr Kaido has already fought with him and knows his strength very well. Therefore, Kaido is not worried about what the other party will do to him. Kurozumi and Kurozumi Higurashi saw this and took the people away. They knew very well that the rest of the discussion had nothing to do with them, as long as they did their own thing. Kaido was very casual about it and said immediately after the Kurozumi family left. That guy Zephyr is quite tricky. I'll deal with him. Just destroy all the ships this guy leads. Jin on the side nodded and said immediately, don't worry, Kaido-sama, we won't let those marines go back alive. Quinn even chuckled and said, I just took this opportunity to express my gratitude to the Wanokuni guys. They don't want to fall into the hands of the world government. That's right. Jin agreed. Controlling Wanokuni is very useful for our expansion of power. Lord Kaido's decision is quite wise. Quinn continued with a smile, it just so happens that I can experiment with Wanokuni's group. This is a pretty good candidate for an experiment. Jin and Quinn were quite confident about Zephyr's attack and were already thinking about what to do next. Wanokuni is a great place, and everyone wants to get involved. Kaido listened to his men's plan and nodded as well. What you said is exactly what I meant, now be prepared to deal with Zephyr. No matter what this guy thinks, as long as he dares to provoke me, I will never let him go. Kaido said with a murderous look on his face, no one can beat me but Joey Boy. Even the Marine Admiral is just a stepping stone for me. Advertisement Chapter 19 Kaido fights, everyone will die. Soon, Kaido received news that the Marine fleet appeared in nearby waters. He did not hesitate, immediately mobilized his troops and led the team in person to rush over. Beast's pirates all mobilized, formed a mighty fleet, and attacked together. On the other side of the sea, the Marine fleet led by Zephyr is also rapidly gathering. Reporting to the commander, the front has reached the target sea area, a Marine major reported. The Beast's pirates fleet is approaching, haha. Zephyr smiled slightly, looking at the situation ahead with blazing eyes. That guy Kaido is here as expected. They didn't deliberately conceal their whereabouts when they came. Just to let Kaido know that with the opponent's confidence, he will definitely lead the team to fight in person. And just like Mitt, as long as Kaido shows up, the plan is already half successful. Mitt stood next to Zephyr and looked at the excited students around him. These students have grown greatly in strength recently, so they naturally want to take this opportunity to try their skills. So whether it's Bullet or anyone else, their eyes are very fiery. They are looking through the information in their hands. If they want to deal with the enemy, they must know the opponent's situation. Mitt had people collect the information about Beast's pirates early in the morning just for today. The Beast's pirates, headed by Kaido, are powerful and most of their members are Zone Demon Fruit powers. Zone's strongest point is his unparalleled defense and recovery power. It can be said that all of them are strong in physical skills. Therefore, Kaido often leads teams to attack other pirates and acts recklessly on the sea. It can be said that although Kaido has not yet reached the top of the four emperors like later generations, he is not far away. But even so, Mitt is confident that he can get rid of this guy. Everyone here today is the future pillar of Marine. This battle is bound to change the future situation. We saw Kaido's fleet, someone among the students suddenly shouted. The others quickly looked over and saw several pirate ships on the sea ahead. The flag flying on the leader's pirate ship is none other than the Beast's pirates. Seeing that the distance between them was getting closer, Mitt spoke calmly. Sakazuki. Yes, Sakazuki immediately stood up from the crowd and responded. It's time to say hello to Kaido, Mitt sneered, advertisement. Sakazuki understood and stepped out, his hands turning into hot lava. Fiery breath emanated from his body, rising upwards. Meteor volcano. Sakazuki looked serious, punched out both fists, and the magma shot out, hitting the sky. Boom. There was a loud noise in the sky, and countless flaming meteors landed like a rain of fire. The flaming meteor smashed into the Beast's pirates with a roar. Such a powerful blow caused the surrounding seawater to surge. Even Zephyr looked surprised. He didn't expect Sakazuki to improve so quickly, so he was naturally surprised. Mitt saw this and nodded slightly. Sakazuki's move already has some Admiral style in later generations. Of course this is just a greeting, the real drama is yet to come. Sure enough, just when the meteor shower was about to hit the Kaido fleet, a black shadow flew out of it. Zephyr could see clearly that it was Kaido's subordinate, Jin. Jin's back wings were flapping, predicting the landing point of the flaming meteor and kicking it directly. He was extremely fast and shot down several flaming meteors in an instant. As expected of Jin, Zephyr sighed and took a sip of tea. He and Mitt were drinking tea on the deck while observing the battlefield. This Jin is from the Lunalia clan and has very strong defensive capabilities, Zephyr said. I really don't know how Kaido found him, this is a difficult role. Mitt poured water into his teacup and said calmly. But he couldn't stop Sakazuki's attack. As Mitt said, Sakazuki's meteor shower is too wide-ranging and Jin alone cannot stop it. Sakazuki's attack range was too wide, and Jin realized it after blocking it for a few times. So he changed direction without hesitation and flew towards the Marine fleet. Jin has now transformed into the form of a pteranodon, and his power is very terrifying, constantly pressing against the Marine fleet. Despite this, neither Mitt nor Zephyr had any intention of taking action. They were still drinking tea leisurely on the deck with very casual expressions. Seeing this situation, Jin was confused, but his momentum remained unabated. Advertisement: the wings flapped in the fierce wind, and the flames burned all over his body. Jin locked the deck and delivered a heavy blow. At this moment, Perusalino and Bullet, who had been prepared for a long time, jumped up. Golden light and airwaves rushed towards Jin at the same time, colliding with him in midair. The violent shock wave caused the entire ship to roll with the waves, splashing countless water splashes. Haha, you must have been caught by me. Bullet laughed and took Jin's blow forcefully. He was now firmly grasping Jin's shoulders, pressing down with all his strength. Jin was shocked and kept trying to break away from Bullet. But Bullet's power is not just a matter of course, especially since he has been brewing it secretly for a long time. It was because Jin would rush over if he caught it, so he and Perusalino took action together. Before Jin could continue to struggle, the golden light on Perusalino's right foot had already charged up. He didn't hesitate and kicked Jin hard in the chest, and golden light burst out in an instant. There was a loud bang, Bullet let go, and Jin was kicked away. Jin's body was knocked directly back to the shore, sliding several hundred meters and knocking down several houses. An extremely long and narrow ravine was left on the ground, and his whole body was buried in the building in smoke. Ember. Some people in Beast's Pirates couldn't help but exclaim, obviously they had just reacted. None of them expected that Jin would be hit back by Marine. At the same time, flaming meteors continued to fall from the sky, forcing them to take action. Kaido was naturally surprised, and he smashed the flaming meteor falling from the sky with a stick. His momentum soared straight into the sky, and even shook away all the flaming meteors around him. Sakazuki looked surprised. Kaido's explosive momentum was indeed powerful. The real master has indeed taken action. Mitt still had the same expression, not panicking at all. He took a sip of tea slowly and glanced at the sea ahead. I saw Kaido standing on the deck, holding a mace and laughing loudly. Worororo, when did Marine change the nursery? There are so many Marine boys here. He stared straight at Zephyr, his mace pointed. Although Jin was repulsed by the opponent, Kaido's tone was still full of haki. He didn't take the other person seriously at all. No matter you are Kaido or whoever you are, Lousy is Kaido. Anyone who dares to offend Lousy will die. Chapter 20 Conquerors Awakens, Bullet moves forward bravely. Kaido is worthy of being a great pirate, with a loud voice and immense power. Everyone on the deck felt the pressure on Kaido, and some even changed their expressions. Despite this, no one here flinched. They come here just to deal with Kaido, so naturally they won't be affected by the opponent's aura. Bullet's expression was even more excited, and he also burst out with amazing momentum, and his young face was full of fighting spirit. He glanced at Mitt, and after seeing the other man nodding, he rushed forward without hesitation. A black shadow swept through the sky with a violent airwave, hitting Beast's Pirates directly. Bullet erupted very quickly at this moment, and looked like a black lightning to outsiders. This black lightning is locked on none other than Kaido himself. Of course Kaido noticed Bullet, and he immediately struck out. This stick looks simple and plain, but it is imbued with Kaido's unparalleled power. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido shouted violently, his momentum overwhelming, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. The wind whipped around, the momentum tearing through the sky and hurtling toward the Bullet. Bullet gritted his teeth and faced Kaido's momentum, but he actually didn't dodge. This is a contest of momentum between men, and Bullet will not back down from this even if he is still just a teenager. Momentum collided with momentum, the fist hit the stick, and an even more amazing shockwave erupted. Of course, no matter how strong Bullet is, he is still no match for Kaido. So after a brief confrontation, Bullet was immediately suppressed by Kaido. Seeing this, Zephyr was about to order an attack, but the others had already flown out. These Marine rookies are very excited and treat the pirates like they are chopping melons and vegetables. Once inside the Beast's Pirates, they attack everywhere without hesitation. The scene suddenly became chaotic, with pirates screaming and weapons clashing fiercely. Jin quickly rushed out of the ruins to support the battlefield ahead. Sakazuki had been waiting for a long time and punched him in the head. Using his sword to cut off the flame lava that Sakazuki hit, Jin stared at the opponent closely. You are the guy who just made the move, right? He said coldly. Sakazuki also looked over, his eyes extremely cold. Advertisement. He did not answer Jin's question, but quickly punched out and attacked the opponent. Seeing this, Jin immediately put up a defensive posture, first taking the opponent's attack, and then swinging his sword to fight back. The two sides were attacking each other back and forth, and the ground was full of holes left by their attacks. On the other side, Perusalino also faced off against Quinn. Perusalino was very fast, dodging Quinn's attacks like a joke and seizing the opening to strike. Although Quinn's momentum was not weak, his speed was much slower than Perusalino's, and he immediately fell into a disadvantage. Of course, Quinn's defense and recovery abilities are quite strong. He seems to be constantly defending, but in fact he is always looking for opportunities to take action. Everyone else on the battlefield was also fighting fiercely. Marine and the pirates were fighting together. Cries of death, screams and explosions were heard endlessly, and the sea and the ground were constantly shaking. Unlike the others, Bullet is being firmly suppressed by Kaido. Although he strikes decisively and without hesitation, he is still no match for Kaido in terms of hard power. Kaido didn't show mercy to Bullet just because he was a child. The stick was swung down one after another, and as soon as Bullet blocked one blow, another hit out. Regardless of speed or momentum, Kaido suppressed Bullet and did not give the opponent a chance to counterattack. Bullet tried several methods to get rid of Kaido's suppression, but it still didn't work. This situation also worried Zephyr, and he couldn't help but said to Mitt next to him, "It's still too dangerous for Bullet to deal with Kaido alone. It's time to take action, Mitt." Fortunately for others, Kaido is not that easy to deal with. Zephyr said, and immediately planned to provide support, but was stopped by Mitt with a wave of his hand. Mitt's face was full of confidence as he watched the battle on the field. "What do you mean?" Even Zephyr couldn't figure out what Mitt was thinking now. Regarding Zephyr's doubts, Mitt continued to drink his tea, still looking at ease. At this time, Bullet was already out of strength and was gradually unable to block Kaido's attacks. Bullet still couldn't match Kaido's explosive momentum. But Bullet is not convinced. Why should he be compared with the other party? "I absolutely cannot lose to this guy." With a thought, Bullet suddenly burst out with an unprecedented domineering momentum. Advertisement. This momentum quickly swept across the entire battlefield, and the weaker ones even fainted on the spot. Feeling this momentum, Zephyr's face changed slightly and he exclaimed, "Conquerors Haki." That's right, under Kaido's pressure, Bullet awakened Conquerors Haki. No one thought that Bullet would wake up at this time. Only Mitt has confidence in Bullet. He knows that Bullet will definitely explode with amazing power under heavy pressure. This is a talent called a monster, and Bullet can definitely do it. Kaido was surprised by Bullet's sudden awakening of Conquerors Haki, and even his attack slowed down. Bullet did not hesitate to seize this opportunity and rushed in front of the opponent in one breath. Burst punched Kaido in the chest. The momentum was extremely shocking. Even Kaido was knocked back by Bullet's punch, and finally managed to stop himself. After throwing this punch, Bullet was out of breath and his momentum quickly weakened. Although Conquerors has been awakened, the current Bullet cannot learn to use it quickly. He just attacked Kaido with passion and passion. Kaido's figure emerged from the smoke, with bloodstains on the corners of his mouth. Bullet's punch certainly hurt him, but it was far from knocking him down. "You little brat, I can't let you live." Kaido knew that it would be extremely dangerous to let Bullet grow any longer, and he had to nip it in the cradle. Without hesitation, Kaido's momentum exploded again, all on Bullet. Bullet gritted his teeth and held his head high, showing no intention of giving in. Even in the face of life threats, his expression will not change. Everyone else was also shocked by Bullet's Conquerors Haki. After reacting, they immediately realized the danger. At this moment, Kaido has appeared in front of Bullet, ready to swing the stick. Once hit, Bullet will die. At this critical moment, an astonishing flame shot out from the ship with terrifying power. This flaming sword energy was like a wall, forcibly dividing the battlefield. Even Kaido didn't dare to take it hard and quickly stopped his hand and took several steps back. His face was gloomy as he looked at the man who had just taken action. "That's right, it's Mitt himself." Chapter 21. Fierce Battle. Show off your skills. Mitt's attack was so powerful that it directly divided the entire battlefield from the middle. The blazing wall of fire is more than 10 meters high, and ordinary people cannot get over it. The ground shook violently, and several terrifying cracks appeared. Those who were still fighting with each other immediately jumped away. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they would not have been able to withstand such a terrible attack. Everyone was shocked by this blow and looked towards the sea. "Who is this?" Quinn asked subconsciously. He never thought that there would be such a powerful guy in Marine. With such a terrifying momentum, this guy is definitely a master. In addition to Quinn, other members of Beast's pirates were also shocked by Mitt's strength. Zephyr's Marines didn't expect Mitt to be so strong, and couldn't help but froze in place. Although the Marine students were also shocked, they burst into loud cheers after they recovered. "Too strong, Mr. Mitt. I knew Teacher Mitt was great. Everyone, please cooperate with Teacher Mitt to get rid of these pirates." The surprise on Zephyr's face couldn't stop, and he kept looking at Mitt's back. Although he knew Mitt had improved these days, he really didn't expect it to be so great. This was beyond Zephyr's expectation, and he couldn't help but look at Mitt a few more times. Even Zephyr, a Marine Admiral, would not underestimate this kind of strength. "It seems like you're improving faster than I thought these days, Mitt." Zephyr couldn't help but sigh. Mitt's performance naturally greatly increased Zephyr's confidence. With the opponent here, there is definitely a chance to win Kaido. Sakazuki and Perusalino were also shocked by Mitt's attack. Especially Sakazuki, it was the first time for him to see such a domineering slash. And this wall of fire is so powerful that it puts Sakazuki, a user with the lava fruit ability, to shame. Oops. Perusalino couldn't help but said, Mr. Mitt takes action, this operation should be almost done. Sakazuki nodded and looked at the flames across from him. Yan Liangjin's face was extremely gloomy. He ignored the situation at the scene and attacked Sakazuki without hesitation. At this point, we must use thunderous means to capture the enemy first. But Sakazuki would not let Yan Calamity's idea succeed, and immediately stopped in front of the opponent. That's it. Sakazuki said coldly. Advertisement Perusalino is also preparing to take action, and the attack momentum has become much stronger. Kaido stared directly at Mitt, his aura still rising. Of course Mitt himself, Kaido, has seen it, and it was in the Valley of the Gods. But in the Valley of the Gods, although Mitt's strength was good, he was never as exaggerated as he is today. Could it be that this guy has been improving over the years? But it's too fast. Kaido couldn't believe that people could progress so fast, but it was the truth. He said loudly with a sullen face, Mitt, if you have the guts, come out and challenge me. Don't start the fight with these brats, you hear me? Faced with Kaido's angry tone, Mitt's face remained calm. He ignored the other party and focused his attention on Bullet. Do it, Bullet. The words were spoken lightly, but Bullet took advantage of the opportunity to take action. His momentum exploded again and he punched Kaido directly. Kaido didn't react this time, he was hit in the chest and kept retreating. Because the battlefield is divided, Marines gain more initiative on the battlefield. Immediately, these Marines and students attacked together, and the situation on the scene was immediately reversed. This is all because of Mitt's blow just now, which greatly boosted Marines' morale. Mitt didn't say anything or continue taking action, instead, he put away his sword and looked at the situation ahead. The most important thing about this operation is to train the student's abilities, so there is no need for him to take action. Mitt can do this, but Kaido won't agree. Upon seeing this, Kaido jumped over Bullet without hesitation and rushed towards Mitt. He is very fast, but Bullet is not slow either, and he knows Kaido's thoughts in advance. So as soon as Kaido made a move, Bullet immediately followed and kept punching out. A violent shockwave rushed up from behind, and even Kaido himself had to fight back. His expression became even more angry, and his aura increased again. Even Zephyr was shocked now, he was sure that Kaido was serious about it. Bullet felt the power from Kaido and subconsciously gritted his teeth. But his movements were much slower than before, and several attacks failed to hit. Kaido locked onto the young boy and swung out the mace in his hand. Thunder 8 trigrams. Advertisement There was a crack of thunder in the air, and with boundless momentum, the stick was struck on the head. Bullet's face changed slightly, and he couldn't dodge, so he could only resist with force. Boom. The explosion was very violent and caused a violent shockwave that swept across the entire battlefield. Bullet gasped for air and stood in a large pit. He clutched his chest and was still staring at Kaido, looking very embarrassed. Although Kaido is a little surprised that Bullet is not dead yet, he will not show mercy. Since one hit doesn't kill him, let's hit him again. With this in mind, Kaido did not hesitate and immediately continued to swing the mace at Bullet. Seeing that Bullet was about to die on the spot, Zephyr couldn't sit still. He smashed down from the air with a powerful momentum and punched out with both fists. The powerful shockwave went straight to Kaido's back, forcing him to turn around and block it. And it was exactly what Zephyr wanted to see the most. He also threw several punches and collided with Kaido. As expected of Kaido, Kaido immediately regrouped and started a fierce battle with Zephyr. Both of them are masters, and their momentum is evenly matched. But the people on Kaido's side were obviously no match for Marine, and they were already beginning to collapse. Kaido couldn't help laughing when he saw this, and his aura soared into the sky. He transformed into the form of a green dragon, swinging his body in the clouds and mist. It doesn't matter if it's you Zephyr or Mitt, you can't beat me. Zephyr smiled slightly, feeling Mitt's aura behind him, and said proudly. You're wrong, Kaido. Now that Mitt and I are here, you will never escape today. Then give it a try. Kaido's dragon head poked out from the dark clouds, sounding like a bell. As soon as he finished speaking, countless thunder and lightning struck down, and a powerful tornado struck together. Zephyr positioned himself for a punch and looked at the scene in the sky. Like Kaido, his aura is constantly rising. The momentum quickly reached its peak, and Kaido's attack was about to fall. At this moment, an extremely violent fist struck out. Fist Gang actually knocked away all the incoming attacks, and Zephyr even jumped up. He locked onto Kaido and punched hard. Suffer death, Kaido. Chapter 22 Capture Kaido alive. A decision from the top. Kaido's strength is indeed very powerful. Zephyr will never get any advantage if he relies on him alone. But not only Zephyr, now Mitt is also here. As soon as the two of them joined forces, Kaido was immediately overwhelmed. Even in the end, only Mitt was able to fight Kaido back and forth. Zephyr quickly swept the surrounding battlefield with Bullet. Kaido was still wrong. His mistake was that he underestimated Mitt's strength. Until he reacted, there was no chance of recovery. Mitt's attacks are so fast and powerful that even Kaido himself can't bear them. He kept trying to hit Mitt, but not many. Mitt's somewhat relaxed attitude made Kaido even more anxious, and he frequently exposed his flaws. Of course, Mitt would not miss this opportunity and attacked without hesitation. By the time the battle between Zephyr and the Marine students came to an end, Kaido was powerless, revolving heaven. Faced with this situation, Kaido knew that he would never be able to escape today, so he made a last-ditch effort. Thunder 8 trigrams. With a roar, Mitt and Kaido collided with each other, causing an astonishing shockwave. This shockwave quickly spread outwards, directly involving everyone around it. When the dust fell to the ground and the smoke dissipated, only one person was still standing. That's Mitt himself, and Kaido had already sat down on the ground, his face looking very gloomy and ugly. No matter what, he did lose. Lost to Mitt. Zephyr reacted quickly and immediately organized the Marines on the scene to control all the beast's pirates. This battle, with the joint efforts of Zephyr and Mitt, achieved considerable results. The big pirate Kaido even fell into the hands of Marine. Everyone had excited smiles on their faces and they were very happy. Some students even praised Mitt loudly for his wisdom and gained a little more respect for him. Mitt and Zephyr quickly stood in front of Kaido with serious expressions on their faces. Although they caught this guy, there was nothing they could do against him. Mitt just suppressed Kaido, but it was quite difficult to kill him. This guy has a strong physique and amazing recovery power. No matter who he is up against, he will find it difficult. Mitt and Zephyr naturally did the same, which is why their expressions were so serious. Don't think it's over like this, Zephyr. Kaido sneered as he watched his men being caught. Advertisement, not yet. Zephyr said coldly. Most of your men have been eliminated by us, what else is there to say? Kaido snorted coldly and said in a deep voice. They're just a bunch of trash, so what? He showed no sympathy for his companions, and his eyes were full of indifference. Zephyr. Don't be as indecisive as you were before. Compared to his companions, Kaido reminded Zephyr aloud, not knowing what he was thinking. Zephyr looked at Kaido with such an expression and couldn't help but look at Mitt next to him. How to deal with it? This credit belongs to the students, Mitt said calmly. I just moved my hands a little bit. This is an achievement that can be promoted to Vice Admiral. Zephyr looked surprised. You really don't want to? Mitt didn't answer, but his expression said it all. Seeing Mitt's expression, Zephyr nodded slightly, showing admiration. He couldn't help but said, I'm really impressed with you today, Mitt. Mitt just smiled slightly and looked at his students. The performance of these students today was outstanding, which made Mitt even more confident. This fierce battle ended with Kaido being captured along with his beast's pirates. Later, Mitt, Zephyr and others returned and took Kaido back. Kaido himself was quickly taken away by the world government, and there was no telling how it would deal with him. But Mitt knew it wouldn't be that simple. Kaido didn't know how many times he was captured, but now he is probably taken away by the world government for research. Of course Mitt doesn't know what happens next, and it's not his concern. He had returned to his office and was reading today's newspaper. The newspapers were full of Roger's news, and even Kaido's news only accounted for a small part. Compared to Kaido, Roger is definitely the most eye-catching man in the entire sea. This man is extremely powerful and is simply the king of the sea. Of course Mitt is aware of Roger's situation, and also knows that he will become the pirate king in the future, ushering in the era of great pirates. After taking a sip of tea, Mitt said calmly, the sea is relatively peaceful now. I hope those young men will become successful soon. Advertisement now is definitely not the time for a head-on confrontation with Roger, but it's not impossible. With this thought in mind, Mitt suddenly received a call from his superiors. The person who called was the current Marine Marshal Kong. He was very direct and let Mitt pass as soon as he opened his mouth. Mitt stood up and left, heading to the Marshal's office. As soon as he entered the office, Mitt found that Sengoku and Zephyr were there, as well as Vice Admiral Crane. Seeing Mitt coming, Kong didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. Mitt, it's all thanks to you these days. Mitt nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. He knew that Kong definitely had something to say next. Sure enough, Kong continued. You also know the current situation. Marine is very short of manpower. He's proposing to let those students graduate early. What do you think? As a teacher of these students, Kong of course had to seek Mitt's advice. Because of what happened before, Mitt's status in Marine has also increased. Regarding this question, Mitt smiled, picked up the tea leaves on the table, and started to make tea for himself. Kong and others were also very patient, waiting for Mitt's response. Mitt's response was very direct, without any hesitation. Then let them go, he said calmly. When your wings are strong, you have to fly. It was obvious in the last battle. Hearing what Mitt said, Kong immediately smiled on his face. I knew you'd agree, Mitt. The others had the same expression, and they all agreed with Mitt's decision. Anyway, they will definitely go out in the future, Mitt shrugged. It's just a little bit ahead of schedule now. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and continued to speak. Since they are allowed to graduate early, I have to apply for a few days of vacation. Of course there's no problem with that, Kong said quickly, of course I won't refuse. More. Mitt looked at Kong, his eyes shining. Since I don't have to be a teacher anymore, I should have my own army. Crane Vice Admiral nodded and said to Mitt, don't worry, when you come back from vacation, the army's affairs will definitely be taken care of for you. Mitt smiled slightly and said seriously, Then I'll wait a little longer until you give me your unit number. Chapter 23. Blade Team, the first target. Kong didn't expect Mitt to be so serious, and suddenly showed a surprised expression. Only Crane Vice Admiral vaguely guessed what Mitt would say and looked towards him. Mitt, what are you in such a hurry for? Zephyr asked immediately. My meaning is very clear, we need a unit number, Mitt said calmly. Of course that's no problem. Kong nodded, but I know you must have other requirements. That's right, Mitt admitted simply and directly. I have another request. What request? Kong asked immediately. As long as Mitt's request is not excessive, he can accept it. Facing the questioning looks of several people present, Mitt said directly without hesitation. Bring those students under my army. On the same day, Mitt quickly returned from the marshal's office and came to the training ground to prepare to continue the class. Because he was called by Kong just now, the students all gathered together to practice spontaneously today. It can be said that these students are very self-conscious. Mitt glanced around and only found a few people absent. The most critical people are all present and are practicing seriously. They benefited a lot from the battle with the Kaido pirates, and they became more actively involved in training after returning. Mitt's own tasks also became much easier, and these teenagers were still very serious. He didn't deliberately conceal his aura and walked over with Gion. Soon someone noticed the situation and immediately set out to rush over. The first ones to notice were indeed Sakazuki, Perusalino and Bullet. The three of them quickly stood in front of Mitt and greeted him. Teacher Mitt. The voice sounded, and everyone looked over and called Teacher Mitt again. After getting along with each other these days, everyone respects Mitt and truly recognizes him as their teacher. Looking at the students' actions, Mitt nodded with satisfaction. His dedicated teachings are worthy of his teachings. It is time for these young people to start teaching. Bullet had a rather impatient temper and asked hurriedly. Teacher Mitt, what should I practice today? Although the others didn't ask, they all cast inquiring glances at Mitt. Mitt looked at these students and said with a smile. Advertisement. You are all now able to stand on your own, and you no longer need to learn from yourself. As soon as this statement came out, everyone at the scene was surprised. Bullet couldn't help but ask. What's going on, Teacher Mitt? You. Mitt shook his head slightly. Do you still want me to keep training you? You did a great job in the last battle. It's really time to go out. As he spoke, he glanced at everyone present and said loudly. I haven't been your teacher for very long, but it has been a wonderful time. Everyone has seen your improvement over the past few days. There is no point in showing up to start simple training. What you need most now is a real fight. Only through the temper of battle can you truly grow and become the mainstay of Marine. These words were so sincere that the students present fell silent. Their expressions showed both excitement for the future and a little nostalgia for the present life. Anyway, the training days are indeed over. Teacher Mitt. Bullet was the first to stand up and said loudly. Of course we want to fight, but we don't want to be separated now. They were all summoned to naval headquarters from all over the world, and they all have feelings these days. If they were separated rashly, Bullet would still be a little reluctant to part with them. Not only Bullet, but others had the same idea. Mitt was very satisfied with Bullet's question and said immediately. Don't worry, we will still act together. Okay. Bullet immediately showed an excited expression on his face. The others had similar expressions and showed great excitement. No one expressed a desire to leave, and everyone wanted to move together. Sakazuki said, this is the best thing. Perusalino raised his eyelids and looked at Mitt with serious eyes. The unit number Mid-Rear Admiral has been applied for, Gion explained from the side. It will be approved soon, and it will be officially established. The new troops will also be led by Mid-Rear Admiral himself, so you must be prepared. Yes. Everyone said in unison and answered forcefully. Mitt glanced at everyone and said seriously. I've already thought of a name for the team. It's called Blade Team. Starting from today, it is officially established. Advertisement. As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of cheers from the crowd. Teacher Mitt, we will definitely live up to your expectations. Let everyone see how powerful our Blade Team is. Seeing this, Mitt immediately nodded towards Gion next to him. Gion understood and immediately handed out the information he had compiled. Soon everyone had a written report in hand. Gion explained. As the first mission target of our new force, the information is now in your hands. He is Burndi World. Burndi World is a very powerful pirate. This man has the ability to multiply fruits and is extremely powerful. The multiplier fruit can amplify the speed, strength, volume, weight, etc. of an object by multiples, up to 100 times. After becoming powerful, Burndi World's mantra is, destroy everything that stands in my way. Marine warships, powerful pirates, and innocent residents are all being destroyed. Hence the name, World Destroyer. Now this Burndi World is making waves on the sea, and many Marines who went to encircle and suppress it have not been able to come back. It can be said that it is an enemy that must be taken seriously. Despite this, no one at the scene had any intention of backing down, and their faces were full of fighting spirit. Bullet said directly, Teacher Mitt, don't worry, we will definitely solve this Burndi World. Rarely, even Sakazuki took the initiative to speak. Let me take the lead. He looked very serious and took this very seriously. Perusalino also nodded slightly, although he didn't say it clearly, his eyes were much sharper than before. Very good. Mitt smiled and nodded. He knew that students would not be intimidated by Brandy World. Although World is a troublesome man, he is definitely no match for the Blade team. Next, you only need to rest for a few days and make sufficient preparations before you can set off for the crusade. After a pause, Mitt glanced at everyone present and took out the wanted poster from Brandy World. He made a cross with his finger over the picture of the wanted poster. Everyone present understood what Mitt meant, and their expressions became firmer. This operation must completely wipe out Brandy World. Chapter 24 World Destroyer. Meet World. On the sea, the World Pirates ship is sailing. Brandy World, known as World Destroyer, is standing on the deck at the moment. Sitting on his right shoulder is a small man, Brandy World's older brother, Bojack. Bojack is weak, but he is the vice captain of the World Pirates and the brains of the team. The World Pirates have been in the limelight recently and are quite famous. Both Bojack and Brandy World are very satisfied with this situation. This is what pirates should do. Brandy, there are some situations recently, we have to be careful, Bojack suddenly said. He was pale and weak when he said this, but no one else felt anything was wrong. Bojack has always been like this, and Brandy World, as his younger brother, also knows it. What's wrong? He asked casually with a nonchalant expression. I received news that Marine seems to have a plan against our pirate group, Bojack said seriously. He is very concerned about Marine's movements and has secretly collected a lot of information. What's this? Brandy World waved his hand. Those Marine guys are just losers, I can defeat them all by myself. Brandy World is very confident in his own ability, he has never lost once since his debut. The multiplication fruit is a pretty powerful fruit, and Brandy World doesn't think anyone can win it themselves. Regarding his brother's confidence, Bojack still had doubts on his face. Brandy, we still have to be careful to avoid big problems. Marine is backed by the world government, we cannot underestimate it. World government? Brandy World smiled. If I get a chance, I'll build a cannon and fire it hard at Marigioa. The group of celestial dragons and those lackeys inside must die. Brandy World's idea is so big that even Bojack couldn't help but nod. You are right, but we still need to take some action. Leave it all to you, brother, Brandy World said immediately. We two brothers will be free on the sea together and beat down those bastards who block our way. At this time, Brandy World completely trusted his brother and his subordinates, and he would not change until he was betrayed by his subordinates later. Of course, at this time, there is no need for his subordinates to betray him. Advertisement. Just as the two brothers were discussing the situation, the men at the observation tower suddenly shouted loudly. Captain, there is a situation in the northeast, it seems to be the Marine fleet. Brandy World frowned, quickly walked to the boat rail and looked northeast. Sure enough, on the sea level over there, a Marine warship was sailing towards them. Bojack immediately jumped up and shouted, It's Marine, they're indeed here. There's nothing to worry about, brother, Brandy World smiled confidently. There's just a ship coming from Marine, isn't it easy for me to take it? Not only that, Brandy World was also angry that Marine only dispatched one warship. He is such a powerful master, but only one warship came? Bojack did not refute Brandy World's confidence, but he immediately gave an order to his subordinate Sebastian. Immediately take your Murlocs to the sea to sneak attack on Marine, move quickly. Sebastian is a hybrid of a fishman and a giant, and is quite powerful. He nodded immediately and jumped into the sea with a group of fishmen, preparing for a sneak attack. Murlocs are quite fast in the sea and have unique advantages. That's why Bojack let Sebastian and the others take the lead, consuming the opponent's power first. Brandy World is indifferent to Bojack's plan. He kept staring at the situation ahead, and the confident smile on his face never stopped. On the other side, on the Marine warship, Mitt was reading a newspaper on a recliner. He looked quite casual, as if he didn't notice anything happening. Sakazuki takes this operation very seriously, so he has been observing the situation around him. Perusalino and Sakazuki were also the first to discover the world pirate ship. Sakazuki stands in the middle, Bullet and Kizaru stand on the other two sides. Teacher Mitt, we found the target ahead. After discovering the world pirate ship, Sakazuki immediately reported it to Mitt. Just get close. Mitt still didn't get up and turn a page of the newspaper in his hand. So Sakazuki immediately ordered the warship to speed up and get others ready. Everyone, we are about to fight the world pirates, so be prepared. As soon as other people heard about this situation, they immediately began to prepare, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Advertisement among them, only Perusalino looked relaxed, not nervous at all. Bullet couldn't help but said, Perusalino, you are really not nervous. Before Perusalino could answer, Ghost Spider laughed from the side. Nonsense, Perusalino is demon fruit power. His shining fruit is quite powerful. If something goes wrong, the person will turn into golden light and be able to escape in an instant. Everyone knows about Perusalino's situation, and Ghost Spider just said this as a joke to ease the tense atmosphere. But Bullet was a little envious when he heard this. You're quite right, devil fruit is really nice. He didn't have devil fruit, but he had seen a lot of demon fruit power, so he was naturally envious of their abilities. Haha. Perusalino smiled and said nothing. Sakazuki ignored the discussion among them and kept paying attention to the surrounding situation. He soon realized something was wrong and frowned. There's something going on in the water, be careful. Subconsciously, Sakazuki spoke up to alert others around him. Perusalino, Ghost Spider, Bar and others immediately looked towards the sea. Many people also noticed something was wrong. There were too many bubbles on the sea. This is an enemy attack, Ghost Spider immediately shouted. Someone is diving here to attack us. As soon as he finished speaking, Bullet rushed forward and jumped. Bullet's reaction was so fast that not even the Ghost Spider could react. Look, Perusalino said to the Ghost Spider, it's still very beneficial not having devil fruit. The Ghost Spider smiled helplessly. At this time, Perusalino's words really made sense. The T-Dolphin Gash shouted loudly, we will also go to support Bullet immediately. The people on the warship immediately began to move, but Mitt remained calm. Bullet made a lifelong leap, fell into the water with a splash, and immediately noticed the movement in front of him. He took a closer look and found that they were a group of fishmen, and the guy in the lead was quite huge. With a confident smile, Bullet swam toward the opponent without hesitation. The battle officially begins. Chapter 25 The war begins. Multiply the power of fruit. Sebastian has been paying attention to the situation of the marine warship ahead. Of course he was surprised to see a child suddenly jumping down from the deck of the warship. But he was surprised. Sebastian didn't think the other party could do anything. Although they were discovered by each other, they were in the sea now, and these marines couldn't do anything to him. The sea is the home ground of the fishmen, and it is not the turn of these humans to act recklessly. So Sebastian used fishman karate without hesitation and danced his hands quickly. He dives into the ocean floor with his entire body, quickly creating a larger and larger uzumaki that continues to affect the surroundings. This big uzumaki quickly grew in size and involved everything around it. Naturally, the warships on the sea were not spared and began to be carried away by the seawater. Even Bullet himself was caught up in this big uzumaki and couldn't get out for a while. Seeing this, the people on the world pirate ship immediately burst into cheers of joy. Sebastian is too strong, they really can't stop him. Haha. Is that all, Marine? You won't send a team of babies here, right? Once the big uzumaki is formed, I wonder what those marines will do. Vice Captain Bojack, let's move over quickly and kill him while he's sick. Unlike everyone in the world pirates who cheered, the marines on the warship acted calmly. Of course, they would not be disorganized because of this situation. Instead, everyone had excited smiles on their faces. Bullet, come on, stop playing with them. As if hearing the voice of his companion, the bullet that was drawn into Uzumaki suddenly moved. An astonishing momentum erupted from his body, which actually shook away the surrounding waves and rushed out suddenly. Sebastian obviously didn't expect Bullet to move so quickly and was surprised. Bullet would not give Sebastian a chance to react. He had already rushed in front of the opponent and punched him without hesitation. Sebastian reacted and quickly tried to stop him, but Bullet's punch was full of momentum, bursting out with extremely violent force and hitting the opponent directly. With a pop, Sebastian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell back. The blood he spat out left a long red line in the sea, extending continuously back. The other fishmen were startled and shouted subconsciously. Sebastian. Advertisement. These fishmen couldn't react at all. When they came to their senses, they found that Sebastian had been knocked away. And Sebastian fell back several hundred meters before he stabilized his body. He clutched his chest, his mouth was full of blood, and his face was even more shocked. This kid is so powerful. Sebastian was indeed shocked by Bullet. He couldn't resist the opponent's attack. Bullet looked at Sebastian, who was knocked away by his punch, and curled his lips in disappointment. No, that's all you have? I originally thought I could fight the opponent a few more times, but now it seems that the opponent is nothing more than that. Bullet was naturally disappointed, but he also knew it was important to deal with the others. So Bullet immediately attacked the other Murlocs, punching one away. The other Murlocs were certainly no match for Bullet, and they were all beaten away by him within a short time. Although this is the sea, Bullet has no effect at all. Both its strength and speed are extremely terrifying. Sakazuki, who was standing on the deck, nodded slightly when he saw this situation. He and Perusalino are both fruit users, so Bullet is the best choice at this time. Perusalino also had a smile on his face, knowing that Bullet would not disappoint. Although this boy is younger than everyone else, he has made rapid progress. Everyone understands that Bullet's future is absolutely limitless. The world pirates were shocked by Bullet's punch. They didn't expect that such a young kid could knock Sebastian away with one punch. Even Burndi World couldn't help but look surprised. You can actually knock Sebastian away with one punch. That kid is quite powerful. Despite the surprise, Burndi World is not worried at all. He still had confidence on his face, and at most he looked at the other person a little more. Bojack's expression is very serious. No matter what, he will take the enemy seriously. Burndi, Sebastian's situation should be fine. It's time for you to take action. We must give the opponent a blow to avoid being approached by them. Although it would be fine to just approach and jump into a gang to fight, Bojack would choose to do this in order to avoid more casualties. For him, as long as he can defeat the enemy, any method will do. Advertisement. Burndi World always listens to his brother's words. He nodded immediately and said with a smile. As soon as I take action, they will definitely not be able to resist it. Even with such confidence, Burndi World, known as World Destroyer, is qualified to be so confident. It's just that his confidence went to the wrong person, because it was the Blade team led by Mitt. On the deck of the marine warship, Kaji the owl noticed something was wrong ahead and shouted immediately. Be careful, they are about to take action. Sakazuki kept his eyes forward and said in a deep voice. Be prepared. Brindy World raised his eyebrows, with a confident smile on his face, and directly picked up a cannonball. The cannonball was neither big nor small in his hand, and it looked just like an ordinary one. Immediately afterwards, Brindy World suddenly shouted loudly and threw the cannonball out. Under the gaze of everyone, this ordinary cannonball suddenly became extremely huge. 50 times more shells, Brindy World shouted. This is the power of Brindy World's multiplier fruit, which enhances everything it comes into contact with. That's why this cannonball is so huge, it even blocks the sun. In an instant, the cannonball covered the sky and the sun, flying straight towards the warship with extremely powerful momentum. The cannonballs were not only big, but also very fast. Even Kaji, who had just spoken out, couldn't help but change his expression. He looked quickly at Mitt and shouted, Teacher Mitt, the enemy is attacking. Mitt heard the voice of the T-Dolphin and looked up. His face was still calm. He ignored it and continued to read the newspaper without intending to take action. In this situation, it's not Mitt's turn to take action yet. Sure enough, faced with this situation, Sakazuki stepped forward. With a serious expression on his face, he looked up at the flying shells, with flames dancing in his eyes. With both hands stretched out, lava rolled all over Sakazuki's body, emitting scalding heat. His momentum was also rising rapidly, like a volcano ready to explode. Not long after, Sakazuki suddenly shouted and burst out with power. He blasted magma into the sky with his hands and rushed towards the cannonball. Great Eruption. Chapter 26. Take action with this. A fierce battle in the world. Sakazuki shoots lava into the air, like a volcano erupting. The magma hit the huge cannonball and suddenly exploded in the air. Boom. The explosion was extremely terrifying and erupted with an extremely powerful shockwave. The shockwave spread mercilessly around, destroying everything in sight. The surrounding waves were rolling violently, and the two ships were constantly shaking. The aftermath of the explosion was quite wide, and everyone was affected by the shockwave. Even many of the various fish species on the seabed were shaken to death by the aftermath, turning their bellies upside down one by one. Everyone can only forcefully stabilize their balance and resist this terrifying shockwave. Sakazuki cupped his hands and continued to stand on the deck, facing the shockwave. The shockwave hit his body, but Sakazuki remained standing. His expression was serious and not affected at all. Perusalino stood next to Sakazuki and looked towards him. You're still like this, Sakazuki. Perusalino couldn't help but say. Perusalino, it's time for you to take action, Sakazuki said calmly. Perusalino smiled. He had been observing in secret for a long time, and of course he knew the enemy's situation. Just wait and see. After saying that, Perusalino turned into a golden light and rushed towards the enemy at extremely fast speed. What he was aiming at was Bojack on Brindy World's shoulder. This guy is definitely the center of the enemy and must be dealt with first. Brindy World also noticed Perusalino's momentum, and his expression changed slightly. He did not hesitate and immediately rushed forward to forcefully block the golden light. The golden light hit Brindy World's body, but he gritted his teeth and held on, and his aura exploded out. Brindy World's armament Haki is very strong, which is why he has to take golden light head on. Only in this way can Brindy World directly grab the enemy's body. Perusalino immediately sensed Brindy World's intention and also covered his hands with armament Haki. He formed a golden sword and quickly slashed at the opponent. Brindy World is not afraid of the opponent fighting with him and punches him without hesitation. The two sides collided with each other using armament Haki at close range, competing with each other in terms of strength. The confrontation between the two armed forces was very fierce, and they fought for several rounds in just a few seconds. Advertisement: the current bounty in Brindy World is 200 million belly, which is not enough compared to future generations. But the strength he showed far exceeded the 200 million Bailey bounty. It can only be said that compared with the ever-expanding bounties in later generations, the current gold content is more abundant. Brindy World is indeed powerful. He directly suppressed Perusalino with his powerful armed color. Perusalino Haki was no match for the opponent. Just when he wanted to avoid it, Brindy World grabbed his shoulder. Drink! Brindy World shouted, throwing Perusalino into the sky with all his strength. Then he quickly threw a cannonball, which continued to grow in the air and hit Perusalino directly. But Perusalino reacted quickly, avoiding the attack with elementalization and taking advantage of the situation to fly back. A violent explosion sounded again, the surrounding sea was violently turbulent, and Perusalino returned to the ship. He let out a small breath. No harm was done to him. Despite this, the strength shown by Brindy World is indeed quite strong, and Perusalino had to admit it. Sakazuki nodded slightly towards Perusalino and said loudly, "We are close to the target, now start the attack." Sakazuki was waiting for this opportunity, and took advantage of the warship to approach the opponent, and immediately dispatched it. People kept jumping up and rushing towards the pirate ship ahead on the moonwalk. Bojack saw this situation and immediately shouted, "We made a mistake. These marines are not ordinary marines. Don't fight them, Brindy, retreat immediately." It must be said that Bojack's intuition and judgment are quite accurate, and they are indeed no match for each other. But Sakazuki would never let go of the world pirates and immediately began planning an attack. Before the opponent could react, Sakazuki shot out hot lava into the sky again. Meteor volcano. Countless flaming meteors fell from the sky and attacked the world pirate ship at a very fast speed. The entire sky was dyed red, firmly covering the top, and the power was extremely terrifying. The pirates couldn't react, and many of them were hit by the flaming meteors, and their whole bodies burned. The deck was immediately filled with miserable screams, and flames began to appear throughout the ship. The pirates were killed and injured, and World, who came back to his senses, was very angry. "You bastards!" He gritted his teeth and stared at the sky, preparing to intercept. Advertisement quickly picking up a cannonball, World threw it into the sky with all his strength. Doubled, 100 times the cannonballs. 100 times as many shells. This is twice as big as the one just now. This cannonball was so huge that it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Sakazuki couldn't help but be moved by it. Perusalino realized something was wrong and immediately stepped forward. "Be prepared to defend." As soon as he finished speaking, the cannonball thrown by World collided with Meteor Volcano. Boom! An explosion, an extremely violent explosion, engulfed the surrounding area in an instant. Hot, extremely powerful shockwaves spread in all directions, shaking the entire sea surface. If Perusalino hadn't reacted quickly and resisted the shockwave with the others, I am afraid that even this warship will be torn apart by the shockwave of the explosion. The same is true for the world pirate ship. World took action to block the erupting shockwave, staring straight ahead. He knew very well how powerful this move was, but World's expression remained firm. World admits that he made a mistake, and this group of Marines does have a trick. But despite this, World is also confident of defeating them. He shouted without hesitation, "You Marines, just come over here. I'm going to smash your heads one by one. Just use these fists." Faced with the provocation of World, the students on the warship were eager to try. Especially Perusalino and Sakazuki, they have long wanted to compete with World. Just as Perusalino and Sakazuki were about to take action, Bullet jumped out of the water. "Let me do it," Bullet shouted as he jumped towards the enemy deck. "Bullet, this guy is still so fast," Jaji, the T-Dolphin, couldn't help but say. At this time, Mitt finally straightened up from the recliner and looked at the battle ahead. He shook his head slightly and thought to himself, "This World seems a bit interesting." Chapter 27 Reasonable Way, Mitt's Teachings. The battle continues. The Marines who stepped on the moonwalk quickly landed on the deck and engaged the enemy. The scene suddenly became extremely intense, and the pirates were firmly suppressed by the Marines in a short period of time. "Quick! Help, World!" Bojack shouted hurriedly. At this point, they can only find a way to take action, otherwise they will not even be able to leave. Perusalino saw the situation over there at a glance, and immediately turned into a golden light and struck out. He was so fast that he ran into World before Bullet. World punched, but Perusalino blocked it with his sword. Frowning slightly, Perusalino was still a little overwhelmed by the terrifying power of World. "Hey, Perusalino!" Bullet shouted. He quickly rushed towards World and punched the opponent violently in the chest. World immediately changed its target and punched out with the same punch, colliding with Bullet. The two sides, armament haki, kept colliding with each other, and their momentum was rising. Bullet's armament haki is naturally very strong, so he can constantly compete with World. He roared angrily and kept attacking Bullet, his momentum going forward. It is precisely because of this momentum that Bullet can still exert amazing power even if he is at a disadvantage. World was secretly surprised by Bullet's strength, and also burst out to suppress the opponent. 100 times more powerful, World suddenly shouted, and his power suddenly increased 100 times. Bullet was still clashing with World, but at this moment he couldn't resist the opponent's explosive power. Just as he was about to be knocked down, Perusalino immediately kicked out a golden light. The golden light flew towards World's head, forcing him to punch in defense. This also gave Bullet a chance to breathe and regroup. Taking a deep breath, Bullet looked serious and continued to attack the opponent. Perusalino plays support on the side, disrupting World's offense and looking for opportunities to break through the defense. If not for this, Bullet alone would never be a match. World originally wanted a quick fight, but with Perusalino and Bullet teaming up, he could only fight with punches. Advertisement. But despite this, World can firmly suppress the opponent when dealing with two people working together at the same time. Bullet felt the terrible pressure on the opponent. Not only did he not panic, but he was very excited. He continued to burst out with amazing momentum, trying to reverse the current situation. On the other side, the battle on the pirate ship was quite fierce, and countless people were involved in it. The scene was in a stalemate for a while, with warships and pirate ships firing cannonballs at each other, and the surrounding sea continued to stir. The shouts of death were mixed with the sounds of explosions and waves, and the battle became more and more intense. The marine warship was also attacked by enemies, and Sakazuki, who was stationed here, attacked quickly. Although these pirates are pretty good, they are no match for Sakazuki. In no time, he knocked all these guys to the ground and had them arrested. At this time, Mitt was of course watching the battle and suddenly shook his head. "A failed battle." These words came out of his mouth. Of course Sakazuki heard it, he was very confused and asked immediately. Teacher Mitt, why do you say that? Although the situation is like this, Sakazuki is confident that the enemy will never be able to hold on for long. Now Marine has the upper hand. Sakazuki just doesn't understand why Mitt said that. Mitt heard Sakazuki's question and glanced at him. He immediately stood up and walked towards the pirate who had just been captured. Since you said, Commander, we should find a more reasonable way to fight. You obviously haven't noticed this yet. Sakazuki watched Mitt lift a pirate and couldn't take his eyes away. With a calm expression on his face, Mitt took the pirate with him and walked to the most open part of the deck. Of course Burndy World saw Mitt, and the expression on his face changed. Burndy World attaches great importance to his subordinates and brother, so he was immediately attracted to Mitt. It is precisely because Burndy World is like this that the people behind it hate their escaping companions so much. Of course Mitt knows the character of Burndy World, and he did it for this reason. I saw Mitt lifting the struggling pirate up high with a very indifferent expression. Just like that, in front of Burndy World, Mitt pinched it gently. Advertisement, ah! Suddenly, there was a scream that echoed throughout the world. This pirate was crushed to death by Mitt on the spot, without giving him any chance. Burndy World's eyes bulged, and his whole body was shaking with anger. His most important companion was actually executed on the spot by this marine. This made Burndy World very angry, and at the same time, it also made him subconsciously neglectful. Bullet seized the opportunity and punched Burndy World in the left shoulder. Burndy World's face changed slightly, and all his strength exploded, and he was able to deflect Perusalino's attack that followed. But after this move broke out, Burndy World's momentum began to weaken, and Perusalino also seized the opportunity. Perusalino and Bullet did not hesitate, quickly seizing the gap and attacking continuously. Burndy World was quickly hit several times, and its momentum weakened a lot. Despite this, after Burndy World came to his senses, he immediately gained enough advantage. It's just that every punch of Burndy World is now filled with boundless anger. Sakazuki saw the situation ahead and immediately understood Mitt's intention. Mitt is reminding him that fighting is not just about head-to-head confrontation, there are other ways to weaken the enemy. Burndy World has just been weakened, but he is strong enough to regain the upper hand. Mitt casually left the pirate's body on the deck, turned back to the lounge chair, and continued reading the newspaper. Sakazuki nodded slightly and stepped out immediately. At this point, since Perusalino and Bullet can win Burndy World together, then the three of them will do it together. Sakazuki did not hesitate, immediately jumped into the air and rushed towards Burndy World at extremely fast speeds. Burndy World's momentum has weakened due to what just happened, but its attacks have become more merciless. His explosive momentum climbed upward again, bringing an even stronger sense of oppression than before. The golden light that Perusalino hit was crushed directly with his hands. Take your life, you bastards, Burndy World shouted. Perusalino and Bullet were forced back by each other's sudden burst of momentum, but their expressions remained firm. Because at this moment another person joins the battle. It's none other than Sakazuki. Chapter 28 Surrender. The world pirates are destroyed. Seeing Mitt's performance just now, Sakazuki seemed to have an idea. He immediately set off to join the fight. With Sakazuki joining, the situation immediately changed. Now Perusalino, Bullet and Sakazuki attack at the same time to fight Burndy World together. Although Burndy World is very powerful, it is still difficult to deal with the three of them. Great eruption! Sakazuki roared. The huge, blazing flames rushed straight towards Burndy World, with extremely powerful momentum. Burndy World didn't dare to hit it hard, so it directly used the speed multiplied 100 times to avoid it. Just as he dodged it, Perusalino's laser also flew towards him. In terms of destructive power, Perusalino's attack is not bad, but Sakazuki's attack range is greater. So after Sakazuki joined, he quickly blocked the direction Burndy World was avoiding. He could only choose to go head-to-head with the other three and compete with each other in physical skills. Bullet looked even more excited. With Sakazuki and Perusalino on the scene to cover him, he could use his full strength. Punch after punch was thrown, forcing Burndy World to continuously strike back. The four people fought together, and the aftermath continued to affect the surrounding environment, and the destructive power became stronger and stronger. Of course, Burndy World is worthy of being called a world destroyer. Even if it faces a three-person attack, it will quickly adapt to it. Once they adapt to the rhythm of the battle, Burndy World gradually begins to gain the upper hand. He was able to deal with 3 attacks at the same time, and at least he showed no signs of fatigue for a short period of time. It's just that except for Burndy World himself, the rest of the crew is too weak, otherwise he could have performed better. Sakazuki fired another great eruption, and Burndy World naturally wanted to avoid it. But at this time Bullet's attack followed, and there was also Perusalino's laser on his back. Under attack from 3 sides, Burndy World can only choose to deal with it together. With a loud explosion, Burndy World retreated in the dust and smoke. Sakazuki's attack knocked off Burndy World's beard. Burndy World gritted his teeth and glared at Sakazuki and others angrily. You brats, you all deserve to die, haha. Perusalino ducked to the back and responded with a smile. You should think more about your companions. Advertisement. Upon hearing this, Burndy World, who was about to fight back, was startled and quickly looked to the side. He saw that his brother Bojack, whom he had just put down on purpose, was in Sakazuki's hands at the moment. Bojack is still struggling fiercely, but he is no match for Sakazuki. Be honest. Sakazuki said coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. He won't miss the opportunity to weaken Burndy World. Bojack was frightened by Sakazuki's murderous intent, and his face turned extremely pale. Burndy World stopped attacking and shouted anxiously. Let go of my brother, do you hear me, you little brats? Run. Bojack yelled when he saw that his struggle was fruitless. Burndy, run away and leave me alone. Bojack knew that only Burndy World had the ability to avenge them, so he shouted like this. Sakazuki looked at Burndy World with a sneer and said in a deep voice. Burndy World, you have only one choice now, and that is to surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action. Burndy World certainly disagrees with Bojack's words, and is also extremely angry at Sakazuki's threats. You be asterisk 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 D lackeys, he couldn't help but yell. I will not abandon my brother, no one is allowed to hurt him. Burndy World is naturally not willing to leave his brother behind, he goes to sea just for him, how could he do this? He went to sea with his brother Bojack and worked hard together until now. No matter what, Burndy World definitely does this. Perusalino looked at Burndy World and pointed to the situation next to him. By this time, Burndy World's men had been defeated and were captured one after another by the T-Dolphin Kaji, Ghost Spider and others. The situation is over and no one can escape except Burndy World himself. And Burndy World is Marine's target for this operation, and he will never be allowed to escape. Faced with this situation, Burndy World's expression kept changing and he stood still. He was struggling fiercely in his mind at the moment, constantly thinking about his next action. Both Sakazuki and Perusalino looked at each other patiently, not in any hurry. Because they know that since Burndy World has this expression, it means that he will most likely compromise. Advertisement Only Bullet was a little unhappy, but he didn't object. After a stalemate like this for a while, Burndy World finally lowered its arrogant head after intense thinking. I surrender, Burndy. Bojack burst into tears. Once Burndy World surrenders, it means they are completely defeated. Lost to this group of fledgling Marines. Okay, Chadujiaji and others couldn't help but show excited expressions. They succeeded in this operation and successfully captured World Destroyer Burndy World. Burndy World just gave up its resistance, and the whole thing ended smoothly. Sakazuki also had excitement in his eyes, and immediately commanded other companions to arrest the world pirates together. They also want to send these guys to the world government to face trial. Afterwards, Sakazuki counted his own casualties, and then happily reported to Mitt. Reporting to Mr. Mitt, the operation was a complete success, only 4 people were slightly injured. Mitt nodded and spoke. It seems that the most important thing about the world pirates is Burndy World himself, and nothing else matters. Because of this, as long as Burndy World is solved, the entire pirate group will be destroyed. It turned out that Mitt's deduction was correct, and he also praised Sakazuki. Sakazuki, your judgment is right. This operation depends entirely on you. Sakazuki immediately said, this is thanks to the help of other companions, not just me. Haha. Mitt smiled and said nothing, scanning the scene. Then the expression on his face turned serious and his voice sounded in the field. Close the team. As soon as the words fell, these Marines immediately began to take action, escorting the enemies back one after another. Sakazuki's command was in an orderly manner, so Mitt naturally didn't need to care too much. So he returned to the recliner, picked up the newspaper on the table next to him, and read it carefully. This newspaper reported something very important. The Don Quixote family officially moved out of the Holy Land Marigioa and voluntarily gave up their identity as celestial dragons. In other words, in the following Shichibukai, Doflamingo will officially appear. Chapter 29 New Student, Rosinante. While reading the newspaper, Mitt also received rewards from the system. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket. The action was successful and gained the respect of Akainu Sakazuki. Close black lens bracket. Rewards are distributed. Congratulations to host for acquiring Haki technology emission. Close black lens bracket. A warm current emerged from Mitt's body and he walked around quickly. Mitt also has some more application experience in his mind, which is about emission. Emission is a technology from Wanokuni that basically covers armament Haki on weapons. Unlike ordinary techniques, emission can greatly increase the intensity of armament Haki coverage. It can be said to be a very powerful Haki technique. With emission, Mitt's use of armament Haki has naturally reached a higher level. Naturally, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. As expected, it is best to lead these students to complete tasks, and the rewards are quite good. Just when Mitt was thinking this, Sakazuki walked towards Mitt again. Report to Mr. Mitt, the aftermath has been dealt with, Sakazuki reported. Mitt came to his senses and nodded towards the other party. You did a good job, Sakazuki. This is another compliment, but Sakazuki has a problem with it. Teacher Mitt, what I did was not good enough, he said in a serious tone. Since I am the commander of this operation, I should avoid any casualties among my companions. It's precisely because I didn't find the most suitable way to fight. If I could have discovered this earlier, Marines' casualties would have been fewer. Mitt didn't expect Sakazuki to be so serious and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Of course, Mitt didn't say anything and just turned around and left. For Mitt, Sakazuki is really obsessed with action. During Summit War, if it weren't for Sakazuki, Fire Fist Ace might have really escaped. This was definitely a big blow to Marine at the time, thanks to Sakazuki's presence. Sakazuki still has a lot of wisdom and determination, but he looks a little bit hateful. But from Marine's perspective, what he did was not wrong. Mitt felt that there was no need to oppose Sakazuki's actions, so he naturally chose to continue. They quickly dealt with the aftermath and quickly headed to naval headquarters with these prisoners of war. Advertisement along the way, everyone was very happy and had smiles on their faces. "Bullet, you were awesome just now," Chadojiaji said from the side. "If you hadn't held up that brandy world, we wouldn't have been able to succeed quickly." "There are also Perusalino and Sakazuki," Bullet said with a smile. "I can't defeat that guy by myself." At this time, Bullet has been getting along with them for a long time and has gradually integrated into them. Of course everyone is happy to accept Bullet. Both parties get along well. Even Sakazuki and Bullet vaguely admire him, but they still won't admit defeat on their faces. Regarding Bullet's speech, Perusalino pretended to be indifferent. He shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "Anyway, Brandy World has been captured, doesn't everyone deserve credit?" "You," Chadojiaji said with a smile. "You are still the same, you don't want to take credit at all." Akainu Sakazuki came over and said, "This is all the result of everyone's actions. At the same time, we must also forget Teacher Mitt's command." Perusalino gave Sakazuki a rare nod. Bullet also said on the side, "Don't forget, the success of this operation is thanks to Teacher Mitt." Bullet is right. Chadojiaji naturally agreed with Bullet's statement. In this way, these students have a little more respect for Mitt. Back at naval headquarters, these Marine rookies are treated pretty well. Everyone knows that they have made great achievements recently and wiped out all the world pirates. This is the first time a Marine rookie has taken action, so it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Zephyr also learned the news immediately after returning to naval headquarters. He approached Mitt and expressed his surprise. "To be honest, I really didn't expect things to go so smoothly," Zephyr sighed. "I thought they would suffer at least a few losses, but it seems I underestimated them too much." "You really underestimate them," Mitt agreed with Zephyr. "But," Zephyr said again, looking at Mitt, "you must have helped a lot in this operation, right? After all, Sakazuki and the others are just recruits, and Zephyr still has a hard time believing that they can capture Brandy World alive. Advertisement, that guy is no ordinary pirate, he is definitely quite troublesome." Regarding Zephyr's question, Mitt just smiled and said, "Don't underestimate Sakazuki and the others, I didn't take any action. They definitely accounted for the majority of this operation, they were all responsible for the operation." "That's it." Zephyr sighed again. "I'm still too surprised, but since you said that, it means Sakazuki and the others are really good. Marine now has them, and the future will definitely be better." Regardless, Zephyr is still very concerned about Marine's future. Now that there are so many Marine rookies, Zephyr is even more confident about Marine's future. Mitt didn't say anything to this, just took a sip of tea. At this moment, someone knocked on the office door again. "Come in," Mitt said immediately. Zephyr looked over in surprise, wondering what the other party was doing at this time. The door opened and Sengoku, wearing an Admiral coat, strode in. Zephyr noticed that there was a young boy following Sengoku. Upon seeing this situation, Zephyr immediately understood. Needless to say, Sengoku is here to entrust Mitt to take care of people. "Sengoku," Mitt also said, "you brought this child here because you want me to take care of him?" Although this was a question, Mitt's tone was firm. Sengoku nodded, pulled the boy behind him in front of him, and said to Mitt, "This is Rosinante, a nice kid, but I don't have time to take care of him, so I want to entrust him to you." Although Mitt no longer teaches people, his troops are basically teenagers. Sengoku thought about it and decided that it would be better to send Rosinante over. Having peers around will also help Rosinante grow in the future. What's more, Mitt's teaching ability is really good, so you can rest assured if you leave it to him. Rosinante? Hearing the name, Mitt subconsciously raised his eyebrows. Of course he knew who the child Sengoku brought was Doflamingo's younger brother. But compared to Doflamingo, Rosinante is a very gentle guy. It can be said that compared to others, Rosinante is definitely a good person. Chapter 30. Find out what's going on with Whitebeard. Seeing Mitt's expression, Sengoku immediately misunderstood and said hurriedly, "You should know about the Rosinante family, it actually has nothing to do with him. He's just a victim, don't impose anything else on him." Mitt immediately smiled and said to Sengoku, "Don't worry, I have no problem with him. Although Rosinante is from the Celestial Dragon's family, he is indeed a very gentle guy. Compared to a villain like Doflamingo, Mitt still likes this guy very much. Doflamingo sounds crazier than anyone else, but he is a weakling." Hearing that, Crane and Kaido were so frightened that they peed, and they acted like they were stretching their crotches. Crocodile, who is also a Shichibukai, is a courageous hero, and Summit War really dares to go up and fight Whitebeard. Forget about Crocodile, even Moria dared to go to Beehive Island to ask for people alone. Only Doflamingo is a tough and timid guy, but Mitt doesn't like him at all. That's good. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, the reviews of Celestial Dragons are indeed not very good. So Sengoku is also worried that Mitt will not accept it, this is not unforeseen. Zephyr also nodded and said, "Rosinante is left to you to teach, both I and Sengoku are relieved. Then I'll be disrespectful. Mitt nodded and said to Rosinante. Follow me from now on, Rosinante. Rosinante looked at Mitt with some fear and nodded slightly. In this way, Mitt officially took over Rosinante and let him act in his own army. Likewise, Mitt also taught him the techniques of Marine 6 styles and Haki. Rosinante's qualifications are certainly good. After all, she used to belong to the Celestial Dragon's family, and her knowledge is better than the average person. What's more, he has a good personality and is more popular than upright guys like Bullet and serious guys like Sakazuki. So Rosinante quickly integrated into the Blade Force and became one with everyone. Regarding Rosinante's future development, Mitt still wants to prepare to train him as a spy. Rosinante's status as Doflamingo brother cannot be wasted, this is the best arrangement. What's more, you can also get news about Luo and Op fruit through him. Advertisement. This will be very useful for Mitt's future planning. It's just that Mitt doesn't want Rosinante to sacrifice, so he does his best to train him. Soon, Burndi World's commendation came down by order. Although Mitt tried his best to resist, the credit this time was still too great, and Marine's reward came as expected. Bullet, Perusalino and Sakazuki were all promoted to Marine Commodore. According to Marine regulations, when you reach the level of Commodore, you must go out and lead the troops yourself. Therefore, the 3 of them will leave soon, and even the rest of the Blade Force will have somewhere to go. Mitt does not think this is an unintentional move by the world government, and there must be some considerations on their part. It is probably because I saw that Mitt has so many powerful masters under his command, so I wanted to dismantle it as soon as possible to avoid getting too big. Mitt was already prepared for this, as long as he had the system in place, the rest didn't matter to him. Now, only Guion and Rosinante are left beside Mitt. The area around him suddenly became deserted, but Zephyr quickly came to find him in person. Mitt, you're going to be promoted, Zephyr said excitedly as soon as he entered the door. Mitt raised his eyes and glanced at Zephyr, his expression calm. Oh, he responded calmly and took a sip of tea. Zephyr didn't expect Mitt's reaction to be so bland and spoke immediately. Don't you want to know about Marine's appointment? Please tell me, Mitt said. Zephyr took a deep breath and said seriously. Now the Marshal and the 5 elders are discussing whether to promote you to Marine Admiral. You just need to nod and I'll say a few more words for you, and it will definitely succeed. No need, Mitt said immediately without hesitation. Just let me be a Marine Vice Admiral, just like Garp. You. Zephyr hesitated. One look at Mitt's attitude and he knew it was similar to Garp's. Garp also doesn't want to be promoted to Admiral, he only wants to be a Vice Admiral. Apparently, Mitt has some issues with world government. As if he knew what Zephyr was thinking, Mitt smiled and shook his head. I will not disappoint your expectations. Marine Vice Admiral can also execute justice, there is no difference. That's true. Zephyr sighed. I'm just a pity, advertisement. People like you should stand on a higher platform. It's not necessary, Mitt said casually. It's easy to get hit if the sky falls from a height. I don't have that idea. What's more, Mitt doesn't want to face the Celestial Dragon's gang. Zephyr knew it was useless to persuade Mitt and immediately gave up the idea. He didn't dwell on this issue for long and immediately brought up another topic. Mitt, I received news here that there is a situation with Whitebeard. Hearing Whitebeard, Mitt's expression changed and he asked. What is Whitebeard going to do? The Whitebeard pirates seem to have arrived at Wanokuni, and they don't know what they want to do yet, Zephyr said seriously. But for us at Marine, this must not be ignored, we must figure it out. You're going to Wanokuni? Mitt asked. Zephyr nodded heavily and said seriously. I plan to go over and take a look. The person who killed my whole family seems to have something to do with Whitebeard. I just took this opportunity to go and find out. Mitt nodded slightly. Although he didn't know who the person who killed Zephyr was, the person who attacked Whitebeard's new ship later was Miss Ba-Jin. Zephyr later rebelled against Marine because the pirate joined Shichibukai. Now it seems that Zephyr's reaction is similar, and he is inseparable from Whitebeard no matter what. So Mitt continued. How about you and me go to Wanokuni? Zephyr was a little surprised to hear Mitt say this, but a smile quickly appeared on his face. It's okay when it's hot, Mitt. If you go with me, I will be more confident in dealing with that guy Whitebeard. It just so happens that I want to go there too, so it's a coincidence. Mitt also smiled. The two quickly reached a consensus and agreed on a date with each other, ready to set off together then. I don't know why the Whitebeard pirates appeared in Wanokuni, but this is definitely not a good thing for Marine. Out of vigilance against Whitebeard, it was necessary for Marine executives to dispatch the highest combat force to investigate. This conflict was absolutely inevitable and everyone could have foreseen it. Therefore, Marshal Marine quickly agreed to this operation and immediately put it on the agenda. Momosagi Gion, who had been listening silently, also secretly wrote down the news. Chapter 31, Strongmen Clash, everyone is shocked. Zephyr and Mitt agreed to leave in 2 days, and they would go back to prepare in these 2 days. But just as the two were preparing to go to sea, they found that their Marine soldiers were all ready. Perusalino, Sakazuki and Bullet also volunteered to follow, and their attitudes were quite positive. Naturally, they received approval from their superiors to join this operation together. Everyone attached great importance to this operation and acted very seriously. Even Perusalino, who usually seemed carefree, was very serious. Mitt shook his head helplessly. These guys actually volunteered to follow. Bullet chuckled and said, Teacher Mitt, please don't be angry. That's Whitebeard. I've wanted to meet him for a long time. Sakazuki also nodded and said, Whitebeard is extremely powerful. I also want to see what this marine's powerful enemy is like. Others had the same idea, they came for Wanokuni and Whitebeard. Whitebeard and Roger are now the two most powerful pirates on the sea. It can be said that either of them is likely to become the Pirate King, and he is also Marine's current #1 enemy. As Marine's #1 enemy, Bullet and the others definitely want to see it. Not only for this operation, they also want to understand the gap between themselves and the top experts. Mitt understands their thoughts very well, which is not surprising. Zephyr saw everyone coming and was not pretentious, but gave a warning. I won't say anything else, but you must protect your own safety. You are all Marine's future, don't risk your lives in a hurry. This mission is just for the two of us, and we can't protect the safety of all of you. These Marine rookies all nodded with serious expressions. Don't worry, Zephyr Admiral, Sakazuki said seriously. We will do what we need to do, that's good. Zephyr nodded, then looked at Mitt. Mitt had a faint smile on his face, and he felt Bullet's eyes. Zephyr saw this and said loudly, Young fan, set sail. In this way, led by Zephyr and Mitt, the Marine fleet headed towards Wanokuni. Advertisement. They approached Wanokuni aggressively and at a considerable speed. Wanokuni is in the New World, the second half of the Grand Line, and it's quite confusing. Big pirates are fighting everywhere, and this continues until recent years. Whitebeard Edward's every move attracts the attention of the world, let alone Marine. So after he went to Wanokuni, Marine knew the situation immediately. Similarly, as soon as Mitt and others entered the waters near Wanokuni, Whitebeard also received news. Phoenix Marco, captain of the 2nd Division and ship's doctor, is reporting the situation to Whitebeard. Dad, Marine is approaching us. Whitebeard Edward, who was drinking heavily at this time, raised his eyebrows when he heard the news. Who? His expression was quite casual. It's Zephyr and Mitt. Marco explained. There seems to be a group of new Marines. Gula la 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 la, Edward Whitebeard laughed loudly. These guys are really interesting, they actually dared to come to trouble me. With a smile on his face, Whitebeard Edward spoke in a cold tone. It seems like we need to show these guys what it means to be a pirate. Marco also smiled and said, Zephyr is still too confident, he can't beat you, Dad. There's another Mitt. Whitebeard touched his chin. Just in time to see how powerful this guy named Mitt is. Mitt has recently become famous, and his previous experience in the Valley of the Gods is enough to attract Whitebeard's attention. When he was in the Valley of the Gods, Whitebeard didn't know Mitt yet, he only knew that there was a very powerful man. This time I just took this opportunity to touch each other. The strength of this guy is unclear, but Whitebeard would like to see it. With this idea in mind, Whitebeard smashed the wineglass on the table and said loudly. Kids, let's go and meet those Marines. Yes. All members of the Whitebeard Pirates shouted in unison. They have faced Marine countless times, and their faces are even more excited now. Soon, the Whitebeard Pirates took action and headed towards Marine. On the sea of Wanokuni, Zephyr suddenly saw the traces of the Whitebeard pirate ship. Advertisement. Without hesitation, he immediately informed his men to get ready, and at the same time his whole body exploded with energy. I'll go meet Whitebeard first, hold on to the rear, Mitt. After saying that, Zephyr jumped up and rushed towards the Whitebeard Pirates at extremely fast speeds. Seeing Marine Admiral approaching, Whitebeard Edward also laughed and jumped out, slashing down with his sword. The astonishing sword light cut through the sky, as if it was going to tear the entire sky into pieces. Zephyr roared, burst out with majestic momentum, and punched the sword light directly. There was a loud roar, the whole world changed color, and everything around was shaking violently. The waves rolled, the earth trembled, and the sky was split in half by the battle between the two. Waves of horrific shocks continue to spread, destroying everything along the way. The clouds in the sky have long been swept away, and even the sun has to give way. Goo ha 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 ha. Whitebeard Edward's laughter echoed through the sky. Zephyr, is this all you have? The space was shaking with his laughter, and his momentum was overwhelming. Zephyr punched back, forcing Whitebeard's momentum back and colliding with him in the air. The momentum and shock waves squeezed in the air, splitting the sea and sky, and countless sea kings suffered. The ships on both sides staying on the sea were also affected and continued to rise and fall with the waves. The water capsized and the wind roared, and everyone on the warship felt this terrible power. Their expressions changed, and their breathing became a little heavier subconsciously. Just saying hello to these 2 emperors made them all sweat. Bullet's eyes widened and he looked up at the battle between Zephyr and Whitebeard, deeply shocked. Is this Whitebeard's strength? He murmured. Sakazuki's expression was serious, and he silently analyzed the momentum of Zephyr and Whitebeard. At the same time, Sakazuki was also shocked by this power. Even Perusalino gave up his playful mood, and his whole face became extremely serious. With such terrifying power, they are simply incomparable to it now. The same was true for other Marine rookies. They were all shocked by this momentum and were speechless for a moment. Perusalino and others had never seen such a shocking scene. This is the world's top strength. Only with such great strength can Whitebeard Edward be called the Marine's enemy. Chapter 32. The two sides fight and show off their skills. After a small collision, Whitebeard's voice sounded in the air. "Long time no see, Zephyr," Zephyr responded loudly. "You're still the same, Edward." The two men were still clashing in momentum, and they didn't stop at all when they said this. Both the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines were enveloped by this terrifying power. Teacher Mitt. Seeing this situation, Chadojiaji couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He subconsciously looked at Mitt, trying to calm himself down. Mitt glanced at the T-Dolphin Jiaji, his face remained extremely calm. Even though a big wave had just hit him, Mitt was unmoved and unaffected. He knew Zephyr's strength well. The original Marine Admiral was much better than the group of Green Bull Fujitora, and the same is naturally true for Zephyr. Zephyr is now in his prime, at the peak of his strength, and is extremely powerful. So Zephyr can naturally compete with Whitebeard Edward. After the shock, Bullet immediately shouted, "Zephyr Admiral is here, so are we." With that said, Bullet took the lead and jumped in the direction of the Whitebeard pirates. He shouted loudly in the air and struck with his fist. His momentum was extremely powerful. Just as this punch was about to hit the Whitebeard pirate ship, a figure quickly rose into the air. Blue-yellow flames burned in the air, blocking Bullet's attack in one breath. Bullet was stunned for a moment, his eyes flashed, and the blue-yellow flames suddenly flew towards him. He didn't hesitate and punched out again, knocking away the flames. At the same time, the figure quickly appeared above Bullet and kicked it down. Phoenix Seal. The crisp bird's cry and the extremely powerful flames hit Bullet's shoulder directly. At this critical moment, Bullet quickly covered armament Haki and was able to block the blow. But the enemy's momentum was too strong, and Bullet's body was kicked into the sea below. With a splash, Bullet quickly revealed his upper body from the sea and looked up at the opponent. Advertisement floating in midair is none other than Phoenix Marco himself. He was sneering at this moment. Why would Marine be so useless and send a child here? Bullet's eyes burst out with angry flames, and he said loudly, "Then let you taste what it feels like to lose to a child." With a bang, Bullet jumped out of the sea and rushed towards Marco with an even stronger momentum. At the same time, Sakazuki also took action, and he also blasted countless streams of meteor magma. The magma splashed over like raindrops, but was blocked by Diamond Josie, who jumped up. Even so, some magma still hit Whitebeard's ship. The pirate ship suddenly showed signs of scorch, and even the hull was a little unstable. Bullet and Phoenix Marco fought again, and this time he learned his lesson and didn't give the opponent a chance to kick him away. Coupled with Bullet's wide-open attacks, Phoenix Marco couldn't break through his defense for a while. The two were fighting equally, and their momentum continued to rise. At this time, Perusalino came out and fired a laser at the opponent. The laser speed is very fast. Even if the Whitebeard pirates were on guard, they still got hit a lot. After the launch, Perusalino sat down again and drank tea leisurely with Mitt. For them, it's not the time to take action yet. Being attacked like this by Marine, the Whitebeard pirates were naturally extremely angry and immediately launched a counterattack. Big. The battle between Whitebeard Edward and Zephyr also continued, with the two constantly fighting each other in the air. No one can do anything about it. Black Arm Zephyr's name is there. Even if Whitebeard has the extremely powerful shock fruit, Zephyr can compete with it. As for the Whitebeard pirates, although they were firing cannonballs at the Marine warship, they had little effect. The Marine side has been prepared for a long time, and there has always been someone responsible for interfering with the impact of the artillery shells. What's more, Sakazuki has been firing magma to attack with the cannonballs. Combining the two, the Whitebeard pirates can only passively defend. Seeing that his pirate ship was somewhat damaged, Diamond Josie immediately shouted, "Let's dock first, don't engage in an artillery battle with the Marines. There are many people on the ship who have demon fruit power. If they want to use their full power, they must dock." Marine clearly sensed the opponent's intentions, and Sakazuki immediately increased his attack intensity. His face was filled with heat, and he kept pouring hot magma into the air. Advertisement: the density of the magma is even greater than before, and it hits the enemy from all directions in the air. Diamond Josie roared, jumped into the air, and punched out with both fists. He kept punching with both fists, shining like diamonds and becoming extremely dazzling. This light quickly turned into a net, scattering all the flying magma. With such a fierce momentum, Sakazuki's face couldn't help but show a surprised expression on Jonan's face. Because of this, with the help of Diamond Josie, the Whitebeard pirate ship quickly docked on the nearby coast. Bullet also jumped into the air at this time to avoid the attack of Phoenix Marco. He quickly pressed down and grabbed Marco's wings with both hands. Marco was shocked and tried to break free, but Bullet immediately took action, grabbing the wings with both hands, kicking forward hard with both feet and staring back. Marco was in pain, and his movements immediately became shaky, and he and Bullet hit the shore hard together. Of course, this was Marco's intention. He wanted to get rid of Bullet's shackles. When the dust and smoke cleared, Marco flapped his wings and soared into the sky, with bloodstains on the corners of his mouth. "Do you think you can defeat me like this?" he said loudly. "Impossible?" Although Marco was more seriously injured than Bullet, he recovered quickly after being burned by green and yellow flames. This is the Phoenix fruit, and it's not that easy to deal with him. Bullet stood in the pit, wiping the sweat from his neck with the back of his hand, his face filled with excitement. "So what? I want to see how long you can recover." Bullet didn't care about this and launched another attack on the opponent without hesitation. The battle between the two sides immediately changed from a sea battle to a land battle, and they officially began to fight together. Marine took out his weapon and fought the rushing pirates. Weapons clashed, screams and shouts sounded at the same time, and the smell of blood also spread. Both sides have a strong momentum and are determined to destroy the enemy. Sakazuki also officially faced off against Diamond Josie himself, fighting against him. Many pirates among them wanted to attack Zephyr in the sky, but Whitebeard took action to protect them. There are also Marines who want to attack Whitebeard, so Zephyr has to help. Therefore, the two sides restricted each other and could not hold on for a while. This battle has gradually reached a fierce stage. Chapter 33 Mitt's Ambition, Confrontation with Odin. The coast where the Whitebeard pirates and Marine fought was near Wanokuni. How could the people on the shore not know about such a huge movement? At this moment, Marine and the pirates were fighting in full swing, but no one noticed what was going on in the forest. Only Mitt looked at the forest on the shore with a thoughtful expression. Not long after, another sound came from the forest, getting closer and closer. Soon a man rushed out of the forest. It was Kazuki Odin himself. Kazuki Odin shouted as he ran over, "You guys, stop it." He shouted very loudly, and at the same time he drew the sword from his waist and slashed into the sky with one sword. A terrifying sword light pierced the sky, almost splitting the sky in half. Even so, this blow successfully stopped Zephyr and Whitebeard from taking action. Whitebeard sneered and without hesitation, punched Kazuki Odin directly. "No one is allowed to get in my way." This punch was so powerful and destructive that Kazuki Odin was instantly knocked away. He flew backwards and penetrated the entire forest in one breath, leaving a long ravine. However, because of the appearance of Kazuki Odin, the entire battlefield seemed to be in a state of panic. To extinguish the tense atmosphere between the two parties, Whitebeard laughed even more. "Gu la 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 la. What an interesting guy. Is this the legendary samurai?" Zephyr also nodded slightly and said, "It seems that guy is a warrior of Wanokuni." It seems that this group of strong men all have an innate affinity for Kazuki Odin, as do Kaido, Luffy, Roger and Whitebeard. Mitt has no feelings for samurai at all, but thinks Kazuki Odin and his family are all clowns. Hearing Whitebeard's laughter, Kazuki Odin quickly jumped out of the pit and returned to the shore. Although he looked a little embarrassed, his aura was still very strong. This guy is really powerful, Mitt does not deny this. It is precisely because he is very strong that this guy seems to act like a clown. "What are you guys here for?" Kazuki Odin stared at them and said in a deep voice. "I won't allow anyone to enter Wanokuna's territory." Advertisement Kazuki Odin smelled the threat from these people and did not dare to neglect them at all. Mitt smiled slightly and responded proactively, "We, Marine, are here to liberate this country." Kazuki Odin burst out laughing when he heard this. "Wanokuni will not be handed over to anyone, let alone surrender to you." "Only you?" Mitt's tone was disdainful. He still looks down on Kazuki Odin. Whitebeard Edward also said loudly, "Mitt, you are a bit nosy. Aren't you Marines just here for us in this operation? What does it have to do with Wanokuni?" Whitebeard Edward looked at Mitt with a murderous look on his face. Of course he remembered Mitt and knew what he was doing in the Valley of the Gods. Now after so many years, this guy's strength has definitely improved. Mitt didn't say anything, but threw a document towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard had returned to the shore at this moment and took the information casually. The information on the document is about the cooperation between Kaido and the Kurozumi family, which is quite detailed. Whitebeard Edward also believes in this because he remembers that Kaido was captured by Zephyr and the others before. If this country was under Marine's control, this kind of thing would never happen, Mitt said lightly. Instead of letting this country fall into danger, it would be better for us, Marine, to personally liberate it. Hearing Mitt say this, Whitebeard laughed, and he laughed very loudly. "Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Stop laughing so hard, Marine." Whitebeard sneered at this and said loudly. "That guy Kaido and I have been on the Rocks ship before. He is the kind of guy who likes to act behind the scenes. But Wanokuni has stood outside your world government for so many years, and now it dares to shamelessly say that it wants to be liberated? Stop talking nonsense." Kaido's strength and method of doing things are both disdainful to Whitebeard, and this Odin is obviously stronger than Kaido. That's why Whitebeard Edward saw this. He didn't agree with Mitt's statement at all. After finishing speaking, the atmosphere between the two parties became increasingly tense, and the smell of gunpowder reappeared. Everyone who had just stopped fighting was now eager to try again. Mitt just smiled at Whitebeard's statement. Immediately afterwards, an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from him. Advertisement This momentum swept around the surroundings with lightning speed and soared into the sky. With a bang, the white clouds in the sky were swept away, and several people were knocked unconscious. Even Phoenix Marco and Diamond Josie were shocked by this powerful aura. Marco even said in a deep voice, "Conquerors Haki." That's right, Mitt burst out with Conquerors Haki, which was very powerful. He glanced around and said proudly, "Lousy is here to change the world, and this is just the beginning. Starting from Wanokuni, everything will change." Such momentum combined with Conquerors Haki made Whitebeard Edward look at him with suspicion. This sentence was crazy, but Edward Whitebeard could hear the determination in the other person's tone. Zephyr was also shocked. He didn't expect Mitt to have this idea. I originally thought that Mitt's thoughts were the same as his, which was to protect the justice of the sea. But now it seems that Mitt has obviously thought more deeply and is more persistent. Unlike Zephyr, who was shocked, Bullet and other Marines were very excited. Bullet even echoed, "Mr. Mitt is right, we just want to change the world. Not only do we maintain justice for the sea, we also need to formulate new justice." Sakazuki nodded slightly, with an expression of approval on his face. Of course he thinks the same as Mitt, and wants to completely change this unhappy world. Sakazuki also knows that maintenance alone is useless, and one must have the power to change. Perusalino also smiled, his eyes twinkling. All Marines were looking at Mitt in the middle of the field. Although Mitt had just taken action, he immediately became the focus of the scene. Kazuki Oden was also shocked by what Mitt said and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't expect this man to be so ambitious, which was really surprising. "What's your name?" Kazuki Oden asked. "Mitt." Mitt replied calmly and continued to look at Kazuki Oden. His aura was vague, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Anyone who sees Mitt can never doubt his status as a strong man. The same goes for Kazuki Oden. He frowned and said immediately, "I still say the same thing, I never agree." Chapter 34 Frustration. Oden bows his head. Kazuki Oden said without hesitation, "Even if you have your own plan, it has nothing to do with us. If you want me to hand over this country, you can only defeat me." When Kazuki Oden said this, his energy burst out, which was quite astonishing. Everyone around them felt Kazuki Oden's aura, and their expressions changed slightly. No matter what, Kazuki Oden is indeed powerful, and this should not be underestimated. Mitt laughed loudly at this. "You are quite determined. What if I use Wanokuni civilians as a bet?" "Bet you will give Wanokuni to me." When Oden heard what Mitt said, his face suddenly darkened, and murderous intent shot out. Mitt smiled coldly and used the same momentum to confront him. The two sides were neck and neck for a moment, and an astonishing shockwave erupted. Kazuki Oden did not hesitate. He knew that Mitt was a very powerful opponent and immediately took the initiative. The speed was quite fast. Kazuki Oden suddenly appeared in front of Mitt and slashed him with a knife. A wave of flames rolled out, and Mitt pulled out the saber from his waist with his backhand to block the blow. The sound of weapons clashing sounded, causing several cracks to appear on the surrounding ground. Even the Whitebeard pirates and others have unstable combat capabilities. Mitt and Kazuki Oden's momentum increased at the speed of light, and the two began to fight fiercely around the forest. Powerful shock waves continued to devastate the surrounding area, rocks were chipped into pieces, and forest trees turned into a sea of fire. The two only fought for a few minutes, and there was no winner for a while. The people in the Whitebeard pirates were very surprised by this. They really didn't expect Mitt to be so strong. Phoenix Marco couldn't help but said, "This Marine named Mitt is indeed very strong." Diamond Josie nodded solemnly. With Mitt here, the battle would be quite difficult. Everyone is watching the battle between Oden and Mitt, even Whitebeard is interested in it. He could see that the target of Marine's action this time was indeed not him, but Wanokuni. He was just a target along the way. In that case, let's take a look at Mitt's methods. Whitebeard Edward wants to know whether the change in the world that Mitt said can be realized. Kazuki Oden becomes more and more frightened as he fights. No matter where he attacks, the opponent can predict it at once. This makes Kazuki Oden become more and more passive and his shots become more and more conservative. This trend is definitely not going to work. Kazuki Oden knows that if this continues, he will lose sooner or later. Advertisement. So Kazuki Oden exploded with all his strength, and when Mitt struck with his sword, he rushed forward. This time he did not avoid it, but attacked Mitt at the same time. With an indomitable momentum, this sword was directed towards Mitt's face. At this moment, Mitt has no time to avoid the defense. Bullet and others' expressions changed drastically, and their emotions suddenly became extremely tense. At this moment, Mitt tilted his head slightly and moved his body strangely to the side. This time, Mitt avoided Kazuki Oden's sword and blocked the subsequent shockwave. Before Kazuki Oden could make an impact, he was stabbed in the shoulder by Mitt's Ryujin Jaka. The hot flames quickly climbed up his body, forcing Kazuki Oden to step back. But Mitt was unyielding and continued to attack the opponent's chest. Kazuki Oden glared and gritted his teeth, forcefully resisting the blow. There was a loud bang, and the sudden shockwave knocked Kazuki Oden away and hit the ground heavily. The scene suddenly shook, and the cracks expanded rapidly, even dividing the entire battlefield. Kazuki Oden jumps out of the pit. He was panting heavily and his face looked very ugly. Compared with just now, Kazuki Oden looks much more embarrassed at this moment. And Mitt is still the same as before, still with a confident attitude. Just from this scene, anyone with a discerning eye would know that the outcome has been decided. Mitt looked at Kazuki Oden with extremely indifferent eyes. Zephyr smiled and spoke for Mitt. "There are many strong men on the sea, so don't be like a frog in the well." Kazuki Oden looked at Mitt with extraordinary momentum and felt frustrated for the first time. He had never felt this way in Wanokuni, but he really felt it today, and his face suddenly became even uglier. Mitt pointed the sword edge at Kazuki Oden and said coldly, "Win with one move, no need to waste time." Kazuki Oden nodded slightly, also raised his sword and faced Mitt. The momentum of both sides began to rise, and they collided in the air, causing a fierce impact. The two men had such a terrifying momentum that even Whitebeard and Zephyr's expressions changed. Everyone move back, don't be affected, Zephyr shouted without hesitation. Just as Marine and the pirates were retreating, an unprecedented wave shot straight into the sky. Even the civilians of Wanokuni felt the power that could destroy the world. Advertisement, they were all trembling, and some thought it was a divine punishment sent by God. The ground and sea water mixed together, and even the heaven and earth were deformed. After one blow, the person fell as expected, none other than Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden was defeated, completely defeated. Whitebeard Edward also fell silent when he saw this scene. He admits that he underestimated Mitt. This man will definitely be the biggest enemy of the pirates in the future, even compared with Garp, he is not weak by 3 points. Mitt faced everyone's gaze and walked towards Kazuki Oden. Take me to Wanokuni, he said quietly, but with an unmistakable force. Kazuki Oden did not refuse, but nodded silently. So far, Kazuki Oden has no ability to oppose Mitt. Seeing this situation, Mitt immediately turned his head and looked at Whitebeard Edward. How about it? Do you dare to go to Wanokuni for a drink? Whitebeard Edward laughed loudly. Goo ha 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 ha. Who do you think I am? I'm Whitebeard. After laughing, Whitebeard Edward swaggered towards Mitt. The other pirates and Marine were a little confused. They were fighting just now, so why were they drinking together again? Zephyr was also helpless about this, but he had no objection. In this way, 2 waves of people with different positions came to Kazuki Oden's mansion at the same time. When they saw this group of people, the people in the mansion were immediately frightened. Are you all pirates? Someone couldn't help but ask. Zephyr glanced at Mitt helplessly and said, we have nothing to do with Whitebeard. Whitebeard Edward was still laughing, he thought it was quite funny. Mitt responded with a smile on his face. We are Marine, here to cooperate with you. The subordinates were startled and looked at Kazuki Oden hurriedly. An embarrassed expression appeared on Kazuki Oden's face, and he nodded towards his retainer. That's it. What? Immediately, this question echoed throughout the mansion. Chapter 35 Negotiation. Kaido is back. At the party, Mitt and Whitebeard Edward drank a bottle of wine. Zephyr drank less, but Kazuki Oden was quite enthusiastic. Kazuki Oden quickly accepted the situation and became enthusiastic as soon as he relaxed. Of course, he still has something to say about cooperating with the world government. Mitt, if you want us to cooperate with the world government, it won't be enough just for me to agree, Kazuki Oden said. It still needs to be approved by the general. Then go meet the general, Mitt answered simply. He immediately stood up and asked Kazuki Oden to lead his people forward. Kazuki Oden didn't expect Mitt to be so straightforward, and immediately set off to take him there. Only the Whitebeard pirates took the initiative to stay at the banquet. After all, they had nothing to do with them. Dad, don't you really want to go over and take a look? Phoenix Marco asked Whitebeard. Whitebeard Edward drank a glass of wine and laughed. What does it matter? Let Marine talk to them and we can just have a good drink. But if Marine succeeds, it will definitely increase their strength greatly, Phoenix Marco frowned. This Mitt is not easy to deal with. Haha. Whitebeard Edward smiled slightly and looked at the backs of Mitt and others as they left. Then we'll see. Walking with Mitt, Zephyr couldn't help but sigh. Mitt, when I get back I want you to step up to the front desk. It would be a shame to be an instructor. He saw Mitt's strength and methods today and admired him very much. That's why Zephyr said that, and he meant it. However, Mitt directly rejected this. Zephyr, I don't need to go to the front, now I just hope to make the entire Marine grow. Everyone has his or her own opinion, and you don't have to force it. Zephyr sighed and said, that's right, I was the one who was abrupt just now. In this way, they arrived at the general's mansion. At this time, Wanokuna's general is still Sukiyaki, and it will be Oden's turn to take over until Oden goes to sea. After receiving the news of Marine's arrival, Sukiyaki of course took it very seriously. He personally came out to receive them and brought Mitt and the others to the banquet. After Kazuki Oden arrived at the scene, he said nothing and looked at Mitt and Sukiyaki from time to time. Advertisement Sukiyaki also stared at Mitt and Zephyr and said seriously. You Marines are indeed rare visitors to our Wanokuni. But it is impossible for me to cooperate with your world government. Wanokuni will not join world government. This has been our decision all along and will not change. Marine is Marine, world government is world government, they cannot be confused, Mitt said suddenly. Hearing what Mitt said, Sukiyaki narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. What do you mean? He suddenly realized that there was something in Mitt's words. Mitt smiled slightly at this and continued. We just want to cultivate Marine through this, and we don't want to cooperate with the world government. You can rest assured that there will be no world government issues. Interesting. Sukiyaki touched his chin and said. It seems you have other ideas. Mitt drank a glass of wine and continued. You should know Wanokuna's secret. Sukiyaki laughed at this, with a provocative look in his eyes. He never thought about cooperating with the world government from the beginning to the end, even if Mitt said so. Tell me, what secret does Wanokuni have? Mitt stared at the Sukiyaki tightly, as if he could see the other person's soul. This made Sukiyaki involuntarily nervous, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead subconsciously. Mitt continued to stare at the other person and spoke word by word. Kurozumi Higurashi. That's right, the Shogun Sukiyaki in front of Mitt is none other than Kurozumi Higurashi. Mitt didn't say this very loudly, only Kurozumi Higurashi, who turned into Sukiyaki, heard it. His face changed color in vain. It was obvious that Mitt had been right. As soon as he saw Sukiyaki's face, Mitt knew that the other person was definitely Kurozumi Higurashi. This guy is just waiting for Oden to go to sea, and then uses the order of Sukiyaki to make Kurozumi the new general. But today not only the Whitebeard pirates appeared here, Mitt personally brought people here. He came just for today's matter, and he came just in time. Kurozumi Higurashi's face kept changing colors, and finally calmed down strangely. He sneered a few times and said it didn't matter. So what? For some reason, the confidence in Kurozumi Higurashi's eyes is quite strong. Advertisement. Mitt looked at the other person and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will expose you in public?" Kurozumi Higurashi said, "I am Sukiyaki, no one can tell, including you." He laughed loudly at the same time. "What's more, what can you do if you know? I still have Kaido and Oden here, what can you do?" Kaido and Oden stand behind Kurozumi Higurashi, so he is naturally confident. At this point, Kurozumi Higurashi has absolute confidence that if Oden takes action, he will definitely be able to win over Mitt and the others. Mitt said nothing, just touched his chin. Mitt was not surprised at all that Kaido appeared in Wanokuni again. Originally, this guy had always been like this. He was caught and released by the world government, not just once or twice. Coming to Wanokuni, Mitt was naturally ready to see Kaido again. Seeing that Mitt's expression was still the same as before, Sukiyaki knew that his words did not scare him. Zephyr saw a strange atmosphere between the two of them from behind, and immediately walked over. "How's the situation?" Zephyr asked. At this moment, Sukiyaki suddenly stepped back and shouted loudly, "Kaido!" His voice was so loud that it shot through the house and filled the sky. Bullet and others who were drinking outside were immediately startled. "What's going on?" Kaji the T-Pig shouted. "Didn't Kaido get arrested by us?" As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar terrifying aura quickly enveloped him, covering up the moonlight. "I saw a green dragon rolling in the sky, with crackling lightning and full of momentum. This is none other than Kaido of the Beasts." As soon as he arrived at the scene, Kaido immediately noticed a familiar scent. "This is Mitt and the others who arrested him last time." "Mitt?" Kaido gritted his teeth and said angrily, with flames dancing in his eyes. He did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack on the general's residence. At the same time, bullets suddenly rushed out and blasted away the thunder and lightning sent by Kaido with one punch. With a majestic fighting spirit on his face, he locked Kaido firmly. "Kaido, how dare you show up? I'm just here to meet you." The last battle made Bullet feel bad, and he must avenge his shame this time. Kaido looked at Bullet coldly, his tone full of murderous intent. "Then you die." Chapter 36. The two joined forces to fight against Oden. Kaido didn't hesitate to attack Bullet, sending countless lightning bolts flying away. Bullet yelled and waved his fist, which actually blasted away all the attacks. The battle formation between the two was so powerful that the entire mansion was shaken by it. Kurozumi Higurashi, who transformed into Sukiyaki, realized something was wrong and immediately tried to escape somewhere else. As a result, the aftermath of the battle between Bullet and Kaido happened to knock him away. With a bang, Kurozumi Higurashi smashed through the wall and was covered in blood. Fortunately, he didn't lose consciousness, otherwise his secret would have been exposed. Despite this, Kurozumi Higurashi kept rolling on the ground, wailing again and again. "General!" Kazuki Oden was shocked and rushed out of the mansion. His face was extremely angry as he looked at Kurozumi Higurashi, who was being helped up by his men. "Oden!" Kurozumi Higurashi said, dying. "Get rid of those pirates quickly, quickly." "Damn it!" Kazuki Oden shouted to the sky, his whole body bursting with strength. He didn't expect that pirates like Mitt would actually attack the general, and he became furious. Kazuki Oden quickly drew the sword from his waist and rushed towards Mitt in one breath. Peach Garden Cross. The cross-shaped sword light shot straight towards Mitt, and even the ground was lifted off by it. Mitt's expression remained unchanged, and he also waved his sword to clash with it. Boom! Kazuki Oden plunged into the dust and smoke, pressing forward step by step, stronger and faster than before. He was indeed angry and was merciless with every move, determined to finish off Mitt. Mitt was very helpless with Kazuki Oden's judgment, and he didn't bother to explain. This is what this guy is like anyway, he might as well fight. Of course, Mitt doesn't need to take action. Just after Kazuki Oden launched the attack, a laser and a stream of magma flew over. Kazuki Oden noticed the situation and jumped to the left to avoid the attack. Even in extreme anger, Kazuki Oden's reaction speed is still very fast. Dark Hound. The dog-headed lava fist blasted towards Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden slashed out with his sword while avoiding the laser fired by Perusalino. The dust cleared, and Perusalino and Sakazuki appeared in front of Mitt together. "Advertisement, Brother Samurai, we will not let you hurt Mr. Mitt," Perusalino said with a smile. Sakazuki also nodded, with a serious expression on his face. "You bastards!" Seeing this battle, Oden could only stop. He gritted his teeth and stared at Mitt and others, his tone full of anger. "I took you to Wanokuni, and how dare you attack the general?" Sakazuki looked at Mitt with questioning eyes. Mitt shook his head slightly and said to Oden, "I can tell you, that general is not who you think he is." "Shut up!" Kazuki Oden became even more angry, and he attacked again without hesitation. Peach Garden Cross. This attack was even more terrifying than before, and the sword light was strengthened several times. Sakazuki and Perusolino's expressions changed slightly, but they still stepped forward together. Lava and laser erupted together, trying to block Kazuki Oden's attack. But the two of them miscalculated, and Kazuki Oden, in a rage, had extraordinary powers. Despite using all their strength, Perusolino and Sakazuki were unable to hold on and were knocked away by the force. The two of them penetrated several houses in one breath, raising a large cloud of dust and smoke. But this finally blocked Kazuki Oden's attack. Kazuki Oden also gasped for air after issuing this move, and his eyes were bloodshot. The move just now consumed a lot of energy even for him, and he is recovering quickly now. Mitt did not take action, but continued to watch Kazuki Oden fighting with Bullet. Bullet and Kaido also fought fiercely and were inseparable. Although Bullet is not yet Kaido's opponent, he uses quick and fierce moves to entangle the opponent. It is absolutely impossible for Kaido to bypass Bullet and attack others. While the students fought, Mitt also gained a lot of experience. Sure enough, you can gain the most experience in battle, and only breakthroughs in battle are the most possible. Zephyr noticed the movement and hurriedly came to Mitt's side. "What's going on, Mitt?" Zephyr asked, but he was also ready to fight. His muscles were tense, his momentum was rising, and he was ready to take action at any time. "As you can see." Mitt smiled. "Someone is causing trouble, so we can only help." Advertisement, Zephyr said in a deep voice as he watched Sakazuki and Perusolino rushing over. "Then I have to take action." Kazuki Oden and Kaido's attacks were indeed terrifying, and Zephyr felt that he couldn't do it without taking action. But Mitt immediately reached out to stop Zephyr and spoke. "It's not time for us to take the stage yet." Zephyr was slightly startled and looked at Mitt. Mitt looked serious and continued. "To grow, you have to fight, and I don't want them to become flowers in a greenhouse." Zephyr understood what Mitt meant, but still couldn't let go. However, he gave up the idea of taking action and said immediately, "Then I have to keep an eye on the scene and hope nothing happens." As soon as he finished speaking, Kazuki Oden had already adjusted his condition and rushed over again. Likewise, Sakazuki and Perusolino stopped in front of him. "As I said, your opponent is us," Perusolino said, kicking the laser in the past. The laser was very powerful, but Kazuki Oden slashed it away with his sword without hesitation. His expression was extremely gloomy, leaving countless afterimages on the ground, and he rushed forward at extremely fast speeds. With such a terrifying speed, even Perusolino's flash could hardly hit. Perusolino was shocked and quickly elementalized, but Kazuki Oden's sharp blade was already close in front of him. At the critical moment, Sakazuki suddenly rushed out and punched Kazuki Oden hard. The lava erupted, making a loud noise, and the violent explosion involved the three of them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Perusolino turned into a golden light and appeared on the other side. A Monking Yun sword. With a soft shout, Perusolino condensed his light into a sword and slashed at Kazuki Oden. Not only does Perusolino have the shining fruit, he is also quite good at swordsmanship. His sword struck Kazuki Oden directly on the shoulder, causing blood to fly out. Kazuki Oden gritted his teeth and waved his weapon at the same time, forcing the two of them away. Perusolino and Sakazuki continued to take shots, but neither could hit Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden's strength and speed are amazing, and his shots are extremely fast. After dodging Perusolino's sword, he slashed out with his backhand sword. Perusolino was accidentally hit and flew backwards. Sakazuki's face darkened, and he immediately continued to attack Kazuki Oden. The battle between the two and Kazuki Oden was still at a disadvantage. Chapter 37. The time has come and the conspiracy is exposed. Kizaru was slashed away with a sword. If he hadn't turned into an element at the critical moment, he would have died or been disabled. Of course, he still hit the ground hard and finally adjusted his posture. Kazuki Oden's strength is indeed terrifying, and Perusolino is no match now. Even if Perusolino and Sakazuki join forces, it will be difficult to fight against them. Coincidentally, the place where Perusolino landed was next to Shogun Sukiyaki. At this time, General Sukiyaki was surrounded by his men, preparing to stay away from the battlefield. Kurozumi Higurashi still didn't reveal his secret, but he was bleeding all over and needed treatment as soon as possible. Perusolino saw that he was no match, and at the same time he saw Sukiyaki leaving. His eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly had a new idea. In a flash of golden light, Perusolino suddenly appeared in front of Kurozumi Higurashi. Kurozumi Higurashi and the people around him were startled and shouted hurriedly. What did you do?" With a slight smile, Perusolino pointed the laser sword in his hand. It was obvious that Perusolino was trying to hijack Kurozumi Higurashi. He could tell that this man was definitely a very important person. Kurozumi Higurashi's face changed drastically. If he fell into Marine's hands, the situation would be terrible. Without hesitation, Kurozumi Higurashi suddenly roared and jumped up. Perusolino had already locked onto the opponent and took action directly. The laser flew away and was about to hit Kurozumi Higurashi. At this moment, a green protective barrier suddenly appeared in front of Kurozumi Higurashi. This barrier directly blocked the laser without moving at all. Perusolino was startled and immediately looked forward. I saw a man standing next to Kurozumi Higurashi with his hands stretched out. When Kurozumi Higurashi saw it, he immediately became happy. It turns out to be Kurozumi Semimaru of their Kurozumi family. Kurozumi Semimaru is a barrier fruit user, and he can block any attack. It can be said that with him by your side, your sense of security is greatly increased. Kurozumi Higurashi's face Jonin couldn't help but smile and shouted to Perusolino. Boy! Let's see what you can do. Zephyr also saw this situation with a surprised expression on his face. Advertisement. Is this a barrier fruit? Keep watching, Mitt said immediately. Although Perusolino was unable to penetrate the barrier, the situation was still under control for Mitt. Kazuki Oden naturally noticed Perusolino's movements and became furious. He attacked Perusolino with all his strength, heading straight for him. Perusolino shook his head slightly and had to turn into a laser to avoid Kazuki Oden's attack. Kazuki Oden was still preparing to continue attacking, but at this time Perusolino had already avoided it far away. He had to catch up if he wanted to attack, but Sakazuki stopped him. Dark Hound. Another magma punch hit Kazuki Oden hard. The power of magma eruptions is so powerful that even Kazuki Oden cannot ignore it. He had no choice but to turn around to face Sakazuki and slash him with his sword. Sakazuki responded with punches, bursting out with shocking momentum, and forcefully stopped Kazuki Oden. Once he comes out, Kazuki Oden can only fight with him. The two sides could not tell the winner for the time being, and they were in a stalemate for a while. Bullet, on the other hand, is also locked in a fierce battle with Kaido. Bullet has been knocked down by Kaido several times in a row, and the ground is full of big pits caused by him. But despite this, Bullet gets up quickly every time and continues to attack Kaido. Kaido was also very surprised. He didn't expect Bullet's physique to be so pervert. Not only is it impossible to knock him down, he also gets stronger the more he fights. But Kaido is a monster himself, and he has not been harmed until now. Even though he was slightly injured, Kaido quickly recovered and continued to suppress Bullet. Kaido became more and more excited as he fought and began to enjoy the battle. In comparison, Bullet's situation is much worse. But Bullet still had no intention of falling, and was extremely determined every time he took a shot. As expected of Kaido of the Beasts, Zephyr couldn't help but sigh. Zephyr wanted to rush over to help several times just now, but unexpectedly Bullet stood up again. This allowed Zephyr to see Bullet's extraordinary perseverance and appreciate it very much. Mitt, hasn't the time come yet? Zephyr looked at Mitt. Mitt's expression remained calm. Hearing Zephyr's question, Mitt just nodded slightly. Hold on. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakazuki had no time to elementalize and was stabbed hard by Oden. Blood spurted out immediately, and Sakazuki subconsciously took several steps back. He had no time to worry about his injuries and erupted the fiery lava towards Oden again. The hot lava rushed over quickly, but was cut away by Oden's sword. Oden's power is much stronger than Sakazuki's, suppressing the opponent with every move. Faced with this situation, Sakazuki remained undeterred and continued to attack Oden. Oden didn't slack off either, dodging the lava while rushing towards Sakazuki. Once Sakazuki gets slashed again, he will definitely lose. Sakazuki realizes this and is also trying to stop Kazuki Oden. On Kurozumi Higurashi's side, under the protection of Kurozumi Semimaru, they continued to retreat. With the barrier fruit guarding him, Perusolino couldn't break through the defense no matter how many lasers he fired. Perusolino seemed to be aware of this situation. After the attack failed, he suddenly disappeared from the scene. Kurozumi Higurashi waited for a while and then felt relieved. Before he could speak, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky and hit the surrounding ground hard. A big crater was suddenly made in the surrounding ground, which startled Kurozumi Higurashi. When he reacted, the smile on his face became even brighter. Bullet was seen in ragged clothes, struggling to jump out of the pit, and he was in a state of utter disarray. In his condition, anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is definitely quite weak. Kurozumi Higurashi glanced elsewhere. Now Bullet was suppressed by Kaido, Perusolino disappeared, and Sakazuki was almost no match for Oden. He couldn't help but laugh, mocking Mitt, who was still standing. Ha ha ha, Mitt, with your level as a marine, you still want to attack our Wanokuni? What a bunch of hopeless idiots. Mitt laughed at Kurozumi Higurashi's taunt. Unlike Zephyr, who has a gloomy expression, Mitt's face is full of confidence. Then, a familiar golden light pierced the sky, startling Kurozumi Higurashi. Kurozumi Semimaru subconsciously stopped in front of Kurozumi Higurashi to prevent Perusolino from attacking again. However, Jingwang stopped next to Mitt and did not continue to attack Kurozumi Higurashi. Just when Kurozumi Higurashi was confused, his eyes suddenly widened. Perusolino suddenly appeared, but there was an extra person on his hands. This person is none other than the leader of the Kurozumi family, Kurozumi Orochi. Chapter 38. Kaido retreats, the battle is over. Just now, Perusolino suddenly noticed something moving on the other side. So he was extra cautious and looked for opportunities to rush over quickly. While rushing over, Perusolino also received a tip from Mitt. Catch the leader over there. That's why Perusolino rushed over quickly and kidnapped the other party while he wasn't paying attention. With Perusolino's speed, he's more than capable of doing this kind of thing. Mitt naturally has great confidence in him. Kurozumi didn't react until now, with a look of panic on his face. He was watching the battle outside just now, but unexpectedly he was caught by Marine. This situation shocked people like Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Semimaru. Hurry, Oden! Kurozumi Higurashi shouted hurriedly. Hurry and rescue the hostages. Kazuki Oden would not disobey the general's order, so he immediately turned around and rushed over. Because of this, Sakazuki escaped Kazuki Oden's fatal blow. Until now, Kazuki Oden still has plenty of energy and his shots are even more swift. He roared and slashed at Perusalino with his sword, trying to force him to let go of the Kurozumi snake. As expected, Perusalino released the Kurozumi snake, but knocked it away with his laser kick. Kazuki Oden was shocked and hurriedly wanted to protect Kurozumi Orochi. At this moment, Sakazuki, who had been brewing for a long time, suddenly rushed out and punched Kazuki Oden hard. In desperation, Kazuki Oden was hit by Sakazuki in the left rib cage and flew backwards. The power of Sakazuki's punch was extraordinary, and it directly knocked Kazuki Oden several hundred meters away. Seeing this situation, Marine was very excited. Kurozumi Higurashi was very anxious and hurriedly led Kurozumi Semimaru and others towards Kurozumi Orochi. Perusalino was waiting for now. He stretched out his fingers, and golden light spots quickly condensed. At this time, Kurozumi Higurashi and others were rushing towards Kurozumi Orochi, and Perusalino fired 2 lasers without hesitation. These 2 lasers are aimed at Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Orochi at the same time. The laser speed is so fast that Kurozumi Higurashi and others have no time to think. He subconsciously shouted, "Go and protect Lord Orochi." Kurozumi Semimaru hurriedly rushed towards Kurozumi Orochi, creating a barrier at the critical moment. The barrier immediately blocked the laser, successfully blocking the attack. Advertisement, but Kurozumi Higurashi was hit directly by the laser, which penetrated his chest. This was Perusalino's intention. He hit this blow with all his strength. He stared, obviously not expecting that he would be penetrated by lasers. At this point, Kurozumi Higurashi is powerless, revolving heaven. Kurozumi Higurashi just opened his mouth like this, unable to say a word, and died on the spot. General! Kazuki Oden yelled and ran back as fast as he could. Sukiyaki is his father, and Kazuki Oden is extremely angry at this moment. As soon as he saw Kurozumi Higurashi fall, he rushed towards Mitt without hesitation. "You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* strength with this sword, and his momentum was extremely terrifying. Even Zephyr couldn't help changing his color and shouted hurriedly, "Get out of the way, Mitt." But Mitt had no intention of avoiding it at all, and instead pulled out the sword. Boom! Kazuki Oden and Mitt's swords collided, and the aftermath directly split the entire mansion in half. A large area of buildings collapsed, dust and smoke were raised, and the ground shook violently. Mitt still stood there and took a furious blow from Kazuki Oden. The nonsense should end. Mitt looked at Kazuki Oden and said calmly. "You be *****************. D. Kazuki Oden became even more angry. Why do you want to kill the general? I said it all." Mitt sighed softly. "Can't you see it clearly?" After saying that, Mitt stretched out his other hand and pointed in the direction of Kurozumi Higurashi. Kazuki Oden followed Mitt's fingers and his eyes suddenly widened. The man who looked like Sukiyaki just a moment ago suddenly turned into Kurozumi Higurashi. Upon seeing this situation, Kazuki Oden reacted immediately. This was done deliberately by the Kurozumi family, pretending to be Shogun Sukiyaki. Seeing Kazuki Oden's expression, Mitt knew that the other party understood the situation. "See, I said it from the beginning," Mitt said calmly. "This guy is fake." Kazuki Oden's aura weakened, and he put the sword back into its sheath, looking ashamed. Advertisement at this time, Kaido in the air was just about to launch an attack when he suddenly felt a powerful momentum. He frowned and looked at the situation below again. Seeing that the Kurozumi family had been exposed, Kaido couldn't help but curse inwardly. "You useless guy, you're showing off your secrets now." As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura came over him. Kaido pushed back without hesitation, then swung his tail and quickly got into the clouds. The people who came were none other than Whitebeard and others. As soon as he noticed the momentum, he rushed over quickly. As soon as he arrived, Kaido ran away. This made Whitebeard Edward couldn't help but shake his head. Kaido was not a fool. When he saw that Whitebeard was present, how could he still stay? This operation was considered a failure, and Kaido could only wait until he went back first. Everyone else gathered together, Kurozumi Orochi and the others were captured and brought to Kazuki Oden. Whitebeard led someone over, looking curious. Mitt continued to look at Kazuki Oden and said, "The culprit is here now. This is an internal matter within Wanokuni and we will not interfere." Kazuki Oden sounded ashamed and said to Mitt, "I just wrongly blamed you. I'm really sorry, it's nothing." Mitt smiled slightly. "They can learn a lot from fighting against a strong person like you." Hearing what Mitt said, Kazuki Oden felt even more ashamed and hurriedly turned his head to Kurozumi Orochi. "Say quickly, where did you hide the general?" Without Kaido as a backer, Kurozumi and others can only reveal all their plots cautiously. Mitt and the others don't care what to do next, they just let Kazuki Oden do it. Whitebeard learned the reason from the dialogue and situation at the scene and couldn't help laughing. Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, Mitt, you were so calm, you didn't explain it clearly right away. So what if I explain it later? Mitt responded with a smile. This sentence was extremely arrogant, but Whitebeard's face became serious. He knew Mitt was right, this man did have this confidence. Zephyr's eyes sparkled and he immediately said, with you Mitt here, Marine's future is absolutely bright. Whitebeard sighed secretly and then said, then come here, I'm Whitebeard, let's see what you Marines can do to me. Advertisement Chapter 39, Great Harvest and Increased Strength. So what are your plans now? Mitt looked at Whitebeard Edward. If you want to hit me, I'll be with you anytime. When Whitebeard heard this, he couldn't help but laugh again. Mitt, it's good for you to be confident, but look at what other people are doing. If you want to deal with us now, let's forget it. Whitebeard was right, many Marines at the scene were injured, and Bullet and Sakazuki were also injured a lot. If there were another conflict with Whitebeard, the outcome would be unpredictable. Mitt said directly, let's wait until next time, what do you think? Of course. Whitebeard grinned, I'm looking forward to you Marines. Don't let me down, Marines. Bullet stood up with a firm face and said loudly. One day, I will defeat you, Whitebeard Edward. Whitebeard laughed heartily again, not nervous at all. I don't know if it was because of his cheerful personality or because he didn't take Bullet's words to heart. Anyway, after he finished laughing, he took the initiative to walk towards Kazuki Oden. Here, Wanokuna's people and Marines have begun to clean up the battlefield, and Kazuki Oden also has his own things to do. Soon, the original Sukiyaki general was found and the Kurozumi family was eradicated. The whole thing passed quickly, and only the traces of that night's battle remained. Early the next morning, Zephyr was preparing to go back because of the summons from Naval headquarters. He originally wanted to take Bullet and others away, but those students said they had to wait for Mitt. Out of confidence in Mitt, Zephyr decided to wait. With Mitt here, no matter what happens, there will be no problem. Mitt is currently taking stock of his gains yesterday. Because of yesterday's battle, Mitt gained a lot of experience and his strength was greatly improved. System, bring up my panel. Mitt thought silently in his mind. Soon Mitt's current panel appeared in front of him. Mitt, 26 years old, Headquarters Rear Admiral, close black lens bracket. Power, 2 million, ability, Observation Haki Intermediate, Armament Haki, Advanced, 6th Form, Grandmaster, close black lens bracket. Conquerors Haki, Intermediate, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket weapon, Ryujin Jaka, Shikai, close black lens bracket. Advertisement, Strength, Shichibukai is medium, close black lens bracket. Looking at his own panel, Mitt nodded slightly. If it weren't for his sudden improvement in strength yesterday, Mitt wouldn't have been able to take a full blow from Kazuki Oden. He is quite satisfied with this. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before he can compete with the 4 emperors. Teacher Mitt. Just as Mitt was thinking, Bullet came over. Bullet's body was wrapped in bandages, and his injuries had been treated simply. His physique is quite terrifying. Even so, he only suffered minor injuries. It can be said that he can recover as long as he rests for a few days. But unlike his physical injuries, Bullet's face was solemn. Mitt knew what Bullet was thinking at a glance. In yesterday's battle, it can be said that Kaido completely abused Bullet, leaving him unable to fight back. Originally, Kaido's strength was also very strong among the 4 emperors, and he was undoubtedly the strongest creature in the world. If he hits Bullet who is still a child, he will definitely be able to suppress it. Mitt actually thinks that Bullet's ability to last so long under Kaido's hands is already impressive. You know, some people couldn't handle Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams and fainted directly. What's the matter? Mitt asked. That guy Oden is looking for you. Zephyr Admiral is also there, Bullet said immediately. Mitt nodded and set off with Bullet. On the way, Bullet couldn't help but said to Mitt. Mr. Mitt, my current strength is too weak, and I can't even see it on the sea. Mitt knew Bullet would think so and comforted him. You don't have to think so, it's good to be able to persist under Kaido for so long. You are still young, and sooner or later you will become an extremely powerful person. Bullet wasn't that fragile either, he quickly adjusted after hearing Mitt's comfort. He nodded heavily, a determined expression appearing on his face again. Mitt also smiled, this was the Bullet he knew. The two of them arrived at the living room together, where Oden, Whitebeard, and Zephyr were already waiting. What's the matter? Mitt asked. Zephyr was the first to explain. We have agreed with Oden to go to sea tomorrow. No problem. Mitt nodded. Anyway, everything that needs to be done is done. After this incident, there is no obstacle to cooperating with Wanokuni. It's just that there are a lot of things to talk about and it takes time to get used to it. So both Mitt and Zephyr plan to lead the team back to Naval headquarters and wait until later. Advertisement. One more thing. Kazuki Oden looked at Mitt. I plan to go to sea with Whitebeard. Oh, although this news is indeed heavyweight, Mitt's face remained unmoved. Kazuki Oden suddenly felt frustrated and couldn't help but said, you don't want to say anything? Anyway, I'm going to sea, and you Marine will be enemies from now on. So what? Mitt smiled slightly. When the time comes, we will see the real chapter at sea. It turns out that Kazuki Oden also left with Whitebeard, and Mitt was certainly not surprised. What's more, his goal has been achieved, and any conflicts will be discussed later. Mitt has absolute confidence and will definitely become stronger by then. Kazuki Odin and Whitebeard Edward were slightly startled, and they all looked at Mitt. Whitebeard Edward's face Jonin couldn't help but smile and said seriously. Mitt, you impress me, you really do. Let's have a good fight when we meet later. Mitt smiled in response and said loudly, I'll wait and see. Just like that, Wanokuna's battle ended. Be it Sakazuki, Perusalino or Bullet, and everyone else. They have made a lot of progress, and at the same time they have established their own goals. After meeting the top experts, they are more motivated to climb the peak. After Mitt returned, he was immediately received by Marine Marshal Kong. Mitt. Kong's expression was serious. Standing around him were all Marine senior executives, not only Admiral Sengoku, but also Vice Admiral Garp. Mitt's expression was also serious. He knew why Kong called him over. Because of your previous penultimate performance, our previous application to world government has been approved. Kong said solemnly, with admiration in his eyes, as of today, you are the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Congratulations, Mitt. Zephyr stood up, patted Mitt on the shoulder and said seriously. I still say what I said, Marine's future depends on you, Mitt. Mitt did not shirk and nodded slightly, his eyes full of confidence. With the system and these students, we can definitely open up a new path. Chapter 40 Targeting all nations, Mitt takes action. After the Wanokuni incident, there was a storm on the sea, and people are still talking about it. At that time, no one in Marine expected that the group of recruits led by Mitt would be able to escape from Wanokuni. And because of what happened before catching World and Kaido, Sakazuki, Perusalino, Bullet and others later rose to the level of Commodore. After being moved out of training camp, they all developed well. However, this group of people is still Mitt's subordinates in name, and their names in the Blade Force have not been revoked. The world government, in order to increase its influence, exaggerated Mitt's achievements. The newspapers were all over it, putting Mitt on a pedestal. This also triggered intense discussions around the world. The base of the Golden Lion Pirates is Golden Lion at the moment. Shiki is reading the newspaper. The deputy who was also reading the newspaper smiled and said to Shiki. Marine is promoting this Mitt with so much fanfare, it seems like this guy has some ability. Golden Lion Shiki snorted and said, I don't remember Mitt appearing in the Valley of the Gods. He must have been just a little guy at the time, who knows what the world government was thinking. After a pause, Golden Lion Shiki said again, ignore this guy for now, pay more attention to Roger. This guy has been making rapid progress recently, we can't let him get there first. Yes. The deputy nodded and immediately agreed. On the other side, the Roger pirates side. They happened to be discussing Mitt as well. With a smile on his face, Roger pointed at the newspaper and said loudly. It seems we have another worthy opponent. Having said that, Roger's tone was full of excitement and not nervous at all. I met this man named Mitt during the battle in the Valley of the Gods. I didn't expect his growth to be astonishing. Rayleigh couldn't help but shake his head. If he had known this, Rayleigh would have paid more attention to the other party at that time. Roger smiled and patted Rayleigh on the shoulder and said, needless to say, take care of yourself when the time comes. We'll definitely see Mitt when the time comes. It's just a good time to see what kind of strength he has and how to deal with it. Rayleigh agreed with Roger's statement and immediately said, what you said makes sense, and this is the only way it can be now. He thought for a moment and then said, Roger, do you think this is intentional by the world government to vigorously promote Mitt in order to cope with the current situation? Advertisement, of course it's possible. Roger touched his chin and said. The world government guys have always been like this, and this is no exception. We are almost reaching our goal, but we have to be careful in the next few years. Rayleigh nodded slightly, looked at the blue sky and sea in the distance, and said seriously. No matter what, we will reach the final island and find the legendary One Piece. Roger immediately laughed and echoed, and both of them had a twinkle in their eyes. Their goal is very clear, One Piece, time flies, 2 years have passed in such a hurry. During this period, both Mitt and other students have made great progress. Everyone is completing tasks here and there and constantly training themselves. Mitt's current strength is much stronger than before, and he basically has the strength of a strong Shichibukai. Gion and Rosinante who followed him were also developing quite well. On this day, Mitt rarely had free time, so he took Gion to go fishing on a small island near Marineford. He has done this often in the past 2 years, and Zephyr, Sengoku and Garp will come over to fish together from time to time. Those students, too, took the opportunity to talk to Mitt about what was going on these days. Not long after Mitt sat down today, he noticed the breath of another person. Gion reacted quickly and immediately saluted the other party. Sengoku Admiral. Sengoku nodded towards Gion with a smile and looked at Mitt. Mitt, you seem to be quite free. Mitt didn't look back. Hearing Sengoku's tone, he knew that he was here for something and didn't want to play charades with him. Sengoku walked over to Mitt and sat down next to him, waving the fishing rod in his hand as well. He still brought fishing gear with him, it was not because he was unprepared. After the fishing rod was thrown into the water, Sengoku got down to business. Mitt, you know Wanguo? All nations? Mitt muttered softly, a light flashing in his eyes. You mean Charlotte Linlin? Of course IWC Mitt knows that it is Charlotte Linlin's stronghold. Charlotte Linlin is one of the later 4 emperors, she is quite powerful and can't compare to Kaido. Advertisement in the past 2 years, Charlotte Linland's reputation has also increased, and the development of IWC has also become faster and faster. At the Marine meeting, Charlotte Linland's name was mentioned several times. What's more, after knowing what happened next, Mitt was naturally not surprised that Sengoku mentioned Charlotte Linland. That's right. Sengoku nodded. I'm talking about Charlotte Linland. He paused and continued. We received news that Charlotte Linland is about to hold a tea party. When the time comes, we will invite prominent figures from all over the world to participate in the event. It can be said that this tea party is a means for Charlotte Linland to connect and trade with other forces. Do you want to take this opportunity to give Charlotte Linland a good blow? Mitt asked. That's right. Sengoku said, now that you have time, you can go over and take a look. We won't force you to go. Mitt smiled and said to Sengoku, when did you become so reasonable? Sengoku touched his beard awkwardly and continued, I still have to listen to your opinion. That being said, Mitt knew he wouldn't let this opportunity pass him by. I have long wanted to meet Charlotte Linland. He shook his head, suddenly lifted the fishing rod, and fished up a huge sea king's. With a bang, the sea king's was thrown directly to the ground and fell unconscious. Mitt stood up and waved to Gion. This fish is for you, Sengoku. Gion didn't hesitate and nodded heavily. Yes. Ignoring Sengoku, Mitt walked away with Gion. Soon, Mitt's ship appeared in the waters near Wangguo. At the same time, he also discovered the familiar dog-headed warship, which was waiting for him. Before he could get close, Bullet's figure appeared on the dog-headed warship. He was waving at Mitt and shouting loudly, Teacher Mitt, Teacher Mitt. As soon as he finished speaking, Mitt suddenly appeared next to Bullet. He scanned the scene and found that they were all his students, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Then, Mitt suddenly pulled out his knife and slashed at Bullet. It was so fast that no one else could react. Chapter 41. Meet and face the Charlotte family. Bullet hurriedly punched to block it and kept retreating. He scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to deal with Mitt. Mitt took the weapon back and nodded to Bullet in affirmation. Soon the T-Dolphin Jiaji jumped out on his own initiative. Kaji, the T-Dolphin, was laughing loudly and patting Bullet on the shoulder. Teacher Mitt thinks highly of you, Bullet. How could I not know what you were thinking? Mitt shrugged. Even though Bullet and others kept things secret, Mitt was very systematic. The system had issued relevant tasks as early as when Mitt decided to come to Wangguo. Sakazuki, Perusalino, Cake the Otterfish and others also gathered around and greeted Mitt one after another. It has been 2 years since we gathered together to carry out a mission, and everyone's faces were very excited. The same goes for Mitt, who will definitely gain a lot of experience with these students. Mitt has been basically consolidating his strength in the past 2 years. After this operation, his strength will definitely make a leap. At the same time, he also hopes to take away a few children from the Charlotte family and go back to educate them well. Although those children are estimated to be young, many of them still have great potential. Unlike everyone else who looked excited, Marine Vice Admiral Garp had a straight face. Even when Mitt looked over, his expression didn't change. What's wrong, Garp? Mitt felt a little funny, don't you welcome me? Alas. Garp sighed dejectedly and said, this has nothing to do with you, Kai-Shi. I was chasing that guy Roger at first, but I was tricked into carrying out this mission by Kong. And it's really hard to deal with these guys, Mitt. When Bullet heard what Garp said, he immediately shouted. Vice Admiral Garp, our discussion just now is not over yet. Let's continue quickly. I have to show Mr. Mitt his current level. Garp immediately shook his head and said, let's forget it. If you want to continue fighting, wait until you have enough fights in Wangguo. He was pestered by Bullet and others for advice, which naturally made his already depressed mood even more helpless. Mitt smiled and said to Garp, Garp, since Roger is going to collect the historical text of road signs, maybe I'll go to Wangguo too. Hearing what Mitt said, Garp immediately cheered up. But at the same time, Garp couldn't help but muttered. I don't know if it would be a good thing if Roger came. The world government is really just a celestial dragons. Why save him? If he dies, he will die. Sakazuki on the side was keenly aware of this situation and asked immediately. Vice Admiral Garp, what do you mean by what you just said? Garp realized that he had made a mistake and said immediately. No, nothing, just pretend I didn't say anything. Mitt said helplessly. What's going on, Garp? Facing the questioning looks of Mitt and others, Garp said helplessly. One of the celestial dragons was also invited to the tea party and he actually set out. What? Bullet said in surprise. Such a thing actually exists. Bullet was very angry at Marine for not notifying everyone. He didn't want the celestial dragons to fight for anything. Everyone knows the reputation of celestial dragons, and even a Marine doesn't want to have anything to do with them. The others also had the same attitude, and the scene suddenly became a little solemn. Although they didn't say it, it was obvious that they were all dissatisfied with Marine's decision. In this regard, Garp could only smooth things over and said, it's okay, just pretend that guy doesn't exist. Let's do our own thing. We'll talk about anything after we take him back. This can only be the case now. They're approaching 10,000 kingdoms and there is no way out. So everyone immediately started to warm up under Mitt's reminder. In this way, the Marine warship quickly headed towards the island where Wangguo was located. Their group had entered the realm of all nations, and Charlotte Linlin immediately learned the news. The eldest son Perispero immediately said to Charlotte Linlin, "Mom, how do you think we should deal with these Marines?" Charlotte Linlin looked angry. She didn't welcome Marine here. "Who is it?" she asked in a deep voice. "It seems like Garp and Mitt, and a bunch of Commodores," Perispero said hurriedly. "That's the Mitt who defeated Kaido." Charlotte Linlin immediately recognized Mitt. Mitt was in the limelight 2 years ago, and Charlotte Linlin certainly knew who this man was. At the same time, there was also Garp, which made Charlotte Linlin's expression even more gloomy. Marine and the others definitely have bad intentions when they come here. Charlotte Linlin trusts her own judgment. She gritted her teeth and said, "Get ready to fight. What do these Marines think of me here?" Then she laughed loudly again. Mama, whoever comes will die." Perispero nodded quickly and quickly began to make preparations for leaving the station. At the same time, there was a tea party, which he also needed to arrange immediately. Not long after, the tea party was about to begin, and Garp and others were eager to give it a try. Standing on the deck, they had seen the islands of Wanguo and the cake buildings on them. Advertisement just then, Garp's phone rang. Report to Vice Admiral Garp, traces of the Roger pirates were found in the northeast, and they seem to be heading towards 10,000 kingdoms, his subordinate quickly reported. Everyone at the scene was surprised. They didn't expect the Roger pirates to actually come. "Continue to pay attention to the movements of the Roger pirates. I'll be there right away." Garp hung up the phone directly. Garp is more interested in the Roger pirates than the Charlotte family. He turned to Mitt without hesitation. "Mitt, I'll leave the Charlotte family matters to you. I'll go snipe that guy Roger." After finishing speaking, Garp quickly left the place without waiting for Mitt to answer. He jumped onto his dog-headed warship and quickly began to give orders. Mitt smiled and watched his student jump over from the dog-headed warship. Bullet's face was very excited, and everyone else was eager to try it. "Teacher Mitt, when are we going to do it?" They weren't at all nervous about Garp leaving. 2 years have passed and Bullet has reached 14 years old and is no weaker than before. The same is true for others, who have made considerable progress. Of course Mitt did not hesitate and continued to command the warship to move forward. Bullet, Sakazuki and Perusalino stood on the deck, while the remaining Marines stood behind them. They looked forward and saw a group of people gathering on the shore in the distance. The people there were members of the Charlotte family, and they all exuded amazing aura. Perispero stood there and used his candy fruit ability to suddenly attack Mitt and others. With a brush sound, the sea area in front of the marine warship immediately became extremely hard. "Our warships can't move," Cha Dojiaji shouted. Sakazuki immediately stood up, steam rising around his body, and hot lava filled his hands. Meteor volcano. Using both fists, Sakazuki shot out countless lava meteors into the air and smashed them towards the sea ahead. Bang! The lava meteor directly shattered the hard sea surface, making a huge noise. Candy pieces splashed all of a sudden, and the scene was very shocking. Perispero didn't expect that the other party would crack his method so quickly, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Charlotte Owen behind him immediately stood up and spoke. "Brother, let me do it." With that said, Owen put his hands deep into the sea and used the power of the hot fruit. The hot fruit can quickly heat the seawater, making the surrounding sea area scalding hot. Soon, the sea around Marine began to radiate heat and began to roll. If this continues, the entire warship will be destroyed. Seeing this situation, Perusalino couldn't help but shook his head. In this situation, it seems that he can't help but take action. After saying that, he immediately jumped out and turned into a golden light and flew over. Perusalino was now much faster than before, and he rushed in front of Irving. On the way to rush over, Perusalino kicked out a laser and shot it straight towards the opponent. Owen is concentrating on using his abilities at the moment. Even if he senses danger, he has no time to avoid it. At this critical moment, Charlotte Katakuri suddenly jumped out and thrust out her trident. Nuo Tuan thrust. With a bang, the laser that Perusalino kicked was forcefully struck by Kaido. Katakuri's observation haki is extremely powerful and can predict the future briefly. That's why he was able to predict the direction of Perusalino's attack in advance and stop it in one go. Perusalino released his elementalization with a hint of surprise on his face. Upon seeing this, Bullet immediately jumped into the sea and hugged the nearest warship. He soaked in the scalding seawater and remained unmoved, and even more so, he burst out with astonishing power. "Drink!" With a loud shout, Bullet threw the warship towards the island. He shouted at the same time, "That's it, boy, is this temperature enough for Lousy to soak in the hot spring?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bullet jumped out of the sea and flew to the island together with the warship. He carried an extremely powerful aura that even the heaven and earth changed color. Katakuri's face changed drastically. He realized that the situation was not good and shouted hurriedly, "No, get out of the way." Before anyone else could react, the warship crashed down. Bullet also accumulated strength in the air, and punched out with a bang at this moment. "Get down here." A huge shockwave erupted from Bullet's fist, hitting the island hard. The whole island suddenly shook violently, and the rumbling sound was endless. The shockwave quickly spread from the center of the explosion, knocking away the large number of pirates who were coming. Faced with such a terrible impact, they had no power to fight back. Almost instantly, a large number of pirates were knocked unconscious and lost their ability to resist. A bottomless pit appeared on the island, with countless cracks surrounding it. And this is just a simple click of Bullet. The Charlotte family managed to stabilize their bodies and were surprised by Bullet's strength. Katakuri took a deep breath. Although he was a little scared, he still remained calm. Advertisement, Bree. Move quickly and divide the battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakazuki, Perusalino and other marines all rushed over. They were aggressive, charging at each other and attacking at the same time. The Charlotte family hurriedly intervened to stop him, while Katakuri and Bree quickly brought him to the mirror world. Marine attacks quickly and fiercely. Katakuri can't let all the opponent's power be concentrated together. Facts prove Katakuri's strategy. It was so effective that even Sakazuki almost got hit by it. Perusalino was even more unable to dodge and plunged directly into the mirror world. Avoiding Bree's attack, Sakazuki struck without hesitation and punched him. Great eruption. The huge lava fist hit Bray, but was blocked by Charlotte Dafu. Despite this, Charlotte Daifuku was still no match for Sakazuki's punch. If Katakuri hadn't struck in time, he would have been unable to block it. At this time, the battlefield has been divided, and Sakazuki is facing Katakuri and Charlotte Daifuku. Perusalino and Petrified Cracker. As soon as Bullet rushed out, he ran into Perospero and Irving. They quickly selected their opponents and burst out with amazing momentum. Although the number of people in the Charlotte family is not very large now, the strength of a few members of the Buy department is already enough to take charge of their own business. The eldest brother, Perospero, has the ability to lick fruit and is extremely powerful. The second child, Katakuri, is a user with the Nuo fruit ability. He can predict the future, and his physical skills and fruit ability work perfectly together. The third great blessing is the one with the ability to transpire fruits. The fourth child, Owen, is a person with the hot fruit ability. Cracker is a person with biscuit fruit ability, and Opella is a butterfruit. Not only do they have powerful fruit abilities, but they also possess basic haki. Among them, Katakuri even possesses Conquerors Haki, whose strength is extraordinary. Marine's side didn't give in too much and joined the battle one after another to fight against the Charlotte family. Dark Hound. Sakazuki shouted. He almost fell into Bree's trap, so he was very angry. Every punch he throws now is full of power. Even if he fights 1 against 2, he won't lose. Lava splashed. Daifuku and Katakuri blocked it, but were secretly frightened by it. Perusalino still looked the same, always carefree. He dealt with Cracker and Opera at the same time, but even so, his attitude never changed. But Cracker and Opera didn't dare to neglect. Perusalino's speed was too fast. Once they are distracted, this guy will disappear in front of their eyes in an instant. Bullet blocked Perospero's attack with his fist and hit Irving with his left fist. Irving originally wanted to take action together, but was forced back by Bullet. Bullet suddenly roared and exploded with even more amazing momentum. This momentum soared into the sky and was extremely domineering. Perospero and Irving could not match it. Their expressions changed greatly, and they had no choice but to rush forward. Bullet laughed at this and shouted loudly, "Come on now, you guys." After saying that, Bullet continued to rush towards the two of them. His Zhao's face was full of fighting spirit, and he pressed forward with an extremely domineering momentum, and punched out again. The goal this time is very clear, and Bullet also seriously promised Mitt before. No matter what, we will defeat the Charlotte family this time. The battle continues. In the battle on Kizaru's side, Opella immediately launched an attack while he was on the ground. He releases cream from his body, splashes towards Perusalino. The range of the cream is quite large, and Opella obviously wants to block the opponent's avoidance direction. But Perusalino did not choose to avoid it this time. Instead, he stretched out his hand and fired a huge golden laser. The golden laser flew out and directly scattered Opella's cream. In order to block the laser, Opera quickly released a large amount of cream from his body. In an instant, he turned into a cream monster, forced against the laser, and Perusalino launched a charge. The cream monster roared angrily, and its speed was so fast that it was about to focus on Perusalino. Perusalino easily avoided Opera, still mumbling, "It's so scary." He said this with a leisurely look on his face, not afraid at all. Opella became even more angry and immediately yelled, changed direction and rushed over again. Just as he was about to continue the attack, he saw a flash of golden light in front of his eyes, and Perusalino himself suddenly appeared behind him. Perusalino held the Tiankongyun sword in his hand and slashed it down without hesitation. The golden light surged, and at the critical moment, Cracker suddenly rushed out. He pushed Opella away with one shoulder and blocked Perusalino's sword. With a bang, the golden light exploded, and upon seeing this, Perusalino split open a cake Qianren soldier. But immediately another biscuit soldier rushed out and attacked Perusalino. Perusalino couldn't help but shook his head. As expected of Charlotte Linland's monster child, all of them are so troublesome. Despite this, Perusalino didn't even break a sweat on his face and was able to deal with the Cookie Man at the scene with ease. 2 nanometers Chapter 42 Katakuri bows his head and joins Marine. Cracker and Opella were sweating coldly. They had only fought for a few rounds, and they couldn't even see the other's true strength clearly. This seemingly careless man is as powerful as a monster. Without hesitation, Cracker immediately activated his ability while Perusalino stopped. In an instant, many cookie soldiers appeared on the scene. They waved their weapons and attacked Perusalino. Perusalino did not hold back his hands. He faced each other and quickly gathered the golden light together. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Seeing the golden light converging into a sphere, Perusalino pushed outward, and countless golden light rays immediately exploded in the air. There was no stroke this time. The laser rays penetrated these biscuit soldiers one after another, and they were crushed to pieces without even a chance to fight back. Even Cracker himself was hit by a laser beam, exposing his body. With a look of panic on his face, he hurriedly tried to recreate the cake maker's helmet. But Perusalino would not give the opponent a chance and appeared in front of the opponent in a flash. I said, "Have you ever been kicked by light?" As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked out a laser and kicked Cracker away. Cracker's body jumped on the ground several times, creating cracks in one breath and raising countless dust and smoke. Perusalino continued to take action, firing lasers in the direction of Cracker. There is more and more dust and smoke, shrouding the area ahead. Perusalino noticed something was wrong and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Just when Cracker was knocked away, Opella hurried over. When the dust and smoke dissipated, the two of them had used their respective abilities to create cakes for the soldiers again. And this time, the biscuit soldier is also covered in cream armor. With this layer of cream armor, even Perusalino's laser can be touched. Cracker and Opera stood together with smiles on their faces. "Marine, let me see how you respond this time. This is the armor they made together, and it won't be easily broken by the opponent." Perusalino saw this and scratched his head. He didn't expect that the abilities of these two people could cooperate with each other, which was really a bit tricky. However, a smile appeared on Perusalino's face, but don't think there's nothing he can do. Cracker sensed something was wrong and shouted hurriedly, "Give me the offense, don't give this guy a chance." These biscuit soldiers with cream armor immediately rushed towards Perusalino. Such a battle is really like a well-trained army. Perusalino raised his right hand slightly, and the Tien Kong Yun sword appeared again, emitting a dazzling golden light. At the same time, Perusalino also covered armament Haki on the Amonking Cloud Sword. The golden light 177 is mixed with a little black light, making it look more powerful. In the past 2 years, Perusalino has kept in mind the teachings of Teacher Mitt and has been practicing armament Haki. Now he has been able to wrap armament Haki on his Amonkong Yun sword, and his destructive power has reached a new level. Even these biscuit soldiers with cream armor are vulnerable to the Tien Kong Yun sword. Perusalino walked among the biscuit soldiers, crushing one with his sword, like a piece of cake. Cracker and Opella watched helplessly as the cookie soldiers they worked so hard to create were quickly crushed by Perusalino. The two of them could not hide the shock on their faces, and immediately rushed towards Perusalino. Now you must defeat the opponent in one fell swoop before all the cookie soldiers are crushed. But Cracker and Opera still miscalculated, and Perusalino was waiting for them. While the two of them rushed over, Perusalino smiled slightly and swept out the Tien Kong Yun sword. The remaining biscuit soldiers were destroyed in one fell swoop, and Cracker and Opella were defeated by Jin Mang at the same time. Perusalino took the lead in targeting Opella, piercing his armor with a sword and knocking him to the ground. Opella. Cracker reacted and wanted to support, but Perusalino didn't give the opponent a chance to take action and kicked him in the chest. Boom! The laser explosion directly shattered Cracker's biscuit armor and kicked it in hard. Cracker was unable to block Perusalino's attack at all, and he fell to the ground. Perusalino was serious and took out Cracker and Opella in just a few rounds. After dealing with these two people, Perusalino returned to his carefree attitude. He yawned and looked around. Now Perusalino is still in the mirror space and doesn't know how to cure him. But he didn't care much, stretched out, and Perusalino lay down on the lawn very comfortably. Anyway, I have dealt with the enemy here, so it's time to take a rest. Perusalino didn't seem to care much about the outside world, and he even started to feel sleepy. Looking at the sky in the mirror world, a smile appeared on Perusalino's face. The next battle has nothing to do with his regiment. Outside the mirror world, Sakazuki is also fighting the Charlotte family. Katakuri and Daifuku took action together, constantly attacking from various directions. Sakazuki had a serious expression and acted very violently, even launching his ultimate move directly. Meteor Volcano. Fire meteors like a heavy rain fell from the sky and hit the ground. Advertisement: Sakazuki's target is not just Katakuri and Daifuku, but everyone in the Charlotte family. Katakuri and Dafu rushed forward as soon as they saw this situation. Just before the flaming meteor was about to hit, Katakuri used the Nuo fruit ability to create a rice cake barrier. With a bang, the flaming meteor hit the rice cake barrier hard, causing violent vibrations. Despite this, the rice cake barrier attached to armament Haki succeeded in blocking Sakazuki's attack. In other words, he withstood some of the attacks in Meteor Volcano. Even so, Katakuri still spent a lot of energy and physical strength. Brother Katakuri, Dafu, who was standing behind him, shouted anxiously when he saw this situation. In order to help his brother share the pressure, Dafu immediately began to rub his hands together. Soon, the huge steam demon was summoned by Daifuku. He tried to move towards Sakazuki. At this time, Sakazuki was about to rush over and punch, catching up with the steam demon's attack. The sword of the steam demon was extremely fast, and it split Sakazuki's whole body in half in one fell swoop. But this is nothing to those with Logia fruit abilities. Sakazuki's split body was quickly fused together without any scars. Great eruption. Another huge blow from the lava fist hit hard, forcing Katakuri to continue resisting. After a little analysis, Sakazuki discovered that Katakuri was protecting his younger brother. So he immediately changed his strategy and targeted Dafu. Several punches continued, but Katakuri could not stop Sakazuki's fist at all. Soon Katakuri showed his flaws, and Sakazuki seized the opportunity. At this time, Dafu wanted to control the steam demon to come forward to help, but Sakazuki punched him directly. Dafu's face changed drastically. Before he could react, Sakazuki was approaching him, and he didn't even have a chance to take action. Daifuku! Katakuri shouted, watching helplessly as his brother was caught by Sakazuki. Sakazuki smiled coldly and pressed Daifuku with his left hand, exuding amazing momentum. Dafu still wanted to struggle, but he was already scarred and had no room to resist. His right fist was raised high, the hot lava was surging, and Sakazuki was concentrating his strength. Katakuri realized something was wrong, and just when he was about to rush over, Sakazuki's right fist fell. Katakuri couldn't stop him at this time. He widened his eyes and shouted subconsciously. Stop! Suddenly, a domineering aura erupted from Katakuri and he quickly rushed towards Sakazuki. Sakazuki hesitated slightly, showing a surprised expression. This momentum is Conquerors Haki. Sakazuki did not expect that at this time, Katakuri would awaken Conquerors Haki. Subconsciously looking behind Mitt, Sakazuki sighed secretly. No wonder Teacher Kaishi asked me to pay more attention to this guy when I just got off the boat. Sakazuki was a little confused at first, but now it seems that Mr. Mitt's concern is indeed correct. Across the world, there are very few people who can awaken Conquerors Haki. That's why Sakazuki was surprised and couldn't help but look at Katakuri a few more times. Katakuri took advantage of this opportunity and directly hit the rice cake attack, trying to force Sakazuki back. But Sakazuki had no intention of giving in, and even took a step towards the opponent. He quickly reached out and grabbed Katakuri's trident. Powerful power burst out, and the scalding heat made Katakuri's color change. Just as Katakuri was about to let go, Sakazuki quickly rushed towards him. Before Katakuri could react, Sakazuki punched the opponent in the chest. The power of the molten rock fist was like a volcano erupting, and Katakuri spat out a mouthful of blood. Lava and blood splashed out together, and Sakazuki kicked Katakuri again. This flame kick swept across Katakuri's shoulder and directly kicked the opponent to the ground. Bang! Katakuri hit the ground several times before landing on the ground dozens of meters away. Dafu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly wanted to attack again. But Sakazuki didn't give him a chance and punched him again. This time Daifuku himself was knocked unconscious on the spot and fell at Sakazuki's feet. Sakazuki's destructive power is extremely powerful. In front of him, Daifuku and Katakuri can't stop him at all. Even if Katakuri awakens Conquerors Haki, he is no match for Sakazuki. Let go of my brother, Katakuri's voice shouted again. He was still struggling towards Saka's. Sakazuki looked at Katakuri coldly, waited for the opponent to rush in front, and punched the opponent's door. As soon as Katakuri turned sideways to avoid it, Sakazuki kneed him in the stomach and he fell down. Sakazuki didn't use his abilities much these two times, otherwise Katakuri would definitely die. He looked down at Katakuri, saw that the opponent was still trying to struggle, and stepped on him. Katakuri was completely unable to struggle now and collapsed to the ground, with only a pair of eyes staring at Sakazuki. He knew Sakazuki was holding back on purpose, which made him even more angry. You can kill me, but you must let my brother go, Katakuri gritted his teeth. Sakazuki ignored Katakuri's words and turned his gaze to the sea. On the warship, Mitt was sitting there, also looking at Sakazuki. Mitt nodded slightly and conveyed his meaning to Sakazuki. Katakuri made Sakazuki know when he spoke, he thought the other party was different and couldn't help shouting. Advertisement, how on earth are you Marines going to let my brothers go? Sakazuki spat out 4 words coldly, join Marine. Katakuri was stunned, he didn't expect Sakazuki to say that. But Katakuri also knows that the current Bigman pirates are no match for this group of monsters. If he can help the entire family, it doesn't matter how much he suffers. So Katakuri didn't hesitate for long and gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll join you Marine. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakazuki moved his feet away and pulled Katakuri up. Pointing at Katakuri and Daifuku, Sakazuki said solemnly. In that case, come with me now, just when Sakazuki brought Katakuri and Daifuku to the warship. Bullet has defeated Irving and Perospero. These two people were no match for Bullet and could only barely block him. After a few more punches, Owen and Perospero were directly hit by the shockwave. The two of them blocked the shockwave with painful expressions on their faces and managed to get through it. But Bullet would not give his opponent a chance to breathe, he rushed straight in and struck hard. Perospero hurriedly used his ability to make the ground slippery to avoid Bullet's attack. Bullet chuckled and took a few steps, causing several cracks in the ground. Continuing to punch, Bullet is about to hit Perospero. At the critical moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Bullet hard. Bullet covered his body with his armor color and forcibly blocked the attack. But in addition to thunder and lightning, a giant great fireball also flew out of the air, hitting it with extremely powerful momentum. Even Bullet didn't dare to make a hard connection, so he could only choose to jump back. As soon as he landed, Bullet felt his whole body sink, and then a huge black shadow fell from the sky. Boom! A black shadow quickly appeared, and Charlotte Linlin stared at Bullet with a gloomy face. Boy, you are looking for death. Bullet stared at Charlotte Linlin, smiling excitedly. It's you I'm waiting for. Without hesitation, Bullet immediately rushed towards Charlotte Linlin. After waiting for so long, the battle that Bullet was looking forward to finally began. On the other side, Sakazuki also successfully brought Katakuri and the two to the warship. A smile appeared on Mitt's face, looking at Sakazuki and Katakuri. Mr. Mitt, he agreed to join Marine, Sakazuki said seriously. Nodding slightly, Mitt asked Katakuri again, are you sure you agree? Katakuri gritted his teeth. For the safety of his family, he could only agree. I won't come here if you don't agree, Katakuri said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt appeared in Kai's mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket, successfully accepted new student Charlotte Katakuri. Close black lens bracket. After identification, the student's potential is S level. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for receiving the reward. The reward is Observation Haki Advanced Essence. Close black lens bracket. More information has been recorded on the Katakuri panel. Close black lens bracket. The smile on Mitt's face couldn't stop, and he knew Katakuri would agree. Otherwise Mitt wouldn't have brought Sakazuki back. Feeling Mitt's gaze, Katakuri snorted and said harshly. Although first join your Marine, no matter what I get, it is only for myself. Don't think you can make me believe in your creed. After saying that, Katakuri felt Charlotte Linlin's momentum and showed a surprised expression. Mother, Charlotte Linlin takes action, she is dealing with Bullet. Mitt is also paying attention to this fight, and he wants to see if Bullet's potential can be improved. Monster versus monster, Bullet's potential may be even stronger than Big Mom's. According to the original trajectory, Bullet has been locked up on the 6th floor of Impel Down since he was in his 20s. This will definitely weaken Bullet so much that he won't be able to grow. But things are different now. With Mitt here, Bullet's future achievements will definitely not be bad. Damn you brat, Charlotte Linlin slashed at Bullet with her sword. Bullet went head on and collided fiercely with the opponent. The extremely powerful shock wave quickly spread outwards, knocking down many Marines and pirates. Bullet was very excited and immediately raised his momentum to the limit. Conquerors Haki erupted, causing the expressions of the surrounding people to change drastically, and some even began to tremble. Charlotte Linlin also shouted and used her own Haki to press Bullet, trying to suppress it severely. Chapter 43 Fierce Battle, join forces to face the enemy. With a bang, the entire sky was shaken open by this momentum, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The waves surged again, and the sea became restless and restless. The two sides who were still fighting each other had to stop. They had no way to avoid the impact of the battle between the two. Charlotte Linlin stared at Bullet, with fire burning in her eyes, very angry. She originally wanted to suppress this kid, but found that his aura was no worse than her own. This makes Charlotte Linlin even more angry. She controls Zeus and Prometheus at the same time. Zeus and Prometheus attacked at the same time, spitting fire and striking lightning strikes at Bullet's back. But Bullet ignored these attacks and even used armament Haki to deflect them away. Charlotte Linlin was taken aback, and just when she was about to continue attacking, Bullet suddenly dodged and punched out. Bang! Another heavy punch, hitting Charlotte Linlin directly in the chest. Charlotte Linlin blocked the blow with her body and slashed at Bullet himself with a sword. The speed of the two people began to increase, and they continued to collide in the air, sending out violent shockwaves. Parasparrow and Owen struggled to stand up and looked at the battlefield ahead. Damn it, Owen couldn't help but cursed. I can't see anything clearly. Even if Owen wants to help, in his eyes, he can only see two black figures now. Bullet and Charlotte Linlin were so fast that neither Irving nor anyone else could keep up. Faced with this situation, Owen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Brother, since Mom takes action, she can definitely defeat all these Marine bastards. Parasparrow nodded heavily and kept watching Bullet fight with his mother. But the shock in his eyes has not dissipated even now. Just because Bullet's strength is indeed extremely powerful, he and Charlotte Linlin were inseparable from each other for a while. Katakuri was also shocked and murmured subconsciously. Mitt smiled slightly and responded to him. Nothing is impossible. Bullet is my student. It is precisely because Bullet was taught by Mitt that he can now compete with Charlotte Linlin. Seeing that she couldn't attack for a long time, Charlotte Linlin became impatient and immediately took advantage of the attack and retreated. Mama. She was still laughing at the same time, her face full of murderous intent. Kid, you are about to die. Then she raised the three-cornered hat sword in her hand high, took a stance, and began to accumulate strength. Upon seeing this, Bullet realized something was wrong. Without hesitation, Bullet immediately rushed towards Charlotte Linlin and launched a powerful punch. But Charlotte Linlin moved faster than Bullet. She shouted loudly and swung a blow towards Bullet. Whoa! All the strength in his body was accumulated on the sword, and the power of this blow was even more terrifying. Bullet immediately felt a terrifying pressure. An unprecedented powerful impact was violently erupting towards him. Even the surrounding world trembled under this blow. The destructive power caused by Waiguo was extremely terrifying. Everyone at the scene was caught up in the impact and could not react at all. Even the entire island and everything on the ground were completely destroyed. When the pirates and marines reacted, they were shocked to find that more than half of the island had been destroyed. Their eyes widened and they were immersed in the shock caused by this impact for a long time. There was a loud noise, and Bullet jumped out of the sea, his clothes badly damaged. He wiped the water stains on his face, his eyes were dancing with fire, and his whole body was still full of momentum. Just now, Bullet avoided Charlotte Linlin's attack at the critical moment. Even so, the shockwave caused by the opponent still forced Bullet to jump into the water to avoid it. It can be said that Bullet finally saw the terrifying strength of Charlotte Linlin. He didn't hesitate to punch him with his backhand, but his momentum was no worse than that of his opponent. Charlotte Linlin slashed it open with her sword and stood on the cloud, overlooking the Bullet. Seeing Bullet's embarrassed appearance, Charlotte Linlin laughed loudly. Mama, kid, you are still far away," she was right. Although Bullet still had momentum, he was still far from being able to deal with her. However, after the battle just now, Charlotte Linlin started to love talents. She immediately said to Bullet, "Follow me, kid. As long as you follow me, when I dominate the sea in the future, I will have your share." Bullet snorted coldly and answered without hesitation. "Old woman, let me tell you if you can win." After saying that, Bullet rushed towards Charlotte Linlin again and punched her. He used moonwalk in the air to avoid Charlotte Linlin's attack with extremely fast reaction speed. At the same time, Bullet threw several backhand punches, all of which were successful. But Charlotte Linlin shouted loudly, resisted Bullet's fist, and swung her sword. There was a back and forth between the two, with Bullet relying on his speed to constantly dodge the opponent's attacks. But Charlotte Linlin's defense was so terrifying that Bullet couldn't do much damage for a while. Advertisement Sakazuki stood on the deck, looking up at the battle. He is very familiar with Bullet and knows that the opponent has used his full strength this time. If the stalemate continues like this, Bullet will soon run out of energy and lose to Charlotte Linlin. Katakuri also noticed it, and a smile appeared on his face. Without hesitation, Sakazuki immediately nodded to Mitt and jumped up. Great eruption. The huge flame fist soared into the sky and headed straight for Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin was blocking Bullet's attack at this time, with a huge gap in her back. Just as the flame fist was about to hit, Thundercloud Zeus suddenly appeared, spitting out countless arcs of silver light. With a bang, Sakazuki's punch was directly blocked. Sakazuki continued to attack, but this time it was Zeus. Zeus is a homage made from the soul of Charlotte Linlin, and his strength is extraordinary. Seeing Sakazuki rushing over, it continued to spit out huge amounts of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning surrounded Sakazuki from all directions, forcing a blast of flames to erupt from his body. The flames and thunder and lightning collided, and they were evenly matched for a moment, causing a big explosion in the air. Charlotte Linlin also took the time to stab Sakazuki and hit Bullet at the same time. Bullet originally wanted to cooperate with Sakazuki to attack, but was accidentally punched in the chest. But he also gave Charlotte Linlin a heavy punch, which was very powerful. On Sakazuki's side, he took advantage of the situation and released a dark hound, swallowing the thundercloud Zeus in one gulp. With an angry shout, Sakazuki threw the guy directly into the sea and quickly rushed towards Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin took a hit from Bullet and was left empty-handed. Sakazuki did not miss this great opportunity. The lava rolled from his fist, and the powerful armament Haki was wrapped in it. He punched out hard, with a strong impact like a volcanic eruption, hitting Charlotte Linlin's head directly. Even though Charlotte Linlin reacted and avoided the vital point, she still received a solid punch in the chest. Boom! Charlotte Linlin was smashed directly into the ground, creating a huge bottomless pit. In an instant, the ground shook and the mountains shook, and the surrounding area was shaking. Mother! The Charlotte family members shouted in unison, their faces full of disbelief. They never expected that their mother would be knocked down by two Marines working together. But then, Charlotte Linlin's momentum burst out again, and it was still growing rapidly. Sakazuki and Bullet stood together with serious expressions on their faces. They knew that Charlotte Linlin would not be defeated so easily, and a real battle began now. Damn it! Bullet spat out a mouthful of blood and said to Sakazuki. "You don't have to help me. If I don't help you, you will die," Sakazuki said seriously. "Not to mention you can't stop me." Bullet clenched his fists and did not refute Sakazuki. He knew that the other party was right, he would definitely not be able to defeat Charlotte Linlin on his own. Sakazuki ignored Bullet's expression, and before Charlotte Linlin jumped up, he searched the scene with his eyes. "Where's that guy Perusolino?" He was looking for Perusolino, who had just disappeared for some unknown reason, as if he had fallen into an enemy trap. Just when Sakazuki was confused, a golden light quickly appeared on the scene. Needless to say, Sakazuki also knew who the other party was. "Perusolino, have you done it over there?" Bullet greeted the other party with a smile. Perusolino yawned. Although he didn't say it clearly, his attitude was already very clear. Before the three of them could say a few words, Charlotte Linlin jumped out of the hole with soaring momentum. Sakazuki and Bullet's expressions changed slightly, and they immediately looked at Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin's face was full of anger, and she roared and rushed towards the three of them. Sakazuki and Bullet immediately set off to fight back against Charlotte Linlin. Although Perusalino wanted to avoid it, Charlotte Linlin's attack range was so large that even he was not immune. Sighing helplessly, Perusalino took out the Tien Kong Yun sword and also joined the battle. The battle became more intense. Even if the three of them worked together, they could not suppress Charlotte Linlin. Despite this, Charlotte Linlin's momentum began to fade and she was obviously affected a lot. If this continued, Charlotte Linlin knew that she would definitely be defeated, so she immediately retreated. She raised her right hand and stared at Marine in front of her, her aura that had subsided suddenly surged again. I saw streams of air starting to emerge from the surroundings, all converging towards Charlotte Linlin. This is extracting the surrounding souls, and Charlotte Linlin wants to use this to replenish her own power. Although Sakazuki didn't know the specific situation, he also knew that the situation was definitely not good. His expression changed drastically and he immediately rushed towards Charlotte Linlin. Stop her quickly. Because Charlotte Linlin forcibly collected their souls, everyone at the scene felt the pain. Owen and Perisparrow were half kneeling on the ground, looking up at the sky. Mom is drawing strength, we must hold on, Perisparrow said solemnly. Upon seeing this, the other Marines hurriedly attacked the Charlotte family. The two sides fought together again, and shockwaves erupted. Advertisement Bullet immediately attacked as soon as Sakazuki's voice sounded, and punched Charlotte Linlin fiercely. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. But this attack was directly deflected by Charlotte Linlin, and she couldn't even get close. Bullet was suddenly startled, and then he realized how terrifying Charlotte Linlin was. Soon Charlotte Linlin returned to her original state, and a smile appeared on her face again. Mama. Her laughter echoed in the sky. That's it for you little brats. With an angry shout, Charlotte Linlin quickly swung her hat sword, followed by a huge fireball. The fiery breath almost engulfed Bullet, and his face changed slightly as he tried to avoid the fireball range. At the critical moment, Perusalino took action quickly and kicked the fireball with a laser. Sakazuki took advantage of this moment to block Charlotte Linlin's slash, and his momentum was severely suppressed. Although the laser could not directly scatter the fireball, it did not succeed in deflecting it. Bullet also took the opportunity to avoid the attack and quickly approached Charlotte Linlin. He shouted loudly and hammered away with his fists like raindrops. Charlotte Linlin straightened her chest, bearing Bullet's beating while swinging her sword out. At this time, Zeus the Thundercloud had flown up from the bottom of the sea, and even merged with Charlotte Linlin's sword. The lightning sword energy strikes Bullet directly with extremely powerful destructive power. Bullet couldn't dodge, so he quickly put his arms in front of him, and armament Haki quickly covered him. Boom! There was a violent explosion in the air, and Bullet was hit into the sea again. With a splash, countless water splashed out. Gion on the warship couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this situation. She didn't expect that the three bullets attacking together were no match for Charlotte Linlin. Subconsciously, Gion looked at Mitt, but Mitt's expression remained extremely calm, not worried about Bullet and the other three at all. Sure enough, just as Bullet was knocked away, Perusalino's attack followed closely. 8-foot beautiful Magatama, countless golden lasers flew quickly towards Charlotte Linlin, surrounding her. Charlotte Linlin didn't even think about evading and continued to chase the remaining Sakazuki. Sakazuki gritted his teeth, raised both fists, and the hot lava quickly erupted. Prometheus also spit out fireballs, and this time Thundercloud Zeus followed closely, even faster. Thunder and fireball collided with Sakazuki's attack in the air. Amid the violent explosion, Charlotte Linlin burst into thick smoke and slashed at Sakazuki with her sword. Sakazuki couldn't avoid it and had to collide with it as well. But he knew that if he and Charlotte Linlin had a head-to-head confrontation, he would definitely lose. Upon seeing this, Perusalino immediately kicked out several laser beams, successfully disturbing Charlotte Linlin. Especially one of the lasers hit Charlotte Linlin in the eye, forcing her to cover her eyes and retreat. Damn you brat, Charlotte Linlin shouted angrily. She was a big pirate, but she was entangled by these three marine brats, which made her extremely angry. Without hesitation, Charlotte Linlin flew out and started accumulating power again. Sakazuki and Perusalino's expressions changed slightly, they knew exactly what Genloveling was going to do. When the Charlotte family members below saw it, they all started to retreat one after another. Get out, Perisparrow shouted as he ran, Mom is getting serious. Charlotte Linlin is indeed preparing to use her power to completely end the Sakazuki trio. If she succeeds in cutting it out, Master Sakazuki is willing to leave and cannot stop her. Sakazuki hurriedly tried to stop it, but Zeus and Prometheus took action at the same time. Lightning and flames filled the sky, and even Sakazuki couldn't escape quickly. Although Perusalino is fast, his destructive power is not as strong as Sakazuki's, so he cannot be stopped at all. Charlotte Linlin's physique is so strong that she can continue to accumulate power even when she is attacked by Perusalino. There was no time for Perusalino to think. At this moment, Bullet suddenly shot out of the sea. Perusalino, help me! Bullet shouted, firmly locking Charlotte Linlin who was accumulating strength. Perusalino understood, and immediately stepped behind Bullet and kicked him directly in the back. Coupled with the speed of this kick, Bullet was like a cannonball, quickly approaching Charlotte Linlin. Zeus and Prometheus continued to spit fire and thunder, blocking Bullet's path. But Perusalino's laser followed Bullet closely to protect him. As bullets sprinted through the air, explosions continued along the way, and shock after shock shook all the surrounding space. Charlotte Linlin stared at Bullet, ready to take action. Drink, Bullet roared, focusing all his strength on this punch. He broke through all the obstacles in one breath and punched Linlin in the face. This punch directly dented Charlotte Linlin's entire face, and also shattered her accumulated momentum with one blow. Mom! Katakuri shouted subconsciously, wanting to go and help. But a flaming sword energy rushed straight in, blocking Katakuri's way. He turned around and saw Mitt looking at him with a smile. Chapter 44. Survival of Humiliation, Ant's Anger. Although Mitt didn't say anything, the meaning was already obvious. No matter who it is, no one can stop the Bullet Trio from fighting. The opportunity flew by, and Perusolino seized the opportunity, turned into a laser, and quickly followed Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin is still struggling, trying to control her balance. But Perusolino would not give Charlotte Linlin a chance. He raised his hands high and the dazzling golden light quickly gathered away. Holding the Tenkongyun sword tightly, Perusolino appeared above Linlin. Zeus and Prometheus wanted to stop them, but Sakazuki blocked them. After giving Charlotte Linlin a cold look, Perusolino slashed hard with both hands. The golden light burst out instantly, and a laser sword light struck Charlotte Linlin. The strong impact even knocked back Perusolino. Boom! Charlotte Linlin didn't have time to stop her, and a bloody wound appeared on her chest from the sword. At the same time, the terrifying impact of the laser burst knocked Charlotte Linlin's entire body downward. With a bang, dozens of meters of water splashed out, and Charlotte Linlin was thrown into the sea. At the same time, Sakazuki's attack also rushed towards her. Go to hell, Charlotte Linlin! Mother! The Charlotte family members on the island shouted in unison and watched Charlotte Linlin being thrown into the sea. Owen's eyes were splitting, and he rushed forward with all his strength, but was stopped by Parasparrow halfway. Owen! Don't be impulsive, Parasparrow shouted through gritted teeth. We are no match for Marine now, we can't go there and die. Charlotte Linlin's defeat left the remaining members of the Charlotte family in panic, and their momentum instantly reached its lowest ebb. They knew that since their mother had lost, they were definitely no match for Marine. At this point, I can only try my best to save myself and find a way to make a comeback. Mitt looked coldly at the battlefield ahead, where all three Sakazukis had fallen into the sea. The three of them tried their best, and then, 950, defeated Charlotte Linlin, but they themselves had no strength at all. The other Marines, including Kaji the T-Dolphin and Ghost Spider, immediately jumped into the sea, and the doctor fished the three of them back. Marine did not continue to attack for the time being, waiting for Mitt's instructions. Katakuri rushed over and wanted to grab Mitt's collar and question him. But Mitt just dodged slightly, and Katakuri fell heavily to the ground. Damn it! Katakuri hammered the deck hard and said angrily. Why don't you keep your words, Kaishi? Mitt looked sideways at Katakuri, his face calm. He suddenly stretched out his hand, immediately attracting the attention of all Marines present. Kaji the Owl, Ghost Spider and others dragged the three Sakazukis onto the boat, all looking at Mitt. Teacher Mitt, now it's time to take advantage of the victory and win over all nations, Ghost Spider said with excitement. Everyone else also had this idea, but Mitt's expression did not change. He suddenly looked towards Gion, and soon the sound of a phone bug came from there. Brew, 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 brew. Gion did not hesitate to hold the phone bug in the palm of his hand and broadcast it in public. Mitt Rear Admiral, Naval Headquarters issued instructions to temporarily evacuate from Wonguo. The person in charge of the notification was a vice admiral with very senior experience in Naval Headquarters. This is an order from the world government and must be implemented immediately. After saying that, without waiting for Mitt to interrogate, the other party hung up the phone. What? The T-Dolphin Kaji, Ghost Spider and others shouted in unison. Why would the world government issue an order? Ghost Spider said angrily. The Big Mon pirates were about to be completely destroyed, and no one expected that the world government would do this. Only Mitt's face remained calm, and he finally spoke. Get ready, let's retreat. After hearing Mitt's order, no matter how dissatisfied the other Marines were, they could only choose to execute it. Katakuri was still kneeling on the ground at this time, with tears streaming down his face. No matter what, the Bigman pirates were finally saved. Glancing at Katakuri, Kaishi said calmly, Get ready, Katakuri. Mitt didn't mind the order to retreat. After all, the purpose this time was not to annihilate the Bigman pirates. Not to mention that Mitt can also see that Charlotte Linlin is fine now, and it will not be easy to completely defeat her. Getting Katakuri this time is enough for Mitt. If he really destroyed all nations, wouldn't he be helping the Celestial Dragons? Mitt doesn't want to work for the world government and Celestial Dragons, he just wants to take this opportunity to develop and strengthen himself. Improve the strength of yourself and your subordinates to build a more powerful Marine. Mitt also knows that the world government cooperates with these big pirates behind the scenes, and many things are only done on the surface. In this case, of course Mitt will not be led away foolishly. But Bullet was very unhappy. As soon as he woke up, he couldn't help shouting. Are those Celestial Dragons and Marigioa pigs? We should give up such a good opportunity? A group of animals that only know how to eat. Before Bullet could finish his words, his mouth was covered by the pale-faced T-Dolphin Kaji and others. You can't express your dissatisfaction with celestial dragons in public at this time, otherwise you may suffer disaster. Advertisement. But Bullet was still very angry. He only recognized the strong and had no good impressions of the useless celestial dragons. Not to mention that this time he had to listen to these losers, which of course made Bullet extremely unhappy. Mitt didn't say anything, but ordered his men to prepare to retreat immediately. Sakazuki looked at Mitt with a serious expression and understood the meaning from the other person's eyes. Despite this, Sakazuki did not express his opinion. Perusalino scratched his head and suddenly sighed for some reason, saying nothing like the others. Bullet was the only one making a fuss at the scene, and it didn't stop until Mitt punched him personally. Just like that, the battle ended and Marine won a complete victory. But instead of continuing to pursue the victory, Marine suddenly retreated. This gave the Bigman pirates a chance to breathe, and they immediately rescued Charlotte Linlin from sinking to the bottom of the sea. This battle brought destruction to all nations, and everyone's faces were filled with humiliation and resentment. Everyone knows that if Marine hadn't suddenly let them go, they would have died today. This feeling of being spared by the enemy is very humiliating. At this moment, OPEC suddenly shouted, interrupting the thoughts of others at the scene. Brother Katakuri is missing. What the hell is going on? Soon, the news that Zeit led the team to defeat Charlotte Linlin reached Marineford. In the Five Elders' office, the top leaders of the world government were discussing this matter. I didn't expect that Mitt, a man, could actually defeat Charlotte Linlin. Saint Satan shook his head. Another bald Five Elders also said, not only Mitt, but also the new stars under him. Marine had high hopes for them from the beginning, and now they have proven themselves. Yes. Saint Satan nodded. But Charlotte Linlin still has value, there is no need to annihilate it so quickly. When Mitt and the others come back, let's reward them well. The blonde Five Elders looked at the others with a smile on their faces. These boys can defeat Bigman at such a young age, and their future is limitless. Maybe it can actually help us successfully stabilize the sea in the future. You are right. Satan Sheng paused and his expression darkened. But our primary enemy now is Roger. This guy is quite dangerous. Are you thinking that Roger is that person? Someone asked immediately. I don't know. Saint Satan knocked on the table lightly, his eyes full of murderous intent. But as long as there is any possibility, we will never let it go. We must not let that guy appear on the sea again, absolutely not. Back at Naval Headquarters, Mitt and others quickly received new appointment letters. Mitt received many awards and his military rank was promoted from Vice Admiral to Vice Admiral. The authority was increased again, and Mitt was allowed to continue to train Marine. Sakazuki, Perusalino and Bullet also all moved up in rank. Other Marines have also been improved accordingly. It can be said that the rewards from world government this time are still very good. But Bullet and the others were not very happy about this. Everyone was still worried about the retreat. As soon as he returned to Naval Headquarters, Bullet couldn't wait to question Marine Marshal Kong face to face. Why do you want us to retreat? Don't you know what a great opportunity that is? Bullet ignored Marine Marshal's title and glared at the man. Kong glanced at Mitt with a helpless expression. This is an order from the world government and has nothing to do with this Marine. Marine must obey orders, this is our duty. Of course Bullet knew it was all the Celestial Dragon's guy's fault, he was just angry. Faced with Bullet's unreasonable behavior, Sakazuki grabbed his shoulder. Okay, Bullet. Sakazuki said solemnly. No matter what the world government thinks, we must implement it. Don't embarrass the marshal. Bullet gritted his teeth and looked at Mitt. Mitt gave the other party an encouraging look and walked over. Don't forget how you feel now, sooner or later you will come back. The words were spoken so softly that only Bullet heard them. His expression changed slightly, and then he nodded heavily. Within a few days, Bullet and others received new appointment letters, but they had not left yet. Because someone else wants to join Marine and become a member of the Blade team. These three people are all newcomers, and they all have full potential. They are Rosinante and Katakuri with S-level potential, and Aokiji Kuzan with SSS level potential. Aokiji Kuzan finally officially joined Marine and became Mitt's student. Although he is still very young now, just a young man, he has already begun to make a name for himself. Garp attached great importance to this, and Keikai specially asked Nanzan to receive training under Mi Shi. Of course, Mitt agreed without saying a word and held the joining ceremony in person. At this moment, Kuzan, Rosinante and Katakuri are all wearing Marine uniforms, standing straight, accepting Mitt's review. Mitt was wearing a Marine coat and glanced at the three of them. Advertisement Bullet and others gathered around, looking at the three juniors as well. Both Rosinante and Kuzan were nervous, but they gritted their teeth and persisted, with firm expressions. They all respect Mitt very much and have no objection at all to becoming his student. Only Katakuri was still glaring at Mitt, the fire in his eyes never letting up. Mitt didn't care about this either. He nodded towards the three of them and then spoke. You the three of them will be my students from now on. Everyone else here is also your senior, so be prepared. Welcome to Marine. On the Bigman Pirates side, Charlotte Linlin was finally rescued. She ate cakes and desserts for several days before she fully recovered. The humiliation of losing to Marine made Charlotte Linlin extremely angry, and everyone could hear her howling these days. Not to mention the disappearance of Katakuri, no one dared to tell Charlotte Linlin in advance. But Charlotte Linlin reacted quickly and called Parasparrow over directly. Parasparrow, where is Katakuri? Why haven't I seen him in the past few days? Charlotte Linlin was still angry, her tone was not very good, and she stared at Parasparrow. Parasparrow trembled all over, bent down and said with a smile. Mom, there is something wrong with Katakuri, for the time being. No need to say anything. Before Parasparrow finished speaking, he was interrupted by Charlotte Linlin with a wave of his hand. I know what happened to Katakuri. Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth. Parasparrow was startled and glanced at Charlotte Linlin quickly. He was killed by those bastards Marine. Damn Marine, Charlotte Linlin roared again. Hearing Charlotte Linlin's roar, Parasparrow took a deep breath and didn't know how to correct it. He knew that in fact Katakuri was not dead, and today's newspaper had explained the situation. But if his mother knew, Parasparrow didn't know how angry she would be. After roaring, Charlotte Linlin's face calmed down a little, and she spoke. We lost this time, to the man named Mitt. Even I only saw him take one shot and lost to those 3 brats. Parasparrow nodded and said immediately, but Marine still retreated. I think it was the world government's order. The world government still wants me to live. Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth. That's why they gave the order. This humiliating feeling of being spared by the enemy made Charlotte Linlin very uncomfortable. I must find an opportunity to take revenge. Charlotte Linlin slapped the chair and said angrily. Get revenge on this Marine named Mitt. Hearing Mitt's name, Parasparrow's face changed slightly, and he immediately thought of the news in today's newspaper. What's wrong? Charlotte Linlin quickly noticed Parasparrow's expression. I have to say that Parasparrow's expression is indeed obvious now. Do you have any objections, Parasparrow? Charlotte Linlin's tone dropped. Parasparrow was startled, shook his head and waved his hands hurriedly, and continued. No such thing, Mom. I just have some news to tell you. 5.5. If you have anything to say, just say it. Charlotte Linlin said solemnly. I hate children who lie. Knowing that his mother was angry, Parasparrow swallowed subconsciously and slowly handed over a newspaper. Charlotte Linlin took it without hesitation and glanced over. What was reported in the newspaper was the news that Marine defeated the Bigman pirates. And also reported on Mitt's situation and his photos. The photo shows the scene where Mitt takes over the Kuzan trio, and Katakuri is among them. Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened when she saw Katakuri wearing a Marine uniform, standing next to Mitt. Mom, Katakuri joined Marine because he was forced to do so, Parasparrow explained hurriedly. I think he was taken away by Mitt just for us. Although Parasparrow tried to explain the situation, it only made Linlin angrier. Soon, Charlotte Linlin's roar echoed over the entire island. Mitt. Of course Mitt didn't hear Charlotte Linlin's roar. He is currently at the training ground of the Blade Force, facing the new batch of Marines who have enlisted. Among them are Katakuri, Kuzan and Rosinante. Sakazuki, Bullet and other previous batch of students have left to perform their own tasks. It can be said that what is being trained now is the new batch of Marine mainstays. Marine executives are very positive about Mitt's work and have high hopes for him. Therefore, the number of students trained by Mitt this time is much larger than the previous batch. Katakuri and others stood in the square, waiting for Mitt to arrive. Everyone was very nervous, but did not dare to speak and could only stare and remain motionless. Kuzan's expression was even more serious, looking at the entrance and exit of the square without blinking. He had long heard of Mitt's reputation, and now that he was his student, he was even more excited. Chapter 45. A little show of his skills, Kuzan was shocked. Taking a deep breath, Kuzan finally heard footsteps. Everyone else also heard it and quickly looked over there. Mitt, wearing a marine coat, strode over with Guillaume and other men following him. Mitt still had a faint smile on his face, as if nothing could trouble him. This momentum immediately caused a commotion among the students. All the eyes of the group were on Mitt, but despite this, he still acted calmly. Looking at everyone present, Mitt's powerful aura was silently released. The extremely powerful sense of oppression made all the students change their colors, but they all gritted their teeth and stood firm. The students here are all newcomers that Marine has high hopes for, so they won't lose their temper so easily. Mitt nodded slightly and said, Looks okay. All the students held their breath and did not dare to interrupt the current atmosphere at all. Mitt continued. I don't like to talk nonsense, now that you have joined my disciples. Then I will try my best to teach you. After a pause, a serious look appeared on his face and he said seriously. And now I have a new task that I want to give you. The first batch of recruits attacked Wangguo before and defeated Charlotte Linlin, making great achievements. Then you should also think carefully about what is the goal of joining the Blade Force. As soon as this statement came out, the students present could no longer bear it and began to discuss it aloud. They didn't expect that they would be assigned tasks as soon as they joined Marine. Katakuri's face changed slightly, he didn't remember Kaishi saying this before. Only Rosinante still had a smile on his face, no matter what, he believed in Mitt's decision. Kuzan, on the other hand, has a serious look on his face. He has the strength himself, and even if it is a very difficult task, he will find a way to complete it. A big pirate who can be compared with Charlotte Linlin, do you want us to capture Captain John? Someone asked. Maybe they are other Rock's pirate officials. They have been making trouble recently, which is causing a headache for the world government. In addition to the officers of Rock's pirate, there are other big pirates who are also targets of Marine. But we are definitely no match for this group of people now. What should we do? The students were talking a lot, with different expressions on their faces, and the atmosphere suddenly became noisy. After looking at the reactions of the students at the scene, Mitt was not surprised and continued. Yes, your targets are indeed former Rock's pirate cadres. But it's the great pirate who is just about to form a pirate fleet, Golden Lion Shiki. All the students present were shocked. They didn't expect that their target was Golden Lion Shiki. The reputation of Golden Lion Shiki is well known to everyone. This guy is an out-and-out pirate. It can be said that just by hearing about Golden Lion Shiki's deeds, you will be shocked by his powerful strength. Now it is absolutely impossible for a group of newcomers to deal with Golden Lion Shiki. Opening his mouth, Ching Hushuashan said subconsciously, "Isn't Jen really a joke?" Golden Lion Shiki, as one of the 3 legendary pirates, is naturally stronger than the current Charlotte Linlin. It would be a fantasy for newcomers like them to deal with Golden Lion Shiki. Even Katakuri's expression changed, and he immediately glared at Mitt. In Katakuri's opinion, this man just wanted to send them to death. Kuzan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, with sparks dancing in his eyes. He actually had to deal with Golden Lion Shiki, which made Kuzan both nervous and a little excited. Rosinante cast a questioning look at Mitt, and Mitt continued. Of course, it is impossible for you to defeat the Golden Lion now. The ones who are going to deal with Golden Lion Shiki are you after my training. Only in this way can they defeat the Golden Lion Shiki. All students heard Mitt's speech clearly, and the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Many people looked at each other in confusion. Even if Mitt said this, they would definitely face Golden Lion Shiki later. In other words, I will definitely face off against Golden Lion Shiki in the future. When fighting such a powerful pirate, you must be cautious no matter what, and don't take it lightly. Mitt saw this emotion from the expressions of many people, and he said, "Don't worry, I won't force you, leave if you want." This is the first threshold set by Mitt. Only by crossing it can you be qualified to accept his teachings. Sure enough, after hearing what Mitt said, some people started to come forward and announce their withdrawal. Mitt just looked at it for a moment and nodded in agreement. As he expected, most of the Marine students who dropped out were not very qualified. As for Kuzan, Rosinante, Katakuri and others, they remained completely motionless. Some dropped out, but the vast majority of students chose to stay and receive Mitt's teachings. They quickly made up their minds, with determined expressions on their faces. Mitt was quite satisfied with this, so he reached out and waved towards the back. A strong man with a strange bun and a blue kimono came out immediately. The strong man exuded amazing momentum, and anyone could tell that he was definitely a master. Wanokuni, Kwang Saburo. The strong man grinned and introduced himself. Advertisement Wanokuni is now cooperating with world government, so Mitt found a master to come over. The students' eyes were all focused on Kwang Saburo, with both nervousness and confusion in their eyes. Mitt pointed at the group of Marine newcomers in front of him and said to Kursaburo, "Next, you will be their coach and teach armament Haki the advanced techniques." "No problem, Mitt Vice Admiral." Kwang Saburo nodded with a smile and said sternly. "Let me, from Wanokuni, give you a good experience." "What is emission?" Soon, Kwang Saburo let these newcomers see the power of emission. His method is very simple, just to deal with everyone present at once. These newcomers attacked Kwang Saburo one after another, but they were all defeated by emission. Kurosaburo armament Haki is extremely powerful and can directly resist many attacks. And the defense and attack of those newcomers are too weak, basically unable to resist a few nanhi. Only Rosinante, Kuzan and Katakuri performed very strong, and they were inseparable from Kuranzaro. But the terrifying power of Kurizaburo's emission made them dare not take it directly, as they had seen how terrifying it was. Mitt felt that the time was almost up, so he asked everyone at the scene to stop. Kuzan and the other 3 stood on the ground, their eyes still on Kuzanlang. "Hey hey hey hey," Kwang Saburo grinned and everyone said. "As you can see, this is Wanokuni's emission." Mitt nodded secretly. All Wanokuni are masters of armament Haki, and this Kwang Saburo is considered the best among them. Otherwise, Mitt wouldn't have brought him out just to teach students the techniques of emission. This technique is best taught by people from Wanokuni. Kuzan wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. "This move is really powerful, I didn't even dare to fight it just now." He was afraid of being hit directly by emission, and even if he became an elemental, he would definitely not be able to stop it. "Coach Kwangzaburo, please teach us this trick of emission right now," Rosinante said immediately. "Teacher Mitt, we are all ready, no need to wait any longer." Mitt nodded slightly, and then asked Kwang Saburo to personally teach these students emission. These students basically know armament Haki, but some are relatively unskilled while others are quite strong at it. Emission, an advanced armament Haki skill, is not that easy to master. Kurosaburo taught it from day to night, and only Katakuri and Kuzan learned it. And the two of them still need to continue to practice before they can master it. However, this was far beyond Kwang Saburo's expectations, and even he couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect that Kuzan and Katakuri actually learned it, you guys are quite qualified." Mitt just smiled and nodded, otherwise he wouldn't attach so much importance to these two people. The new batch of sharp-edged troops will definitely fight with 2 people as the core in the future. Although today's training was successful, Mitt did not gain experience. The main reason is that Mitt has not yet shown his strength in front of Katakuri and Kuzan. Especially Katakuri, in his opinion, Kai is not the culprit who helped him join Marine. It will take a lot of time to make him completely convinced. Of course, these are not too urgent for Mitt. He has quite a lot of time to achieve his goals, he just needs to follow the steps. So Mitt quickly announced that today's training was over and asked the newcomers to rest first. Training should be a combination of work and rest. You cannot practice vigorously all day long, which is not good. Mitt and the others are currently in the Marine base of the G1 division, mainly to further strengthen their training. So after training, everyone rests here and prepares for the next day's training. Today's training was really useful, Huo Xiaoshan said to Doberman beside him as he walked. But emission is too difficult to master. I still have a little understanding of it, he couldn't help scratching his head. In order to seek recognition, Xiaoshan looked to Luo Nanan's paintings. You're right, Rosinante. Rosinante smiled and nodded, pointing to the two people walking in the front. Katakuri's expression was serious, and Kuzan's expression was similar to his, and they walked at the front. Seeing the two of them, Huo Xiaoshan couldn't help but scratch his head. Don't compare us with these two monsters, Luo Nantong. Haha. Rosinante smiled again, eyes shining. He was looking at Mitt's back in the distance and whispered. Even so, we can't live up to Teacher Mitt's expectations. Master emission as soon as possible, Huo Xiaoshan. Huo Xiaoshan and the others all nodded, with eager expressions on their faces. Mitt listened to their conversation and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. It's time to show off your strength a little. In the middle of the night, Mitt came to the mine behind the base alone. Because the dormitory where students rest is near the mine, the news of the mine spread quickly. Although the sound was very small, Kuzan quickly noticed something strange. He was woken up and without hesitation, Kuzan immediately got up and got out of bed. To Kuzan's surprise, he actually saw Mitt Vice Admiral. Advertisement. Although it was just a dark shadow, Kuzan was sure that he saw it correctly. He didn't know why Mitt Vice Admiral would appear in front of this hill in the middle of the night. With doubts, Kuzan immediately decided to take a closer look. He was already very curious about Mitt, but he was even more restrained at this moment. Don't stop your desire to explore. I saw Mitt himself standing in front of the hill, and it was he who made the noise just now. The potholes under his feet explained the situation, but Kuzan still didn't know Mitt's purpose. He blinked curious eyes and looked at Mitt. Suddenly, Mitt burst out with energy, which startled Kuzan. The strong wind caused by Mitt's momentum hit Kuzan's face directly, but he did not blink, for fear of missing anything. Soon, Mitt finished building up his momentum, and Kuzan felt a red light flash in front of his eyes. A terrifying shockwave hit the hill directly, then there was a loud noise, and Mitt's punch directly punched a big hole in the entire hill. Another punch came out, Xiaoshan couldn't bear it at all, and there was another hole in his body. The ground was constantly shaking violently, and so were the pupils in Kuchan's eyes. He subconsciously opened his mouth wide, shocked beyond measure by Mitt's punch. This is the strength of Mitt Vice Admiral, and Kuzan finally saw it today. No wonder, under his leadership, Marine was able to defeat Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Kuzan's breathing couldn't help but become rapid, and the excitement was clearly visible in his eyes. What's going on? At this moment, Katakuri's voice sounded from behind Kuzan. Kuzan did not hesitate and immediately waved to Katakuri. Come on, Katakuri. The relationship between the two is okay now, and they were not acquainted before. Katakuri looked at Kuzan and felt the same vibration. Kuzan quickly walked towards him and grabbed him. Let's go, I'll take you to see the things that men like. 143. Katakuri thought there was something delicious. He hadn't had dessert for a long time, so he immediately followed. Then he realized that Mitt was there. He was a little disgusted at first, but he took a few more glances. These few glances made Katakuri stunned on the spot. Mitt was seen punching the hill ahead one punch after another, just as Katakuri and Junzen came over. He even smashed the entire hill into pieces, and countless pieces of gravel fell around like meteors. Katakuri and Kuzan witnessed all this with wide eyes. I knew this guy was not weak, Katakuri gritted his teeth. Otherwise, Mitt would not have been able to lead his students to defeat his mother. Even so, Katakuri was not stunned when he was picked. He absolutely cannot do such a strong method now. As expected of Mitt Vice Admiral, Kuzan's tone was filled with excitement. I will definitely learn a lot from him in the future. Thinking of the future situation, the smile on Kuzan's face did not stop. As a student of Mr. Mitt, of course I hope that the other party will be as strong as possible. Katakuri had a complicated look on his face, and he and Kuzan silently watched each other leave. After Mitt left, Katakuri and Kuzan immediately jumped out of the shadows and carefully observed the situation. Soon they discovered that Mitt had just smashed a hill into pieces without using Haki. How is this possible? Kuzan and Katakuri were even more surprised. They looked at each other and had not yet recovered from the shock. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket acquire the respect of Aokiji Kuzan. The progress is 85%. Close black lens bracket. Mitt walked ahead, and the system's cold notification sounded in his head. He smiled slightly, not surprised. Aokiji Kuzan has a more cheerful personality than the other two admirals. It must have been influenced by Garp, so I respected Mitt from the beginning. Now that Mitt has shown his skills, he has naturally won a lot of respect from Kuzan. As for Katakuri, Mitt knows that it will take time and opportunities, so he is not in a hurry. With this thought in mind, Mitt walked towards his residence. For Mitt, it's just a matter of time. Time flies so fast, and I feel so angry for a week. Under the teachings of Karizaburo and Mitt, these students basically mastered the method of emission. Of course, due to the different level of weapons of each person, the power displayed will naturally be different. Among them, Katakuri and Kuzan made the fastest progress, followed closely by Rasu Nantong. Mitt had already anticipated this and did not change his plan. After today's training, facing the remaining light of the setting sun, Mitt announced with a smile. Everyone has been practicing hard for a whole week. Let's take a good rest tomorrow. As soon as they heard Mitt say this, the students who were originally very exhausted suddenly became energetic. Some people even started cheering to vent their joy. Mitt allowed them to vent, and then spoke after the surrounding area became quieter. Chapter 46. Move quietly, uninvited guest. Wanokuni is near us. You can go there when you have time. Of course, don't go to some places randomly, it will have a bad impact on Marine. Immediately, Mitt heard cheers again, and this time even Rosinante couldn't help shouting. The smile on his face became stronger and stronger, but it was different from that of these students. The next day, Wanokuni Flower Street. This is the entertainment center of the entire Wanokuni and a place where many people go to have fun. Countless people squandered money here, and countless people shed tears of regret. The Oirins dressed up beautifully and served their guests to the fullest, showing off their incomparable charm. At this moment, a man and woman are walking on the flower street, also wearing Wanokuni clothes. This is the flower street of the flower city. Gion walked next to Mitt and sighed softly. She had a helpless expression on her face, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and she had a light makeup on her face. Paired with a dark red flower kimono, she looked even more gorgeous. This is a good place, don't you think? Mitt wore a white mask and his eyes were full of smiles. In response, Gion gave Mitt a gentle roll of his eyes and bit his moist red lips. If that's the case, why does Mitt Vice Admiral ban others from coming to Flower Street? And then you came here by yourself? Mitt smiled and expressed. Of course I came here to better understand Wanokuna's customs, and also to better handle Wanokuna's affairs. And our Marine's funds are also related to this place. No matter what, I have to come. His reasons were very good, and Gion certainly did not refute them. In fact, Gion knew exactly what Mitt was thinking, she was just a little dissatisfied. Mitt looked at Gion's profile and nodded slightly. In fact, if Gion was collecting intelligence from Marine in Flower Street. So this can be regarded as a reason, of course Mitt can't say it clearly. Mitt Vice Admiral, are you sure you won't be recognized in this disguise? Gion suddenly said again. She tidied her hair slightly, feeling a little worried about it. If other Marines saw it, I really don't know what they would think. Mitt was very confident about this and immediately said, that's why I wear a mask. Don't worry, it's foolproof. As soon as he finished speaking, several Oirins approached him directly on the road. Hello, Mr. Mitt. They recognized Mitt immediately and greeted him without hesitation. At the same time, he exhaled like blue, and his eyes became inexplicably blurred. When the others took a look, they also noticed Mitt and quickly wanted to come over. Now Mitt is well known in Wanokuni, everyone knows who he is. Gion put his hands on his chest, looked at Mitt, and said softly. It seems Mitt Vice Admiral's disguise didn't work. No way. Mitt smiled helplessly and then said, I'm so famous in Wanokuni that I will be recognized no matter what. Master Mitt spends a lot of money, how can this little girl not fall in love with you? Said an Oiran in admiration. I would like to ask Mr. Mitt to show your respect, today, I will serve you. Before she could finish her words, Mitt interrupted. No, I have other things to do. Is this how Mitt Vice Admiral makes money? Gion suddenly asked. I don't know why, but Mitt felt an unprecedented powerful armament haki from Gion. He suddenly felt embarrassed and immediately led Gion to the other side, while telling others not to follow. Now that Mitt has made such a statement, others who want to come over have no choice but to give up. Then what should we do next? Gion asked again. Although she was helpless towards Mitt, she still maintained her image. Mitt said nothing and pointed forward. Gion looked forward, and what he saw was a kabukicho. On the other side, Mitt's students are also having fun in Wanokuni. On a rare day off, everyone is relaxed, eating delicious food and having fun. But some people feel that it is not enough fun. With a smile on Rosinante's face, she suddenly saw Katakuri and Kuzan standing together. Both of their faces were very calm, as if they were not very interested in the things in front of them. What's wrong? Rosinante approached and asked. Seeing that Rosinante was coming, Kuzan touched his chin and said suddenly. Rosinante, do you remember what Mr. Mitt said before? Rosinante frowned, he didn't understand what Kuzan meant. Okay, I know you don't know. Kuzan waved his hand and put his head next to Luo Nanyu's ear. The most fun place in Wanokuni is not here. Rosinante's expression changed, and he understood what Kuzan meant. Even before they came to Wanokuni, Mitt had sent out a map with prohibited places on it. Kuzan arrived at that place at a glance and couldn't help but be disappointed. You mean Flower Street? Rosinante whispered. Somehow, he became nervous and spoke softly. Kuzan nodded directly, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on his face. Rosinante knew what Kuzan wanted to do as soon as he saw it. The other party must have wanted to take advantage of this moment to sneak into Flower Street. Advertisement, I. Rosinante was about to shake his head immediately, but he still listened to Teacher Mitt's words, too. Before Rosinante could refuse, Kuzan grabbed his hand. Are you sure you've never been to a place like this? Come on, I'll take you to see it. Even Katakuri held down Rosinante's shoulders, his eyes shining. The two of them were so obsessed with Flower Street that Rosinante couldn't refuse even if she wanted to. He couldn't help but sigh, and followed Kuzan and Katakuri to the legendary place. Once entering Flower Street, Rosinante was immediately dazzled by the surrounding scene. Katakuri smiled and said to Rosinante, You guy, it seems you have never been there. Although he looked like an experienced driver, he had never been to such places before. The same is true for Kuzan, so he is very curious about Flower Street. They both felt like they were in a new world, enjoying the atmosphere. Kuzan was still stroking his chin, his eyes wandering around the street, occasionally stopping for a while. Have you made your choice? Katakuri asked. He folded his arms and stood with Kuzan, his eyes fixed on a certain geisha. Come on, let's go here. Kuzan faced forward. Rosinante looked behind and saw that it was a luxuriously decorated kabukicho house. Not only is the front door colorful, but the guests who come out also have satisfied smiles. Rosinante even vaguely smelled an ambiguous aroma from inside, which made people think wildly. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and just as he was about to speak, Kuzan and Katakuri walked in first. Wait for me. Rosinante said hurriedly and followed him step by step. The waiter in charge of reception at the door looked at it and suddenly showed a surprised expression. However, he did not forget to serve and immediately welcomed the other party here. Kuzan and Katakuri rushed in, ignoring the waiter's expression. After they all left, the waiter wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but said, It's really strange, apart from Mr. Mitt, there are no other marine guests. That's right, Mitt also entered this kabukicho just now. Of course, he didn't know it yet, but he was currently surrounded by a group of gorgeously dressed geishas. Master Mitt, come here. A geisha with a rosy face gently picked up a piece of sushi and put it into Mitt's mouth. Another charming geisha was leaning over to pour wine for Mitt. Others were gently hammering Mitt's shoulders, and from time to time they would gently caress Mitt with a pair of slender hands. Mitt drank a glass of wine with an unheard smile on his face. I have to say that the service level of these geishas is very high, and Mitt is very satisfied with it. Gion's expression did not change as he watched Mitt being surrounded by a group of geishas. But no matter who it is, they can feel the aura exuding from her body. It makes people afraid to approach her at all, even though Gion is an out-and-out beauty. Gion was sitting not far away, drinking wine alone, his eyes glancing over to Mitt from time to time. Mitt happened to finish his drink, and someone immediately went to get the drink. The geisha held a jug of wine with a smile on her face and was about to return to her original place. At this moment, Gion suddenly stopped her. Let me do it. With that said, Ji Yuan grabbed the wine bottle without hesitation. The artist was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, he was frightened away by Gion's eyes. She walked towards Mitt, and just this aura made all the geishas present slightly change their expressions. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed, and Mitt certainly felt it. He looked over and saw Gion holding a wine flask with a smile on his face. This smile is like 100 flowers blooming, extremely beautiful. But somehow Mitt felt something was wrong. Master Mitt, since you are finally free today, you should really take a good rest. Gion said, gently slipped into the crowd, and sat down directly next to Mitt. Seeing Gion's appearance, the group of people around him retreated one by one. They all know that the relationship between Gion and Mitt is absolutely unusual, so they will not deliberately cause trouble. Seeing Gion elegantly pouring a glass of wine for Mitt, many geishas secretly sighed. Not only is this lady beautiful, but her techniques are also methodical and really impressive. Only Mitt knows his mood, which has nothing to do with happiness anyway. He watched Gion pouring wine for himself and couldn't help but whisper. You don't have to do this. Why? Gion said with a smile, his eyes flashing. Catching Mitt's gaze, Gion bit her red lips slightly. I don't want to lose to anyone, she said seriously. Taking a deep breath, Mitt looked into Gion's eyes and allowed the other person to put the wine down his throat. Mitt couldn't help but smile, shook his head and said intoxicated. Good wine. What's the difference between that and the wine just now? Gion asked with a smile. Somehow, Mitt seemed to hear the other person's heartbeat. The distance between the two people immediately became a little closer, and Gion's breath even hit Mitt in the face. Their eyes met, the smile on Mitt's face became even wider, and he spoke out his inner thoughts. Of course it's because of you. Oh. Gion's eyes flashed, but his tone was deliberately cold. Why don't I think it tastes so good? Then give it a try. Mitt handed over the half-drunk wine without hesitation. Advertisement before Gion could react, the door to the room was opened. Uninvited guests are coming. Master Mitt. The person who walked in was the owner of this store, Masashi Yuki. As soon as Yuki Masashige came in, he noticed something was wrong. "Sorry, I disturbed you. I'm going out now," he said without hesitation. Mitt reacted faster than him, strode out and grabbed the other person. Yuki Masashige was first shocked by Mitt's speed and looked at him quickly. "What's the matter?" Mitt asked. Masashige Yugi hesitated again. Gion recovered quickly, and even his smile disappeared. She said calmly, "If it is confidential, please allow us to leave first." Before anyone else could react, Mitt took the initiative to pull Yugi Masashige out. After closing the door to the room, Katie and Yu Zhengcheng stood in the corridor. Casting a questioning look, Yugi Masashige scratched his cheek awkwardly. "I was really sorry just now." The first thing he did was apologize to Mitt. Mitt waved his hand and continued to look at him. Although he didn't speak, the pressure Yugi Masashige felt was not light at all. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and slowly said what he knew. "The thing is like this. I just received news that there are 3C. Before Yugi Masashige finished speaking, the room next door was suddenly split open by a burst of sword energy. The door panel smashed directly over, along with the bodies of several warriors. If Mitt hadn't pulled Yugi Masashige aside, the opponent would definitely have been hit. "Don't think you can do anything," Katakuri's cold voice sounded. "That's right," Kuzan also said, "don't think we are easy to bully." The smoke cleared, and Rosinante walked out with Kuzan and Katakuri holding a geisha in her arms. They were about to speak, but suddenly they were all stunned. Mitt's slightly playful face caught their eyes. Yugi Masashige even saw the three of them trembling, and the aggressive momentum just now quickly subsided. There were still frozen and stuck warriors lying on the ground, and other people came over to join in the fun because of the commotion. The atmosphere at the scene was awkward, and Masashige Yugi also felt it. At this time, several people looked at each other. None of them expected to see Teacher Mitt here. Especially in Flower Street, a place where Teacher Mitt has forbidden entry. Swallowing nervously, Kuzan was about to speak, but Kaishi turned around and left. Yugi Masashige was also stunned and looked at Mitt's back as he walked in. "I already know what you want to inform me." Mitt opened the door and said calmly. "No matter what happens next, don't disturb me." Nodding in confusion, Yugi Masashige and Kuzan just watched Mitt, Qian Wanghao, walk into the room. Somehow, they exhaled at the same time. Just as Gion was walking towards him, Mitt stopped him with his hand. Obviously, Gion just heard the noise and was ready to go out and take a look. "It has nothing to do with us," Mitt said calmly, his expression very calm. "Let's continue." "Continue what?" Gion was a little angry and said with his arms crossed. "Can you just let other women come? Didn't I just say that?" Mitt smiled. "The wine you poured is still delicious." Gion turned around inexplicably, his face a little rosy. She didn't say anything but Song poured Mitt another glass of wine. Mitt saw the wine glass was empty at a glance and smiled again. Gion's face became even more rosy and he didn't dare to look into Mitt's eyes. She lightly ordered the drink and brought the glass of wine to Mitt. Mitt also only drank half of his drink, and then looked at the other person. "You have to try such a good wine. I just drank, just when you were going out," Gion said immediately. "That's not right." Mitt shook his head, his eyes showing an unexplainable meaning. "I haven't seen it, I just haven't drank it." His slightly tough tone made Gion breathe quickly. Then, Gion looked at Mitt again, biting his lip, too. "Would you like to see it again?" Mitt approached the other party without hesitation and spoke in a serious tone. "Then I won't be polite." Just as Mitt and Gion were having S**X inside, a fight broke out outside. And the movement was not small, there were explosions and thumps everywhere, and many people were running away in a hurry. During this period, Mitt also heard the wailing rain of boss Masashige Yugi. After all, the incident happened in his store, Yugi Masashige must be helpless now. Gion was not a fool, and she quickly deduced the situation from the noisy sounds outside. After the sounds outside gradually calmed down, Gion said, "Why don't you go out and clean up the mess?" Chapter 47. The first target, the Babao Navy. Mitt drank another glass of wine and nodded immediately. He stood up, smiled at Gion, and then turned around, his face darkened. Opening the door to the room, the owner Masashige Yuki was standing guard in the corridor. As soon as he saw Mitt coming out, Yugi Masashige's eyes lit up and he rushed over immediately. "Master Mitt, you have to make the decision for me." Yugi Masashige's expression was excited. He remembered what Mitt had just said, and he didn't dare to complain until now. Mitt waved his hand to make it clear, and then said loudly, "Come here." As soon as he finished speaking, Kuzan, Rosinante and Katakuri appeared in front of him. All three of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at Mitt. They knew they had made things a bit big, and now they didn't know how to end it. Mitt glanced over, but the three of them still didn't speak, and the atmosphere suddenly became more depressed. He whispered a few words to Yumu Masashige, who immediately turned and left. Soon Yugi Masashige trotted back, holding several seastone handcuffs in his hands. Mitt didn't hesitate and threw the seastone handcuffs directly over. Kuzan and the other three could only accept the seastone handcuffs, their expressions ugly. "Since you got into trouble, let's stay and work hard to pay off the debt," Mitt said calmly. "I'll pay for the rest, and you can take care of it yourself." He knew that among the three, one was a Marine, the other was a down-and-out former celestial dragons, and Katakuri didn't have the habit of carrying money around. If you want to make a good apology, you have to put in a lot of effort. Sure enough, after hearing what Mitt said, the faces of the three of them became even more ugly. But they also knew that this was what they deserved, and they all lowered their heads. After looking at them again, Mitt walked away, calling Gion in the process. Gion asked curiously as he walked next to Mitt. Mitt, Vice Admiral, did you really do anything to them? Nothing. Mitt said calmly, just let them bear it themselves. He really didn't do anything, not to mention that this incident was entirely caused by these three people. At the same time, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Mitt's mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket, gain the respect of Kuzan, Katakuri, and Rosinante. Close black lens bracket. Reward. Training Halo. The training halo can increase the cultivation speed of 3 people by 200%. Mitt smiled slightly, it seemed that he handled it correctly. Glancing at Gion, whose face was still very rosy, Mitt gently touched the back of his hand. Not only system rewards, but also new progress in other aspects today. Just as Mitt expected, the conflict in Kabukicho was all because of the rivalry between the two. I don't know why, but in the end I got into a fight with other samurai. The consequence, of course, was that Kuzan and the other three had to work 930 jobs for several days before they could pay off their debts. Katakuri had to take out his own treasury, otherwise they wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Of course, Mitt's arrangements are also included. After all, these 3 people still have to practice hard. After returning, the 3 of them were obviously very motivated because of the competition. In this way, 2 months passed quickly. Mitt also improved a lot because of teaching students. Mitt, 21 years old, Vice Admiral of the headquarters, close black lens bracket. Power. 3 million, ability. Observation Haki Advanced. Armament Haki, Advanced. 6th form, Grandmaster, close black lens bracket. Conquerors Haki, Intermediate. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket weapon. Ryujin Jaka, Shikai, close black lens bracket. Strength. Shichibukai is superior. Close black lens bracket Mitt now has the upper level strength of Shichibukai. It can be said that there are not many opponents in the world who can compare with him. Mitt has finally officially entered a higher level and is more confident about the next actions. It has been more than 2 months since I taught this batch of recruits, and it's time to set off to perform the first mission. Mitt informed them, and then quickly took this group of recruits and officially set off to leave. Everyone on the deck was very excited. It was basically their first mission, and it was normal to have such emotions. Have you heard? The young Huo Xiaoshan said excitedly. Our opponent this time is the Babao Navy. I already knew this. Kuzan next to him spread his hands. Qingzhao, the leader of the Babao Navy, is a great pirate with a bounty of 500 million, but he was defeated by Vice Admiral Garp before. He is no longer at his peak. Of course we cannot underestimate him. This 8 treasure marine is really ungrateful. Rosinante shook his head. Vice Admiral Garp has obviously bypassed them once, but he still dares to steal the gold from the sky. Not only have Vice Admiral Garp been alerted again, but we have also dispatched together to deal with this group of people. Whatever. Katakuri said coldly. As long as they are enemies, just deal with them all. Faced with Katakuri's statement, everyone else was used to it, and they all knew this guy's character. Soon they were discussing the strength of the Babao Navy and comparing it with their own situation. This excitement and nervousness quickly spread to all marine recruits. Advertisement of course, Mitt still leaned on the recliner, flipped through the newspaper, and occasionally drank a few glasses of juice. Gion stood aside, reporting the situation to the other party and helping to deliver things. She also heard the students' discussion and couldn't help but say. Because we are relatively close to the Babao Navy, we should be facing them first, CDBG. The opponent now is the Babao Navy. I don't know if they can deal with it. Mitt said nothing, just pointed forward. Gion looked over and saw the island of the flower country. Her expression changed slightly, and the sound of footsteps on the board quickly began to vibrate. The Marines are making preparations, as are the Babao Marines on the other side. The people in the Babao Marine Corps were quite nervous at first, but when they learned that the person coming was a Marine recruit, some of them laughed out loud. Are those people from Marine stupid? They actually sent a bunch of recruits here. They must be out of their minds. Haha, if it's just recruiting, then what are we afraid of? Qingzhao himself also burst out laughing, sneered without hesitation. As long as that guy Garp can take a look at it, let's forget about these recruits. That's not right. Suddenly, the voice of the sentry on the observation deck suddenly sounded. I saw Mitt, and the leader is Vice Admiral Mitt. As soon as this statement came out, all the pirates present showed surprised expressions. Qingzhao even suppressed her smile and became extremely serious. Marine Vice Admiral Mitt, although there are not many stories about him, Qingzhao also knows that the other person is a master. It seems Marine is not that stupid yet, Qingzhao said solemnly. You need to be a little more cautious. After all, even Charlotte Linlin fell into Mitt's hands, so it's better to be careful. Mitt's appearance did put a bit of pressure on the Babao Navy, but the green version had no intention of backing down. A smile appeared on his face again, and his words were full of murderous intent. Let's take a preemptive strike and finish off all these Marines in one go. Everyone go out together, don't give them any chance to breathe. Do it now. Yes. All the pirates in Babao Marine shouted in unison, their anger rising rapidly. Soon, the warships of Mitt and others sailed into the waterway of the Kingdom of Flowers. Just as they entered the country, the ships of the Babao Navy appeared. There were ships of the Babao Navy in all directions ahead, and after Mitt and the others discovered them, they quickly launched an artillery bombardment. The guys in the Babao Navy are pretty good, their standard physical skill is Bachong Fist, and their weapons are also very strong. That's why Qingjiao had the confidence to plan a preemptive attack on Marine. If they succeed, Marine will be wiped out without even landing. The flames flickered and the explosions caused by the shells came one after another, many of which hit the Marine warship. The Marine warship immediately shook violently, apparently suffering a considerable attack. If the attack continues, it won't take long for this warship to be buried under the sea. Upon seeing this, Aokiji Kuzan immediately walked out and jumped off the warship. He stretched out his hands, and his whole body was quickly surrounded by the icy air amid in the air. Ice Age. The sea area ahead was eroded by ice air, quickly formed into ice, and spread outward. After a while, these pirate ships that broke in were immediately trapped by the frozen sea around them, unable to move. Babao Marine was not a vegetarian either, and experts immediately took action. The powerful shock wave hit the sea surface, exploding countless ice cubes, and the entire ice layer collapsed. Kuzan was still releasing cold air and began to compete with the enemy. Katakuri, on the other hand, stepped out without hesitation. This distance is enough for him to perform. I saw an astonishing momentum erupting from Katakuri's body, soaring into the sky. This is Conquerors Haki, which Katakuri bursts out in one breath and rushes towards the enemy. Seeing this, Green Pepper immediately stood up and released Conquerors Haki as well. The conquerors of both sides collided in the air, causing a violent impact. The entire sea was shaking, and the strong wind that was whipping up just now was crushed directly by this momentum. The two did not hesitate, their momentum rose again, and they started fighting each other. Qingjiao is worthy of being the leader of the Babao Navy and is extremely powerful. After a brief collision, Katakuri's momentum was quickly suppressed. Seeing that Katakuri was defeated, Qingjiao couldn't help but laugh loudly. Ha 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 ha. Conquerors Haki pressed forward again, this time completely knocking Katakuri away. However, Katakuri quickly adjusted his body shape in the air and landed steadily. Qingjiao crossed her arms and glanced over, her aura was astonishing. His long head was reflecting the sun's rays, causing many people to close their eyes. Staring at Katakuri, Qingjiao sneered. The traitors of the Charlotte family are nothing more than that. Do you think having Conquerors Haki is something special? In the new world, there are plenty of people like you. With Qingjiao's voice, his momentum rose again, and everyone present could feel this sense of oppression. Mitt just raised his head slightly and said nothing. The sound of the system's improvement in his mind kept appearing. As long as his students were fighting, they would be rewarded. So even if Mitt doesn't take action, he can greatly improve his experience. Advertisement on the other hand, Guillaume looked worried and looked at Mitt subconsciously. She was a little nervous. She had been accompanied by Admiral during her previous actions, but not this time. Moreover, it was the first time for this group of students to perform a mission, and they encountered the Babao Navy. I don't know if I can beat him. Mitt saw Guillaume's nervousness and she smiled. Taking a deep breath, Guillaume's expression softened slightly. No matter what, you must be right to listen to Mitt. The battle continued. Seeing Katakuri's defeat, Kuzan from behind immediately rushed forward. He was filled with air conditioning again and used Ice Age. The surrounding sea surface was immediately frozen and spread rapidly outwards. Several of the 8 treasure marines who were about to rush over were frozen directly. Before they could react, Kuzan exploded with speed and rushed towards the enemy quickly. Several icebergs were released by Kuzan at the same time and ran rampant in the enemy formation. The extremely cold breath quickly froze the enemy, and many people lost their combat experience in an instant. Damn it. Stop this B************** D quickly. The Babao Marines were in disarray at first, but some of them quickly targeted Kuzan. Kuzan's ability is quite terrifying. For such a troublesome Logia ability user, it must be solved first. Qingjiao had the same idea. He didn't hesitate and rushed towards Kuzan with one blow. Bachungshen hyphenation point Budu. Qingjiao jumped into the air, pushed her flat head down, and headed straight for Kuzan. Kuzan noticed the situation and was about to stop him when Katakuri suddenly rushed out. Nuodwan stabs. Katakuri uses the Nuo fruit ability to turn his arm into a glutinous ball and surround the weapon trident, then continuously rotates the arm and thrusts forward. A blow hit Qingjiao hard on the head, making a fierce sound of soldiers and bodies clashing. The shock wave caused Kuzan to be knocked back several steps, and he finally stopped himself. Damn you brat. Qingjiao was furious and immediately used his 8 punches to confront Katakuri. Not to be outdone, Katakuri gathered armament Haki in his hand and transformed into a cake. Hakubo rice cake. This move is very powerful and is Katakuri's special move for close combat. But Qingjiao was not an ordinary person, he just hit it back with his iron head. His iron head is covered with a powerful weapon color, even Katakuri can't break through the defense. Gritting his teeth, Katakuri continued to attack, and the trident struck out like lightning. Qingjiao's eyes flashed, and he suddenly reached out to grab the Katakuri trident and pulled it towards him. Katakuri was carried flying over, and was about to hit the blue version of the Iron Head. The secret of Bachakwan is, no cone dragon no cone nail. Amidst the lightning and thunder, Katakuri was about to be pierced through the chest by a green pepper Iron Head. At the critical moment, Aokiji Kuzan took action quickly, and an ice bird quickly flew towards green pepper. Qingjiao was dealing with Katakuri at the moment and immediately decided to resist. As long as Katakuri is eliminated at once, the remaining survivors are nothing to worry about. But he underestimated the power of Kuzan Icebird. Even his armament Haki's actions were affected. I saw that half of Qingjiao's body quickly began to stiffen and even felt cold. He was immediately startled, and Katakuri also took this opportunity to break free from the other party's restraints. Kuzan and Katakuri stood together at the same time, facing green pepper. Qing shook off the air conditioner on his body and changed the expression on his face. "You're pretty good at it." Kuzan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. He had used all his strength in that move just now, and he originally thought he could freeze the green pepper directly. But it still failed. Armament Haki, this long-headed and strong man, is indeed very powerful. Even if the opponent just focused most of his weapon color on his head, Zan, there was no way to freeze him. This is pretty bad news, but Kuzan has no plans to back down. Even if it is a tough battle, no conclusion can be drawn until the end. He and Katakuri nodded to each other, and the two of them immediately ran towards green pepper without hesitation. Qingjiao shouted loudly, jumped into the air, and spun his iron head like a whirlwind. Hachuchukan. Budu turn. The suction force of this storm was extremely strong, constantly swallowing up everything around it, and Katakuri and Kuzan had to retreat. They know that they are no match for each other, so they are looking for each other's weaknesses. On the other side of the battlefield, Kuzan and Katakuri blocked green pepper. Rosinante and others slaughtered everyone, and the other 8 treasure marines were no match for them. After the blessing of Mitt's halo, the strength of the second-term students has increased significantly. Although the high-end strength is no match, Marine has a lot of mid-range strength, almost crushing the 8 treasure marines. The battle situation soon became one-sided, and Qingjiao's side rushed towards the battlefield without hesitation. He is still spinning, driving a huge tornado, attacking Rosinante and others. Upon seeing this, Kuzan and Katakuri immediately set out to stop them. However, Qingjiao was determined to repel all marines, and a terrifying incident occurred that shocked everyone. He kept spinning his body, completely ignoring his condition. There was nothing Kuzan and Katakuri could do to stop this crazy behavior. No matter how many attacks they made, they were all swallowed up by the tornado. Both of them showed nervous expressions at the same time. If this continues, everyone will suffer. Chapter 48 Golden Lion's Reaction, Katakuri returns. Rosinante. Huo Shaoshan was pushed away by Rosinante and shouted subconsciously. Rosinante is closest to the tornado and is about to be torn to pieces. At this moment, a wall of extremely hot fire rose into the sky from the sea. The wall of fire was like a giant dragon, firmly blocking Qingjiao. Mitt takes action. This sword energy formed a huge wall of fire on the sea, dividing the battlefield. Qingjiao rushed halfway and was shocked when he saw this situation. He did not choose to fight forcefully, but quickly retreated, but his beard was still burned by the flames. This wall of fire also made Kuzan and Katakuri calm down a little, and the two stopped behind. The other members of the Babao Navy were still beaten to pieces and let out shrill screams. Green Pepper's face was darker than coal, and he looked at his lyre that was no longer burning. He listened to the miserable screams of his companions around him without saying a word, trying to suppress his anger. My companions are suffering, but I can't do anything about it. Qingjiao knew that if he wanted to cross the wall of fire, he had to get rid of the 2 marine brats. But the problem is, there is another master at the scene. He has no confidence that he can defeat these marines at the same time. The battle just now has destroyed his confidence. At this point, perhaps the only way to survive is to surrender to Marine. Qingjiao's face turned green and red, and she was trapped in tangles and hesitations. At this moment, Mitt suddenly appeared in front of him, with a faint smile on his face. It seemed to him that this matter could end at any time. Use your strongest blow. Mitt said calmly. He didn't want to continue to struggle with Qingjiao, so he decided to decide the outcome with one blow. Teacher Mitt. Kuzan said immediately when he saw Mitt appear. Before he finished speaking, Mitt waved his hand to interrupt. I know what you want to do, don't worry, I won't take action. Qingjiao frowned, and flames shot out from his eyes. Are you looking down on me? It depends on what you think, Mitt said, stepping back. Kuzan and Katakuri stood up again with firm expressions. Gritting his teeth, the flames in his green pepper eyes burned even more intensely. No matter what, he has to find a way to fight. Green Pepper's whole body burst out with astonishing momentum and continued to rise. The same goes for Kuzan and Katakuri, who also began to concentrate all their strength. The 3 of them raised their momentum to the limit and prepared to use the strongest attack. Mitt returned to the warship and faced Gion's slightly worried gaze. Waving his hand gently, Mitt patted her shoulder. From the beginning, Green Pepper lost. Mitt is right, even if Qingjiao explodes with all his strength, he can only be tied with Kuzan and Katakuri. Because of Mitt's presence, Qingjiao's momentum was weaker from the beginning. No matter how much Qingjiao tries to concentrate her power, she will be more affected by Mitt's presence. As long as Mitt is standing here, Green Pepper can't ignore it. Boom! Both sides used their strongest blow, causing a huge tsunami to rise on the sea surface and engulf the surrounding area. If those people in the Babao Navy were not good at water, they would have been wiped out in this wave. Marine also took action to block the incoming tsunami. Although their strength is not as strong as Kuzan and Katakuri, they still have no problem blocking the tsunami. Mitt and Gion looked towards the battlefield, while Katakuri and Kuzan took Green Pepper and returned to the deck. Qingjiao was in a state of embarrassment at the moment, gasping for air, and obviously didn't have much strength left to struggle. The situation of Katakuri and Kuzan is similar, but they still have some strength to move. As Mitt said, the outcome of the battle is that both sides will lose, but Marine still has him in charge. No matter what, the Babao Navy did lose. Qingjiao himself understood this, and his last effort had failed. What else do you want to say? Mitt looked at the other person and took a sip of tea. Don't think that I don't have the strength to resist, Qingjiao snorted and insisted. I just want to make a deal with you, Marine. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Mitt glanced at Qingjiao. Use my head, Qingjiao said seriously, as if he was determined to die. I am willing to give myself to Marine in exchange for the lives of my companions. He said this resolutely, without hesitation at all. Obviously, Qingjiao has already made his awakening. Mitt's expression also became serious. He stood up and looked at the green peppers up and down. Then, Mitt smiled slightly. I will only protect civilians. Hearing this, Qingjiao breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. He believed that Mitt would do what he said, and in fact he had to believe it. With a firm look in his eyes, Qingjiao nodded heavily. Okay, I agree. Seeing this situation, Kuzan and Katakuri's expressions relaxed a lot. Advertisement. If that's the case, let me handcuff him first, Kuzan said immediately. Speaking of which, I don't know how much money I can get if I take this guy back, Marine on the deck said with a smile. Because the matter was over, they all acted very relaxed. This is the leader of the Babao Marine Army, he must be different, another Marine shook his head. Even before departure, Marine had already stated that they would bring back the Babao Navy alive. Seeing that the fierce battle was finally over, everyone was thinking about what would happen after returning. On the other side of the battlefield, the wall of fire had not subsided, but the news of Qingjiao's surrender had already spread. The Babao Navy was immediately defeated, and many of them were captured without a fight. Rosinante was still a little strange, but he still acted according to Mitt's orders. Even Katakuri, who had always been serious about his words, relaxed his brows a little. But Qingjiao didn't move. He still stood there, staring at Mitt. The atmosphere between the two was tense and Katakuri could feel it. Announcing something wrong, Katakuri immediately looked at Mitt. Mitt was seen staring at Qingjiao while pulling out the knife from his waist. He drew out the sword, and sparks burst out as he moved, jumping to the deck. A fiery breath burst out into surroundings instantly, and continued to rise. Katakuri's expression changed and he subconsciously said, "What else do you want to do?" Mitt ignored Katakuri and continued to look at Green Pepper. Qingjiao didn't mean to evade, he already knew what Mitt wanted to do. Closing his eyes, Qingjiao did not forget to continue reminding the other party. Don't forget your promise. Mitt nodded slightly, although he didn't speak, the meaning was conveyed. Raising Ryujin Jaka in his hand, Mitt slashed it decisively. At the same time, the wall of fire on the battlefield began to weaken and gradually disappeared. As the flames went out, Green Pepper's head fell to the ground. Qingjiao, the leader of the Babao Navy who once roamed the sea, fell here. On the sea, a fleet was riding the waves with a very majestic momentum. The waving flag reveals the fleet's identity, the Beast's Pirates. Appearing on the sea is a last resort for Kaido, the captain of Beast's Pirates. He had a calm face at the moment and poured wine into his mouth one mouthful at a time. Accompanying him are the Beast's Pirates and the Three Plagues, all of whom are Kaido's right-hand men. Master Kaido, we haven't found the destination yet. Do you think we should consider a few more places? Yan Liangjin asked. Take a closer look. Kaido frowned and said solemnly, the places you just mentioned are not very good. Jack the Drow on the side said angrily, if it weren't for those bastards Marine, we wouldn't have any need to find another base. Plague Quinn also said bitterly, it's all that Mitt. If he hadn't been the one who got in the way, we wouldn't be like this. Okay. Kaido suddenly said loudly, and with a bang, the wine glass was put down heavily. The expression on his face was ugly, and he gritted his teeth. Since we suffered a loss at the hands of that guy Mitt, we will definitely get it back next time. Now that Wanokuni is gone, let's find another place. Those guys from Marine can't stop me, no one can. Originally Kaido's target was Wanokuni, but now Wanokuni has been captured. There is no other way, Kaido can only avoid Wanokuni and look for the next target again. It was certainly a shame for Kaido and the Beast's Pirates, and he didn't forget it at all. While saying this, Kaido also secretly swore in his heart. In the future, he must settle the score with Mitt and avenge him. The three disasters also had serious expressions on their faces, not wanting to let go of Marine, the Zeit gang. At this moment, one of his men hurried over and was stopped by Jack. What's the matter? Jack asked, frowning. There is news from Marine, it is Mitt who acted, the subordinate said hurriedly. Kaido had previously ordered that any situation involving Mitt should be reported to him. So as soon as there was news in the newspaper, his subordinates rushed over to inform him. Taking the newspaper from the other party's hand, Jack quickly scanned it with a surprised expression. Kaido looked over and heard the conversation between the two. No hesitation. Jack quickly handed the newspaper to Kaido. What was reported in the newspaper was that Mitt led the Marines to defeat the Babao Navy. Kaido snorted coldly, crumbled it into a ball and threw it away. I knew this guy wouldn't settle for being at naval headquarters. Just wait, sooner or later, we will definitely face him again. That's a good opportunity for revenge. All nations, Cake City Kingdom. Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the Bigman Pirates and the king of all nations, is in a very unhappy mood at the moment. The reason is simple, Katakuri is back. He was secretly brought back from Marine by Bree. Everyone knows that Katakuri has joined Marine, and is naturally very dissatisfied with his return. After Charlotte Linlin heard this, she became even more furious and immediately prepared to kill her child with her own hands. Parasparrow, Owen, Dafu and others quickly stopped their mother. No matter what, mother, Parasparrow said hurriedly, we should all meet Katakuri. Maybe he has some reasons, you have to believe him. Charlotte Linlin was so angry that when she was about to speak, Parasparrow hurriedly offered her a delicious strawberry pie. Advertisement. After chewing the strawberry pie, Charlotte Linlin exhaled and finally calmed down for a while. Asterisk. Then let him in. Charlotte Linlin waved her hand. Let's see what else he can say. Parasparrow and the other brothers breathed a sigh of relief, and Dafu hurried out to greet them. On the shore of Toto Land Kingdom, Cracker is currently confronting Katakuri. Brother Katakuri, why do you want to come back? Cracker asked solemnly. Why are you wearing this outfit? The atmosphere was tense and Cracker was ready to take action at any time. Katakuri was surrounded by a group of soldiers, his expression unchanged. I just want to come back and take a look, he said slowly. This reason did not convince Cracker. He frowned and his tone became excited. Hurry up and tell me, did Marine ask you to come here? You traitor. In Cracker's opinion, Katakuri abandoned them to join Marine. He is an out-and-out traitor. If it weren't for Nyen Zai and brotherly love, Cracker would have taken action long ago. Facing Cracker's question, Katakuri remained silent and just said, let me go see Mom. You. Cracker became even more angry. Fortunately, Dafu arrived with someone in time. Cracker. Mom agreed to let him pass and put the soldiers away. Hearing what Dafu said, Cracker glared at Katakuri angrily, but still did as he was told. This is how Katakuri met his mother, Sono Lotto Linlin. Seeing that the other party was fine, Katakuri's tense expression relaxed. Katakuri. Charlotte Linlin roared, glaring at the opponent with an angry look. How dare you come back, Mom? I'm back to see you, Katakuri said, as long as you're okay. He glanced across the scene and found that his brothers and sisters were all fine, and his eyes couldn't help but show joy. Parasparrow knew Katakuri's character and did not believe that Katakuri would be a traitor. Katakuri, please tell me, why did you join Marine? Katakuri lowered his head and said solemnly, for Mother. What? The grumpy Owen couldn't help it and shouted immediately. You joined Marine for the sake of Mom. What on earth are you thinking? The Charlotte family didn't understand, and Charlotte Linlin even took out Napoleon and prepared to take action. Wait, Mother. Parasparrow stopped his mother quickly. Others also followed to stop her, trying to appease her mother's anger. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill Katakuri. Charlotte Linlin was not very angry. Katakuri said nothing, just lowered his head and did not defend himself. Parasparrow was in a hurry and quickly said, Mom, it is a good thing for us that Katakuri joins Marine. Opella and Dafu reacted immediately and hurriedly agreed. Brother is right, this is indeed a good thing. What? Charlotte Linlin frowned and stared with big eyes. Seeing his mother stop, Parasparrow breathed a sigh of relief, opened Shikai and explained. Didn't you say before that you should find a way to know Marine's movements? Now that Katakuri is here, we can know at any time. He can definitely serve as our internal response in Marine, which is definitely a good thing. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, looked at Katakuri, and said in a deep voice. Katakuri, what did you say? Katakuri nodded heavily without hesitation. I am my mother's boy, and I will never betray you, even in Marine. Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard Edward listened to Marco's report, shook his head and sighed. Marine is really a weirdo. At that time, several Celestial Dragons boys were rescued in the Valley of Gods, but now it has become so fishy. I will definitely have to fight against this kid in the future. That's right. Marco nodded. No matter what, we have to pay more attention to this man. Hoola la la la, Whitebeard laughed, then let me see what this kid can do. The Golden Lion Pirates base area is also discussing the Babao Navy. Golden Lion Shiki held a cigar in his mouth, looked at the newspaper in his hand, and shook his head slightly. That green pepper was too weak, so he fell into Marine's hands. It seems that he is not a strong man in the new era. Golden Lion's subordinates expressed their opinions one after another. Captain, that Mitt will definitely be a big trouble, don't underestimate him. Yes, this guy defeated Kaido and Charlotte Linlin one after another. Now that he has killed Qingdao, he will definitely come to us in the future. Golden Lion Shiki snorted, raised his cigar, and said loudly. Don't forget that our goal is to conquer the entire sea. No matter how powerful Marine is, he can't stop us. After a pause, Golden Lion Shiki continued. Only that man Roger is our strong enemy, the others are not qualified. As long as this guy is willing, he can definitely become the king of the sea. But we will not sit still and wait for death, we must defeat him. Chapter 49 The Five Elders' Decision, Knocks and Rewards. Golden Lion's words immediately aroused the emotions of his men, and they all agreed. That's right, let Marine go to hell, our goal is to conquer the sea. Only the Golden Lion can reach the final peak. Listening to the shouts of his men, Golden Lion Shiki threw the newspaper away and sneered. Mitt, right? I want to see how much you weigh. Unlike other pirates, Marine is much more relaxed. As soon as the news of the destruction of the Babao Navy came through, Sengoku and the others began to discuss it. Marine Marshal Kong looked at everyone present and said, the results of Mitt's teaching are indeed good. In this operation, he took down the 8 treasure navy without taking any action at all. Sengoku chuckled and said, I told you back then that it was definitely right to let Kaishi become a Marine instructor. You see, after he became instructor, there have been quite a few talented newcomers in Marine. Crane Vice Admiral also had to agree. Mitt Vice Admiral's results are indeed very successful. It can be said that there is no one more suitable to be an instructor than him in Marine. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed. With Mitt here, maybe we can really change the situation in the sea. After glancing at Garp, Hesho changed the subject. But there was something wrong with Mitt's behavior, and it was the same this time. He didn't listen to Marine's order and directly executed Qingjiao. What's the point? Garp shrugged. I don't usually listen to it. Patting Garp's head, Sengoku said angrily, how can that be okay if everyone is like you? Garp, this is not a place to brag about. Kong's expression also darkened. Okay, I know everything you said. Garp touched his head and said immediately. But whether you listen to orders or not depends on the outcome, you say so. Humph. Kong snorted coldly and did not answer. What Garp said was indeed a reason, but Kong would definitely not admit it. I went to meet with the 5 elders before. 987, Kong continued. The people there reported to me that they have strong opinions on Katie. The main reason is that this guy's previous behavior was a bit offensive to the majesty of the world's nobles. Those celestial dragons' emotions are nothing, Garp said nonchalantly. You probably don't know which one is more important, Sora. Of course I know, Kong said seriously, but since it has caused dissatisfaction among the 5 elders. Mitt must be warned and told to pay attention. Do you think this kid is willing to accept it? Garp asked. Whether he is willing or not, he must accept it, Kong said solemnly. This is the will of the world government. Haha. Garp clapped his hands and said slightly mockingly. If the world government is so messy, maybe Golden Lion will really dare to kill Marigioa. Crane Vice Admiral understands what Garp means. What matters now is not Mitt's behavior, but the big pirates. She also said, Golden Lion Shiki is now forming the most powerful force on the sea, and there are also movements on Roger's side. The most terrifying thing now is the 3 pirates Roger, Whitebeard and Golden Lion joining forces. If this comes true, it will definitely be a big challenge for us at Marine. Once it is not handled properly, it will lead to an irreversible outcome. Crane Vice Admiral said this, and he also meant to activate it for Mitt. If Marine is not united in this critical moment, it will definitely be more difficult to deal with the enemy in the future. Kong knew what Crane Vice Admiral and Garp meant, and his expression was very serious. Continue to pay attention to the movements of Roger, Whitebeard and Golden Lion. As for Mitt, let's give him a little warning first and see how he reacts. Just like that, the discussion surrounding Zed and the current situation ended. The results of this discussion quickly reached Mitt. Mitt and Gion have returned to Wanokuni, and he has already handed over the report from the Babao Navy. At the same time, Mitt found a random reason to change direction midway and went to Wanokuni. Late at night, a warship quietly flew to Wanokuni and entered the port. Mitt, Gion and others have been waiting for a long time. The men moved the treasure off the warship. Judging from the heavy weight of the box, it weighed quite a lot. Gion knew that this was the heavenly gold on the 8 treasures water army, but she was just a little confused. Master Mitt, why didn't you report the matter about the gold in the sky? The warning from the headquarters today is very serious and cannot be ignored. Mitt just smiled, walked over, and took a bag in his hand. You're overthinking it, Gion. He took out a devil fruit from the bag. Just leave it all to me. This devil fruit was provided to celestial dragons along the way and was one of Mitt's goals. Gion looked at Mitt and saw the firm confidence in the other person's eyes, and couldn't help but feel his heart beating violently. She lowered her head and took the devil fruit. I see. After saying these 4 words, Gion ate the devil fruit without hesitation. She knew that Mitt would never harm her, and she trusted him quite a bit. Immediately afterwards, Gion's figure changed. Under the white moonlight, a fox with 9 tails waving appeared in front of Mitt. Advertisement: this is the Zone Phantom Beast species, the 9 tails demon fox form. Looking at the transformed Gion, Mitt smiled even brighter and nodded slightly. This look suits you very well, Gion. Mitt's figure was reflected in the 9 tails demon fox's eyes, and the light flashed. She silently lowered her head towards Mitt. The 9 tails fox fruit can transform into any character and confuse others. Although he doesn't have much output ability, his auxiliary ability is very strong. Mitt didn't come here for this fruit at first, but now that he got it, it would be a good idea to give it to Gion. Gion herself is a stunning beauty, and now with the blessing of Nine Tails form, she looks even more stunning. Master Mitt, this. Gion looked at his own changes in surprise. 0139033323 Filu 100,551,001. Try to look like me, Mitt said. Nodding slightly, Gion immediately copied Mitt's current appearance completely. The two Mitts just appeared on the scene, standing face to face, like mirror images. Anyone who sees this situation will not be able to tell the difference between true and false. Mitt looked at his other self, with a smile on his face. The harvest from this operation was more than he imagined. Holy Land Marineford, in the offices of the Five Elders. The news that Mitt led the team to defeat the Babao Navy has reached the Five Elders. Seidan Saint glanced at the other people present, Taguchi said. This Mitt actually embezzled all the heavenly money that should have been handed over, he really doesn't take us seriously. Saint Nisholing nodded and said, this boy has always been like this. Not just once, but several times. The Five Elders are very angry. Every time Mitt goes on a mission, he fills his pockets and takes away the loot. The previous one was fine, but this time it was gold from the sky, and there was even a precious devil fruit inside. This guy Mitt cannot be allowed to continue, Saint Seidan said in a deep voice. We must take action. Moshe Sheng pondered for a while and said in a deep voice. The problem is that Mitt has successfully completed every operation, which has greatly enhanced the prestige of Marine and world government. Punishment hastily may cause unnecessary commotion. Nashu Langsheng snorted coldly and said immediately, now that things have happened, do we still want to turn a blind eye to this guy? This loss is indeed nothing to us, but Mitt must not be allowed to ignore the rules of world government. That's right. Saint Seidan nodded in agreement. We can't let Mitt do whatever he wants. I don't disapprove, Moshe Sheng said, I just remind you to take control. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice, don't forget our most important goal now. That guy Golden Lion Shiki must be eradicated as soon as possible. Mitt is not that important in comparison. Of course I understand. Saint said, we can't let Mitt continue to be so willful. Just let him stay calm. Peter Saint also said, Mitt is a pretty good man, he has taught many Marine rookies. His influence in Marine is getting stronger and stronger, and he is qualified to become the next marshal. If we want Mitt to be our dog properly, we have to beat him carefully, Saint Seidan said seriously. I have a suggestion here. Say. The other Five Elders immediately looked at Saint Seidan. Saint Seidan pondered for a while and then spoke. First of all, Mitt cannot be allowed to continue to hold the position of Marine Instructor. His influence is growing now, and there are students of his all over Marine. This point must be weakened. It is best to let him go out as the branch chief and let him go for a while. Let him come back to Marineford when the time is right. Saint Nisholing immediately nodded in agreement. This is a good suggestion, let's do it. Then which branch should we go to? Saint Peter touched his chin and thought. Marine is divided into Headquarters Branch and 4C Branch, which are at different levels. With Mitt's ability, he must go to the Headquarters Branch to take up the post. That goes without saying. Saint Seidan smiled slightly, his face looking even more gloomy. Didn't Mitt ask Wanokuni to join world government before? There just lacks a Marine branch there. That's right. Nasturo Sage continued. Let Mitt be stationed at Wanokuni. Wanokuni has not yet been fully integrated into the world government and must be put into management. This task could not be better left to Mitt. Just think of it as a reward for Mitt and publicize it like this. After all, it is about the face of the world government, and none of the Five Elders want to publicize it publicly. In the name of reward, it would be best to transfer Mitt to Wanokuni. At the same time, don't forget to warn him, Saint Peter said solemnly. If this happens again, we will never tolerate it. In this way, after discussion among the Five Elders, Mitt's order was immediately issued. Mitt was stationed at Wanokuni, and Marine's phone number came over. Marshal Kong had a serious tone and read out the Five Elders' orders to Mitt seriously. Of course, the reason used above is still a reward, but it is just an excuse for the outside world. But everyone knows that transferring Mitt from the position of instructor is definitely a promotion and a fall. Mitt's achievements since taking up the position of Marine Instructor are obvious to all. Advertisement everyone knows that if it hadn't been for Mitt, it would have been impossible to achieve such good results. However, the world government wants to transfer Mitt, which makes many people secretly sigh. Kong is one of them, he is very concerned about the world government. The decision was quite helpless. Kong sighed and spoke. There is no way, this is the order of the Five Elders, we must obey it. Mitt, you have worked hard these days, after you leave, there will be another person to take over. What's the reason? Mitt tapped on the table and stared at the tail behind Gion. You know better, T-Set, Kong complained slightly. The Five Elders are very dissatisfied with your behavior, and this order also means to warn you. Kong continued. Mitt, your results are very impressive. For the sake of your own future, it's better not to do too many things that cross the line. Mitt said nothing, his eyes flashed. Ha ha ha, came laughter from the other side of the phone. Mitt heard that it was Garp, who was also in Master Yuan's office. What's there to say? It's not like Mitt can't come back. He just went to Wanokuni to take up a position. This is a good job, no worse than being an instructor. Mitt knows that Garp is right, and it is indeed a good thing to transfer him to Wanokuni. He had no intention of returning to naval headquarters in the first place, and this order suited him exactly. Of course, Mitt couldn't show it openly, so he remained silent. Kong thought Mitt had some objections, so he immediately comforted him. Mitt, don't worry, the 5 elders still think highly of you. You just have to carry out the orders of the world government and make achievements. Given time, you will also have a chance in my position. When Mitt heard what Kong said, he just smiled and had no other reaction. He is not interested in Kong's tactics, and Wanokuni has long been in his possession. The world government's order is nothing more than a formal confirmation. Mitt finally said, there is really a shortage of people at Wanokuni, so I'll be there just in time. It's just that since I am responsible for forming a new branch, I should be fully responsible. There is no need for naval headquarters to interfere too much. Kong understands what Mitt means. The other party wants more rights in Wanokuni. He thought for a while and then nodded slowly. Wanokuni was conquered by you and Zephyr, so of course it's okay for you to be responsible. No matter what, Wanokuni will be left to you. After hesitating for a long time, Gukong agreed to Mishi's request. In fact, this request is not too much, and there is no reason not to agree. What's more, Kong did include Mitt as a candidate for the next marshal, so he certainly wouldn't embarrass the other party too much. After receiving this promise, Mitt smiled slightly and immediately accepted the order. In this way, Mitt was officially transferred from naval headquarters and stationed at Wanokuni to establish a new marine branch. The official name of this marine branch has not yet been decided. New era is G32. After hanging up the phone, Gion spoke on the side. Mr. Mitt, the 5 elders have great expectations for you. Maybe 0.0 can really become Marine Marshal in the future. Marine Marshal is the top position in the Marine system, and Gion naturally attaches great importance to it. Marshal Marine? Mitt smiled and didn't say much. In his opinion, the so-called Marine Marshal is just a dog for Lao He and the Celestial Dragons. Compared to Marshal Marine, taking full charge of Wanokuni is the real thing. Although this transfer is said to be an order from the 5 elders, Mitt will continue to do what he wants. Looking at Mitt's expression, Gion didn't continue speaking. Her face became more and more rosy. Mitt watched for so long and finally started to take action. In the Wanokuni temporary base, Katakuri suddenly disappeared and returned here again. Kuzan, Rosinante and others were curious about where Katakuri went. Katakuri, where have you been? Kuzan touched his chin and asked. You must be going somewhere nice without telling us, Rosinante said with a smile. Because the 3 of them were punished to work together to pay off their debts, their relationship with each other became even better. Katakuri didn't want them to know that he secretly went to all nations. It's a bit urgent. Hearing Katakuri say this, Rosinante became even more curious. That's strange. Is there something that requires you to leave secretly? At that time, I seemed to see a woman walking with you, and it seemed. Rosinante was guessing, and Katakuri's expression immediately changed. Kuzan guessed it quickly and spoke subconsciously. Could it be that you were going back? Before he could finish speaking, Mitt walked in with Gion. The 3 of them were startled and stood still, looking at Mitt. Mr. Mitt, Kuzan and Rosinante shouted at the same time. Only Katakuri remained silent. Chapter 50 The Meeting of the Two Powers, The Purpose of Golden Lion. Mitt looked at the 3 of them, and of course he heard the argument just now. With a slight nod, Mitt motioned for Katakuri to go out. Katakuri was stunned for a moment, then followed Mitt silently and left. He knew that his secret departure could not be hidden from Mitt's eyes. As expected, Kuzan touched his chin and said, I knew it would be like this. Kuzan knew that Katakuri was from the Charlotte family, so it was normal for him to secretly go back to the 10,000 kingdoms. Of course, Kuzan didn't expect Katakuri to be so bold and run out without saying a word. Teacher Mitt probably knows now. Rosinante scratched his head, but he still hadn't reacted. What's the matter? Gion, Kuzan, and Rosinante didn't go with him. They knew that Zeit wanted to talk to Kotaku alone. Outside the corridor, Katakuri clenched his fists and fell into intense thinking. Mitt did not interrupt the other person and continued to stand in front of him, waiting silently. Not sure how much time had passed, Katakuri took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Why don't you ask me where I'm going? Mitt smiled and said casually. Why, wouldn't it be good for you to go back and see your family? Shocked all over, Katakuri gritted his teeth and stared at Mitt. You already knew this? Mitt nodded and said nothing, but the meaning was conveyed. Katakuri really didn't understand why Mitt did this. He obviously followed Bree back secretly, but the other party didn't blame him. And it seemed as if Hajime was letting it go on purpose. The reason why Katakuri came back was to serve as an internal agent in Marine. Katakuri didn't believe that Mitt didn't have this suspicion, but he couldn't see it in his eyes. This made Katakuri very confused. He couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking. Mitt watched Katakuri's expression change, stepped over, and gently patted him on the shoulder. Don't think too much, just follow your will and be picturesque. Katakuri said solemnly. You will regret it. Mitt gave the other party a confident smile, then turned and left. Looking at Mitt's retreating back, Katakuri continued to stand there, clenching his fists tightly. He just felt like Mitt had seen through all his thoughts, which was quite uncomfortable. Regardless, Mitt's actions did leave a deep mark on Katakuri's heart. 23. Although the official order from the world government had not yet been issued, Mitt informed the students of the news the next day. From now on, Mitt does not need to go back to naval headquarters, but officially settles in Wanokuni. This incident sparked a discussion among the students. None of them expected that Mitt would be transferred away. Under Mitt's guidance, they have both grown up a lot, and naturally they don't want to be separated from each other. The students expressed their reluctance to leave and wanted to stay in Wanokuni. In response, Mitt spoke very firmly, saying that it was an order from the world government and must be implemented. Of course, Mitt will try his best to educate these students in the future and will not abandon them. Saying this finally reassured the students a little bit, but Mitt's promise was obviously not enough. The specific arrangements must comply with the orders of the world government. Mitt was not worried at all. He continued to teach students at Wanokuni until more detailed orders were issued. But everyone knows that days like this won't last long. Soon, new arrangements will arrive. At the same time, new major events will also break out, causing more shocks. The center of all these storms is Kaishi himself. Golden Lion Pirates. Golden Lion Shiki received the news of Mitt's transfer immediately. It's no surprise that he certainly has his own sources within Marine. Golden Lion Shiki is very surprised now. He knows that in addition to beating Mitt, the world government also means to take it seriously. Generally, it must be beaten before reuse, and Golden Lion Shiki naturally knows it. In other words, Mitt's influence and importance within Marine have greatly increased. Just as Golden Lion Shiki was thinking, his men suddenly rushed in a hurry. "Captain, something's wrong. What's the matter?" Golden Lion Shiki frowned. The subordinate gasped for air, patted his chest, and finally said. The 12th and 13th fleets were ambushed by Marine midway, and everyone suffered. "What?" Golden Lion frowned and slapped the table. "How dare you attack Lousy? These Marines are going to die, right?" "Wait." Golden Lion Shiki realized something was wrong and said in a deep voice. "The captains of the 12th and 13th fleets are no weaker than that Marine Vice Admiral, who caused them to be completely annihilated. It's Akainu Sakazuki and Bullet," his subordinate said immediately. "They have been destroying pirates recently, and many big pirates have been captured and impelled down. It's them." Golden Lion Shiki touched his chin and murmured. He had seen the names of these two people, and they were the students of Mitt. In the past, Marines did not attack as frequently as they do now. But only after Mitt appeared, everything changed. The more Golden Lion Shiki thought about it, the more he felt that Mitt was in danger. Advertisement: if he really becomes Marine Marshal, Marine's strength will definitely be greatly enhanced. Under the circumstances, the living space of their pirates will definitely be greatly reduced. Maybe even the new world will be invaded by the power of the world government. The more Golden Lion Shiki thought about it, the more frightened he became, and the murderous aura in his eyes became more intense. No matter what, Mitt must pay attention to this. At this moment, the deputy of the Golden Lion Pirates also walked in. With a trace of worry on his face, he looked at the subordinate who reported the situation. "We already know the matter, you go down first." The subordinate immediately retreated, and only Golden Lion Shiki and his deputy were left on the scene. Golden Lion Shiki touched his chin and thought without saying a word. The deputy stood silently next to Golden Lion Shiki, waiting for him. I don't know how much time passed before Golden Lion Shiki spoke. "What do you think of the current situation?" The deputy always replied. "The situation in the sea is now turbulent. Based on the current intelligence, I'm afraid Marine will take action against us." "Ha ha ha ha." Golden Lion Shiki laughed. "It's just Marine, you still want to deal with me, and you don't even care how much you weigh." "The problem is that Marine has an extra Mitt," the deputy said immediately. "This man cannot be underestimated. Because of his influence, we have eaten a lot." In fact, it was not just about the 12th and 13th fleets, there were similar situations before. Basically, the Marine who caught Golden Lion's attention every time was Mitt's student. This forced Golden Lion Shiki to pay attention to this man and value him. Golden Lion Shiki knocked on the table and said in a deep voice. "In addition to Marine, there is also that guy Roger. There has been more and more friction recently. Needless to say, sooner or later I will definitely go to war with Roger." The deputy's expression changed and he said hurriedly, "The problem is that Marine is still watching, so we can't act rashly. I will definitely take revenge for what happened this time. You don't have to think about it," Golden Lion Shiki said. His eyes flashed and he suddenly slapped the table. "That's right. Go find that guy." "Who?" the deputy asked subconsciously. "Edward. Go find the Whitebeard pirates." A smile appeared on Golden Lion Shiki's face. The next day, Golden Lion Shiki immediately took action and went to Whitebeard's territory in person. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates are resting at their base, preparing to continue sailing later. In the square in broad daylight, they were also discussing the situation in the world. Roger, Golden Lion and the previous incident of the Babao Navy were all being discussed enthusiastically. "Have you heard that 2 fleets under Golden Lion were taken over by Marine?" Diamond Josie said with a smile. "They are really unlucky. That guy Shiki must be furious." "Who did it?" Marco asked casually. "I heard that he is a student of Vice Admiral Mitt." They're both Marine rookies and they defeated Charlotte Linlin before, someone immediately replied. What? Marco frowned subconsciously when he heard this. Marine has been doing too much lately. In fact, the Whitebeard pirates were also attacked by Marine, and everyone was very angry. What's wrong? Diamond Josie blinked and asked, are you afraid of that, Mitt? There's nothing to be afraid of, we are the Whitebeard pirates. I didn't think so. Marco rubbed his brow and said in a deep voice. But Mitt the man has to focus. Just as he said this, the phone bug Marco carried suddenly rang. He answered immediately, and the voice on the other end of the phone was very urgent. Golden Lion. The Golden Lion pirates are approaching. All the pirates on the scene took action immediately and hurried outside. Only Whitebeard himself remained motionless, sitting there drinking with a calm expression. He knew that if Golden Lion Haki wanted to attack him, it would never be in this way. Sure enough, Golden Lion Haki soon appeared in front of Whitebeard. What Golden Lion Haki brought this time were all his elite men, all of them with extraordinary momentum. Of course, the Whitebeard pirates did not give in too much, and the atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense. Long time no see, Edward, Golden Lion Haki said solemnly. Immediately afterwards, the two men immediately drew their swords and attacked without hesitation. With a bang, the momentum of the two people's collision instantly shook away the clouds in the sky, and the ground continued to shake. Gula la 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 la, Whitebeard Edward laughed, why did you come to me specially? Can't we catch up with you and reminisce about old times? Golden Lion Haki said coldly. Whitebeard Edward did not hesitate and forced the opponent back with his momentum. If you have anything to say, just say it and don't play charades with me. Golden Lion Haki put the sword back into its sheath and said in a deep voice. You know Marine's movements, Edward. What? Whitebeard looked at Golden Lion Haki. Are you scared, Haki? Golden Lion Haki smiled and said every word. Advertisement, I don't believe you are not interested in this man. As he spoke, he threw a report over. Whitebeard looked next and saw that the person reporting above was none other than Mitt. Oh. Whitebeard Edward's smile did not change. He took a sip of wine and threw the report back. Marco quickly took it and passed it around to others. The report contains Mitt's resume since his debut, which is enough to show that Golden Lion attaches great importance to him. Whitebeard was a little dismissive and smiled at Golden Lion. Haki, don't tell me that you came to me because of this man. He's just an introduction, Golden Lion Haki said and sat down. After all, he and Whitebeard had both been on the Rock's ship before, so they had some kind of friendship. Otherwise, Whitebeard would not agree to meet the other party. If it had been anyone else, he would have taken action directly. The real thing to pay attention to is Marine. Golden Lion Haki said in a serious tone. You should know that Marine's overall strength has improved a lot recently, all because of Mitt. He trained a lot of new Marine guys, and those new guys caused us a lot of trouble. Even Kaido and Linlin were defeated by Mitt. Gula la la la, Edward Whitebeard laughed again. You came here to tell me this, he said without hesitation, so what? That Mitt does have something, but I'm Whitebeard. If you're even afraid of Marine, how can you go out to sea and become a pirate? Golden Lion Haki couldn't help but shake his head. You underestimate the power of world government. I didn't underestimate it. Whitebeard waved his hand to interrupt Golden Lion's speech. They are indeed powerful, but I am not afraid at all. Haki, please accept your thoughts, Whitebeard sneered. I know you want to join forces with me, use Marine to suppress me, and let me deal with Roger with you. On the sea, only strength is everything, it's useless to think like this. It's because you are like this that I look down on you, Golden Lion said solemnly. He said and stood up on his own initiative, his momentum was very strong. Sooner or later you will suffer for your arrogance, see you at sea. Golden Lion Haki knew that Whitebeard would never agree to join forces with him again, so he made a prompt decision to leave 223. When the Whitebeard pirates saw this, they immediately wanted to surround Golden Lion and others. Whitebeard Edward waved his hand and told his men to disperse. He looked at Golden Lion Haki's leaving back, the smile on his face disappeared, and he took a sip of wine into his mouth. Haki, whether it's Marine or Roger, they have to face each other head on. Whether it's you and me, or Roger, only one of them can usher in a new era. Golden Lion Haki heard Whitebeard's voice, but he didn't look back and continued walking towards his ship. In this way, the contact between the Golden Lion pirates and the Whitebeard pirates ended, and the two parties did not reach an agreement. But the news of the contact between the two sides quickly spread to the ears of other forces on the sea. In Toto Land Kingdom, Charlotte Linlin, who had just finished eating snacks, was listening to Parasparrow's report. This guy Haki actually wants to join forces with Whitebeard. Charlotte Linlin laughed. What on earth was he thinking? I think it's because of Marine's recent actions, Parasparrow said cautiously. He knew that Charlotte Linlin was in a bad mood when she heard about Marine. Marine? Sure enough, Charlotte Linlin's face darkened when she heard this. Is it that B********** Mitt again? Now Mitt has become the #1 enemy of the Charlotte family, and Charlotte Linlin will gnash her teeth every time she mentions him. That's right. Parasparrow wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied immediately. Mitt now has a great influence within Marine, and many people are his students. I'm afraid Marine's recent actions are also closely related to him. Damn it. Charlotte Linlin slammed the table. Does this B*** D still want to attack us? Probably not. Perispero said hurriedly. There is no news from Katakuri, so you can rest assured. At the mention of Katakuri, Charlotte Linlin's anger subsided a little. No matter what, I must take revenge on this B***. At this moment, Perispero received the report from his subordinates, and his expression immediately became magnanimous. Although Charlotte Linlin was angry, her reaction did not become slow and she looked over directly. What's the news? She asked in a deep voice. Mom. Perispero swallowed his saliva and said slowly. Marine appeared near the Fishmen Island and fought with our people. What? Charlotte Linlin said angrily. Which Marine dares to attack us? The one who did it was Kizaru Perusalino, who was one of the 3 Marines who came to attack at the beginning, and... Perispero hesitated and looked at Charlotte Linlin. Also a student of Mitt. As expected, Charlotte Linlin immediately became furious, and her eyes almost burst out with flames. It's that B*** D Mitt again. Hurry up with me and kill him first. Mom, calm down. Perispero hurriedly stopped Charlotte Linlin. The battle over there is over, Perusalino has run away long ago. Chapter 51. All assemble and set sail. Charlotte Linlin felt a surge of anger rushing straight to her forehead, making her face become hot. The roar she let out next resounded throughout the entire Toto Land Kingdom. In any case, Charlotte Linlin's hatred for Mitt is getting deeper and deeper. Unlike the Bigman pirates, the Roger pirates have a very relaxed atmosphere. Of course they were also discussing Marine's recent situation, which also included Mitt. Rayleigh has a high opinion of Mitt and believes that Mitt will definitely influence the world in the future. Roger smiled and spoke without hesitation. If that's the case, shouldn't we look forward to it even more? Rayleigh asked with curious eyes. Is that what you think, Roger? Haha. Roger put down the wineglass and said loudly. Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, and now Mitt. No matter how powerful Marine is, can it stop us from reaching Raftel? No. Roger said firmly. We're getting closer to the final goal, why should we worry about Marine? It's better to say that the stronger the Marine, the better. Only in this way can we prove how powerful we are. That's right. Someone immediately raised their glass and echoed Roger loudly. Why do we need to worry Marine? There's no need. Roger also raised his glass with expectation in his eyes. Let me see how far this Mitt can take Marine. Don't let me down, Kaishi. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger drank down the wine in his hand and placed it heavily on the table. Let's keep going to the next place. Since it was decided to garrison Wanokuni, the construction of Marine base was quickly put on the agenda. Originally, Mitt had specially marked a place inside Wanokuni as a rest base for their troops. Now it just needs a quick renovation and the Marine branch is almost ready to be set up. The next day, Mitt was sitting in the office at the base. The office is still quite empty, but Guillaume has put in a lot of decorations before. As Mitt's personal guard and secretary, Guillaume naturally works in this office. But Guillaume has gone out to check for information now, and now only Mitt is here. Mitt poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip slowly, and exhaled a puff of hot air. Because there was nothing going on, Mitt seemed very comfortable. At this moment, Guillaume suddenly rushed in. After glancing at Guillaume, Mitt slowly put down the teacup. He knew that if Guillaume was so anxious, something must be going on. As expected, Guillaume patted his chest, and after taking a breath, he immediately handed Mitt the report. Mitt glanced over and saw that the information written above was very simple. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates officially joined forces after 3 days and nights of discussion. They will form a large fleet and attack together. Guillaume looked panicked and kept his eyes on Mitt. Although she didn't speak, her thoughts were already obvious. Mitt's expression was very calm and he said calmly, Why are you panicking, Guillaume? Golden Lion Haki is our target, but he actually joins forces with Whitebeard, Guillaume said solemnly. 2 extremely powerful men must have joined forces for some reason. This is not good for Marine. Guillaume has heard about the power of Golden Lion and Whitebeard, and now that they're united, it is unknown whether Marine can resist them. But after the panic, Guillaume saw that Mitt was still calm, and his tense mood relaxed slightly. You have to know, Guillaume. Mitt said calmly, no matter when, you should calm down first. It's no use being impatient. Only when facing Guillaume, Mitt was willing to say so much. Guillaume nodded and immediately sat down next to Mitt. This is another detailed report. Guillaume explained. The above is the reason why Whitebeard agreed to the alliance. Mitt looked at it and found that the information was quite detailed and basically explained the reasons clearly. At that time, the 2 parties did not reach an agreement at first, but before Golden Lion left, he suddenly said that he would add a condition. What Golden Lion took out were 3 devil fruits to give to the Whitebeard Pirates as a meeting gift. With this sincerity, Whitebeard believed that Golden Lion did intend to unite. Then they officially began to discuss the alliance, and the news spread quickly. The devil fruits that Golden Lion took out were Phoenix Fruit, Diamond Fruit, and Bag Fruit. Needless to say, these devil fruits are pretty good among all devil fruits. Mitt couldn't help but shook his head. What a generous act, Golden Lion. Guillaume was very surprised. Why doesn't Golden Lion eat these devil fruits for his men? Golden Lion Haki only recognizes the strong in the world. That's all Mitt said. When Gion heard this, he thought about it for a moment and then he understood. She has read the information about the Golden Lion pirates, and it can be said that except for the Captain Golden Lion Shiki, the strength of the others is not very high. This is probably the reason why Golden Lion Shiki doesn't let his subordinates eat devil fruit. If you are not strong, even if you eat devil fruit, you won't be much stronger. Might as well put away the devil fruit and use it as chips. Facts have proved that Golden Lion's judgment was correct. The Whitebeard pirates really wanted these 3 devil fruits. Advertisement: the Whitebeard pirates have not been established for a long time, and there are not many strong men under their command. But Edward Whitebeard has a very accurate vision, and most of the children he accepts have high potential. For the sake of his sons and his own considerations, it was naturally not a problem for Whitebeard to agree to the union. There was a smile in Mitt's eyes, and it seemed that Gion understood what he meant. The sea is wonderful now, Mitt said, hugging Gion and leaning against the sofa together. We have to be prepared, Gion said in Mitt's arms. At this moment, Kuzan burst into Mitt's office. Teacher Mitt. He shouted and rushed in. Then he stared and subconsciously stepped back. Gion was startled, jumped up quickly, and quickly left the scene. Kuzan touched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. Ah, sorry. Mitt's face remained calm and he pointed to the report on the table. That's why you came here. Kuzan looked at it and nodded immediately. As soon as he got down to business, Kuzan immediately forgot about what had just happened. Mr. Mitt, that Golden Lion Shiki actually joined forces with Whitebeard. Marine will definitely take action. You have to take me with you then. Mitt smiled, knocked on the coffee table, and said calmly. Did I say I wouldn't take you with me again? Hearing Mitt say this, a smile suddenly appeared on Kuzan's face. I knew you would agree, Teacher Kaishi. Mitt did not continue to say anything, but waved his hand towards the other party. Kuzan understood and immediately turned around and left. When leaving, he didn't forget to tell Mitt. By the way, I never saw what happened just now, so don't worry, Teacher Mitt. After saying that, Guozan ran away in a hurry. Mitt showed a dumbfounded expression. Is this something that needs to be concealed? Shaking his head, Mitt ignored Kuzan and continued to read the report in his hand. At the same time, he glanced at the phone bug on the table. Mitt narrowed his eyes slightly. Since Whitebeard and Golden Lion have united, there must be movement from other forces. As Mitt just said, a huge storm is coming. He believes that Marine and the world government will never fail to take action and will definitely take action. Sure enough, not long after, the phone on the office desk rang. Smiling, Mitt stretched and stood up from the sofa. The phone bug immediately transformed into Kong, with a serious expression. Mitt, there is an emergency now, and your troops must cooperate together. Mitt didn't speak, just looked at each other. Kong's voice didn't stop. Get your troops ready now and come to Naval Headquarters quickly. We must unite together to deal with Whitebeard and the Golden Lion pirates. Mitt smiled and reached out to press the phone. No problem. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Putting his hand on his marine coat, Mitt strode out. The destination is of course, Naval Headquarters. Go forward another hour. In the conference room of Naval Headquarters, senior executives gathered together. Their expressions were all serious, and even Garp was no longer in a joking mood. It was all because of that big event that they had to hold a meeting to discuss. The Golden Lion Pirates fleet and Whitebeard's fleet are now in action, Vice Admiral said. We at Marine must respond and we cannot allow the two of them to unite smoothly. Many Marines here have fought with Whitebeard or Golden Lion and know how powerful the opponent is. Naturally, none of them dared to take it lightly and were prepared for it. Sengoku looked serious and said seriously, we must gather our troops and strike first to attack the Golden Lion pirates. Speed and reaction must be fast. Sengoku is right, Crane Vice Admiral agreed. We have to make a decision now and arrange the candidates for the offensive force. Let me go. Sengoku volunteered. Garp also wants to watch over the Roger pirates, and I am responsible for the Golden Lion. It's too much for you to go alone, Zephyr said immediately. I'll go with you. No, Kong shook his head. Zephyr wants to sit in Naval Headquarters with me. We cannot leave Naval Headquarters unprotected by attacking the Golden Lion. Don't forget, how many pirates are secretly watching us. Then let Mitt go. Crane Vice Admiral suddenly said, his troops defeated the Babao Navy last time. Mitt and Sengoku act together, there should be no problem. Advertisement, this arrangement is indeed okay. Kong nodded in agreement. Transfer Perusalino and Sakazuki under Sengoku and set off together. All Marine executives looked serious and nodded immediately. Immediately afterwards, Kong issued this order to Mitt. Mitt immediately agreed and quickly began preparations. The gathering place was in the bay of Naval Headquarters. Marines from all over the world received the news of the mobilization and began to take action. Wanokuni is not far from the Naval Headquarters, but by the time they arrived at the Naval Headquarters, warships of all sizes were already anchored in the bay. Warships were moored on the sea one after another, and the exposed muzzles reflected an icy cold light. The fleets lined up in a row, with an incomparable sense of oppression, make people breathless. This is the first time for Kuzan, Rosinante and others to see such a large formation. I couldn't help but feel a little excited. With so many warships, they all moved together. Rosinante scratched his cheek. It seems that the alliance between Whitebeard and Golden Lion really attaches great importance to Marine. Kuzan said directly with a very excited tone. I knew it would be like this. Everyone, the opportunity to make a great contribution has come. The Marine seniors have made great achievements in battles like this, and we can't lose to them. That's right, Huo Xiaoshan was also very excited. Let the whole world see how awesome we are. These students are very excited and can't wait to join Warhammer now. Mitt shook his head slightly, his expression still very calm, and he was not shocked at all by the battle in front of him. Kuzan and Rosinante couldn't help but admire him secretly in their hearts. As expected of someone who has seen big scenes, the current situation is probably nothing in the eyes of Teacher Mitt. Mitt really didn't care about this kind of thing. He was looking for a familiar figure on the coast ahead. Sure enough, just after the Mitt fleet entered the port, several black figures immediately rushed over. Teacher Mitt. A dozen Marines stood up from the crowd and saluted Mitt. Mitt nodded slightly, with a smile on his face. Before he could speak, a golden light flashed, and Perusalino appeared in front of him. Following closely, there are Akainu, Sakazuki, Bullet and Shatingaki. Several people had very excited expressions. They hadn't seen Mitt for a while. Kuzan, Rosinante and others looked at these people curiously, and they all knew that these were their seniors. Teacher Mitt, we are going to take part in the action this time, Bullet said excitedly. I still remember the battle between Zephyr Admiral and Whitebeard last time. This time I can finally face that guy. Perusalino took out his ears and smiled. Don't get knocked into the bottom of the ocean then. I can't save you. Don't underestimate me, Perusalino. Bullet flexed his fists. I don't fish all day like you these days. Perusalino didn't contradict Bullet, just shrugged. Mitt looked at everything in front of him with a smile. This scene made him feel a little nostalgic. Unlike Perusalino and the others, Sakazuki, Kaji and the others were greeting Kuzan and the others. We are all students of Mitt, so naturally we should get to know each other well. Of course, Sakazuki spoke as a senior, so Sakazuki didn't pay much attention to this. He met Kuzan at a glance, and both of them noticed something strange in the other's aura. You are Aokiji Kuzan. Sakazuki stretched out his hand. Lava Fruit ability user, Akainu Sakazuki. Kuzan held the opponent's hand and said. Noble, nice to meet you. For some reason, Rosinante saw a spark in both of their eyes. Reminiscing about old times didn't last long. Sengoku called Sakazuki and others over. In this operation, Sakazuki and the others are all under Sengoku, so they naturally have to listen to their arrangements. Mitt also called his subordinates to assemble, and he walked towards the podium. On the rostrum, Mitt and Sengoku stood together, facing the sea. The warships lined up on the sea looked impressive in the sunlight. The Marines on the deck straightened their backs and held their heads high as they accepted the review from Mitt and others. All the Marines gathered together, and their eyes burst out with extremely powerful power. This momentum was simply unstoppable. They also believed that no one can stop Marine. However, Sengoku noticed something was wrong. The Marines under his command were obviously paying attention to Mitt. Obviously, they preferred to be under Mi's subordinates than themselves. Sengoku couldn't help but shook his head. This situation was normal. Mitt's influence was indeed very strong now. Standing behind the rostrum are Marine Marshal Kong, Vice Admiral, Admiral Zephyr and Vice Admiral Garp. They were very satisfied with Marine's momentum below and couldn't help but smile on their faces. With these Marines around, even Golden Lion and Whitebeard will definitely be able to defeat them. You come and speak. Sengoku handed the microphone to Mitt. At this time, it would be best to let Mitt speak. Mitt took the phone and said only one sentence. We'll talk about the scene later when we get back. Start sailing. Dividing line. Chapter 52. Pledge before the war, Marines' determination. The target of Marines' operation this time is very clear, which is Beehive Island. Beehive Island was formerly the stronghold of the notorious pirate Rocks. After the Battle of the Valley of Gods, Rocks fell and the place was occupied by the Golden Lion Shiki. Whether it is Golden Lion or Whitebeard, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, they were all once members of the Rocks pirate. Therefore, after deciding to join forces, both parties set their main base here. Marine has received news that the Whitebeard pirates are now on Beehive Island. The various resources of both sides are rapidly integrating and they are obviously concentrating their strength. If they are allowed to integrate successfully, the explosive power will definitely be much stronger than before. Neither Marine nor the world government wanted to see that situation, so they chose to attack quickly. For this operation, Marine is full of determination and is determined to win it down. The warships sailed toward the sea in a mighty manner, breaking through the rough waves and heading towards Beehive Island. Mitt stood on the deck, letting the biting sea breeze blow against him, his cloak fluttering backwards. His expression is calm and his eyes are shining. Anyone who sees his eyes will be deeply impressed. At the swearing-in meeting just now, several celestial dragons came here specially and wanted to say a few more words. But Mitt had a cold face and ended the conversation before these people could say a few more words. Although these celestial dragons were very angry, Kaido didn't care about them. If Kong and Sengoku hadn't worked so hard to smooth things over, things might not have ended so easily. However, Mitt's actions made many Marines very supportive and they couldn't stand the celestial dragons. Sengoku walked out of the cabin and looked at Mitt. Thinking of what happened before departure, he couldn't help but sigh, looking like he didn't know what to say. No matter what, the world's nobles are the ones the Marine must protect, and Sengoku cannot object. He still felt that Mitt's behavior just now was very inappropriate. Mitt, what just happened? Before he finished speaking, Mitt raised his hand to interrupt Sengoku's speech. Of course he knew what Sengoku wanted to say when he came over, but he didn't want to hear it at all. No need to say more, Mitt said coldly. You know what everyone thinks. Sengoku's face froze. He understood what Mitt meant. Celestial dragons is not very popular among Marines, and neither Garp nor Zephyr have a good view of it. The same is true within Marine. They have a lot of complaints about celestial dragons, but most of them don't show it openly. Only Mitt acted so sharply, which surprised Sengoku. In his impression, Keizi was not like this at the beginning. Sighing again, Sengoku spoke. When you were in the Valley of the Gods, you tried your best to protect the world's nobles. It can be said that if you hadn't risked your life to save me, the world's nobles would never have been able to escape smoothly. Sengoku shook his head and continued, you are completely different from before. Everyone changes. Mitt was still looking at the sea ahead. He didn't look back at Sengoku, there was no need. Same. Sengoku said helplessly, both you and I will change. Despite this, Sengoku still admires Mitt in his heart. But he is also afraid that today's behavior will affect Mitt's future development. So Sengoku couldn't help but said, Mitt, you'd better. Sengoku's persuasion was long, but Mitt didn't listen to a word. He continued to look at the waves in front of him, thinking about various things. In Mitt's view, the so-called world aristocrats are just a bunch of idlers. He has no need or disdain to associate with these guys. Sengoku talked for a long time, but seeing no reaction from Mitt, he could only drop the topic. He coughed and began to talk about the operation. Mitt, this time we have to deal with the Whitebeard pirates and the Golden Lion pirates at the same time. To be honest, even I don't have much confidence. Sengoku looked at the time and estimated that there was still more than a day before arriving at the battlefield. This time is enough for the Beehive Island side to respond. After thinking for a moment, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Whitebeard and Golden Lion must have received the message now and are preparing to fight against us. Both of them are extremely powerful men on the sea, and now they're joining forces together. Even the Roger pirates probably can't defeat them. Sengoku's worries are not unreasonable. Golden Lion and Whitebeard are indeed extremely troublesome. Sengoku Admiral, there's no need to say that, came a rough voice. Sengoku turned around and saw that it was Bullet. Bullet had a smile on his face, his eyes were very excited, and he didn't look scared at all. It's because the enemies this time are the two of them that we have to gather together. Just take advantage of this opportunity and defeat them both in one breath. When the time comes, only the Roger pirates will be left on the sea. I want to see who is more powerful between him and Whitebeard. Bullet is keen on challenging the strong. Not only Whitebeard and Golden Lion, Roger is also his target. Sakazuki and Perusalino also walked out of the cabin and looked at Mitt and Sengoku. We are ready. The enemy just comes with full force, Sakazuki said seriously. Perusalino didn't speak, but since he followed, he already explained his thoughts. Kuzan and Rosinante were also present. They were both excited and a little nervous, and they were also looking at Mitt. Katakuri was hidden in the shadows, his eyes shining brightly. The ideas of this group of Marine rookies have been conveyed to Sengoku and Mitt. Sengoku's face relaxed and he couldn't help but sigh. Advertisement, Mitt, you have a group of teaching students. A smile appeared on Mitt's face, not just because of Sengoku's words. He had been staring at the sea from the beginning, and he was not just bored. Soon, Sengoku and others noticed something was wrong. On the sea in front and to the left, a warship was rapidly approaching them in the wind and waves. What's going on? Sengoku's face changed slightly and he hurriedly walked to the boat rail. There was a sudden fluctuation in the sea surface, and a giant sea king suddenly jumped out and attacked. But before Sengoku and the others could take action, the Sea Kings was directly hit by a cannonball. Boom! The huge explosion quickly knocked the Sea Kings away, killing it instantly. Immediately afterwards, everyone present heard that iconic sound. Ha 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 ha, how could I not come to such an interesting thing? Don't forget lousy, Sengoku. That's right, the person speaking was none other than Marine hero Garp. No one expected that he would actually follow Beehive Island. Just as Sengoku expected, the news was quickly received. According to the current intelligence, the Marine team has been assembled and will probably arrive at noon tomorrow. Marco told the news directly. Golden Lion Shiki touched his chin, the smile on his face did not stop, and said, Tell me, who is coming this time? It seems. Marco turned over the information in his hand and read out the list. Of course, the information they received was not that detailed. Basically, they only knew that Sengoku and Mitt were leading the team. There are also several rising Marine stars who have recently emerged. Marine naturally has its own supernova names, such as Sakazuki and Bullet. What's even more surprising is that these Marine supernovas are all Mitt's students. After hearing the specific situation, Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard couldn't help laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha, gula la 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 la. After they laughed, they both took a big gulp of wine into their mouths. No way, Marine just sent these people here. Golden Lion Shiki stared. And Mitt was also sent here. What are they thinking? The Golden Lions are certainly interested in Mitt, but more so in his ability to develop Marine talent. If given the chance, Golden Lion would definitely get rid of this guy first to prevent Marine from continuing to increase in strength. As a result, the world government actually sent Mitt over. This is simply doing them a favor, and they can attack Mitt directly. Oops. Golden Lion Shiki shook his head. Marine really looks down on us, the marshal didn't even come. Let an admiral and a few boys come to us to die. It's so stupid. Golden Lion thought that the other party's decision was so stupid that it didn't even have the intention to make a joke. This almost made him feel like he finally united with Whitebeard, but Marine was at this level. Whitebeard continued to drink aside. He was not in the same mood as Golden Lion Shiki. Looking at Marco, Whitebeard asked with a smile, Marco, are you used to it now? Marco nodded, and his body suddenly ignited with blue-yellow flames and then disappeared. He had just eaten the phoenix fruit not long ago, and he was indeed still adapting to his new abilities. But for a strong man like Marco, this doesn't take much time. CDFH. Diamond Josie also smiled and replied, Don't worry, Dad. There's no problem with any of us, we're just waiting to deal with those Marines. The people in the Whitebeard Pirates were very excited. After getting the devil fruit, they all wanted to try out their new abilities. Marine just happened to be here, so he couldn't let this opportunity pass by. When Golden Lion Shiki saw it, his expression suddenly became complicated. He really envied Whitebeard for having so many highly qualified subordinates, but his subordinates were always far behind. The smile on Whitebeard's face became even brighter, and he laughed loudly again. Goo la 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 la, children, behave well. No matter who Marine comes, I will be there behind you. We're going to give Marine a head-on blow this time, let them never come back. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison, with very excited expressions. The same goes for Golden Lion Shiki, who joined forces with Whitebeard just to fight Marine. As long as this battle is completely won, there will be no place in the entire sea that they cannot go to. The next goal is world government. Thinking of this, Golden Lion Shiki's eyes sparkled, and a sense of pride arose in his heart. He and Whitebeard raised their glasses at the same time and clinked them together. As the two of them drank heavily, the battle tomorrow was getting closer and closer. On the Marine warship where Mitt was, an unexpected person came. Garp laughed and jumped onto the deck. His actions directly caused the warship to shake from side to side and almost turned over. Sengoku punched the opponent without hesitation and knocked him to the ground. He cursed angrily. You be asterisk 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 D. What are you doing here at this time? Advertisement before Sengoku has never heard that Garp wants to come together. This is definitely the other party's own initiative. Garp received a punch, but still touched the back of his head, grinned, and sat on the deck. I'm here to help. You have to thank me, Sengoku. Is that the problem? Sengoku frowned and said, I don't need to tell you that you definitely didn't get the marshal's consent before coming here. That's right. Garp answered simply. Sengoku looked at each other and suddenly felt a headache. He knew it would be like this. Garp always had his own way of doing things, so how could he not follow him? You must know that this time they're dealing with Whitebeard and Golden Lion, so Garp will not be uninterested. Sakazuki and others were naturally surprised when they saw Garp appear. Bullet was even more excited and greeted Garp without hesitation. When the other Marines saw it, the atmosphere became lively. The emergence of Garp has to say that it has increased everyone's confidence. Even Sengoku was affected, and of course he still has a stern look on his face. After laughing, Garp crossed his arms and looked at Mitt and Sengoku. I tell you the truth, the enemy this time is very difficult. Garp looked serious, a completely different person than he had just been. So even if I risk being accused of violating the regulations, I have to come and help. I hope you can understand. Sengoku nodded and looked at the warships on both sides. He knew that Garp was right. Mitt smiled and handed a microphone to Sengoku. Since all Marines are paying attention here, it would be a good idea to give a speech. During the previous pledge meeting, neither Mitt nor Sengoku talked much about the celestial dragons. Sengoku understood and immediately broadcast his voice. Comrades, you should know how difficult this operation is. But for the honor of Marine and for the justice in our hearts. No matter how strong the enemy is, we will fight to the end. Me, Mitt and Garp will stand together with everyone to defeat Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Sengoku handed the microphone to Mitt, gesturing for the other person to say a few words as well. Mitt said loudly. The mission is not that important to us, let's try our best to survive. Let those bastards see what a real Marine is like. As soon as he finished speaking, a mountain of shouts rang out around him. Yes. Whether it's Sakazuki, Bullet, etc., or other Marines, they are all very excited. Facing the Marines' answers, Garp smiled even brighter. Ha 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 ha. As he smiled, his eyes became firmer. Clenching his fists, Garp looked at Sengoku and Mitt. At this moment, everyone has only one thought in mind. That is, fight. At noon the next day. The Marine fleet has arrived in the waters near Beehive Island. Report to the two officers, the Beehive Island is ahead. A Marine officer straightened his back and reported loudly to Mitt and Sengoku. Sengoku nodded. To his surprise, Marine came almost without being blocked. It seems that Golden Lion and Whitebeard are more confident than I thought. He couldn't help but sigh. Garp on the side smiled and said loudly, no need to think about it, just rush over and do it. The meaning of the two of them is already obvious. Obviously, Whitebeard and Golden Lion have assembled their teams and are preparing to deal with Marine on Beehive Island. In this case, let's just start the war. Garp doesn't want to talk too much. This is too reckless. Sengoku said solemnly. His first reaction was to wait and see the situation clearly before taking action. The two of them had different opinions and looked at Mitt, who was silent. Mitt did not go to discuss with them and kept looking at the situation not far ahead. Suddenly, he spoke. Coming. As soon as he finished speaking, urgent shouts came from the observation deck. Enemy attack. Enemy attack from the front. Sengoku and Garp were startled and looked forward hurriedly. They saw a blue-yellow flame flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. When they took a closer look, they were surprised to find that it was Marco, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco transformed into a half-human, half-animal form and swooped down from the air. Blue and yellow flames surrounded him, like a flame Uzumaki. At this moment, Kizaru Perusalino took action decisively, and a golden light shot out. With a bang, the two collided in the air, and a violent shockwave erupted. This shockwave blew up the cloaks of Mitt and others on the deck, creating a strong wind. Mitt didn't move, he still had a calm expression on his face, and he didn't take Marco seriously at all. In his opinion, this Marco was just here to lead the charge, and the real leader was behind. Chapter 53. The Power of the Golden Lion, Students Attack. Marco turned into a phoenix, avoiding Perusalino's next attack in the air, and then raised his leg to kick the opponent. But Perusalino reacted faster than him, turned himself into an element, and avoided the opponent's attack. At the same time, Perusalino flashed behind him in an instant, so fast that the other party didn't even react. Marco's expression changed, and just as he was about to fight back, he was kicked in the chest by Borusalino. A dazzling golden light erupted, and Marco was kicked away. Of course, Marco quickly adjusted his body shape in the air, and Kushin should be in the distance. The wound on his chest just caused by Perusalino was also healing quickly. Perusalino looked at Marco in surprise and said subconsciously, "Is this the Phoenix Fruit? The most powerful thing about the Phantom Beast Phoenix Fruit is its extremely powerful recovery ability. Unless it is a completely irresistible attack, it is impossible to cause harm to Marco." Marco smiled coldly, and blue-yellow flames rose into the sky, surrounding him. His momentum rose again, not affected by the attack just now. At this time, Perusalino's expression had to become serious. Beehive Island. Both Whitebeard and Golden Lion are looking at the battlefield ahead, with confident faces. "I knew that the Phoenix Fruit would suit Marco very well," Golden Lion said with a smile. "This time it's much more powerful than before." Whitebeard smiled and said nothing. His eyes have been fixed on a warship in the fleet ahead, which is the command ship where Mitt and others are located. Putting down the wine glass, Whitebeard said solemnly, "Marine has arrived on the battlefield and is ready to attack at any time." Yes. As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, there was new news from Marine. While Perusalino and Marco were confronting each other, Akainu Sakazuki was also building up his strength. He stood on the bow of the ship, his whole body exuding blazing heat, and the hot magma was rapidly churning. The momentum became stronger and stronger, and the accumulated power quickly reached its peak, and then suddenly exploded. Meteor volcano. Sakazuki punched the air with both fists, and countless lava meteors were hit into the air and fell towards the Beehive Island. After this period of practice, Sakazuki's meteor volcano is denser and wider than before. This is simply a terrifying meteor shower, targeting the pirates on Beehive Island. When Diamond Chowzi and others saw it, their expressions immediately changed. They must pay attention to these falling flame meteors. Whitebeard was still sneering, with no intention of taking action at all. Golden Lion laughed loudly and suddenly jumped into the air. Immediately afterwards, countless unstoppable tornadoes quickly gathered towards Beehive Island. Wherever these tornadoes went, all the falling flaming meteors were involved. Like a barrier, under the howling wind, the flaming meteors could not fall on the Beehive Island at all. The Golden Lion has taken action. Sengoku saw it immediately and said subconsciously. Then he wanted to take advantage of the situation to attack and stop the Golden Lion. But before Sengoku could take action, Mitt reached out. Mitt didn't speak, but the meaning conveyed by his eyes was already obvious. Now is not the time for them to take action. Garp on the side also had the same expression. He crossed his arms and looked at the battlefield ahead. Sure enough, as soon as Mitt stopped Sengoku, two figures jumped out from beside them. It's Aokiji Kuzan and Bullet. Kuzan jumped into the air, condensed ice energy in his hands, and threw two ice spears towards the Golden Lion himself. These two ice spears are extremely fast. In one fell swoop, it broke through the tornado barrier and headed straight for the Golden Lion's head. The Golden Lion was still laughing and didn't look down on them at all. Bullet followed behind the ice spear and punched hard. Golden Lion's eyes widened, and he drew out his two swords, one in the other direction, and cut them off at the same time. The sword light struck the ice spear, and an astonishing explosion erupted directly in the air. As for Bullet's fist impact, it was cut off by Golden Lion's sword. After only one round of fighting, Golden Lion fully demonstrated his strength as an extremely strong player. But Kuzan and Bullet's expressions did not change at all, and they continued to attack without hesitation. The air conditioning and impact came again, and this time the Golden Lion was not polite and headed directly towards the opposite side. He used both swords at once, slashing out several sword waves in succession and setting off a powerful tornado at the same time. With an extremely powerful shockwave, it rushed straight towards Kuzan and Bullet. Lion Majesty Tornado Slash. Both Kuzan and Bullet knew how powerful Golden Lion was, but they still had no intention of backing down. They also burst out with quite astonishing momentum, facing the Golden Lion's attack and approaching each other. Garp smiled, Sengoku was worried, and Mitt was expressionless. They all know that the battle has just begun. Faced with the Golden Lion's attack, neither Kuzan nor Bullet dared to neglect. They resisted this power and avoided it on both sides. Upon seeing this, the Golden Lion changed direction directly during the attack, and the sword blade firmly locked the two of them. Be careful. Sensing something was wrong, Kuzan quickly stood in front of Bullet. Puck. Advertisement. The cold air dissipated from his whole body and quickly froze into an ice ball around Kuzan, forcibly blocking these other air knives. Nonetheless, the Golden Lion's attack is not that easy to block. Even Kuzan could only grit his teeth and try his best to persevere. Bullet's eyes flashed, and he quickly jumped over Kuzan and jumped into the air. While Kuzan was blocking him, Bullet gathered his strength and hit the charging Golden Lion hard on the face. An extremely powerful shockwave erupted. Golden Lion did not choose to fight head-on, but dodged to avoid it. He has the ability of Lion Fruit and can control objects to make them float. Therefore, after avoiding it, Guozan and Bullet Kifong suddenly became two water dragons. The water dragon roared and rushed directly towards the two of them. Just as he was about to be hit, a stream of hot lava flew in at the critical moment, destroying the two water dragons one after another. Sakazuki takes action. Sakazuki looked serious, nodded slightly towards Mitt, and then joined the battlefield. As soon as he entered the arena, he launched an attack on the Golden Lion without hesitation. Dark Hound. The swift and extremely powerful lava fist hit the Golden Lion directly, forcing him back. The Golden Lion stepped back a little, and then used the control tornado to collide with the lava. There was a violent explosion in the sky, and the sea surface also churned violently. Golden Lion looked at the three people in front of him and grinned. You marine brats are really quite capable lately. But that's all for today. Sakazuki immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice. The target of our operation is you and Whitebeard, and we will definitely defeat you. Bullet looked excited. Although he couldn't get any favors from Golden Lion, he had no intention of backing down at all. Bullet was naturally extremely excited to be able to fight against an extremely powerful person like Golden Lion Shiki. Kuzan has a serious face and has been watching Golden Lion's every move. Once the other party makes any move, he will react immediately. Your name is Kuzan. Bullet smiled and nodded towards Kuzan. Although you are our junior, I will leave my back to you this time. Kuzan immediately nodded heavily and looked even more serious. Golden Lion Shiki watched their interaction with cold eyes, and suddenly slashed at them with a sword. Bullet, Sakazuki and Kuzan react immediately and rush towards the Golden Lion. The battle started again, and at the same time, the pirates on Honeycomb Island rushed towards the warship. Among them are the captains under Whitebeard, who can't wait to take action. Only Whitebeard was still sitting still, but his eyes were looking at the battlefield. He raised his head and took a sip of wine, staring at the warship. There are his targets, Mitt and Garp. These two people have not moved until now, and Whitebeard will naturally not take action at will. Despite this, the aura emanating from him still broke through the sky and pressed directly towards the opponent. Garp, Sengoku and Mitt all sensed this momentum. Sengoku was commanding the fleet to fire at the Beehive Island at this time, and the Marines were also ready to fight against the pirates rushing over. Garp couldn't help laughing while watching the battle between the Golden Lion and Sakazuki. Hey, these three guys are really good. I don't need to take action for the time being. They are no match for Shiki. Sengoku stared forward and said. You have to be ready to take action at any time, civilians. Don't worry. Garp smiled confidently. If that guy Edward takes action, I will take action. Sengoku looked at Mitt again. He wanted to ask Mitt what he thought now. Mitt smiled at Sengoku, the confidence in his eyes conveyed. Katakuri, Rosinante, he said suddenly. Katakuri stepped out of the shadows, and Rosinante came over as well. Rosinante has long wanted to end, but they have to obey Mitt's order and wait for now. You are divided into two teams to attack Beehive Island. Block the enemy on the coast and cover the fleet. Yes, Teacher Mitt. Rosinante saluted immediately, and Fu stepped out without hesitation. Katakuri took a deep look at Mitt and left with the other team. Seeing two teams rushing out from Marine, the pirates also reacted. Diamond Josie and Bramink also led a team to attack each other. Katakuri's whole body exploded with momentum, his right hand turned into a rice cake and stabbed towards the enemy. The impact of the rice cake was extremely powerful, and it knocked several pirates away at once. At this moment, Diamond Josie suddenly appeared and blocked Katakuri's trident with his body. With a clang sound, Katakuri's trident was blocked by Diamond Josie, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. That's it. Diamond Josie chuckled, and his power exploded, knocking Katakuri away. Then he hit Katakuri's head with his right fist, but the opponent sided away. Katakuri's intelligence was not a simple one. While dodging away, he also attacked Diamond several times. But Diamond Josie did not avoid it at all, but instead used his body to resist. What's even more shocking is that Katakuri's attack had no effect on him. Katakuri took advantage of the situation and stepped back, his eyes slightly narrowed, murderous intent already radiating out. The smile on Diamond Josie's face did not change, and his fists clashed heavily, making a clinking sound. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Advertisement. I am now a diamond man who has eaten the diamond fruit. Your attacks are useless to me. Haha. Katakuri sneered, his momentum erupting again. Then let me see how strong your defense is. After saying that, Katakuri rushed towards Diamond Josie again, and the two collided fiercely. On the other side, Rosinante blocked by Bramink. Bramink also ate devil fruit, a person with bags of fruit abilities. He can take out anything from the pockets in his body and is a very troublesome figure. However, although Rosinante is slightly weaker, Marine 6 Styles is quite skilled in using it. Even against Bramink, he was not at a disadvantage. The two sides are currently in an inseparable fight, and neither can do anything to the other. At the same time, the pirates and Marines on both sides were already fighting together. Along the coast, gunfire and shouting continued, and gun smoke and explosions continued to occur. Come on, kill these Marines, the pirates shouted. Not to be outdone, the Marines approached the coast step by step. The artillery fire from the rear was providing fierce support, and artillery shells continued to fall on the coast. Suddenly, the entire Beehive Island area was involved in the war Uzumaki. The battle continues. Perusalino originally wanted to get rid of Marco quickly. But Marco's demonstrated ability put an end to his ideas. Not to mention other things about this man, his recovery ability is absolutely unparalleled. No matter how many lasers Perusalino shoots at him, Marco can recover quickly. Oops. After another laser hit, Perusalino couldn't help but shake his head. Under his eyes, Marco's injury was still recovering rapidly. With a confident smile, Marco flapped his wings and looked down at Perusalino. Don't think you can defeat me. Perusalino smiled at him, and then his eyes became serious. Faced with this situation, we can only concentrate our strength in one place and find a way to break through. Marco didn't continue talking nonsense with Perusalino and kicked him directly. A phoenix-like scream sounded, and Marco's kick was surrounded by blue-yellow flames, full of momentum. Perusalino seized the opportunity, elementalized in advance, and avoided Marco's attack. At the same time, he clasped his hands together, pulled out a golden laser sword, and slashed at Marco. Marco flapped his wings, changed directions in the air, and narrowly avoided Perusalino's sword. But Perusalino immediately followed up with his sword, without giving Marco a chance to react. He drew his sword quickly and urgently, continuously. As one sword followed another, countless golden lights flew from all directions. With Marco's reaction speed, it was impossible to avoid all attacks. He could only choose to take the laser attacks from around him and focus on resisting Perusalino's slashing attack. However, after blocking Perusalino's sword, Marco realized something was wrong. Perusalino's sword was originally more powerful than the other, but now he suddenly took it back. In other words, Perusalino's sword is just a cover, and the real killing move lies behind. Sure enough, just as Marco reacted, a laser that was much thicker than other lasers suddenly rushed out. Perusalino first sheathed his sword, then thrust it out with the laser, attacking Marco from both sides. Marco blocked Perusalino's sword, but he couldn't block the attack from behind. With a bang, the laser penetrated Marco's body directly and exploded with fierce impact. Marco gritted his teeth and kicked Perusalino, also hitting the opponent's shoulder. Perusalino had no way to avoid it, so he could only fight the opponent with this move. The impact caused by the explosion separated the two of them and jumped back. Perusalino covered his shoulder, which was bleeding. Of course, Marco's situation is worse than Perusalino's. His body was penetrated by lasers and was currently surrounded by blue-yellow flames. Perusalino did not hesitate and continued to kick out several lasers to prevent Marco from recovering. Marco blocked it with blue and yellow flames, but it was obviously unable to stop him. The flames broke out, and Marco flapped his wings and flew into the air. The situation was very embarrassing. Although the hole in his body has healed, fatigue has appeared on his face. As Perusalino expected, although Marco has strong recovery ability, his physical strength is not unlimited. As long as he keeps attacking the opponent, Marco will sooner or later lose due to lack of physical strength. Marco understood Perusalino's strategy, but his eyes were quite firm. Since the other party wants to do this, he will stick with him until the end. See who can stand alive to the end. The battle scene between Golden Lion and Sakazuki is quite big. Tornado waves or rocks kept rushing towards the three of them under Golden Lion Haki. First, a 100-meter-long water dragon formed by the waves rushed over. Kuzan quickly distributed cold air and froze it. Then the violent tornado was blasted away by Bullet's fists. The huge rock block smashed at the opponent, and Sakazuki's lava fists came out, crushing them all as well. Despite this, Golden Lion Haki still laughed out loud from time to time, but kept increasing the intensity. Chapter 54: The Strongest Blow. Golden Lion's Goal. The surrounding area was shaken for a while, and people were constantly affected by their battle. Sengoku originally wanted to target the bombardment farther away, but the front of Beehive Island was enveloped by a tornado barrier. Needless to say, this is definitely the work of Golden Lion Shiki. Even if he were to deal with the three Sakazukis at the same time, he would still have the energy to do such a thing. Seeing this situation, Sengoku couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Shiki, this guy is really good at it. He then looked at Garp and said solemnly, "It's time to act, Garp. Mitt needs to sit at the back with him, and it's time for Garp to join the fight." Originally, Garp came uninvited, and Sengoku didn't want him to stay behind. Whitebeard hasn't taken action yet. Garp touched his chin and said with a smile. "And I haven't finished watching the excitement yet, so there's no need to be in such a hurry, Sengoku." Sengoku had no choice but to say in a deep voice, "Then when will you take action?" As soon as he finished speaking, Garp suddenly stood up and stretched. Sengoku frowned and was about to ask when he realized something was wrong. Beehive Island, Whitebeard saw that he was being held up on the coast and was unable to threaten the warships in the rear. Seeing that the artillery fire became more and more fierce and there were many casualties, Whitebeard immediately stood up. He held the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki tightly in his hand and put away the smile on his face. It's time to take action, otherwise there is no way to break this situation. The momentum all over his body rose, and the ground around him couldn't help but start to tremble slightly. This momentum broke through the sky and immediately attracted the attention of Garp and others. Everyone knows that Whitebeard Edward is about to take action. I saw Whitebeard clenching Kong Yunki with both hands, condensing his strength in it, and slashed forward heavily. The sword was so powerful that the surrounding lands suddenly began to collapse, and the seawater capsized. The violent vibration affected everyone on the battlefield, and they all felt the terror of this blow. The terrifying sword light streaked across the ground, cut through the sea, and headed straight for the warship, 7 or 83. The warship was also trembling, as if it was about to succumb to this power. But suddenly another powerful momentum shot up into the sky, followed by a black shadow flying out. Black lightning flashed around his fist, and Garp punched hard. Fistbone impact. The fist gang faced the sword light, and they refused to give in to each other at first, and then erupted an extremely powerful shockwave. Boom! This shockwave was unprecedented and directly involved everyone on the battlefield. Huge waves came rushing in, forcing Sengoku to take action to stop them. Because of the Golden Lion on Honeycomb Island, the impact of the shockwave was quickly eliminated. Even so, a bottomless ravine was still struck on the coast and the surrounding sea, witnessing the horror of the previous offensive. Garp's voice resounded through the sky, and the three trends climbed upward again. "Whitebeard, come out. I knew you couldn't sit still," Golden Lion Shiki said with a smile. He sided to avoid Bullet's punch, and at the same time slashed towards the opponent's head. If Bullet hadn't reacted and shrunk away, the knife would have killed him. Sakazuki and Kuzan followed closely behind, not giving the Golden Lion a chance to advance. On the other side, after Whitebeard takes action, he will certainly not sit back again. Since Garp invited the fight in a high-profile manner, he would not refuse to agree. Another terrifying blade slashed through him, and while Garp was blocking him, Whitebeard stepped towards him. "Garp, you can't stop me," Edward Whitebeard said solemnly. A smile appeared on Garp's face and he said disdainfully, "Whitebeard, don't think that no one can deal with you except me." Whitebeard knew who Garp was talking about, and of course it was Mitt. "Then let him come and fight me," Whitebeard said. "Just stand there obediently." "That won't work." Garp collided with his fists, and his three body movements exploded. "If you want to deal with Mitt, then you have to get through me first. You asked for this." As soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard slashed at him with his sword. At the same time, he also activates the ability of Shock Fruit, causing strong vibrations in the surrounding space. Garp's face changed slightly. Facing Whitebeard, he had no chance to relax. The two of them fought together like this, and shockwaves erupted one after another. Whether it was the battle on the coast or the warships on the sea behind, they were all affected. Diamond Josie forced Katakuri back with one punch and continued to pursue the victory without hesitation. His defense was indeed very strong, forcing Katakuri to choose ahead on Confrontation. If it weren't for Katakuri's powerful observation haki, he would have been defeated by the opponent long ago. Katakuri quickly avoided Diamond Josie's punch and stabbed the opponent's body with the trident. With a clang, Katakuri gritted his teeth and retreated. "I told you that you can't break my defense." Diamond Josie looked confident. After the battle just now, Diamond Josie has figured out Katakuri's attack method. Although the opponent has strong dodge, no attack can break his own defense. That's why Diamond Josie said that. Advertisement: as long as his defense cannot be broken, defeat is the only way to go. Diamond Josie continued to rush towards Katakuri, forcibly blocking the opponent's attack. Katakuri wanted to repeat his old tricks, but Diamond Josie was already prepared. I saw his right hand suddenly thrust into the ground, opened it violently, and countless huge rocks flew towards him. Katakuri can only use his own abilities to defend, which gives Diamond Ziz the opportunity to seize the opponent. Surrounded heavily, Katakuri's shoulders were grabbed and his whole body was pulled towards the opponent. "Suffer death!" Diamond Josie shouted and punched Katakuri in the chest. Katakuri flexed his body like a shrimp and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he was knocked out, and Diamond Josie continued to pursue the victory, hoping to kill the opponent with one blow. But Katakuri suddenly disappeared in the air, suddenly startled Diamond. Open black lens bracket 013903323 Filu 100,561,331 close black lens bracket. Diamond Josie protected his head, and as he expected, Katakuri's stab hit him. There was another crisp sound. Diamond Josie stepped back repeatedly, but still blocked Katakuri's blow. Ha ha ha. Diamond Josie laughed and shook his arms. I told you, it's absolutely impossible for an attack like yours to break through my defense. Of course Katakuri knew this. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Although I don't want to use the tricks taught by that man, I don't want to die here. Diamond Josie didn't even listen to what Katakuri was saying and continued to rush towards the opponent. This time Diamond Josie has used all his strength, preparing to give Katakuri the final blow. Facing the menacing Diamond Josie, Katakuri showed unusual calmness. He opened his eyes, took up his posture, and was full of confidence that he was going to be on the right track. Using the Nuo fruit ability, Katakuri turned his right hand into a glutinous ball and wrapped it around the trident. At the same time, cover the weapon color and start rotating continuously. The extremely black spiral horn drill stabbed hard at Diamond Josie with extremely powerful momentum. Diamond Josie's eyes widened, and he immediately noticed something was wrong. Katakuri's attack was more powerful than any previous attack. It was too late. Diamond Josie's body met Katakuri's blow, quickly triggering a violent explosion. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Katakuri's face turned red and he let out a final roar. Diamond Josie couldn't resist it at all, and was hit by Katakuri and flew into the sky, straight into the sky. This time, Katakuri finally broke through Diamond Josie's defense. On the deck of the warship, Mitt noticed Katakuri's situation, and a smile appeared on his face. Katakuri still used that move, and his hard work paid off. That's right, Katakuri just used his newly learned move, emission. Although Katakuri accepted Mitt's teachings, he rarely used it in battle. The pressure was so great this time that he could only do his best. Panting heavily, Katakuri subconsciously looked in the direction of Mitt. No matter what, he finally won the battle. On the other side, whether it is Whitebeard or Golden Lion, the two sides are still fighting inextricably. However, Golden Lion Shiki is obviously a little impatient. If this continues, all his men will suffer heavy losses. So Golden Lion Shiki decided to take action and stop playing with these three brats. A sword cut the iceberg shot by Kuzan into two halves, and the aura of the Golden Lion suddenly disappeared. The strong winds, tsunamis and rockfalls also stopped, although only for a short moment. Sakazuki, Kuzan and Bullet all sensed something was wrong and responded quickly. But the Golden Lion's momentum exploded again, with extremely powerful suction, sucking all three of them in. The surrounding air was sucked in with the Golden Lion as the center, forming a huge tornado Uzumaki. The three Sakazukis were very close to the Golden Lion, so there was no way they could escape. Their expressions changed slightly, knowing that they must attack Golden Lion now to prevent him from taking action. Ice spears, lava and impact attacked together, but they were all cut off by the Golden Lion's sword. With a sneer, Golden Lion crossed his swords and concentrated all his strength in one place. Lion Qianche Wailong Valley. He drew both swords together, erupting with countless terrifying sword lights, and instantly surrounded the three Sakazukis. At this moment, they have no way to avoid it and must use their bodies to resist. At this moment, a flaming sword energy shot straight into the sky and opened a passage. The three Sakazukis did not hesitate and immediately jumped into this passage, avoiding most of the sword light. Even so, many swords struck them, and blood spread all over the sky in an instant. Golden Lion Shiki did not continue to attack. Instead, it slashed at the warship ahead. His target is Mitt, who just took action. The huge sword energy rushed straight towards him, and Sengoku's expression immediately changed. The next moment, he transformed into the form of a golden Buddha and tried to block the attack. At this moment, Mitt took action again and slashed with his sword. The two sides collided, and the huge impact directly knocked the marine fleet back several hundred meters. The Golden Lion wanted to continue attacking, and the three Sakazukis quickly followed up. He had no choice but to glare in the direction of Mitt and turn to deal with the three Sakazukis. The fighting continues and becomes more and more intense. Mitt returned to his previous appearance and sat back down again. Sengoku glanced at him blankly, also recovering from the Golden Buddha state. Aren't you ready to take action? Sengoku couldn't help but ask. Mitt picked up the teacup on the table next to him, took a sip, and then said, "Advertisement, not the right time yet. As long as the students fight, Mitt can continue to gain experience points. What's more, it's not the time for him to take action now." Sengoku couldn't help but shake his head, sighing at Mitt's calm attitude. But since he is so confident, then he will continue to keep fighting. With this in mind, Sengoku immediately continued to direct. The battle between Garp and Whitebeard became more intense, and they were also aware of what had just happened. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Gu la 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 la. You Marines are really interesting." Garp also grinned and said, "Make it seem like you pirates are not like this," he said without hesitation and punched the opponent. This punch is so powerful that most people can't catch it. But Whitebeard also punched back, directly shattering the surrounding space. The strong wind howled, but it could not move their strong bodies at all. At this moment, Whitebeard and Garp are both at the peak of their age, and their strength is naturally extremely strong. Tell me, why do you want to join forces with Golden Lion? Garp suddenly asked. While he was sparring with Whitebeard, he did not forget to test the opponent's thoughts. In response to Garp's question, Whitebeard just smiled and said nothing. I'll ask you again if you win. Go to sleep. Then Whitebeard punched out with his left fist, shattering the surrounding space, and at the same time slashed with his right hand. Garp shouted loudly, blocked his chest with both fists, and rushed towards the opponent at extremely fast speeds. He actually used the extremely powerful armament Haki to directly break through Whitebeard's offensive. Even Whitebeard couldn't help showing a surprised expression and immediately changed his posture. Boom! The two collided again, and the power of shock fruit exploded, completely shaking the entire Beehive Island and the surrounding sea. Garp's expression remained unchanged, and he pushed back this extremely powerful shock, hitting Whitebeard hard on the chest. Whitebeard was punched in the chest. At such a close distance, he took advantage of the situation and pulled the opponent towards him. The left fist hit Garp hard on the head with a powerful force that could tear apart the space. Once hit by this punch, even Garp would find it difficult to resist. Of course, Garp also knew this. After being pulled over by Whitebeard, he immediately lowered his head. His momentum did not diminish at all, and he crashed towards Whitebeard. This collision unleashed an even more violent impact, directly blowing away many people around him. Facing Garp's offensive, Whitebeard responded calmly and chose to avoid his attack for the first time. Both sides took advantage of the situation to retreat, and then took action at the same time. The three movements and impact broke out together. Originally, some pirates wanted to come over to help, but they were all affected by the aftermath of their battle. In a duel like this between top experts, these pirates will never be able to take action. Shave. In a flash, Rosinante avoided Bramink's giant hammer attack. He breathed out a sigh of relief. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Rosinante would have been hit by the opponent's hammer. Bramink failed to succeed with the first blow, and immediately hit him again, very fast. Rosinante kept shaving to avoid the opponent, while Finger Pistol and Tempest Kick quickly attacked. Bramink took out a giant sword from his pocket and threw it directly at Rosinante. Rosinante dodged sideways, and the giant sword passed by him, but suddenly turned and rushed straight towards him. Rosinante did not expect this situation, and was caught off guard, and his right arm was slashed by the giant sword. Ha ha ha! Bramink laughed and pursued the victory without hesitation. He hit Rosinante with a hammer, this time even more powerful than before. Rosinante smiled slightly and said, "Don't underestimate me." Bramink immediately sensed something was wrong, but his offensive could no longer be stopped. Rosinante's palms were pressed together and stretched forward, accumulating power in the dark palms. Bramink struck down with a hammer, and Rosinante struck out with both palms at the same time. Emission. Armament Haki came out and directly bombarded Bramink's body. Bramink couldn't stop this force at all. He subconsciously rolled his eyes and flew backwards. And just now, his hammer just missed hitting Rosinante. Rosinante exhaled with a serious expression. He admitted that he was indeed in danger just now. If he hadn't moved faster than his opponent, he might have been the one who fell. But the battle situation has been decided. No matter what, he still stands at the end. With this in mind, Rosinante looked at other battlefields to see if there was anything he could do to help. The battlefield is still very fierce now, but many pirates have been defeated, and their momentum has become much weaker. Before Rosinante could take action, there was a loud bang and a man was hit hard on the ground around him. A large crater was directly smashed into the surrounding ground, causing large amounts of smoke to rise. Kuzan. Rosinante shouted immediately as he recognized Kuzan. Aokiji Kuzan slowly walked out of the smoke. He was covered in blood and looked very embarrassed. Chapter 55. At the end of the battle, the Golden Lion retreats. Kuzan didn't look at Rosinante, his eyes stayed in front of him. The battle ahead became more intense. Bullet was already risking his life and frequently launched life-threatening attacks. If Bullet hadn't been so desperate, Kuzan might have suffered more than just this injury. Sakazuki was also attacking from the side. His condition was not much better than Kuzan, and he also lost a lot of blood. Golden Lion Shiki is still floating in the air and looks to be in much better condition than them. However, Golden Lion was still slightly injured, and the murderous look on his face was even stronger than before. The house game is over, Golden Lion Shiki said solemnly. Let them all die. As soon as he finished speaking, Golden Lion Shiki suddenly slashed out with his sword, locking Bullet firmly. Bullet no longer had the strength to stop him, so he simply roared and rushed towards the Golden Lion as if he was desperate. The two collided in the air, and the moment the sword energy hit Bullet, countless strong wind knives erupted. These wind blades are like tornadoes, surrounding Bullet. Bullet immediately screamed, with numerous wounds appearing all over his body. Sakazuki was so worried that he immediately punched Golden Lion in the back of the head. Dark Hound. Dark Hound's attack was fast and urgent, but Golden Lion sidestepped the banker. Bullet took advantage of this opportunity and rushed towards the Golden Lion in one breath, with blood all over his body. Even Golden Lion didn't expect Bullet to have such strong perseverance. In a moment of negligence, he was punched in the chest by Bullet. Golden Lion flew backwards, and Kuzan took advantage of the situation to fly out several rapid ice spears. Sakazuki's lava fist also came, attacking at the same time as Nanzen. Boom! Explosion, so violent that even Rosinante was involved. The next moment, he saw 3 figures smashing down at the same time. Rosinante didn't hesitate and rushed over immediately, reaching out to catch the nearest person. The 2 of them made a big hole in the ground together, and the surrounding area was shaken twice in succession. Bullet jumped up again, and his momentum exploded again, but this time it was much weaker than before. Bullet. Rosinante said solemnly. He had already discovered that Bullet could hardly hold on any longer. Bullet did not reply, but continued to look up for traces of the Golden Lion. He looked determined and had no intention of admitting defeat. Kuzan and Sakazuki also jumped next to Bullet. Both of them were in a very embarrassed state. It can be said that even if the 3 of them join forces, it will be difficult for them to compete with the Golden Lion. After repelling the 3 of them, Golden Lion did not continue to attack, but attacked other Marines. He has discovered that his side is in decline and must provide support. In an instant, tornadoes, ground thorns and water dragons appeared on the battlefield, knocking down many haikus at once. When Rosinante saw it, he was about to rush over to stop him, but Sakazuki and the others already took action. The 3 of them did not hesitate and attacked the Golden Lion again. Golden Lion felt the momentum of the 3 of them, and his expression sank. You little devils are looking for death. Both swords came out at once, and countless sword blades flew past at extremely fast speeds. The 2 Sakazukis could not avoid it now. They are about to use their bodies to resist, and Bullet, Sakazuki, and Kuzan all have determination on their faces. At this moment, Sengoku, who couldn't stand it anymore, finally took action. Stop. As soon as the sound sounded, the Golden Buddha that Sengoku transformed into appeared in front of the Golden Lion. The Golden Buddha's palm smacked towards the Golden Lion. Its momentum was not weak at all, and it even knocked away the Golden Lion's sword blade. Golden Lion immediately changed direction and attacked Sengoku. The 2 fought together, and a shockwave erupted, knocking the 3 Sakazukis away. They couldn't control their landing at this time, and they all fell to the ground. Only then did Rosinante realize that they had all just been holding on. In fact, we no longer have the energy to fight back against Golden Lion. After a few brief rounds of fighting, Sengoku's voice sounded. Golden Lion, in your current state, you are no match for us. Golden Lion Shiki floated in the air, wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Just you? It's not just me, Sengoku said solemnly, his body glowing with golden light. The dazzling golden light shone on the Golden Lion, making the expression on his face even more gloomy. Sengoku's judgment was correct. Although the 3 Sakazukis were defeated, they also caused a lot of harm to the Golden Lion. Even if Golden Lion can deal with Sengoku now, there is still Mitt watching. No matter what, he is no match for the 2 of them. It is precisely because of this that Sengoku will not hesitate to take action. So far, only he and Mitt can deal with the Golden Lion. As for the battle between Garp and Whitebeard, don't worry, as long as you take down the Golden Lion first, Sengoku and the others will be able to help immediately. In this way, the outcome of the battle is already clear. Marine can definitely win this war. Seeing this situation, Kaishi couldn't help but tilt his head slightly. Guillaume's expression on the side was very nervous. She knew that now was the most critical time. Sensing Guillaume's eyes, Mitt smiled at her. Immediately afterwards, he stood up from his position. Master Mitt, are you finally going to take action? Guillaume's tone was full of expectation. Advertisement Mitt didn't say anything, just pulled out Ryujin Jaka and pointed to the Hive Island ahead. But he was not referring to the Golden Lion, but to Whitebeard himself. Golden Lion knows the situation on the battlefield, and Whitebeard can naturally judge it as well. So taking advantage of the opportunity to repel Garp, Whitebeard slashed the clouds into the ground. He stretched out his arms, and the surrounding space immediately began to vibrate. Not good. Sensing the shock, Sengoku's expression immediately changed. Whitebeard, you don't want your men anymore, he shouted. Whitebeard ignored Sengoku's cry and continued to go his own way. Originally, in order to prevent others from being affected, Whitebeard always restrained his attacks. But now that the defeat is certain, Marine cannot be allowed to succeed. I won't let you get what you want, Marine Fairy, you hussy shouted loudly. Garp punched out again, trying to stop Whitebeard. Mitt holds the sword in his right hand and assumes a charging posture, his momentum rising rapidly. He closed his eyes and felt the terrible vibration around him. The vibrations are getting bigger and bigger, first the ground, then the sea, and finally even the sky and space are shaking. All those who are fighting cannot withstand the impact of the shock, and all of them will be unstable. Stop! Garp yelled, punching Whitebeard hard, but he was still a step too late. Whitebeard had already used Shockfruit's power to its limit. The power is more terrifying than the eruption of a volcano, thunder and lightning, and it bursts out all at once. The entire Honeycomb Island continued to vibrate, opening countless bottomless gaps. The seawater was quickly sucked into the ground, churning and forming huge uzumaki. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and no one could avoid the earthquake. Whitebeard fights Garp's attack and completely destroys the warship ahead in one go. Drink. Accompanied by Whitebeard's shout, the terrifying impact that tore apart space directly hit the warship at sea. The Marine fleet has been trapped by the rolling waves around them, and they are trembling uncontrollably at this moment. The Marines on the deck had expressions of despair on their faces. Under such a powerful force, they had no power to fight back. Only Mitt's face remained calm, seeing that the impact was about to come. His momentum rose rapidly, he held the sword in both hands and slashed hard. The flames broke out and the sea surface boiled. This power also caused huge waves. In the blink of an eye, attacks from both sides collided with each other, and an unprecedented explosion engulfed the entire Beehive Island. No matter it's a pirate or a marine, no one can escape. The ground was still shaking, and everyone who was originally fighting could only stabilize themselves first. Many people were simply swallowed up by the oncoming tsunami, and some were directly swept into the sky by tornadoes. Sengoku slapped his hand forward, dispersing part of the impact. He quickly stabilized his body in this madness and quickly looked around. Whitebeard actually dared to take action with all his strength regardless of the situation of everyone present. The other party definitely has some plan. Sure enough, Sengoku suddenly discovered that the Golden Lion suddenly disappeared. Screaming secretly, Sengoku immediately started looking for traces of the Golden Lion. At this moment, another tornado blew up from the front and hit Sengoku. A huge fragment of the island was lifted up by the tornado and floated in the air. The various buildings above were not affected, and there were still many people standing there. Sengoku took a look and immediately understood that this was the work of Golden Lion. Only Golden Lion's lion fruit can lift such a large plot. It is obvious that the Golden Lion is retreating. Stop the Golden Lion, Sengoku shouted immediately. Garp did not hesitate and rushed towards the Golden Lion. But he was pulled back by Whitebeard halfway. Whitebeard only needs to seize the surrounding space and pull it towards him to greatly restrict Garp's movement. Garp must find a way to deal with Whitebeard in order to escape. Gula la la la, Whitebeard's laughter sounded. This time you Marine is awesome. See you next time, Garp. After saying that, he jumped up, used his ability to pull his men to his side, and jumped onto the island block together. At this time, Beehive Island had been torn apart and was swallowed up by the surrounding waves at an extremely fast speed. Garp originally wanted to continue chasing, but Sengoku's shout rang out. It's important to save people, act fast, because Whitebeard's move was extremely destructive. Many Marines were knocked into the sea. The same is true for Sakazuki, Kuzan and others. Many of them are demon fruit power, and the situation is even worse now. Perusalino saw this situation and quickly joined the rescue operation. Mitt swung his sword a few more times to stabilize the fleet that kept moving. The time spent in this round and round was enough for Whitebeard and Golden Lion to retreat. Golden Lion's lion fruit plus Whitebeard's shock fruit can basically pull anyone up quickly. Golden Lion was now standing on the edge of the rising island, looking down. His expression was serious, and there were still scars from the battle on his body. Whitebeard stood behind the Golden Lion with the smile still on his face. We miscalculated this time, Marine, Golden Lion said loudly. I'll leave Beehive Island to you, don't think you can defeat us like this. Just wait and see, a new era is coming, this is our era. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful flame sword energy suddenly rose into the sky and struck at an extremely fast speed. Advertisement Whitebeard's face changed slightly, and he immediately waved Kong Yunki, bringing the sword energy to the fore. With a bang, the huge impact caused the island to shake violently, forcing the Golden Lion to use all its strength to maintain balance. In order to concentrate on controlling the island block flight, Golden Lion Shiki can't spare any time now. In other words, the only person left who can cope with this situation is Whitebeard. Whitebeard knew who made the knife and immediately looked towards him. Mitt. His smile faded and became gloomy. Mitt actually had a faint smile on his face, as if he had anticipated this situation. I'll let you go this time, he said. See you next time, you two. As he spoke, he slashed at the opponent again. This knife continued to spiral forward, setting off an extremely huge hot wind, which hit the storm barrier created by Golden Lion hard. The Golden Lion gritted its teeth and resisted with all its strength, and at the same time, it took advantage of the hot wind to float farther away. By the time Garp and Sengoku reacted, they were already far away. Looking at the situation in the distance, Sengoku sighed. It's better to let these guys escape. Garp smiled, but didn't care that much. What's the point? That guy Roger is really good at running. Anyway, this operation is a great victory for our Marines. We will have a clear understanding of each other next time. Sengoku nodded. What Garp said made sense. Everyone performed well in this battle, and the three of them, Sakazuki, were able to resist the Golden Lion for quite a long time. As long as the strongest Golden Lion and Whitebeard are entangled, other pirates can be defeated. In fact, this is also true. No matter what, Marine has more mid-level combat power than pirates. Not to mention that because of Mitt's teachings, Marine's mid-level combat power has skyrocketed. These guys are all good. Garp praised with a smile. You will be well rewarded when you get back, 880. Let's not talk about this for now. Sengoku wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to help fish people out of the sea. Let's deal with the aftermath quickly. Garp nodded slightly, looked around, and immediately rushed to rescue the minister. On the other side, there is an island block that is moving rapidly in the air. Golden Lion Shiki sat with his legs crossed on the ground, concentrating on manipulating the island blocks. What do you think of Mitt's strength? He suddenly asked. Whitebeard touched his beard and said immediately. It's not clear yet. it's hard to tell if we fight. When it comes to duel, Whitebeard is worthy of everyone, even Garp, he doesn't pay much attention to it. But besides Garp, there was also a man called Mitt. If Mitt and Garp team up to deal with Whitebeard, the situation is really hard to say. The Golden Lion was in a very bad situation just now, and he could only deal with Sengoku. There is no way to help Whitebeard, and at the same time, he has to save his strength to rescue his men. So after considering these aspects, they are both smart people, so naturally they will not fight to the end here. But by retreating like this, those Marines took advantage, Golden Lion said solemnly. He was beaten and injured by 3 young Marines, which made Golden Lion very angry. Whitebeard suddenly laughed, his eyes flashing. Marine seems to have taken advantage, but we can't draw a conclusion so early now. What do you mean? Golden Lion turned to look at Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't look at each other, he kept staring ahead, as if he saw something. I just met Mitt. My intuition tells me that this man is not that simple. Maybe. Whitebeard paused and then said seriously. 013903323 Filu 100,561,521. A new era will be opened by him. Golden Lion's eyes widened, he really thought Whitebeard would say that. But he soon realized that Whitebeard's words were quite serious. Golden Lion nodded heavily and said in a deep voice. Then keep watching and see how much change this guy Mitt has brought to the world. On the deck of the warship, Marines were rescued one after another and were receiving treatment quickly. Sengoku, Garp and Mitt stood together, discussing what to do next. Mitt, thank you for your quick response, Sengoku said. Otherwise our fleet will be sunk by that guy Whitebeard. Mitt smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was nothing. The reason why he did not continue the pursuit was of course due to his own considerations. Garp touched his chin and looked at Mitt subconsciously. He always felt that Mitt had let some water go, otherwise Whitebeard and the others would not have been able to escape so easily. However, Garp was not so persistent about this matter and simply followed it up. Sengoku is still talking about the next thing. We will report the situation to Naval Headquarters now and wait for specific instructions from the world government. After picking his ears, Garp spoke. Although Whitebeard and Golden Lion were not caught in this operation, it can be regarded as defeating them once. There's definitely nothing you can say over there. Chapter 56 The Order of the Five Elders, I reject. Of course. Sengoku said, but the specifics will depend on the next order from the world government. Saying that, Sengoku looked at Mitt next to him. Mitt was obviously not listening to the two of them and didn't know what he was thinking. He noticed Sengoku's eyes, reacted immediately, and looked over. Mitt said directly as if he knew what the other party was going to say. Let's go to Wanokuni's base to rest first. That's fine. Garp didn't know exactly what Mitt was thinking, but he still agreed with his proposal. Sengoku had some opinions, but seeing that Garp agreed, he had no choice but to give up. Just like that, the Marine fleet immediately changed its target and headed towards Wanokuni. Wanokuni is not far from here, closer than Naval Headquarters, just right for a temporary rest. After determining the next goal, Kai Shigong returned to his previous state. In fact, he was looking at his current panel, because the student's unremitting fight just now gave Mitt a lot of experience. It can be said that it basically brought Mitt's strength to another level. Otherwise, Mitt wouldn't have been able to compete with Whitebeard just now. Mitt thought silently in his mind and asked the system to bring up his panel. Mitt, 28 years old, Vice Admiral of the Headquarters, close black lens bracket. Power. Asterisk asterisk. Ability. Observation Haki Advanced. Armament Haki. Advanced. 6th Form. Grandmaster. Close black lens bracket. Conquerors Haki. Advanced. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket weapon. Ryujin Jaka, Bankai, close black lens bracket. Strength. Marine Admiral. Close black lens bracket. This battle not only upgrades Mitt's Conquerors Haki to high level, but also unlocks Ryujin Jaka's Bankai. Mitt's current strength is such that he can face an extremely strong person like Whitebeard without any problem. Feeling the powerful power contained within his body, Mitt's smile became more confident. This is definitely not the end. For Mitt, his strength is far more than that. The upcoming changes in the world situation will also urgently require Mitt to continue to improve his strength. As if he knew what was about to happen, Mitt looked into the distance. In the distant holy land of Marigioa, the five elders are also discussing this battle. Peter Saint looked at the others and said, "There is news from the front that Whitebeard and the Golden Lion have escaped." Marine didn't catch them. With a bang, Saint Nisholing knocked on the floor with his scabbard. "What are these guys doing?" Saint Satan then said, "This is within our expectations. Whitebeard and Golden Lion are not that easy to deal with. It is normal for Marine to fail in this operation." "That's right." Saint Peter nodded, and although this operation did not capture Whitebeard and Golden Lion, it also completely destroyed Beehive Island. The base of these two people was destroyed, and there will definitely be chaos for a period of time. Moreover, Marine also captured many pirates under their banner, which was a heavy blow. "It's just that these can't kill you with one blow." Nashu Langsheng shook his head. "Neither Golden Lion nor Whitebeard are people who will be hit by such setbacks." "What's this?" Mosh said. "Since Marine can repel Whitebeard and Golden Lion this time, all we have to do is continue the pursuit." Saint Seidan was reading the report sent by Sengoku, which greatly emphasized the roles of Mitt and Garp. He pointed at the report and said, "It seems that Mitt played a big role in this operation. What do you think?" Nashu Langsheng said solemnly, "I only know that someone complained to me that Mitt does not respect the world's nobles." Hearing what Saint Nisholing said, Saint Pitt couldn't help but laugh. If Mitt really thought so, he wouldn't have tried his best to protect the Valley of the Gods. That's right. Saint Seidan agreed. Mitt is still worthy of the important task. The report also said that it was because of his presence that Whitebeard and Golden Lion had to retreat. For our world government, this man could be of use. Stop talking, Nashu Langsheng said immediately. Then just give the order and transfer Mitt to Marigioa. Since his teaching level is good, let him teach CPO. Yeah. Peter Saint and others agreed to this proposal. Mitt's performance is so outstanding, of course it is best to transfer him to Marigioa as soon as possible. This can not only greatly enhance the strength of the world government, but also prevent the other party from becoming powerful in Marine. This has always been the style of world government, and this is not the first time that the five elders have done this. So they quickly reached a consensus that when Mitt and the others were finished taking a rest, they would personally inform him. At this moment, Naval Headquarters, Kong and others also received the news. Kong was not too surprised by the retreat of Whitebeard and Golden Lion. But he was also very surprised by Marine's performance in this battle, and he was very happy. Haha, I knew Mitt wouldn't let me down, Kong laughed. Crane Vice Admiral's face became inexplicably serious, as if he had thought of something. What's wrong, Kong looked at he, with doubts in his eyes. The results of this operation are quite good, what are you worried about? Rubbing his brows, Vice Admiral he spoke slowly, because of this, the world government should come and intervene. Mitt's outstanding performance will definitely attract the attention of the superiors. Advertisement, not to mention what happened at the swearing in meeting before. You're worried. Kong seemed to understand what Crane Vice Admiral meant and couldn't help but say. Crane Vice Admiral's face quickly became serious, and the ominous premonition in her heart became more and more serious. I'm afraid. Things will develop in a direction we don't want to see. Just when Mitt and others went to Wanokuni to rest. The Roger pirates also received the news quickly. In fact, Roger and Rayleigh have always been concerned about the outcome of this battle. Not only them, the whole world is concerned. Although the news spreads quickly or slowly, many forces already know the outcome. Ha 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 ha. Roger laughed and took a sip of wine. I knew it would be like this. That's a good bet, Rayleigh. After speaking, Roger smiled and looked at Rayleigh, the deputy captain next to him. Roger had made a bet with Rayleigh before, and he believed that the battle would end with the Golden Lion and Whitebeard retreating. You're really right, Roger. Rayleigh shook his head. Haha. Roger said, wiping the corners of his mouth. That guy Garp ran over to help. This is definitely the outcome of the battle. That Mitt is not a vegetarian. Whitebeard and Golden Lion are both smart people, of course they will retreat first. Roger still had a smile on his face, feeling happy that he had won the bet. It's just that Rayleigh has different ideas, he said solemnly. Now that Golden Lion and Whitebeard are joining forces, I'm afraid they're not just targeting Marine. Rayleigh is worried about meeting each other in the future, and the pressure this time will be greater than before. They have experienced the strength of Golden Lion Haki many times. So what? Roger asked with a smile. Does this stop us from moving forward? He held the wine glass and pointed at the moon on the sea in front of him. Our goal is the final island Raftel. A new era will also be opened up by us, and no one can stop us. Rayleigh was infected by Roger's bold words and nodded heavily. You are right, we are the only ones who can usher in a new era. In addition to the Roger pirates, other forces on the sea also knew the news. Everyone was surprised by the result. Not only Whitebeard and Golden Lion were defeated together, but they were also shocked by Marine's strength. There are heated discussions in many places, cheering for the rising Marine star in this battle. Although Whitebeard and Golden Lion were not caught this time, it has been proved. The so-called pirates are completely vulnerable to Marine. This is an exciting thing, and no wonder most people are talking about it. The focus of discussion around the world has now reached Wanokuni. Upon arriving at Wanokuni, Mitt immediately arranged for people to treat the wounded on the ship. Many Marines were injured in this battle, and they must be treated as soon as possible. Sakazuki, Bullet and Kuzan also suffered considerable injuries. They fought hard against Golden Lion Haki, and even if they were no match for the opponent, they still showed their own style. Mitt is happy with this. Perusolino and Rosinante's injuries were relatively minor, while Katakuri's injuries were a bit serious, but they were still able to move. Mr. Mitt, we still underestimated the power of Golden Lion, Sakazuki said solemnly. He was lying on the bed, his eyes resting on Kaishi who came to visit him. Don't worry, we won't let them escape next time, he clenched his fists and said seriously. Sakazuki is serious about his work and naturally does not think this operation is a success. Other students also showed unwillingness. In the past few operations, under the leadership of Mitt, they defeated the enemy and returned victorious. But this time, it really can't be said to be a victory. Mitt glanced at their faces and said loudly, if you feel unwilling to do so, just call back next time. Do I still need to talk about this kind of thing? The students present were stunned for a moment, then reacted and answered loudly. Yes, they were excited again, Their eyes were shining, and they were full of energy for the next action. We let them run away this time. We must not repeat the same mistake next time. We must catch them. Infected by the atmosphere at the scene, even Gion looked a little excited. However, this atmosphere did not last long and was interrupted by Sengoku, who walked in. Mitt, come with me, the boss wants to contact you. Gion was stunned and subconsciously looked at Mitt. She suddenly had a bad premonition, and her eyes immediately became concerned. In response, Mitt just smiled at her and walked out with Sengoku. Soon they came to the conference room, where there were videophone bugs. According to Sengoku, this contact with the five elders required a meeting with Mitt in person and was transmitted via videophone. The specifications this time were so high that Sengoku immediately realized the importance. So after he received the news, he came to Mitt as soon as possible. Mitt had an idea as soon as he heard it, but he didn't show it openly. In the conference room, no one except Mitt can be present. Soon Mitt officially met with the 5 most powerful representatives of the world government, Laowu. Advertisement. Everyone in the 5 elders has a serious expression and exudes strong power. Their eyes were all focused on Mitt, and the pressure was so intense that it made people shudder. If ordinary people were present, they would definitely be frightened by this scene and dare not move. But Mitt didn't, he even had a faint smile on his face. In fact, Mitt has met 5 elders before, and this meeting is the second time. But this second time, the sense of oppression was much stronger than before. After watching this for a while, Saint Nishu Lang took the initiative to speak. Mitt, you did a great job on this mission. Although we failed to capture Whitebeard and Golden Lion, we also inflicted heavy damage on them. As long as we continue to pursue them, we will catch them sooner or later. Mitt looked at the other person, his smile dropped, and his face became expressionless. He knew as soon as he heard that there was going to be a showdown today. Since the 5 elders came to him with such a big battle, they definitely didn't do it to talk about this. Sure enough, after Saint Nisholing finished speaking, Saint Pitt continued. With your talent, it would be too unfair for you to stay at Marine. The world government has decided to give you a chance, come to Marigioa. Saint Satan also said, the CPO of the Secret Service that specializes in serving the Celestial Dragons is called the Shield of the Celestial Dragons. You will be responsible for the internal teaching of the CPO and the training of more talents. Nishu Langsheng said solemnly, this is a decision made after discussion between the 5 of us. You have no right to refuse. There's no need to stay in Wanokuni anymore, come to Marigioa right away. That's right. Mo Sheng suddenly remembered something and reminded him. When you get to Marigioa, you have to apologize in person, so as not to affect your future work. They said nothing to each other, not considering Mitt's thoughts at all, they just came to announce their decision. Mitt looked at them silently until they finished speaking and looked at him. He just said it word for word. I reject. Mitt's powerful speech directly brought the atmosphere of the scene to freezing point. The 5 elders all looked gloomy and stared at Mitt. What do you mean by this? Saint Satan asked in a deep voice. There is no room for you to refuse our orders. Saint Nishu Lang even frowned, and the anger in his eyes seemed to burst out. The original expectation was that Mitt would accept the transfer and come to Marigioa in person. But this kid actually didn't take them seriously and refused directly. Don't forget your identity, Kai, St. Peter shouted. If they weren't there, the 5 elders' momentum would have been overpowered by now. But even so, Mitt will still refuse. He smiled and chose to say it again without hesitation. Listen, I'm not going to be a Marigioa and work as a dog for the Celestial Dragons. Don't bother with that. Bang, Nishu Langsheng knocked on the floor hard, his face full of murderous intent. Mitt, you are openly disobeying the orders of the world government. You are making an enemy of us. Saint Satan also said coldly. Don't think that you can fight against the entire world government just because you have the power to do so. Mitt, you are too arrogant. No matter how threatened the 5 elders were, the expression on Mitt's face did not change at all. He looked firm and responded in a deep voice, so what if I'm your enemy? As soon as he said these words, it was basically equivalent to officially breaking up. The 5 elders' eyes widened slightly, and their murderous aura seemed to be transmitted through the images. No one doubts that if they were present, they would definitely take action. But the 5 elders are not here, so of course Mitt will be so direct. After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for the 5 elders to continue their threats, and directly cut the phone bug in half. Mitt knew that the 5 elders wanted to divide their power, and he would never compromise. Mitt has been planning to break away from the world government since the beginning, and now the time is just right. The reason why he let Whitebeard and Golden Lion off was because of the current situation. If Whitebeard and Golden Lion are captured, all the pressure from the world government will be on Mitt. With a bang, the sound of the phone bug falling to the ground attracted attention from outside. Gion rushed in quickly. She was the only one in the base who could come in without Mitt's permission. Mitt-sama. Gion looked at the phone bug on the ground and immediately looked at Mitt. Mitt just waved his hand and said calmly, do you remember what I told you before? It's time to make a decision, Gion. Gion's pupils trembled. She already understood what Mitt meant. Mitt had told her before this operation. If one day Mitt has a conflict with the world government, which side will she take? At that time, Gion was still wondering why Mitt would ask such a question, but now it was time to make a decision. Mitt looked at each other silently. The smile on his face did not change. After standing for a long time, Gion took a deep breath and walked towards Mitt. Then, she leaned on Mitt's chest, trembling slightly. Although he didn't speak, Gion's choice was already obvious. Chapter 57. Choose one of the two, an important choice. Mitt hugged Gion and touched her head with a gentle tone. Don't worry, leave it all to me. Gion nodded slightly in Mitt's arms, she understood what he meant. On the other side, the Holy Land Marigioa. The eyes of Saint Nasushiro were filled with murderous intent, and he wished he could go to Wanokuni and kill Mitt right now. Damn Mitt, if I had known this, I shouldn't have promoted him before, Mosh said with hatred. Now they have begun to regret their previous decision. It's useless to regret now, Saint Satan was still very calm. Since Mitt is openly disobeying the world government's orders, let's carry out the purge. A dangerous guy like this must not be allowed to live. But he is in Wanokuni now. Nasturo Sage said. That place is difficult to attack, and it will not be easy for us to take action. Unless that adult is dispatched, this kind of thing will not alarm him. Saint Mosh immediately said, contact Garp and Sengoku first, they are also in Wanokuni. Let Garp and Sengoku take action directly to capture Mitt. This man Mitt must be publicly executed to let the world know the consequences of disobeying us. The other 5 elders nodded immediately and quickly prepared to contact Garp and Sengoku. But to their surprise, Garp and Sengoku couldn't be contacted at all. What did you say? Saint Satan asked the communications soldier with his eyes widened. Lord Satan, Vice Admiral Garp and Sengoku Admiral seem to have a problem with their phone bugs. The communications soldier replied tremblingly. The report that came in before said that the portable phone bug seems to be gone. Now they can only contact Naval Headquarters and World Government through Wanokuni Base. Wanokuni Base, that guy Mitt must have cut off the communication, Nasushiro said with hatred. It seems that he had already planned it. As a result, Sengoku, Garp and other Marines do not know the importance of reporting and resisting the world government's order. By the time they get back to Marine, it will be too late. Saint Satan couldn't help but shake his head, his eyes becoming more and more gloomy. We underestimated Mitt, we must deal with this man as soon as possible. Mashang said without hesitation. Then let Kong and Zephyr lead the team and join forces with Garp Sengoku. As long as the 4 of them join forces, they can definitely capture the Wanokuni base. Okay, send the order immediately. Mashang's proposal was immediately supported by the other 5 elders. In this way, the emergency order from the world government was quickly conveyed to the Marine Marshal's office. In the Marshal's office, Kong, Zephyr and Crane Vice Admiral are all there. Their expressions were extremely serious and the air around them seemed to freeze. I didn't expect that. Crane Vice Admiral couldn't help but shake his head. Mitt actually disobeys the orders of the world government. Now that the 5 elders have issued an order, we must go to defeat him. Kong sighed, of course he didn't want to see this happen. Kong had had a vague premonition of this before, but he didn't expect it to be so sudden. Neither Sengoku nor Garp can be contacted, we have to leave quickly, Zephyr said. His face was expressionless, only his eyes were flashing. Zephyr is not surprised that Mitt disobeyed the world government's orders. It's just that now he has to go to accuse Mitt for this matter, which makes him very confused. Zephyr, this is an order from the world government. Kong noticed Zephyr's confusion. As he spoke, he stood up, his whole body bursting with energy. At this point, it's impossible to let Mitt go. Everyone, get ready and bring Mitt back to Naval Headquarters. Garp and Sengoku were still at Wanokuni at this time. They came here once in a blue moon to hang out for a while. When they returned, Garp and Sengoku immediately noticed something was wrong. Although everyone didn't show it clearly on the surface, the 2 old Zhonghu people felt it immediately. What's going on? Garp touched his chin and glanced at Marine at the scene. Many Marines were spotted by Garp and were immediately shocked. Why are you so guilty? Garp immediately grabbed one of the Marines. What happened? Unfortunately, the Marine captured by Garp was none other than Garp. Chado Jiaji was one of Mitt's first students, so he naturally obeyed his orders. So when faced with Garp's questioning, he kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. The more Sengoku looked, the more he felt something was wrong, and his face darkened. What's going on? What are you hiding? Nothing. Chado Jiaji shook his head hurriedly and said immediately. You 2 officers should go back to Marineford as soon as possible, they're urging you there. Saying this made Sengoku and Garp even more suspicious. Why are you rushing us away? Garp touched his chin and clapped his fist. No, I have to go find Mitt and ask. His intuition told him that this must have something to do with Mitt. So Garp let go of Kaji, and Sengoku hurried towards Mitt's office. The T-Dolphin Jiaji sat on the floor and exhaled. He finally did not expose what Mr. Mitt told him. Of course, this is actually the same in the eyes of others. Advertisement Perusalino was leaning against the door next to him, looking at the other party. What do you think? Jiaji, the T-Dolphin, asked subconsciously. He wanted to know Perusalino's decision. The choice you make now will definitely affect your future destiny. Perusalino still said nothing, but his expression gradually became firmer. Without having to say it directly, Cha Dujiaji understood what Perusalino meant. Clenching his fists, Cha Dujia gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Okay, then I will go the same way as you. The reason why they are so entangled is all because of Katie's notification just now. Mitt's notice was simple, asking his students to choose one of the two. Those who are willing to follow Mitt will stay in Wanokuni, and those who are not willing will leave with Garp Sengoku later. Although Mitt didn't say whether he wanted to tell Sengoku Garp about the situation, the students all agreed not to say anything. But the uneasy and entangled atmosphere was still noticed by Garp and Sengoku. There are only 10 people in Mitt's office now. After Garp and Sengoku entered, the door to the room was immediately closed. Staring at Mitt closely, Sengoku's ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. Mitt, I remember that the world government wanted to contact you before. What happened? It's nothing, Mitt said calmly. We haven't reached an agreement with the world government. Mitt. Sengoku strode out and shouted. What on earth are you thinking? His momentum exploded, and he subconsciously pressed towards Mitt, but he didn't move at all. Okay, Sengoku. Mitt continued, this is my decision. From the beginning, I didn't want to be the dog of the celestial dragons. You. Garp had nothing to say and just sighed. He had been vaguely aware of Mitt's thoughts before and didn't know what to say for a while. Of course Marine executives like them know what the celestial dragons are doing. Garp stared at Mitt and did not choose to move. You have to understand how dangerous the sea is now. There are so many vicious pirates making trouble outside. This is not the time to fight the world government, Mitt. Sengoku is still persuading, trying to get Mitt to change his mind. To be honest, he didn't want to become enemies with Mitt. But Mitt's attitude was very firm and did not give Sengoku any room for maneuver. It goes without saying, Sengoku. He raised his hand to interrupt. Go back to naval headquarters now. We will be enemies the next time we meet. You. Sengoku was so angry that he was ready to take action on the spot. Garp quickly stopped Sengoku, his expression also gloomy. He turned back and said, Mitt, do you want to be a pirate? Pirates are also the targets of our elimination, Mitt smiled. We will also carry out our own justice and will not be worse than you. Then I'll wait and see, Garp said, picked up Sengoku and walked out. At this point, after getting Mitt's attitude, there is no need to talk nonsense anymore. Garp knew Mitt's temper very well, and he had to either leave or fight at this time. If he doesn't want to fight, he has no choice but to leave. Sengoku struggled a few times at first, but the movement didn't stop until Garp returned to the corridor. He remained silent and followed Garp silently. Garp was walking at the front and suddenly spoke. It seems that the phone bug we carried with us was lost in the battle. Slightly stunned, Sengoku immediately understood what Garp meant. That's right. He took out his spare phone bug and threw it on the ground. It's all lost. The students responded quickly to Mitt. Sakazuki, Bullet, Perusalino, Kuzan, Rosinante and Katakuri all chose to stay. In addition, basically everyone in the first batch of students made this choice. There are also people who decided to leave with Garp Sengoku. Mitt is not forced to do so. In fact, he values more future stars like Sakazuki and doesn't care much about others. Of course, although some people choose to leave, no one is willing to fight with Mitt. Both Garp Sengoku and others have a tacit understanding not to mention this matter. When they sailed, Mitt even led the team to see them off. This farewell was very solemn and serious, because everyone knew that once they returned, they would be enemies the next time they met. Sengoku and Garp stood on the deck, looking down at Mitt, their eyes unblinking. Mitt was also looking at them, with a smile on his face, and waved slightly. I didn't expect Mitt to take Gion long ago. Garp had a headache. How will I explain to he when I get back? Sengoku smiled and looked away a lot at this time. Don't worry, I will help you out. As they talked, the fleet quickly left Wanokuni port and headed for naval headquarters. Sakazuki and others stood on the shore with firm expressions on their faces. Now that you have made a decision, you must implement it to the end. Mitt turned and looked at the students, very satisfied with their performance. He immediately said loudly, Advertisement, the celestial dragons are evil and we are forced to disobey them. Remember, even if we leave Marine, the banner of justice is still in our hearts. We have to do better than Marine and let them see who can represent true justice. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Zephyr, Kong and others quickly assembled their teams and prepared to set off for Wanokuni. This time the world government took Mitt's rebellion very seriously and threatened to take down the opponent directly. Zephyr's expression is very serious. Seriously, the Marine soldiers inspecting the scene. Zephyr, it's time to act. Kong stood up. The world government is also preparing to send people over to suppress Mitt. Unlike the expressions of the two of them, Crane Vice Admiral was a little worried. For Mitt, all of our Marines have been dispatched. When the time comes, the rear will be empty. I'm afraid. Zephyr knew what the other party was worried about. As soon as they set off, there would be only one admiral left in the naval headquarters. In such an empty situation, it will definitely arouse the covetousness of other pirates. Kong sighed helplessly and replied, There's no way around it, that's what the world government ordered. Even if we have opinions, we can only implement them. Marine is a subordinate agency of the world government, so of course it cannot disobey the orders of its superiors. Even if they know that doing so is very risky, they still have to take action. I think the 5 elders were so angry that they lost their minds. Vice Admiral Crane said, they suddenly gave us the order to attack. Actually, it's better to wait until Garp and the others come back before making plans. The question is, can Garp and the others come back? Kong asked, sneering. This guy Mitt definitely planned it from the beginning, otherwise he wouldn't have acted so quickly. Plus Wanokuni has cut off contact, who knows what will happen. No, Zephyr was still willing to speak for Mitt. Mitt wouldn't do anything so mean. Zephyr, it's hard to say. Crane Vice Admiral sighed. Who knows what Mitt is thinking right now? That's right. Kong nodded in agreement. Then he waved his hand and immediately announced the departure of the fleet. The fleet sailed into the distance with great force, advancing rapidly towards Wanokuni. At this time, the atmosphere in Wanokuni was equally tense. Sakazuki and other students were enthusiastic at first, but soon realized the seriousness of the situation. Since openly disobeying the world government's orders will definitely lead to extremely horrific retaliation. This was certain, so Sakazuki and Kuzan immediately found Mitt. Mr. Mitt, you must hurry up and prepare for defense now, Sakazuki said seriously. I'm sure that the world government will definitely concentrate its efforts to fight against it. Kuzan also nodded and echoed, Teacher Mitt, you have to move faster. These students had just experienced a big battle not long ago, but they had no intention of showing weakness. Everyone is thinking about how to face the enemy next, and they are completely on Mitt's side. Hearing Sakazuki and Kuzan's concerns, Gion was also a little worried. She couldn't help but look at Mitt, conveying her thoughts with her eyes. Regarding their worries, Mitt's expression was still very relaxed and not affected at all. Don't worry. Mitt poured a cup of tea and took a sip. It's not that time yet, but Teacher Mitt. Kuzan was anxious and wanted to continue to persuade. But Sakazuki stopped Kuzan. Needless to say, I believe in Mr. Mitt. Sakazuki has been with Mitt for a long time and has more confidence in him. Since Mr. Mitt said so, just wait and see what happens. Kuzan looked at Mitt, then at Sakazuki next to him, and finally sighed. Sakazuki is right, this is the only way it can be now. Mitt smiled, looking at Kuzan who looked nervous. I still said the same thing, Marine won't come over now. This time, his tone was more certain. Gion, Kuzan and Sakazuki were all looking at Mitt, a look of determination gradually appearing on their faces. That's right, Marine won't come over now, headquarters should have taken some action now. On the deck, Sengoku suddenly spoke. The subject of his inquiry was none other than Garp, who was sitting on the deck. At this time, Garp crossed his arms and looked extremely serious. Both of them know the seriousness of the situation and the world government will never give up. Maybe they will quickly assemble their fleet and attack Wanokuni directly. If the world government takes action, our position will be difficult to handle, Garp said with a wry smile. I guess I have to turn back halfway and go back to deal with Mitt. This is not a good decision, Sengoku shook his head. If the world government does this, it will give other pirates an opportunity to take advantage of it. Are there any pirates on the sea now that the world government can worry about? Garp asked. Roger. He's not that kind of person. Kaido has been hit so hard that he doesn't know where to go. Charlotte Linlin, it's too late for her to repair the nations. The Golden Lion and Whitebeard have just been repelled by our marines. After saying that, Garp sighed and said helplessly. Mitt led the team to play these games, but now he is shooting himself in the foot. Chapter 58. The whole world is shocked and the era is turbulent. Mitt is not doing this for the whole world, Sengoku said solemnly. Who knew it would come to this? Garp shrugged, stood up from the ground, and patted Sengoku on the shoulder. At this point, we can only do what we want. Now that Mitt has turned against Marine, he is our enemy. Sengoku adjusted his hat and made a sound. I know what you said. Before he could complain more, Garp's voice suddenly sounded. Look, Sengoku. Sengoku was shocked and quickly followed Garp. Both of them had very good eyesight and immediately saw the black dot on the horizon ahead. This is the Marine fleet, absolutely, Garp said in a serious tone. Sengoku immediately gave the order with him and quickly moved towards the Marine fleet. To their surprise, it was the Marine fleet that came. Moreover, even Marine Marshal Kong came in person, and his momentum was very impressive. Kong raised his eyebrows as soon as he saw Sengoku and Garp. How is Wanokuna's situation? He asked in a deep voice. There are many wounded, Sengoku answered truthfully. Crane Vice Admiral and Zephyr looked at Sengoku and Garp, but did not continue to ask. Just looking at the expressions of Sengoku and Garp, it was already clear. Then let's go, Kong said immediately. You 2 pluses here are enough to take down Wanokuni. Kong was very confident in his words, he didn't think Mitt could stop him. But just when Kong finished speaking his bold words and was about to command action, the contact phone number on the warship suddenly rang. Vice Admiral He's face changed slightly and he immediately answered the phone. Report. Pirates are attacking naval headquarters. Pirates are attacking naval headquarters. Everyone's expressions changed drastically and they exclaimed. What? Who would have thought that at this critical moment, pirates would attack naval headquarters? Kong's eyes widened, unable to conceal his surprise, and he asked immediately. Which pirate group is this? It seems like Golden Lion and Whitebeard. The voice on the other side became more and more alarmed. At the same time, there was a biting wind, a huge explosion, and screams from the other end. Everyone knows that the situation at naval headquarters is absolutely urgent. How is it possible? Sengoku murmured. He did not expect that the Golden Lion and Whitebeard would actually attack the naval headquarters. What exactly is going on? Why did they go to naval headquarters? Kong couldn't help shouting. Didn't you repel them? I don't know, Garp said, spreading his hands. It looks like we have to make a decision. Should we attack Wanokuni or go back to support? Go back immediately. Crane Vice Admiral did not hesitate. Once naval headquarters falls, it will definitely be more serious than Mitt's incident. Of course others thought so too, especially Garp and Zephyr, who were secretly relieved. No matter what, they still don't want to face Mitt right now. So the Marine fleet immediately returned and rushed towards Naval Headquarters Marineford. Naval Headquarters Marineford. At this time, there are ruins everywhere, and tornadoes and earthquakes are constantly destroying this place. The Marine Admiral stationed here is no match for Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Golden Lion can even be free to deal with other people. He laughed loudly while dancing his swords in the air. Ha ha ha. Marine actually dares to dispatch all of them, what a bunch of idiots. Whitebeard punched the enemy, causing a huge impact that instantly shook the earth. His expression was still serious, and Shi Kongyunki pointed forward. Garp and the other guys are not here, so let's take this flag away first. Whitebeard is referring to the flag that hangs at the top of naval headquarters. Let the whole world see what we can do together, Golden Lion shouted. He didn't hesitate and continued to attack the Marines. Why Whitebeard and Golden Lion appeared in naval headquarters, none of the guarding Marines knew. Why would the pirates who had just been repelled by Mitt and others know about the emptiness inside naval headquarters? Crane Vice Admiral was thinking very quickly and immediately thought of the key figures. That's right, it's Mitt. Although Mitt repelled Whitebeard and Golden Lion, he also told them about the situation at naval headquarters. In other words, Mitt's sudden defiance of the five elders was definitely well thought out. Now even if Marine understands Mitt's plan, they still have to face Golden Lion and Whitebeard. And Golden Lion and Whitebeard were not fools either. When Kong and the others returned, there was only a mess left on the scene. Marine was completely defeated this time, and this big incident quickly spread throughout the world. Wanokuni, in Mitt's office. Students such as Bullet, Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Perusalino were all present. Advertisement they stayed up all night last night, worrying about Marine calling. But the news they got the next day surprised them. No one thought that Golden Lion and Whitebeard would appear at this time. Mitt sat on the sofa, the smile on his face did not change, and he glanced at everyone present. Teacher Mitt, what on earth is going on? Bullet scratched his head. I and everyone else were puzzled. Why did the Golden Lion and Whitebeard attack the naval headquarters? Because they need to recover from their failure. Mitt didn't answer, so Gion spoke for him. Golden Lion and Whitebeard were repulsed by us before, and we know that their reputation will be greatly affected. So Mitt contacted them specifically and told them about the situation at naval headquarters. But no one can guarantee that what Teacher Mitt said is true, Bullet said. They don't need to believe it all. Sakazuki answered, he already understood what Mitt was thinking. The situation at naval headquarters has attracted a lot of attention. As long as there are changes, Golden Lion and Whitebeard will definitely take action. This is a great opportunity to defeat Marine's prestige and at the same time overshadow the fact that he is defeated. Golden Lion and Whitebeard will naturally go. Sakazuki said inside. It's just that this will give those pirates a huge reputation, and there will definitely be more chaos on the sea. Perusalino shrugged and said to Sakazuki, there is no other way. Whoever made the world government so angry must act now. Don't forget, the current Marine can't deal with this and pirates at the same time. That's right. Mitt spoke and looked at Sakazuki. The reason why I did this was to stabilize Wanokuni. But don't forget, pirates are also our enemies. Next time we meet Whitebeard and Golden Lion, we will naturally not show mercy. Mr. Mitt is right. Bullet nodded, his face full of excitement. Now we should be the third force besides Marine and pirates. No one dares to underestimate us. When Bullet said this, it immediately aroused discussion among the students on site. Now that they have decided to take a different path from Marine and pirates, what should their current organization be called? Everyone looked at Mitt in unison, casting questioning glances. Mitt smiled slightly, took a sip of tea, and said calmly. Sakazuki, answer me, what do we stand for now? Justice, Sakazuki said firmly, his tone firm. Why did we leave Marine? Mitt asked again. Because Marine has now become a lackey of the Celestial Dragons and trampled on justice. Sakazuki's voice grew louder. That's right. Mitt slammed the table with a dazzling light in his eyes. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and looked directly at Mitt. Since Marine has trampled on the banner of justice, Mitt said loudly. Then it's up to us to take over this flag. From now on, the Justice Army is officially established. Gion also became excited along with everyone else and subconsciously stood up. Long live the Righteous Army. The students did not hesitate and shouted in unison. Long live the Righteous Army. Mitt suppressed his smile and placed his eyes on the map hanging on the wall. The place marked Marigioa on the map has been marked with a red cross. The goal is already very clear, it is world government. Just as Mitt expected, the attack on the Justice Army and Naval Headquarters quickly shocked the whole world. Everyone is talking about these two things, and no one is immune. Some people have vaguely noticed that the world situation is about to change dramatically. Beast's pirates. Kaido is drinking in the base. He stared at the newspaper in his hand, the smile on his face growing. Wororororo. Kaido finally couldn't help it and laughed loudly. I knew Mitt wouldn't stay at Marine forever, and he turned out to be the opposite. Plague Quinn on the side said bitterly. We were still blocking us before, but now we have finally become the enemy of the world government. This guy Mitt's situation will definitely get worse and worse. Yan Yanjin didn't say a word, his eyes remained on the newspaper. Except for Mitt, don't forget about Whitebeard and Golden Lion joining forces, Yan Liangjin said. Although naval headquarters was empty at the time, they did succeed. Kaido smiled and said casually. No matter what, the situation on the sea will definitely become more and more complicated. We can't be absent. The three disasters all nodded, they had found a new base. Although it is still accumulating strength, it will soon be able to return to the sea for hegemony. Now Kaido and his gang have made up their mind that they will also have their share of the turbulent sea in the future. Kaido's goal has never changed, that is to dominate the entire sea. Todo Land Kingdom, after this period of repairs, has finally regained some of its vitality. However, it has not fully recovered yet, so the Bigman pirates are recuperating these days. But at this moment, a piece of news broke the peace within the Charlotte family. Mama, Charlotte Linlin, like Kaido, was laughing loudly. Parasparrow and Owen also smiled happily. Advertisement. I was originally worried that Marine's power would be too strong, but I didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. Please give me flowers 0, Mom, Mitt has now become the #1 enemy of the world government, and our pressure will be reduced a lot. Parasparrow said immediately. It's not that simple, Charlotte Linlin waved her hand. That guy Mitt is not that easy to deal with. Charlotte Linlin was very angry that Mitt took away her son, but she also collected a lot of information about Mitt these days. Angry as she was, Charlotte Linlin still had to pay attention to this man. No matter what, the world situation will definitely be chaotic for a while. Parasparrow also thought of this. Now that Golden Lion and Whitebeard have joined forces, I'm afraid they won't let other forces go. Mitt said that world government should be happy, but don't forget that there are Golden Lion and Whitebeard. It can be said that the current Wanguo is definitely no match for both of them, and must increase its strength as soon as possible. Charlotte Linlin also thought of this, and her smile quickly faded. Charlotte Linlin touched her chin with a thoughtful expression. It seems that we have to find a way to deal with the current situation. Not only Charlotte Linlin, but other forces around the world also thought of this. Everyone knows that a more chaotic era is coming. Ha 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 ha. Roger Pirates, Captain's laughter is still hearty. What he held in his hand was today's newspaper. Seeing Roger laughing, Rayleigh was a little worried. He put down the wineglass and said to Roger, Roger, it was easy to say in the past, but I'm afraid it's difficult for us to be immune to the current situation. Not only Marine and World Government, Mitt, Golden Lion and Whitebeard have joined forces, as well as forces large and small. 0.0 Marine's power is weak, but it also gives other forces the opportunity to develop and grow. Rayleigh is sure that the next battle will be more intense. What you said makes sense, after laughing, Roger said. But we can only accept it, can't we? Roger seemed very open-minded and not worried about the next situation at all. If we couldn't even deal with this situation, we wouldn't have gotten all the way here. Roger sighed. When we played against rocks, I really didn't expect that Zephyr would develop to this point. Speaking of which, I haven't met him yet. During the Valley of the Gods, Roger only met Mitt, but he can no longer remember it clearly. He now wanted to see what this man who stirred up the world situation was like. We will meet sooner or later, Rayleigh replied. As long as we keep moving towards our goal, we will definitely meet them. Haha. Roger smiled, looking expectant and excited. The world is getting more and more interesting, and we can't miss it. Rayleigh, get ready and join me on Raftel. Rayleigh nodded heavily, with a smile on her face. Of course, my captain. An island somewhere in the sea is the new base of both Golden Lion and Whitebeard. They had arranged a second base long ago and arrived here quickly after attacking the naval headquarters. Really, our limelight was still stolen by that guy Mitt. Golden Lion Shiki put down the newspaper with a bit of displeasure on his face. What's the point? Whitebeard didn't think it mattered. Gu la 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 la. He laughed and pointed to the flag in the field. The naval headquarters flag is here, who can do it? Golden Lion Shiki also smiled and agreed with Whitebeard's statement. Although they took advantage of them, there were no broken rules in the war between pirates. For them, this is 10 outright victories. Open black lens bracket 013903323 Filu 100,581,031 close black lens bracket. What's more, Mitt officially quits Marine, which also greatly reduces the pressure on Golden Lion. The two things added together naturally overshadowed the previous defeat of Beehive Island. Wiping the drink from the corner of his mouth, Golden Lion Shiki continued. Our goal is more than that, so be prepared. Whitebeard heard Golden Lion say this and immediately looked at him. Both of them saw the flame of ambition from each other, and their momentum collided in the air. You're right. Whitebeard grinned. Our goal is definitely more than that. All the pirates at the scene looked over, and their laughter gradually stopped. Whitebeard suddenly shouted loudly, let's go to the last place. Only we will dominate the sea in the future, yes. In an instant, the shouts shook the sky, and everyone's eyes seemed to be bursting with flames. Everyone knows that a more intense and grand war is coming. And they will definitely stand at the end and dominate this sea. The turmoil caused by this time is still continuing. But in Wanokuni, the previous situation has been restored. For the Wanokuni nationals, Marine base just changed a flag, nothing else changed. Even because of this incident, Wanokuni refused entry from many countries. Chapter 59. The Battle of Flower Street, a showdown between the two powers. Wanokuni has always been relatively closed-minded, and everyone quickly accepted the current situation. At this time, Wanokuni Flower Street was full of people, and men and women were laughing. Bullet strode out, not forgetting to look back and ask Kuzan and Rosinante. Kuzan, are you sure this place is fun? Kuzan looked at Rosinante and Katakuri next to him and nodded immediately. Of course, otherwise Mr. Mitt wouldn't come here often. What do you think, Perusalino? Bullet pulled Porosalino, who was in front of him on the left. Perusalino was staring at other places just now, looking at it with great interest. Facing Bullet's inquiry, Perusalino smiled slightly. Bullet, it seems you have never been to a place like this. Bullet blushed. Perusalino was indeed right. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to come here under the instigation of Rosinante and Kuzan. You must know that Bullet's injury has not healed yet, and Teacher Mitt has explicitly prohibited them from acting without permission. Oh, let's just find a store and go in, Rosinante said hurriedly. It would be over if Teacher Mitt finds out. They all came here secretly, and Kuzan, Rosinante, and Katakuri all came here secretly many times. Only Sakazuki didn't come with him. Of course, he was very loyal and said he would not report to Mitt. Otherwise Bullet would drag Sakazuki into the water. Hearing what Rosinante said, Bullet became even more eager. He hurriedly pulled Kuzan, and the group quickly got into a shop that was not very conspicuous. Kuzan and Rosinante finally found this, so they don't have to worry about being discovered. Of course, this store charges more expensively, but it also doubles as a pub, so it's acceptable. It was indeed the first time for Bullet to be surrounded by a group of women. He was still reserved at first, but soon he started to smile. They specially booked a room, drank and had fun, and watched the dance of the white, 730 flowers. Of course, this atmosphere did not last long. In the store, a young man wearing a black hat was drinking alcohol. He walked in suddenly and directly rejected the singer who approached him, saying he wanted to drink. In addition to the dishes on the table, there is also a sword. Although this sword was not unsheathed, the aura it exuded made people secretly frightened. Everyone in the store recognized this man as an outsider and were secretly surprised. You must know that the number of outsiders in Wanokuni has greatly reduced now. Why can this man get laid? And judging from the condition of his body, this man's clothes were covered in dust and torn in many places. You can tell at a glance that this man's journey before coming here was definitely not an easy one. It's just that this man is so imposing that no one in the store dares to act rashly. After all, they are all open for business, so there is no need to pay attention to the origin of the guests. But things soon change. The man in the black hat ate a lot of food and drank a lot of wine in one go, scanning the scene with his eagle-like eyes. I don't know when, but no one has served the food. Frowning slightly, the man knocked on the table. The shopkeeper immediately came to greet him, accompanied by several strong men. Excuse me, what can I do? The shopkeeper smiled and subconsciously glanced at the sword on the table. Serving. The man took a sip of wine and spat out these two words coldly. I'm sorry. The shopkeeper hesitated when he spoke. This customer, can you please pay first, and we will continue serving the food right away. The shopkeeper saw that the man kept eating more and more, so he wanted to ask the other party to pay the bill in advance. As soon as the question was asked, the man paused slightly and then said, I don't have any money. 2. Before he finished speaking, the expression of the strong man next to the shopkeeper changed immediately and he stepped closer. I still want to eat when I have no money. Do you want to die? The shopkeeper said fiercely, without caring about the other person's expression, and secretly pointed at the man's nose. Now let us search you and hand over your valuables, no default. The man originally wanted to communicate with the store, but was a little irritated by their attitude. Just as he was about to speak, two strong men rushed towards the swords placed on the table. Wanokuni is a great sword-making country, so it is natural that this sword is worth a lot of money. The man subconsciously reached out and pulled the sword back, and at the same time swung the two strong men away. With a bang, two strong men bumped into the next table, and the dishes fell to the ground in an instant. The shopkeeper didn't hesitate and shouted directly. Robbery! Someone is robbing! The next moment, the thug who had been watching eagerly nearby quickly rushed towards the man. The man's face did not change, he just held the unsheathed sword in his hand and struck with lightning. In the room on the second floor, Perusalino's eyes suddenly moved. He noticed what was going on downstairs. What's wrong? Bullet was still immersed in the gentle land and asked subconsciously. There is movement below, Katakuri said immediately. Who is it? Perusalino asked. I don't know, it shouldn't be Mr. Mitt, Katakuri said immediately. What they are most worried about now is Teacher Mitt. When Bullet heard this, he was relieved, but before he could continue to sit down, heartbreaking shouts came from below. Advertisement! Someone is robbing someone, they're going to kill someone. Several people at the scene started immediately and rushed out of the room as soon as possible. They will never allow anyone to make trouble in front of them and bully civilians. As soon as this man swung away the strong man who rushed towards him, he noticed an extremely powerful aura. His face changed slightly and he quickly blocked the sword in front of him. It belongs to your grandfather, don't cause trouble. Bullet was the first to take action, punching him quickly. Boom. The strong impact knocked the man out of the store, and Bullet quickly jumped onto the street. Kuzan originally wanted to go up and help, but was stopped by Perusalino. Perusalino just shook his head and said that he would let Bullet deal with it alone. He knows Bullet very well and knows the opponent and likes to play against strong players. Especially this time the reason was very legitimate and Bullet drank a lot. Bullet's face turned red, he breathed out the smell of alcohol and his aura quickly rose. You're a pretty good guy, but you're just too much of an A*hole. Just as the man was about to explain, Bullet punched him. Blocking the impact, even he was angry now. Without hesitation, the man slowly pulled out the sword in his hand, and the blade shone brightly in the sunlight. Mahawk, this is the name of the person who sent you away. In the Wanokuni base office, Mitt is still drinking tea slowly. Gion came in and reported the current situation to him. Bullet, Perusalino, Katakuri, Kuzan and Rosinante are not in the base, Gion said helplessly. She thought about it for a moment and knew where these guys were going. Gion could only express his helplessness and couldn't help but continue. Master Mitt, why don't you just capture them? Especially that Bullet, his injury hasn't healed yet. Don't worry, Mitt said calmly, looking at the report submitted by Zun. It contains various information, including a list of foreigners entering and exiting Wanokuni. Now entering and exiting Wanokuni requires Mitt's consent, so if a stranger appears, he will know immediately. Gion saw the report that Mitt was paying attention to and explained. The man appeared to have come to Wanokuni from somewhere else and did not enter the port directly. I'm afraid he might have climbed directly onto the rock wall outside Wanokuni. Do you know who he is? Mitt asked. Gion paused and replied, if I guess correctly, it should be Mahawk, the pirate hunter who became famous some time ago. Mahawk is said to be very young, but his swordsmanship is quite strong, Gion said, frowning. He probably didn't come to Wanokuni to deal with us. The world government has listed Mitt and the others as their #1 enemy, and the fact that a pirate hunter actually appears here makes Gion think otherwise. But Mitt was obviously not worried at all and just stood up suddenly. Come on, come with me to see him. Gion was stunned for a moment, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Scratching the other person's nose, Mitt smiled on his face. The next student is him. On the streets of Wanokuni Flower Street, the battle between Bullet and Mahawk has just begun. Kuzan and others quickly protected the innocent people around them at the beginning of the battle. The atmosphere between the two of them was very broad, and Kuzan and the others didn't want to affect other people. Bullet is also somewhat restrained, but not very powerful. He has developed his emission skills to a very high level, and his momentum is impressive. But Mahawk's movements were very agile, and he kept dodging Bullet's fists and taking advantage of the situation to attack the weak spots. Bullet's open and close style of play was easily seen through by Mahawk, and for a while the two sides were neck and neck. Perusalino touched his chin and watched with relish. Katakuri said solemnly, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Bullet to capture this man. He is right, although Bullet is powerful, it cannot hit Mahawk at all. Unless Bullet intensifies his efforts, the buildings on Flower Street will be destroyed. In addition, Bullet was injured and his strength was not fully utilized. Comparing the two, Katakuri didn't think Bullet could win the opponent. Perusalino nodded with a smile, raised his finger, and the laser quickly focused on it. But before it could launch, it was stopped by Kuzan. There is no need to take action for the time being, Kuzan said solemnly, otherwise Bullet will be angry. Bullet doesn't want anyone to interfere in his battle unless the enemy is very powerful. But judging from the current situation, it is far from that time. Perusalino shook his head, not understanding Nanzan and Bullet's persistence. Rosinante is quite worried about Bullet's condition. It would not be good if the old injury relapses during the battle. Sure enough, Rosinante's hunch was right. Bullet rushed towards Mahawk in one breath and successfully grabbed the opponent's shoulder. Just when he was about to hit him with a hammer, the wound on his body burst open and his movements immediately stopped. This kind of pause is a big mistake in a duel between strong men. Mahawk didn't hesitate and slashed through with his sword. Bullet had to use his arms to resist, and with a bang, he flew backwards. Mahawk caught up with him and was about to cut off Bullet's head with this sword. Not good, Kuzan and others' expressions changed drastically. At this time, even if the fastest Perusalino takes action, it is already too late. Advertisement Bullet subconsciously gritted his teeth, seeing that Mahawk's sword was about to fall. But the tip of the sword stopped right in front of Bullet's nose, causing a violent impact. Bullet jumped up from the ground and watched as Mahawk put the sword back. Why don't you take action? Bullet said solemnly. Although it was because of his poor condition, Bullet did not think that the opponent should not use his sword. Mahawk pointed his sword to the ground and replied calmly. For the sake of fairness. As soon as this statement came out, Bullet and everyone else were slightly stunned. Then he couldn't help but smile. Bullet laughed even more. Ha 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 ha. I won't agree with you doing this. Immediately afterwards, Bullet's eyes flashed, and his momentum suddenly exploded. It's clear that Bullet is ready to go all out. He believes that this can be regarded as complete respect for the opponent. The same goes for Mihawk, his momentum rising rapidly, holding swords in both hands. The sword in his hand was filled with black energy, and the sword energy released was even more dazzling. Kuzan's face changed slightly and he said hurriedly. No, Bullet is going to take action. Hurry up and escort everyone. Everyone knows how destructive Bullet can be when he is serious, so Kuzan and others immediately took action. But they still underestimated the power of Bullet and Mihawk. Just as the two sides collided, an extremely terrifying shockwave quickly swept across the entire flower street. The people around them couldn't help but scream in despair. They had no place to hide. At this moment, a wall of fire suddenly rose from the ground, forming a circle and actually blocking the impact. It's Teacher Mitt. Kuzan shouted immediately, his voice trembling with excitement. They did not hesitate and immediately took action together to control the shockwave. The sky-high smoke engulfed the entire scene, and in the open space, the battle between the two men was over. Bullet looked at himself, who was in a mess, and Mihawk, who was also in a mess, and grinned. At the same moment, the two men took action again, delivering the final blow. But before the two of them could get close to each other, they were hit to the ground by Mitt's fists at the same time. Bullet and Mihawk couldn't resist at all and were directly smashed into the pit. Looking blankly at the man who suddenly appeared, Mihawk seemed to know who he was. Mr. Mitt. Bullet's voice trembled, and he had already noticed that he was impulsive. If we hadn't drank too much, the group relationship wouldn't have reached this level. Who would have thought that the cause of the incident was just Mihawk eating the Overlord meal? And Mihawk didn't say what he just wanted to say until now. I never thought about not paying. After finishing speaking, he and Bullet fainted at the same time. Mitt couldn't help shaking his head, but a smile appeared on his face. You guys are really capable of causing trouble. Justice Army Base. Both Bullet and Mihawk were sent to the infirmary for treatment. They caused a lot of trouble today, and Kuzan, Rosinante and others have been apologizing. Of course, Mitt would not let them go so easily and insisted on punishing them. Even if he violated his orders, he almost caused huge damage. Many people in Waji still have lingering fears about 2.1. In order to appease the people's emotions, a lot of things need to be done. Mitt directly arranged for Kuzan and others to go to Waji to apologize and deal with the aftermath, while he himself came to the infirmary. In the infirmary, Bullet and Mihawk have regained consciousness. The two of them didn't know each other before, and now they were chatting. Mitt heard Bullet's laughter before he walked in. Ha ha ha. Bullet laughed. So you came to Wanokuni to challenge the swordsman. Then you have come to the right place. There are many swordsmen in Wanokuni. There are indeed many swordsmen in Wanokuni, and many of them have joined the Justice Army recently. Now the Justice Army seems to have taken over Wanokuna's armaments, but it is still under the name of the daimyo. Mihawk still looked serious and nodded. My goal is to become the world's best swordsman, and I must challenge all swordsmen in the world. After a pause, Mihawk continued. At the same time, I also want to see Wanokuna's sword. As he said this, Mihawk's eyes flashed, obviously very determined about this. Then you can't eat the king's meal either. Bullet talked about what happened just now. You didn't hear the end of what I said, Mihawk said in response. Bullet scratched his head. Was he really wrong just now? Before he could continue to speak, Mitt stepped in. Bullet was immediately startled and shouted hurriedly. Teacher Mitt. His expression was like that of a student who had been caught doing something bad, unable to look directly at Mitt. Mitt glanced at Bullet briefly and focused on Mihawk. You must be Mihawk. Bounty hunter. Mihawk's eyes narrowed, and he was keenly aware of the aura emanating from Mitt. This is a swordsman's unique intuition. Mihawk is sure that the opponent's swordsmanship is not low. Chapter 63 Party Reaction, Target Wanokuni. What's more, it's not like Mihawk doesn't know who Mitt is. Mitt is famous for his flaming sword, and he even has the aura of being the best swordsman in the world. Without hesitation, Mihawk immediately got off the bed and gripped his sword. Bullet was shocked and said hurriedly, What do you want to do? He didn't expect that Mihawk would react so strongly when Mr. Mitt came. Mitt just smiled at this and didn't care at all about Mihawk's posture. If you want to challenge me, you must heal your injuries first. Mihawk was slightly startled. The other party was indeed right. He was definitely not his opponent now. Mihawk said in a deep voice while staring at Mitt closely. I came to Wanokuni just to challenge a swordsman like you. There is no room for you to refuse. Then come back to Tianyang Mountain at noon in 2 days, Mitt said calmly. I accept your challenge. Hearing Mitt say this, a smile immediately appeared on Mihawk's face. He knew that Mitt would definitely agree. This is the pride of being a swordsman. No swordsman will refuse others' challenge to him. However, Mitt actually accepted the challenge because he had other plans. Then he said, if you lose to me, then stay and become my teacher. This is Mitt's true purpose. Bullet echoed from the side. That sounds good, Mihawk, you can be my junior brother. He wasn't worried about Mitt at all and already thought who was the winner in the end. Mihawk just snorted coldly and said in a deep voice. Don't think I'm going to lose. Mitt just smiled and ignored Mihawk's statement. He continued. Then you should recover from your injuries as soon as possible and see the real chapter in 2 days. After saying that, Mitt left the infirmary on his own initiative. Before leaving, he gave Bullet a meaningful look. Bullet trembled and smiled bitterly. It seems that he will face a lot of punishment next. Mihawk closed his eyes and began to recharge his batteries in preparation for the duel. After walking out of the infirmary, Gion walked towards Mitt. Mitt-sama, there is no new news about the Naval Headquarters resistance, Gion said seriously. She has been paying attention to Naval Headquarters 23 these days and reports every day. Of course Gion was a little confused about Marine's delay in taking action. As if he knew what Gion was thinking, Mitt spoke. Don't think too much, Marine will definitely take action recently. Their home was stolen last time, so they will definitely be fully prepared this time. It's the same here. Yes, Gion nodded, showing firm eyes. Don't worry, if there is any trouble, I will report it immediately. Mitt said, smiling and ruffling Gion's hair, then I'll wait and see. He said wait and see, of course referring to Naval Headquarters. Everyone knows that Marine will never give up. Now the newly established Justice Army needs a big victory to gain a foothold in the world. This can be said to be a battle to establish prestige and cannot fail. Naval Headquarters Marineford. As Mitt expected, Marine was indeed preparing to go out again. In the conference room, Kong glanced at everyone present and said in a deep voice. The fleet must have arrived. We're all here. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. Now it's just a matter of appointing someone to go and defeat Mitt. In addition to the Marine, the world government's fleet will also be dispatched when the time comes. Then let Sengoku go, Kong said proactively. Both he and Garp have been to Wanokuni and know the situation there better. Sengoku looked serious and nodded slightly. Garp also said nothing. He did not want to participate in this crusade. Fortunately, after what happened last time, someone must be guarding the naval headquarters, and Kong didn't mention Garp's name. Crane Vice Admiral continued. Sengoku alone is certainly not enough, why not let? Before she finished speaking, Zephyr volunteered. Let me go with Sengoku, I spent some time in Wanokuni before. Okay, it's just in time for you to go, Kong nodded and said immediately. Then Zephyr and Sengoku will lead the team and launch a buster call on Wanokuni. As he spoke, his expression became serious and his voice was full of murderous intent. Mitt openly defied the world government, which greatly damaged Marine's prestige. In this crusade, he must be captured and publicly executed. Don't forget our Marine creed. For justice in the world, action must win. All Marine executives nodded heavily, their faces firm. At this point, conflict is inevitable, Beast's pirates. Kaido regards this island located near New World as his base. But in the past few days, the island has experienced subsidence. This forced Kaido to find another stronghold again. Damn it. Jack the Drow said bitterly, if it hadn't been for that Mitt, we would have taken root in Wanokuni. Where is the need to look for a stronghold everywhere? Advertisement before this, Kaido had led the Beast's pirates to win a lot of territory. But no island is as good as Wanokuni, and new problems have arisen this time. Kaido also had a serious face and poured wine into his mouth. Putting the wine glass down heavily, Kaido said solemnly. We must find a way to get Wanokuni back. No matter what, Kaido wants to get Wanokuni back from Mitt. At this moment, Yan disaster fell from the sky and reported the latest news to Kaido. Among them, Marine's actions attracted Kaido's attention. Kaido's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly, are you sure Marine is actually gathering a fleet? That's right. Yan Liangjin nodded and said, the action over there should be about to start. Okay. Kaido suddenly clapped his hands, his face full of excitement. This is a great opportunity. Master Kaido, what do you mean? Plague Quinn asked subconsciously. There's no need to say more. Jack the Drow also laughed. Marine must want to go to Wanokuni to deal with Mitt. Isn't this our chance? When Marine and Mitt are both defeated, we will rush in and catch them all in one go. Then Wanokuni will be ours. Jack the Drow became more and more excited as he spoke, and his tone was extremely exciting. Kaido couldn't help laughing either. Wororo. Children, get ready, let's set off towards Wanokuni. We must take advantage of this opportunity to capture Wanokuni. Yes. Mihawk's injury healed quickly, and he was almost fully recovered the next day. Since the day for the duel had not yet come, he took the opportunity to visit the base of the Justice Army. The members of the Justice Army train every day and learn under Mitt. Bullet and others got into trouble. Not only did they have to do more work in Wanokuni, they also had to participate in training. Although Mihawk did not join in, he listened a few times. Mitt didn't care, not minding Mihawk listening. I have to say that Mitt's teachings are indeed very useful. Mihawk gained a lot from just listening. This made him even more amazed at Mitt, and his evaluation of him also improved. The time soon came before noon the next day, and Mihawk headed to Tianyang Mountain early to prepare. Before leaving, Bullet and others also cheered Mihawk and wished him success. Of course, none of these students thought Mihawk could beat Mitt. At this moment, Mitt summoned these students to his office. Sakazuki, Kuzan, Perusalino, Bullet, Katakuri and Rosinante were all standing in front of Mitt's desk. Mitt didn't waste any time and said straight to the point. Marine is starting to take action. Bullet and others originally thought that Mitt wanted to wait for the duel, but they did not expect that he would be connected with Marine. Everyone looked surprised. They didn't expect Marine to move so quickly. Looking at everyone present, Mitt continued. You should prepare for defense immediately, I will be back soon. Mitt-sensei. Sakazuki said immediately, since Marine is going to attack, why not put off the duel for a while longer? In response, Mitt just smiled and asked, can't you stop Marine if I'm not here? Of course not, Bullet said immediately, with fire dancing in his eyes. Mr. Mitt, don't worry, we won't let you down. Although Mr. Mitt is going to duel with Mihawk, he will not participate in the battle for the time being. But this is exactly what Bullet meant. He has long wanted to fight those Marine Admirals. Kuzan also nodded and echoed, we will definitely stop Marine's attack, please don't worry. Okay. Mitt smiled and said, these are my students. He said, standing up from his position, it's almost time, I'm going to Tianyang Mountain. I'll leave the Marine matter to you. All the students present looked at each other and then nodded heavily. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Mitt himself disappeared from the scene. The students also immediately went to make preparations to resist Marine. They knew that Marine would definitely attack Wanokuni from 2 directions, so they went to prepare defenses in advance. There are not many places where Wanokuni can attack. As long as Marine is not stupid, they will definitely choose these 2 places. Marine is certainly not stupid, especially since Sengoku and Zephyr are leading the team this time. As soon as they set off, they decided on a battle plan. Attack Wanokuni from 2 directions and break through the enemy's weak points. Everyone knows how powerful Mitt is, and an admiral must be there to stop this man. And Mitt will not be separated from technique. Once he goes in one direction, the other direction will be a breakthrough. Standing on the deck, Sengoku emphasized the battle plan again. Zephyr looked serious, facing the fierce sea breeze. Have you made up your mind, Sengoku? Zephyr suddenly asked. In fact, the previous actions of Sengoku and Garp could not be hidden from Zephyr at all. Zephyr knew something about Sengoku and Garp, and knew that they had let things slip before. Sengoku's face was slightly stunned, and he quickly understood what Zephyr meant. Don't worry, I won't make the same mistake again, Sengoku said solemnly. This operation must be successful. Kaishi has been our enemy for a long time. That's right. Zephyr nodded. Mitt left Marine without authorization and formed the so-called Justice Army. Advertisement, this is absolutely intolerable to world government. As Marines, we have the duty to defeat this man. Sengoku stands next to Zephyr, facing the sea in the distance. Look. He didn't speak for a long time, until finally, he sighed quietly. You're right. But are Sengoku and Zephyr really unshakable in their hearts? Do they really have no problem with world government? No one has said it clearly now, and all that remains on their faces is deep solemnity. Marines are on the move, and so are the pirates. The duel between Mitt and Mihawk is about to begin. The sea wind is getting stronger and stronger, and an unprecedented storm is about to begin. Tianyang Mountain. This is a mountain range in Wanokuni. The name was given by Mitt as a training base for the Justice Army. For today's duel, a large area has been cleared here. When Mitt arrived, Mihawk had been waiting for a long time. Mihawk was seen stuck on the ground, exuding a lonely murderous aura. His whole body seemed like a sword stuck in the ground by Guo Guo. A pair of sharp hawk eyes looked at Mitt, and Mihawk's momentum rose. He gripped the hilt tightly, drew the sword from behind, and pointed it at Mitt. Mitt praised. What a sword! Pull it out, Mihawk said coldly. Mitt also reached out and pulled out Ryujin Jaka. The moment it was pulled out, sparks flew everywhere, flames flowed throughout the sword body, and the surrounding temperature suddenly became a little hotter. Mihawk's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course he knew how powerful Mitt's sword was. Even his black sword is probably not comparable now. But Mihawk was not afraid, instead he became more and more excited. This is the instinct of a swordsman. It is the long-cherished wish of all swordsmen to be able to compete with such a powerful opponent. With almost no hesitation, Mihawk slashed towards Mitt without saying a word. The green sword energy was released and immediately set off a violent impact, locking 887 to immobilize Mitt. Mitt just smiled and lightly swiped his sword outward. The hot wind blew and the sword was easily resolved. Of course Mihawk knew that this sword would definitely be diffused, he just wanted to get close to the opponent quickly. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Mihawk appeared in front of Mitt. There was a clang, and the 2 men clashed their weapons. The impact of the explosion quickly spread outward. The trees shook violently under the impact, and became more and more violent. The duel officially began. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding and were constantly testing their swordsmanship. This is a competition between swordsmen, a more pure duel. The outcome of this victory had already been determined in the first encounter. Not only Mitt knows it, Mihawk also knows it. Still, Mihawk kept swinging the sword, and kept swinging the sword. He cannot and will not give up his dignity as a swordsman. In the waters outside Wanokuni, Sengoku and Zephyr each led a fleet and attacked in different directions. One of them is in the east and the other in the west. No matter how fast Mitt is, it cannot support 2 places at the same time. On the east coast, Zephyr crossed his arms and stood on the deck. He had already seen the guards on the coast ahead, most of whom were Marines before. Unable to help but sigh, Zephyr's eyes became firm. Now that things have happened, there is no turning back. Responsible for the defense of the east coast were Rosinante, Bullet and Perusolino. As the main attacker, of course, it is Bullet himself. Almost as soon as the warship ahead was about to fire, Bullet took action. Following him were countless coastal defense cannons. Bullet is standing on the cannonball, falling forward together Marine. Death! Bullet yelled, leaping into the air. His fist was pitch black, already covering armament Haki, and he rushed towards him with extremely powerful momentum. Zephyr also jumped into the air, also extended his fist, and collided with Bullet in the air. With a bang, the impact of the fists of the two men actually knocked away the cannonballs fired by both sides. Even the floating clouds in the sky were swept away by them. Of course, although Bullet's punch is powerful, it is still no match for Zephyr. The next moment, Bullet was beaten back by Zephyr. Bullet! Rosinante's face changed slightly and he rushed towards the opponent. At this moment, Perusolino on the side also took action. With a laser kick, countless golden lasers shot directly at Zephyr. Zephyr waved his fist and scattered all the flying lasers. Suddenly, golden light and explosions occurred everywhere in the sky, and Zephyr's speed became faster and faster. Soon, Zephyr successfully logged into Wanokuni. For a strong man like him, this is not something difficult to accomplish. As soon as he landed, Bullet's attack struck again. Following him this time was the laser emitted by Perusolino. Bullet was shouting while attacking. Rosinante, take command and stop Marine. 3 nanometers Chapter 61 Fight against Sengoku, the determination of the students. Rosinante was about to come over to help, but when she heard what Bullet said, she nodded immediately. He jumped moonwalk and began to seriously respond to the attack from the surface fleet. Bullet, on the other hand, had already received a heavy punch from Zephyr. Zephyr's punch was very powerful, hitting Bullet directly in the face. But Bullet stood up and punched Zephyr back. At the same time, Perusolino from behind fired a laser, forcing Zephyr to let go temporarily. Zephyr jumped back, his expression still serious, looking at the two young people in front of him. You are all good prospects, Zephyr suddenly said. Why did you leave Marine? Zephyr still relented, he had feelings for these young people. These are passionate young men who will be the pillars of Marine in the future. But now they are standing on the opposite side of Zephyr. Bullet wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, knowing that he was no match for Zephyr. But even so, Bullet had no intention of backing down. We are for justice in the world, Bullet said without hesitation. Marine can no longer represent justice, so why stay in it? Zephyr knew the other party would say this and couldn't help but sigh. You young people don't know the power of world government. If you want to uphold justice, you need to pay a price. Stop talking nonsense. Bullet frowned. If anything happens, I will tell you the truth, don't think you will win. Haha. Zephyr just smiled at this, but his aura began to rise rapidly. He was ready to take action. Perusolino noticed Zephyr's aura, his face changed slightly, and he hurriedly spoke out. Bullet, be careful. The words just fell. Zephyr suddenly rushed towards Bullet. The speed was so fast that even Bullet didn't react to what he saw. Bullet was shocked and quickly punched to block it. At the same time, an extremely domineering aura erupted from his body. It was Conquerors Haki. He has learned Conquerors Haki to play outward, and even his entanglement skills have improved. But Bullet underestimated how terrifying Zephyr armament Haki was. Even with Bullet's attack, Zephyr was still able to punch. At the critical moment, Perusolino swung his sword and together with Bullet blocked Zephyr's punch. The two sides clashed violently and then fought together again. Perusolino and Bullet had serious expressions and did not dare to neglect at all. Zephyr used both fists to suppress the two of them even if they were 1 against 2. The battle is getting more intense. Wanokuni West Coast. The situation here is much milder than in the east. At least Sengoku was willing to talk to the guards to the east. The east side is led by Katakuri, Kuzan and Sakazuki to guard. Sengoku immediately saw them standing on the shore. Are you really sure you want to be an enemy of Marine? Sengoku did not forget to persuade the opponent to surrender. You are all from Marine, so you naturally know how powerful the world government is. If this continues, you will only die. Hearing Sengoku's shouting, Kuzan could only sneer. Sengoku Admiral, we have made a decision, there is no need for you to talk so much. Sakazuki also said in a deep voice, now that things have happened, we have long decided to open up a new path. What can the so-called world government do? It cannot represent justice on the sea. Sakazuki firmly believes that Mitt can lead them to defend justice. This is also the reason why Sakazuki follows Mitt wholeheartedly. He didn't think that Marine, who had become a lackey of the Celestial Dragons, could represent justice. Of course Sengoku knew what Sakazuki and Kuzan meant, and his expression changed slightly. He sighed and then said, it seems that you have made up your mind. Then there's nothing I can do. After speaking, he waved his hand back. Fire! Immediately afterwards, countless artillery shells were fired towards the west coast. The shells poured quickly towards the shore like a heavy rain. Sakazuki didn't hesitate, he punched out with both fists, and the lava rushed into the sky like a volcano erupting. Meteor volcano. Countless flaming meteors and shells fired from coastal defense artillery flew towards the Marine warship. The barrages from both sides exploded in the air one after another, causing the impact to make the ground and sea tremble. Sengoku rose into the air, transformed into a golden Buddha, and rushed towards the coast. Sakazuki was activating Meteor Volcano, so Kuzan jumped out to block it. He first threw several ice spears at the charging Sengoku, and then radiated cold air all over his body. The white aura quickly filled the surroundings, and Kuzan wanted to use this to create an ice prison to trap Sengoku. But Sengoku would not be trapped so easily. He shouted and slapped Kuzan several times. Thousand Buddha palm backquote. Countless golden palm prints blasted over, shattering the ice spears and dispersing the surrounding white air. At the same time, Sengoku was already close to Kuzan and struck out like lightning, about to catch him. Advertisement: the Buddha is much larger than Kuzan, so if caught, it will be difficult to escape. Katakuri took the opportunity to take action and transformed into several long rice cakes, covering armament Haki and swinging them up and down. The rice cake swept towards Sengoku and hit him in the waist. With a bang, Sengoku was disturbed, giving Kuzan a chance to escape. Kuzan dodged, and when he was about to be caught, he suddenly transformed into an element and slipped below in one breath. At the same time, cold air burst out from his whole body and he rushed straight to Sengoku's face. Unexpectedly, Sengoku refused to dodge and hit his head hard, breaking the air conditioner and even hitting Kuzan himself. Kuzan spat out a mouthful of blood and was hit hard to the ground. Kuzan. Katakuri was shocked. Before he could react, the rice cake he transformed into was caught in Sengoku's hand. As soon as Sengoku pulled him in, Katakuri rushed towards him. His right palm shot out quickly and hit Katakuri hard. Katakuri hurriedly protected his body with a glutinous ball, but was still beaten by Sengoku's palm until he almost vomited blood. If Katakuri hadn't foreseen a hint of danger, he might not have reacted so quickly. Both men were photographed on the ground, while Sengoku continued to float in the air. "Aren't you surrendering now?" Sengoku spoke again. After only 2 rounds of fighting, Sengoku had the upper hand, that's why he said this. But the only answer to Sengoku was Sakazuki's hot lava. Slapping the lava away, Sengoku looked down. Sakazuki, Katakuri and Kuzan stood together, their momentum still undiminished. Even Sengoku saw a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. It was obvious that none of the 3 of them had any intention of surrendering. Sengoku couldn't help but sigh, and then his expression became serious. This time he really wants to be serious. Only by completely defeating the opponent can this battle end. The next moment, the 3 of Sakazuki took action at the same time. Lava, icebergs, and impact are coming straight at Sengoku. Sengoku also kept clapping his palms, creating an insurmountable golden wall of energy in front of him. No matter what kind of attack, there is no way to break through Sengoku's defense. And the artillery fire of the rear fleet is constantly written on the coast. The 3 Sakazukis did not hesitate and approached Sengoku as quickly as possible. At this time, a close attack is necessary. Sengoku also approached them quickly. His palm wind was extremely strong, and his moves were even more swift and violent. Sakazuki and Katakuri kept dodging Sengoku's attacks while trying to counterattack. Kuzan was supporting from the rear, with icebergs, ice spears, and air conditioning all around. Under the influence of Kuzan's air conditioning, Sengoku's speed was indeed a bit slower. But his strongest point is the invincible defense of the Golden Buddha. As long as there is no way to break the defense, this method is not a big deal. The 3 Sakazukis knew this very well, so they all focused on attacking in one place. The intention is obvious, trying to break through Sengoku's defense in this way. Sengoku couldn't help but know that he clapped his hands faster and faster, firmly suppressing the 3 Sakazukis. Dark Hound. A magma burst punch, but Sengoku clapped his hands and blocked it. Sakazuki continued to punch and continuously erupted with lava, trying to disrupt Sengoku's rhythm. He had used all his strength, and this explosion was indeed effective. Sengoku himself didn't expect that Sakazuki's punches would kill him, and his rhythm was suddenly interrupted. Taking advantage of the opportunity created by Sakazuki, Katakuri rushed forward. Using the Nuo fruit ability, Katakuri turned his right hand into a glutinous ball and wrapped it around the trident. At the same time, cover the weapon color and start rotating continuously. The extremely black spiral horn drill stabbed Sengoku with extremely powerful momentum. Katakuri also used emission and all his strength in order to break through Sengoku's defense. Sengoku's face changed slightly, and he immediately prepared to avoid Kataku's attack. But Aokiji Kuzan took action from behind, erupting with a stronger air conditioning. The cold air froze the surrounding space and also made Sengoku's movements slower. Boom! Katakuri's horn struck, hitting Sengoku's chest. The extremely strong impact spread in all directions, and several cracks appeared on the coast. The seawater is churning, and even the whole space is trembling. In an instant, a golden light burst out, occupying the eyes of everyone present. When someone rubbed his eyes to check the situation ahead, he was surprised to find that Sengoku was still floating in the air. The 3 Sakazukis tried their best, but it had no effect. It actually works. I saw Sengoku panting slightly, and golden blood was already flowing out of his chest, shining brightly in the sunlight. The 3 Sakazuki attacks are indeed powerful, but Sengoku can obviously still fight. As for Sakazuki, Katakuri and Kuzan, the current situation is much more embarrassing than Sengoku. Their clothes were in tatters, and their bodies were actually weakened. Sengoku had to admire the perseverance of these young people. It would be great if they were still Marines. But the situation is different now. For the sake of world government and Marine, Sengoku must nip them in the cradle. Sighing, Sengoku's momentum rose again, and golden light shone in the sky. It's already impressive that you can resist to this extent, his voice rang in the air. But that's it for now, it's time to end this battle. The three Sakazukis had firm expressions and were ready to respond. Of course they knew that they were no match for Sengoku, but there was no trace of fear in their eyes. With this momentum, no matter how powerful Sengoku's move is, he will never be able to knock them down. Sengoku didn't hesitate, and a huge golden palm fell from the sky, pressing down on the three Sakazukis. Sakazuki held his head high and prepared for a hard hit. Advertisement: in this confrontation, the winner will definitely be determined. Who can win? Sengoku or Sakazuki? Tianyang Mountain. The duel between Mitt and Mihawk continues. Mihawk's swordsmanship is indeed very good, and his attacks are also very tricky. But he still underestimated Mitt's reaction ability. Basically, as soon as he drew his sword, he was predicted by the opponent. As soon as they met, Kaihuik fell behind. Once he fell into a disadvantage, he had to take greater risks to try to restore the disadvantage. But Mihawk still failed because Mitt didn't give him a chance. Sideways to avoid Mihawk's sword, Mitt suddenly appeared behind him. With a light slash of the sword, the fire flashed across and then exploded out. Mihawk was shaken back by this explosion and subconsciously lost his balance. He secretly screamed that it was not good, but it was too late at this time. Seeing Mitt's sword pointed directly at his throat, Mihawk's eyes widened subconsciously. But to his surprise, Mitt's sword stopped suddenly, and the heat on the sword tip only scratched his throat a little. Mihawk felt his throat was full of blood and swallowed. "Why don't you do it?" he said solemnly. "Because I am the winner," Mitt said with a smile. "The winner has the right to deal with the loser. You should understand this." With a clang, the sword in Mihawk's hand fell to the ground, but he quickly picked it up and held it tightly in his hand. He stared at Mitt with his eyes flickering. "Your swordsmanship is indeed good, but there is still room for improvement," Katie said calmly. He sheathed Ryujin Jaka and turned around. "There is still a long way to go, Mihawk." "I will definitely defeat you, definitely," Mihawk said solemnly. He grasped the hilt of the sword tightly and made up his mind. Even if he becomes Mitt's disciple, he will one day surpass him. Mitt just had a smile on his face, obviously very satisfied. Because the moment Mihawk said these words, a prompt from the system sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket, accepted by Mihawk. Close black lens bracket, congratulations to Mihawk, the SSS level potential student. Close black lens bracket. Reward A-level swordsmanship and unparalleled sword skills upgraded to S level. Reward Conquerors Haki entanglement, system, bring up the panel for me, Mitt thought silently in his mind. The next moment, Mitt's panel appeared in front of him. Mitt. 28 years old, Vice Admiral. Close black lens bracket, power. Asterisk asterisk. Ability. Observation Haki advanced. Armament Haki. Advanced. 6th form, Grandmaster. Close black lens bracket. Conquerors Haki. Advanced, Conquerors Haki, close black lens bracket. Swordsmanship. Level 5 unparalleled sword skills. Open black lens bracket weapon. Ryujin Jaka, Bankai, close black lens bracket, strength, Marine Admiral superior, close black lens bracket. It can be said that because of conquering Mihawk, Mitt's strength has been improved, by Noli. You must know that Mihawk will be the world's greatest swordsman in the future. It can be said that in terms of swordsmanship, he is on par with the red-haired Shanks from 4 Emperors. There may even be Emperor-level strength. That's why the rewards given by the system are so generous, which makes Mitt very satisfied. With Mihawk joining, I am becoming more and more confident about his future plans. Retracting the panel, Mitt looked up at the sky. Of course he noticed the unusual aura. The ground was shaking slightly. Needless to say, the battle had begun. That being the case, Mitt had a smile on his face. Then let's try his current strength. It's time to take action. On the east coast of Wanokuni, the fighting is still fierce. It has to be said that the more disadvantaged the bullet is, the stronger the potential for Bullet to explode. Although Bullet is now covered in scars, his momentum has not weakened at all. Zephyr became more and more frightened as he fought. He also did not expect Bullet and Perusalino to be so difficult to deal with. Zephyr, who originally didn't want to harm their lives, had to kill him now. Bullet punched Zephyr and exchanged punches with him again. This time, black lightning began to wrap around Zephyr's pitch-black fist. Bullet, who was still able to resist, was immediately suppressed, and then the whole person was shot away. Perusalino originally wanted to launch laser support, but he didn't expect Bullet to be defeated so quickly. The next moment, Zephyr appeared in front of him. Fall down. Zephyr shouted in a deep voice, punched out quickly and hit Perusalino hard on the chest. Perusalino couldn't resist Zephyr's fist at all, and in the next moment a deep pit was created on the ground. Sweeping away the rising smoke, Zephyr landed on the ground. Although his clothes were damaged, his momentum was still there and he was just panting slightly. This is your last struggle, but it's still useless. Zephyr shook his head. As he spoke, he walked towards Bullet and Perusalino. Bullet and Perusalino struggled to stand up, still trying to resist. Chapter 62 The Three-Fist Agreement, Zephyr vs. Mitt. But anyone with a discerning eye would know at a glance that they no longer had any strength to resist. Last chance, surrender. Zephyr said solemnly. Bullet snorted and attacked Zephyr again without hesitation. This was looking for death. Zephyr sighed and punched him as well. As long as this punch hits Bullet, he will definitely be in danger. At this moment, a wall of blazing fire suddenly stopped in front of Zephyr, forcing him to retreat subconsciously. Mitt suddenly appeared on the scene and helped the crumbling Bullet. Mitt. Teacher. Bullet struggled to open his eyes. I didn't embarrass you. Mitt smiled and said decisively. No. Grand Line New World. Over the sea, a giant ship was flying rapidly. All the main forces of Beast's pirates were dispatched and quickly headed to their destination. Kaido transforms into the form of a blue dragon and uses his abilities to move the entire ship. Fire Calamity also flapped its wings and flew beside Kaido. Master Kaido, the battle ahead should not be over yet, Yan Liangjin said. Do you want to hover outside for a while first? No need. Kaido sneered. I know how good that Mitt is, and the fight will be over soon. If they want to deal with those Marines, they must capture them quickly. Kaido has not only stepped up his investigation of Marine these days, but has also collected a lot of intelligence from Wanokuni. If Mitt was slow in taking action, needless to say, those students would never be able to withstand Marine's attack. Therefore, Kaido is sure that if Mitt wants to quickly retreat from the enemy, he must use all his strength. Once they arrive, they will only have to deal with the greatly weakened Mitt. Kaido has never forgotten Wanokuna's hatred until now. He will never let go of this golden opportunity to get Wanokuni back. Last time Kaido only took Flame Calamity Ember with him to Wanokuni, so he had to retreat. But this time is different. Kaido has brought all his main forces with him, and he is about to succeed in one blow. Hearing what Kaido said, Yan Banjin nodded and said immediately. Then we will advance at this speed, and then directly attack Mitt's base. You lead a sneak attack to the rear, and I'm going to have a showdown with Mitt, Kaido said coldly. He must die in my hands today. Yes, Yan Liangjin responded immediately. So Kaido and Flame Calamity increased their speed and headed towards Wanokuna's location. At this time Wanokuni, the battle is not over yet. On the west coast, Sakazuki, Katakuri and Kuzan fight against Sengoku. The two sides fought for the final blow and unleashed an astonishing impact. This impact directly affected the defense on the shore and also affected the warships on the sea. The huge waves were so huge that the entire sea surface was rough, and several warships were overturned at once. The situation on the shore is also very bad. There are cracks everywhere. Trees have been uprooted, leaving only a large open space. Sakazuki fell to the ground first, followed by Kuzan, and then Katakuri. With a bang, Sengoku, in the form of a golden Buddha, also hit the ground. He was only half kneeling on the ground, not even touching his body. Although Sengoku was gasping for air and sweat was dripping from his forehead, he did not win. The battle was won. After taking a short rest, Sengoku walked towards Sakazuki and the others. You are indeed tenacious, which is worthy of praise, Sengoku said. He looked at the three Sakazukis and slowly raised his hand. But that's about it. As a Marine, I can't let you continue to grow. If you want to blame it on you not being Marine anymore. A sneer, this expression appeared on both Sakazuki and Kuzan's faces. The three of them stood up slowly, their momentum erupting again. Sengoku was surprised by the perseverance of the three of them. He didn't expect that they still had the strength to stand up in such a mess. Don't underestimate us, Katakuri said coldly. His eyes were firm, and he only had one thought now, and that was to defeat Sengoku. Kuzan froze his wound and was in better condition than the other two. Their resilience is really good, and within a few breaths, their faces looked much better. Sengoku couldn't help but shook his head and said, You really don't want your life, why don't you just keep lying there? In any case, Sengoku did relent a bit just now and did not take the opportunity to attack. But this was also an opportunity given to them by Sengoku, but it seemed that the Sakazuki trio did not appreciate it. Sakazuki stared at Sengoku and said solemnly, We have our own justice to protect, and we will never lose to you. That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, several airblades flew towards Sengoku. Sengoku waved his hand to stop them, and in the blink of an eye, there were several more people in front of the three Sakazukis. It was Ghost Spider, Huo Shaoshan, Doberman, Cha-Do Kaji and several others. These are the second-tier figures among Mitt's students, and their abilities are quite good. Although the impact just now was terrible, they would not fall down so easily. Seeing that there were several more enemies in front of him, Sengoku did not panic, but laughed. You guys. He couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed a good student of Mitt. Advertisement. Stop talking nonsense, T-Pig Jiaji shouted. We will not lose to you, Sengoku Admiral. Everyone's expressions were firm, their momentum was integrated, and the momentum was quite strong. Sengoku was covered in golden light, and his explosive momentum was comparable to that of Sengoku. Then let me see how long you can last. Although he was slightly injured, Sengoku's strength was still there and he immediately threw forward with a wave of his hand. The students got into position and the next second, they collided with Sengoku. They are still holding on, hold on and resist Sengoku's offensive. No one knew whether there was a chance of winning, but no one of them backed down. Wanokuni East Coast. Zephyr was just about to attack Bullet and Perusalino when 10 walls of fire forced him to retreat. Open black lens bracket 013903323 Filu 100,591,221 close black lens bracket. Without thinking too much, Zephyr knew that Mitt was here. Looking at Mitt standing in front of Bullet and Perusalino, Zephyr's expression darkened. He just didn't notice Mitt's explosive momentum, which showed that the opponent was very powerful. To be honest, Zephyr hasn't seen Mitt use his full strength in a long time. So he doesn't know how strong Mitt is now, but judging from the performance of the Valley of Gods in previous battles, he is definitely not weaker than him. In order to ensure that he can successfully defeat Mitt, Zephyr must deal with it carefully. Mitt's eyes moved to Zephyr, with the same calm expression on his face. It was as if he didn't care about the current situation at all. Whether this is confidence or pride, no one knows. Zephyr only knew that his battle with Mitt was about to begin. There was nothing to say between the two, and they both knew each other's positions. At this point, the only way to solve everything is with fists. Zephyr took a deep breath and began to accumulate strength, his momentum rising rapidly. Perusalino, take Bullet back and do it quickly, Mitt said. Perusalino nodded and quickly left with Bullet. Golden light flashed, and Perusalino held Bullet and flew into Wanokuni, subconsciously looking back. At this glance, he finally saw Mitt's sword drawn out. It's a knife wrapped in flames. This was also the first time Zephyr saw Mitt pull out the knife. He had only seen Mitt wield a sword before, but he had never been confident enough to check it out. Now it seems that this sword is definitely a rare and powerful weapon in the world. Zephyr was extremely surprised by the fierce heat rushing towards his face. He immediately suppressed his restless heart and tentatively punched Mitt. Although this punch was a test, it was very fishy in terms of speed and strength. Almost in the blink of an eye, Quan Gang rushed in front of Mitt. The next thing Zephyr saw was that Mitt suddenly disappeared, and he was shocked. A strong premonition made Zephyr's temples jump, and he subconsciously jumped away. The next moment, Mitt suddenly appeared on the side of Zephyr and slashed at him with a sword. The flames flowed in the air with his movements and became one. Then the flames exploded, and even if Zephyr tried to avoid it, he was still affected. He put his arms in front of him and used his armor to forcefully block the explosion. With a bang, the impact caused by the flame explosion directly pushed Zephyr back more than 100 meters. Zephyr finally stopped, his feet plowing 2 ravines on the ground. He waved his charred arms, which were still smelling of smoke, and his eyes were extremely surprised. He didn't expect Mitt's flame to be so powerful. If he hadn't been armed and strong enough, he might have been completely scorched. You've really become stronger, Mitt, Zephyr couldn't help but say. Mitt just smiled slightly and stood still. Just now, Zephyr was wondering why Mitt didn't pursue the victory, and now he couldn't help but frown. What are you thinking about, CDCC? Mitt pointed the tip of his knife to the ground and said calmly. I'll give you 3 chances to attack. If you lose, agree to a condition. You? Zephyr was irritated by Mitt. This is obviously looking down on him. Why isn't Zephyr angry? Mitt, don't think you can beat me just because I'm injured, Zephyr shouted. I will personally take you back to face trial. As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr waved his fist and rushed towards Mitt. His fist is already entangled with the powerful armament Haki, and his 3 potentials are even more powerful than before. But Mitt still looked calm, just as he said just now, standing still. Zephyr roared and punched Mitt in the face. Mitt held the knife in front of him and blocked Zephyr's punch. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and smoke filled the scene, which was then dispersed by the impact. Zephyr took a few steps back and came face to face with Mitt. The momentum of the 2 people collided at this moment, and the ground began to tremble. Mitt took the punch. Zephyr certainly expected Mitt to take over, but that was just the beginning. The next punch will be even more powerful. Under the collision of momentum, Zephyr and Mitt looked at each other, and both sides suddenly fell into calm. Not long after, Zephyr punched. This punch brought black lightning, and the ground shook more and more. Advertisement seeing that the punch was about to hit him, Mitt swung his sword decisively. The flames were driven by his movements and exploded with astonishing momentum, engulfing Zephyr in an instant. Zephyr didn't stop, wanting to knock Mitt down. The 2 sides fought again, and the impact caused them both to retreat in unison. 4 ravines appeared on the ground, which were left by the 2 of them. There were still traces of fire burns on Zephyr's fist, and he slowly retracted his posture. Mitt pointed the tip of the knife to the ground again, the faint smile on his face not changing. Kai-Shi blocked the second punch. Zephyr knew he had to take action, otherwise he would definitely not be able to win Mitt. So he began to accumulate strength in front of Mitt, concentrating all his strength on his right fist. Zephyr's momentum is no longer rising upwards, but is shrinking inwards. The shaking on the ground also stopped, but this was just the calm before the explosion. Mitt did not stop Zephyr from accumulating power and stood still on the ground. But the sparks around him began to appear continuously, and the temperature also rose rapidly. The ground began to vibrate again, and the frequency of the vibrations this time was strangely regular. Drink. Zephyr let out a loud roar, veins popped out on his forehead, and rushed towards Mitt again. This last punch gathered all the strength of Zephyr, and black lightning continued to erupt. A strong impact hit his face, but Mitt's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, Huge pillars of fire erupted from the ground one after another. Zephyr had already decided to throw the last punch, and he could only grit his teeth and continue charging. Directly breaking through one of the fire pillars, Zephyr's angry roar echoed through the sky. Boom! The pillar of fire gathered at Zephyr at an extremely fast speed, and Mitt also raised his knife at the same time. The ground shook wildly, and everyone in Wanokuni felt this force. How is this going? Is this an earthquake? Is this an earthquake? Some people panicked, some asked hurriedly, and some couldn't help but jump to the base of the Justice Army. On the west coast, Sengoku is still dealing with those students. Although Kaji and others fight desperately, they are not Sengoku's opponents after all. But after the continuous melee, even Sengoku himself was not feeling well. He now only has 3 points of strength left and is just about to continue attacking. This violent vibration interrupted their fight. Sengoku subconsciously looked up and saw the pillar of fire rising into the sky. He immediately knew whose attack it was definitely Mitt. Sakazuki and others couldn't help but smile on their faces when they saw it. Immediately afterwards, a blast of lava hit Sengoku. Sengoku clapped his hands and dispersed, his expression solemn as never before. It seems that they still underestimated Mitt's strength, and even more underestimated the determination of these students. Sakazuki stared at Sengoku and said solemnly, "You can't get past us, Sengoku Admiral." Sengoku narrowed his eyes and without hesitation, slapped several palms in succession again. "Then let me see how long you can persist." The east coast of Wanokuni was in a mess at this time. The fleet on the sea has been affected by this impact. Even if it did not capsize, it was pushed back several hundred meters. Marine was unable to launch an attack for a while, and Zephyr himself was half kneeling on the ground. He no longer had the strength to continue punching, his whole body was charred and he was trembling slightly. Zephyr was defeated. After 3 punches, it still didn't matter. Mitt looked at Zephyr and spoke slowly. "You weren't meant to be like this. But you still have to punch with my flames, you are too careless." Zephyr smiled bitterly. Mitt was right. If he hadn't helped him, at least he wouldn't be in such a mess. "This was my mistake, but it was also my decision." Zephyr's eyes flashed and he said in a deep voice. "What conditions do you have? Tell me." Wanokuni Justice Army Base. Perusalino brought Bullet to the infirmary of the base as quickly as possible. The doctor at the base is the best doctor in Wanokuni, and he immediately recognized Bullet's injury. Likewise, Perusalino is undergoing treatment. The injury he suffered was relatively minor, so he wanted to deal with it as soon as possible before returning to the battlefield. Bullet woke up immediately and shouted, "The enemy! Where is the enemy?" He yelled and wanted to jump out of bed. Scared, Perusalino hurried over to hold the opponent down and said hurriedly, "Be careful, Bullet. Take care of it urgently first to avoid problems. Our companions are still fighting. How can you expect me to wait?" Bullet shouted. The doctor advised Bullet while helping Bullet, "But you have to bandage the wound first." "Don't worry, Master Mitt has already gone to fight. That's why I have to take action." Bullet's eyes widened. At this moment, a cold voice came over. "In your current condition, you can't even withstand a blow from me. It's better to treat the wound first." Chapter 63 The crisis reappears. Beast's pirates are coming. Bullet and Perusalino immediately looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Mahawk sitting on the bed in the corner of the infirmary. He was wrapped in bandages, but his condition was obviously much better than Bullet's. HMPH, Bullet snorted, but still accepted Mahawk's suggestion. He also knew that he had to recover from his injuries quickly, otherwise returning to the battlefield would cause chaos. "Doctor, please take out the medicine that Mr. Mitt gave last time," Perusalino said suddenly. The doctor was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you sure you want to use it?" The medicines Perusalino was talking about were the pills that Mitt had brought over before. According to Mitt, these drugs can quickly restore injuries, but have strong side effects. He can only maintain his physical strength for less than a day, and then the accumulated injuries will explode in one go. It can be said that it must not be eaten until the critical moment. That's why the doctor hesitated. He didn't want to be blamed by Mitt afterwards. Bullet's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard what Perusalino said. "Yes, take out those medicines quickly, doctor." Bullet immediately grabbed the doctor's shoulders and shook him until the doctor repeatedly shouted to stop. The doctor couldn't resist the two of them, but he still hesitated. At this moment, Guillaume walked into the infirmary. When she saw this situation, she couldn't help but sigh. "There was such a loud movement, I knew it was you." "Guillaume, let the doctor bring out those medicines from last time," Bullet said immediately. "The enemy is still attacking, I have to go over and help." The doctor also said hurriedly, "Hurry up and persuade them too, this is no joke." Perusalino also wanted to ask Guillaume, but the other party took the initiative to agree. "Then take out the medicine, doctor." This time it was the doctor's presence turn to be stunned. They did not expect that Guillaume actually supported this. Guillaume then said, "This is what Mitt-sama means." As she spoke, she glanced at Perusalino and Bullet. "At the same time, he has something to convey to you." "What?" Perusalino asked. "Just wait and see what happens, and be fully prepared before taking action," Guillaume said seriously. Perusalino and Bullet frowned at the same time. They didn't understand what Guillaume meant. However, Guillaume didn't give them a chance to ask, and walked away after speaking. Mihawk also got off the hospital bed and prepared to leave the infirmary. The nurse responsible for taking care of him hurriedly tried to stop him, and the doctor also walked over. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so you can't act rashly. This injury is nothing, Mihawk said coldly, less injured than I was in previous battles. After saying that, he ignored the doctor and walked out of the infirmary. Bullet looked at Mihawk and asked subconsciously. Where are you going? Mihawk paused and answered coldly. Go where you want to go. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the scene. The scene was quiet, and then Bullet's shout rang out again. I'm going to G go to. On the east coast of Wanokuni, the battle has come to an end. Mitt won the duel with 3 punches, although this was due to Zephyr underestimating the enemy and rushing in, coupled with the fact that he had been severely consumed by a wave of physical strength before. But a defeat is a defeat, and the loser has no reason to quibble. Zephyr was straightforward and asked Mitt directly. He wanted to know what the other person was thinking. You let the fleet retreat first, Mitt said, the further back the better. Is this what you want? Zephyr sneered. We don't need your pity. If you don't retreat, you will die. Mitt was very direct. Don't forget the agreement we just made. Zephyr paused for a moment, then turned around. He really had no position to refuse Mitt's request. Just after taking a few steps, Katie's voice came over again. First retreat to a safe place, and then you can come back. You'll know what to do when the time comes. Zephyr didn't stop. He knew Mitt wouldn't explain it clearly now. Now, he can only do as the other party asks. As Mitt said, this is an agreement. Watching Zephyr leave, Mitt looked up at the sky. There were no clouds in the sky, and only the blazing sunshine shone down. But in Mitt's eyes, there was already a dark cloud approaching rapidly in the distance. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to let Zephyr go. With a cold smile, Kai-Shi concealed his sword and put it back into its sheath. Next, another guest arrived immediately. On the west coast of Wanokuni, students are still resisting Sengoku's attack. The two sides basically fought in a lose-lose manner, and even Sengoku himself felt uncomfortable. Before he could continue to take action, a wall of fire suddenly blocked in front of him. Sengoku was shocked and immediately stepped back. Teacher Mitt! All the students shouted subconsciously. Mitt stepped out of the flames with a faint smile on his face. You are in very bad shape, Sengoku. Sengoku said coldly. Zephyr didn't stop you. Advertisement. He was even more surprised that Zephyr lost. Thinking of his own situation, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. No matter what, he is indeed no match for Mitt now. But Mitt did not take action, instead pointing to the sky. Immediately afterwards, a dark cloud quickly enveloped him, and Sengoku also noticed something was wrong. His expression changed drastically and he looked back. I saw a green dragon tumbling among the dark clouds, and lightning and thunder kept appearing. Worororo. Kaido laughed. Long time no see, I'm here to take your life, Mitt. When Kaido appears above Wanokuni, he didn't hesitate and immediately used his ability to throw the entire giant ship over. The giant ship flew over half of Wanokuni, and a huge black shadow fell from the sky. The place where they landed was Tianyang Mountain. There was a bang, and the ground shook in an instant, and the whole Wanokuni felt the shock. Some people began to scream, some huddled in their rooms, and some were brave enough to see what was going on. The guards from Tianyang Mountain hurried over and were knocked to the ground as soon as they met. Ha ha ha. Plague Quinn laughed. If you still want to stop us at this level, you are really looking for death. Don't talk nonsense to these guys, Yan Liangjin said in a deep voice. Our target is the base here, rush in immediately. The eyes of all the pirates on the scene glowed red, and their bodies exuded strong murderous aura. They moved very quickly and headed straight for the Justice Army base. At this time, the base side was naturally aware of this situation. There are enemies in Tianyang Mountain. Someone immediately rushed into the infirmary to report. Bullet and Perusalino have taken medicine to temporarily suppress their injuries. Their physical strength has also recovered to some extent, and they are currently adjusting their bodies. Upon hearing this notice, Bullet smiled coldly. No wonder Teacher Mitt said that. It turns out there are still enemies. Perusalino nodded and said immediately, let's get there quickly. Before Perusalino could take a step, he was stopped by Bullet. Perusalino, you are faster, go and bring Sakazuki and the others back first. You want to stop the enemy by yourself? Perusalino was surprised. I'm not the only one. Bullet smiled slightly, and there's that guy. On the west coast of Wanokuni, the situation took a turn for the worse. Sengoku never expected that Kaido would appear here. Kaido, he shouted loudly, why are you here? Sengoku's first thought was that Kai-Shi was secretly colluding with Kaido. While they are concentrating on fighting, come over and join forces to win. Thinking of this, Sengoku's back was filled with cold sweat. If this was the case, they would definitely tell it here. But Kaido ignored Sengoku's shouting and locked Mitt firmly. Mitt, I'll take your life. Mitt smiled slightly and asked calmly. Is it? His voice was not loud, but Kaido heard it clearly. Kaido's face darkened, lightning flashed, and he struck several thunderbolts towards Mitt. Mitt stood there and suddenly took action. Flames shot up into the sky, directly scattering these thunderbolts. The ground began to shake again, and Sengoku gritted his teeth and stood up again. He had returned to his normal state, but at this moment he turned into a golden Buddha without hesitation. It's just that this golden Buddha is obviously much darker than its previous luster. We won't let you do whatever you want, Sengoku shouted. He immediately slapped Mitt and Kaido several times at the same time. The golden palm wind struck directly and the momentum was very powerful. But Mitt and Kaido didn't even look, they waved their hands and blocked Sengoku's attack. Sengoku's current state is no longer worth their while. For Kaido, there is only one opponent, that's Mitt. The only chance now is now, Kaido must kill this man now. Feeling Kaido's murderous intent, Sakazuki and others' expressions changed slightly. They tried to step forward to help, but were forced back by Mitt's explosive momentum. Mitt didn't say anything, but the meaning was already obvious. Sakazuki and the others are too much trouble now. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and Perusalino appeared on the scene at extremely fast speed. There are enemies in Tianyang Mountain, he shouted immediately. What? Kuzan was shocked, and so were the other students. I knew Kaido wouldn't come alone, Sakazuki said solemnly. Perusalino, take us quickly. Go and take those medicines immediately, we have to rush to stop the enemy. Perusalino nodded immediately and took out 3 pills. These are the last 3. Bullet and I ate the others. Sakazuki ate one without hesitation and ran towards Wanokuni. The same goes for Kuzan and Katakuri, both of them moved quite quickly. Rosinante and the other students had no choice but to rush back with Perusalino. During this period, Kaido did not take action and kept confronting Mitt. Because Kaido knew that even if he took action, his flaws would be exposed. From the very beginning, they were locked into each other. Advertisement: once anyone acts rashly, the opportunity will be seized and attacked head-on. Kaido speaks harsh words, but he is very cautious when fighting and does not dare to be careless at all. In his eyes, Mitt, who had been standing still, was much more dangerous than anyone else. Mitt was still looking at Kaido. After Perusalino and the others walked away, he held the hilt of the sword at his waist. At the same time, Kaido quickly took action, thunder and lightning and tornadoes roared towards him. The momentum was so huge, as if it was coming down from the sky, that even Sengoku suddenly changed his color. The pillar of fire rose into the sky again, and countless pillars of fire continued to erupt with Mitt as the center. The blazing flames formed a barrier in the air, blocking Kaido's attack. Kaido still missed the opportunity and exposed his own flaw. Mitt quickly swung his sword, and the huge sword light shot straight into the sky. The entire sky was suddenly dyed red, and the sea of fire quickly engulfed the dark clouds. The sky is burning. Kaido burst out with a roar, violent impact spread, and forced a gap out of the sea of fire. But this gap is exactly where Mitt's sword is aimed. Kaido didn't expect this and subconsciously widened his eyes. He had no time to avoid the flaming sword light, so he could only resist it forcefully. With a bang, the burning sky gradually let the sunlight shine down. A huge black shadow fell from the sky. Sengoku doesn't need to look carefully to know that it is definitely Kaido. Sure enough, Kaido transformed into a half-human, half-animal form in midair, holding the mace tightly in both hands. He was radiating heat all over his body, but his momentum did not weaken at all. The next moment, Kaido hit Mitt on the head with his stick. Thunder 8 trigrams, explosion, violent explosion. Even Sengoku had to step back, otherwise even he would be involved. The impact of Mitt and Kaido colliding with each other even pushed back all the water on the coast for several hundred meters. Sengoku stood a few hundred meters away with his eyes widened, looking at the battlefield ahead. And Mitt and Kaido, standing on the ground, became more and more powerful. Of course Kaido didn't think that this blow could knock Mitt down. He looked at Mitt coldly. Mitt was also looking at Kaido, smiled slightly, and spoke slowly. Sticks? Tianyang Mountain. The guards here are no match for the Beast's pirates. The Beast's pirates, led by the 3 major kanbans, although there are not as many people as later generations, are still terrifying in strength. The guards fell one by one, and Jack the Drow was the first to rush to the front. He couldn't wait to destroy everything, especially destroying their enemy, Zet's base. Jack grabbed the fleeing guard and threw him lightly. The guard was hit hard to the ground in front of him. He screamed and was about to die on the spot. The next moment, the guard was caught by a powerful left hand. Mihawk quickly let go and stepped in front of Beast's pirates. Who are you? Jack the Drow yelled. Are you also a student of Mitt? Jack said. Without hesitation, he immediately attacked Mihawk. Yan Liangjin sensed something was wrong, and he just wanted to give a warning. In the blink of an eye, Jack the Drow flew backwards and hit the ground hard. Jack. Plague Quinn was startled. After patting himself, Jack the Drow covered his head and his expression became serious. Mihawk had already drawn his sword and pointed it at the group of pirates. That's right. Mihawk said coldly. Yan Banjin also drew his sword and said in a deep voice. Leave this guy to me. Go and attack the base quickly. Although Jack the Drow was a little unhappy, he decided to act according to the previous plan. But before they could take action, another violent impact suddenly erupted from the front. Jack and the others were stunned for a moment and hurriedly took action to resist. Immediately afterwards, Bullet himself emerged from the smoke, with 3 extremely powerful forces. Hey, Mihawk. Bullet said solemnly, don't say that you are Mr. Mitt's student without permission. I haven't admitted it yet, Mihawk replied calmly. You don't need to admit it. Instead of getting angry, Bullet laughed. You have such a bad temper, you won't be easy to get along with in the future. This time Mihawk didn't answer because he was already fighting Yansijin. Bullet didn't continue to talk nonsense and joined the fight with a fist. The battle at Tianyang Mountain officially began. The waters east of Wanokuni. Zephyr had just ordered the fleet to retreat and immediately noticed this unusual momentum. His expression changed slightly and he immediately recognized it was Kaido. Kaido, does this guy want to take down Wanokuni now? Zephyr and Mitt had dealt with Kaido before, but they were working together. Even if they joined forces, winning at that time is not very smooth. And judging from Kaido's explosive momentum, this guy's strength has definitely improved again. Zephyr thought of what Mitt had said to him before and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mitt, you don't want to be the same as last time. While thinking this, Zephyr did not stop and headed towards the west coast. Chapter 64. The sword energy is everywhere. Flame Ember versus Mihawk. No matter what, he had to go and take a look. Zephyr's guess was correct. Kaido's strength had indeed improved. Because he lost to Zephyr and Mitt, Kaido has been practicing these days. He is already quite talented, and his strength has not yet reached its bottleneck. After practicing these days, my strength will naturally improve greatly. Kaido now has the style of 4 emperors 20 years later. But Kaido never thought that not only his own strength would improve, but Mitt's strength would also become much stronger. The last time he teamed up with Zephyr to deal with Kaido, Mitt almost tried his best. And until the end, neither he nor Zephyr could do anything against the iron-headed Kaido. Otherwise, it would not be Kaido's turn to seize the opportunity and escape to the sea. Counting the first 2 times, this is already the 3rd time Mitt and Kaido have fought. Both for him and Mitt himself, the decision has been made. This time the feud between the two parties will be completely ended. Kaido was the first to hold back and quickly shot at Mitt. With a bang, Kaido jumped into the air, and with an extremely powerful momentum, he pushed over Mitt. Countless thunderbolts and lightning burst out at the same time, attacking from all directions. Under this offensive, it should not be shattered to pieces. Of course, Mitt was not shattered to pieces. He was surrounded by flames and raised his weapon at the same time. Fiery flames erupted with Mitt as the center, quickly surrounding him and Kaido. The two attacks collided again, and flames, strong winds, human electricity and impact exploded together. Sengoku had to intervene to block it, and then he could barely offset the aftermath of the battle. Such was the case, even he began to breathe heavily. The oppressive feeling of the two fighting was no longer something Sengoku could take advantage of now. Sengoku smiled bitterly. If he hadn't been so soft-hearted, he wouldn't be even qualified to intervene now. The pirates who were originally supposed to be attacked by their marines were chosen by Zeit. This, August 13th, fact made Sengoku dumbfounded, but he had to accept it. Continuing to look at the battlefield, Mitt and Kaido began to fight with each other. The two sides found that the confrontation was evenly matched and immediately changed their strategies. Speed versus speed, strength versus strength, as long as anyone reveals a flaw, a storm of attacks will come. Violent explosions broke out everywhere on the coast, and shockwaves followed one after another. Anyone standing here will be caught in the impact and killed on the spot. In order to prevent his men from being involved, Sengoku immediately cheered up and devoted himself to covering their retreat. Even so, Sengoku was still beaten to the point of vomiting blood by the aftermath of the battle. His injuries became more serious. During the fierce battle, Kaido became more and more excited. He resisted Mitt's flames several times and forced the stick to hit him. This method of warfare can be said to be completely exchanging lives for lives, but Kaido is different. His defense is extremely formidable. Even the previous Zephyr and Mitt teaming up couldn't do anything to him. What's more, Kaido's strength is now at a higher level, so he naturally doesn't hesitate to make moves. But he underestimated the power of Mitt's flame. He really didn't feel anything at first, but the more he hit it, the deeper the damage would become. Kaido noticed it, and he suddenly found that his body covered with dragon scales began to turn black. A burning pain stimulated Kaido's nerves, making him even angrier. With a roar, Kaido attacked Mitt again. Mitt suddenly stepped back, and even the flames were withdrawn. "What are you doing?" Kaido asked in a deep voice. Mitt vibrated the sword and shook off the flame, revealing the sharp and bright blade. The sword was glowing with red light, and it was getting stronger and stronger. "If you don't use your full strength, you will never be able to catch my next move." Mitt looked at the other party. Kaido sneered, pointed the mace at Mitt, and said loudly, "Then take action and let me see it." Facing the extremely confident Kaido, Kaishi just smiled. "As you wish." Tianyang Mountain. Mihawk and Bullet fight against the Beast's pirates together. Yan Liangjin immediately drew his sword and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. He is from the Lunalia tribe, his whole body is covered with burning flames, and he is extremely powerful regardless of his physique or attack. Bullet had been guarding against this man, and when he saw the man rushing towards him, he immediately took a stance. Now that there are only two of them, they can only take a defensive position and wait for opportunities to counterattack. But just as Yan Calamity rushed over, a huge mammoth suddenly appeared behind him. The mammoth looked up to the sky and roared, while flying towards Bullet and Mihawk. The other members of the Beast's pirates were attacking elsewhere, obviously not wanting to get entangled with Mihawk and Bullet. Their goal is not just these two people, they must capture Mitt's base as soon as possible. Bullet also roared and punched forward hard. The impact of this punch was so strong that it directly destroyed everything around it and rushed towards Beast's pirates. Yan Liangjin flapped his wings, soared into the air, and then quickly swooped down. With just a change of movement, Danjijin avoided Bullet's attack. Jack, who was behind, quickly pressed forward and broke through Bullet's offensive. Flame Ember transforms into a pterosaur form in the air and dives towards Mihawk at extremely fast speeds to attack. Dragon Bow Emperor. Advertisement. The next moment, his whole body appeared in front of Mihawk. Mihawk had already expected it, and quickly swung his sword to block it, and all his strength exploded. The two sides collided, and for a moment there was no winner or loser, and another explosion occurred. Yan Liangjin had anticipated it, and took advantage of the explosion to retreat, and then transformed into an orc form. Holding the knife in both hands, he slashed at Mihawk with a blazing sword. Mihawk jumped into the air and exchanged swords with Yan Banjin, making fierce clashing sounds. The flames were burning, and there were countless explosions around both sides. Bullet stretched out his hands and faced the charging Jack the Drow with no intention of giving in. Jack the Drow would not miss this opportunity, and without hesitation, he used all his strength to press towards Bullet in one breath. The huge mammoth headed straight for Bullet, and the ground continued to tremble due to its charge. Plague Quinn did not choose to take action, but instead stopped other companions. "Hey, wait a minute," Plague Quinn said with a smile. "I'll get something good, stop them." The other pirates immediately rushed forward, shouting as they rushed. They were all murderous and obviously didn't want to give Bullet and Mihawk time to react. Boom! The mammoth bowed in front of Bullet with an extremely powerful momentum. Bullet roared, his whole body burst with strength, and he reached out and grabbed the mammoth's head. Jack the Drow's eyes widened and he continued to increase his strength, trying to push Bullet away. Bullet continued to retreat, dragging two long ravines on the ground. Despite this, Bullet did not let go at all, he was gathering strength. Not good. Jack the Drow screamed secretly. Because the burst of power was too strong, he lost control of his body. This gave Bullet the opportunity to kick Jack the Drow directly in the front leg. Then he looked ferocious, veins popped out, and he used all his strength to twist his thick waist. "Get out of here." This huge mammoth was unexpectedly thrown from Bullet's back by Bullet. The beast's pirates charging behind were startled and hurriedly hid in all directions. Even so, many people were still directly hit, and the ground shook violently for a while. As the smoke spread everywhere, Bullet gasped for air and subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had been injured before, and he indeed burst out with a lot of strength at this moment. But because of this, Bullet was almost helpless. Bullet knew the fight wouldn't end that easily. There are so many beasts and pirates, and they are still rushing towards us. We must deal with them all. On the other side, Yan Liangjin and Mihawk were still fighting swords. The sword blades struck by the two men left deep marks on the ground, trees, and buildings. Yan Liangjin was even forcibly struck by Mihawk several times, but his ability to move was not hindered. "You're quite an interesting guy." Mihawk looked at him. This flame did cause him a lot of trouble, especially since the other party was a guy who could fly. Basically, it is difficult for Mihawk to take the initiative and must find other opportunities to take action. It's a pity that this is quite difficult. Yan Catastrophe will not give Mihawk a chance. "I've never seen you before," Yan Liangjin said in a deep voice. "Are you really Mitt's student?" Yan Jiajin really didn't expect that besides Bullet and the others, such a powerful man would suddenly appear. Of course, Yan Banjin could also see that this man was injured. For strong men like them, a little injury can have a big impact. It can be said that the outcome of this battle was no longer in the hands of the opponent from the beginning. Yan Liangjin believed that the other party also knew this, but he still dared to stop him. This can only be said to be overestimating one's capabilities. Mihawk didn't answer Yan Liangjin's question, he didn't want to repeat what he said once. He had been defending against Yan Calamity Jin's attack just now, just to see his sword path clearly. At this moment, Mihawk had already figured out everything and immediately decided to take the initiative. Just as Yan Liangjin was about to continue attacking, Mihawk himself suddenly disappeared in front of him. He was startled and quickly flew into the air. No matter what attack Mihawk plans to do, it must occupy favorable terrain. But it was Yan Liangjin's thoughts that exposed his actions, and Mihawk successfully predicted it. Just when the flames of the disaster were rising rapidly, he suddenly discovered that several green sword energies were following him like a shadow. Yan Liangjin wanted to get rid of him, but the next moment, Mihawk appeared in the direction he planned to get rid of. The sword was slashed out, and the powerful sword light struck the wings on Yan Calamity Jin's back. Blood splashed out, and even the flames of the Lunalia clan could not stop this sword. Yan Liangjin lost his balance in the air and staggered to the other side. Falling to the ground, Yan Yanjin's face was gloomy, and the flames on his body surged again. He admitted that he had underestimated Mihawk just now. Otherwise, his wings would not have been chopped off by the opponent's sword. Mihawk stood opposite him, holding a sword and looking imposing. A pair of sharp eagle eyes firmly locked onto Yan Calamity Jin himself. "It's not good to fly too high," Mihawk said calmly. Yan Liangjin sneered and pointed his sword at Mihawk. "Do you think you can win like this? Advertisement?" The next moment, Yan Calamity launched another attack on Mihawk. Fire Dragon Emperor. Wrapping the flames on his body around the blade, he let out a roaring fire dragon. The fire dragon flew in the air, hotter than the boiling lava, and headed straight for Mihawk. This is Yan Calamity Jin's killing move, and its power is terrifying. Almost as soon as Mihawk raised his sword, the fire dragon rushed in front of him. He opened his big mouth and swallowed Mihawk whole. Boom! A huge flame erupted, and the impact was so shocking that it almost involved all the beast's pirates on the side. But they didn't complain. They all quickly gathered together and stepped forward quickly. Bullet still wanted to stop him, but the wounds on his body collapsed and he could only throw a few punches. These few punches couldn't stop so many people, but Bullet still persisted. Ha 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 ha, Jack, you are too embarrassed. Disaster Quinn's laughter sounded. He suddenly appeared in front of Bullet with the same frivolous attitude. Bullet's face was gloomy and he punched the opponent without hesitation. But the moment he threw out his punch, Bullet was suddenly shaken and his whole body went limp. How is it? Plague Quinn said with a smile. How about my new creation? You. Bullet covered his chest and half knelt on the ground. At this moment, many pirates have crossed the Bullet and rushed towards the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain is the Justice Army base and the surrounding areas where ordinary civilians live. Once these pirates are allowed to pass, countless civilians will definitely be killed or injured. Thinking of this, Bullet gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. But before Bullet could continue to act, Plague Quinn slapped him. Pour it for me. You be asterisk 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 D. With a bang. Bullet fell to the ground and saw Jack the Drow. Jack the Drow said with a gloomy face, "You are indeed a bit powerful, but don't think you can stop us. You will never end well if you look down on us beasts pirates." Really? Suddenly, a lazy voice came over. Immediately afterwards, a golden laser quickly rushed towards Plague Quinn. Plague Quinn was startled, unable to dodge at all, and was directly knocked away. Jack the Drow was also shocked and immediately wanted to fight back. But the next moment, hot lava and cold ice spears flew over at the same time, forcing Jack the Drow to transform and block it. While the two major disasters were being forced back, many pirates were also beaten away and were on the ground around them. You're finally here. Bullet exhaled and complained with a smile. Haha. Perusolino stood in front of Bullet and turned back to smile at him. Sakazuki pulled Bullet up with a serious expression. Kuzan has already set up his posture, and his whole body is exuding air conditioning. Katakuri was also very powerful, and Hikaru beat several pirates 3 times. Oops. Plague Quinn patted his head and stood up from the ground. Looks like all you ex-Marines are here. He still had a smile on his face and showed no signs of panic. Jack the Drow couldn't help but laugh, his tone full of contempt. 0.4. You don't even look at what you are like now. With wounded people like you, how can you possibly stop us? He is right, whether it is Sakazuki, Kuzan, or Katakuri. At this moment, he is already scarred, and it would be great to be able to have 1/10 of his usual strength. Jack the Drow and Plague Quinn are both zone fruit users and have extremely strong recovery abilities. Although they had just suffered a few attacks, they recovered quickly. Under this situation, it is clear who wins and who loses. Plague Quinn smiled and, like Jack, also turned into a beast form. A huge Brachiosaurus appeared on the scene, standing side by side with the mammoth. This momentum alone is terrifying enough. But Bullet and the others did not flinch at all, and the flames in their eyes burned more intensely. We'll find out later if we can stop you, Sakazuki said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead in attacking the enemy. Perusolino and others quickly followed up without losing any speed. The Pirates of Beasts pirates also launched a charge, determined to capture these students. A more intense battle began. No matter who it is, they have only one goal, and that is to defeat the opponent. Wanokuni West Coast. Kaido is still confronting Mitt. Kaido, who was originally confident, changed his expression after Mitt's aura suddenly changed. There had been burning sparks flashing around Mitt before, giving people an extremely hot temperature. But now, his momentum disappeared quickly, and even the flame disappeared. Only the knife in Mitt's hand became redder and redder. Kaido immediately smelled an unusual smell, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead subconsciously. But he is still very confident in himself. If he can't even catch Mitt's move, then there is no need to try to capture Wanokuni. Chapter 65. Negotiation, the thoughts of both parties. Sengoku stood in the distance and also noticed this strangeness. The panicked Marines on the warship also felt something was wrong. Why'd I feel so thirsty? What's going on? The fire that was just lit suddenly disappeared. Ah, water. I want water. Sengoku's expression twitched slightly, and he stared at Kaishi closely. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as if all the flames had disappeared. No, everything is focused on the sword Mitt. Kaido and Sengoku's eyes widened at the same time, and Mitt held his sword in front of him. The red blade exuded a faint aura, making the smile on Mitt's face even weirder. This is Ryujin Jaka's Bankai, Zanwita. It was indeed the first time for Kaido to see such a vision, and his expression became extremely serious. He didn't hesitate, immediately grasped the mace with both hands and raised it high. Kaido wrapped Conquerors Haki around the iron rod, and purple thunder and lightning continued to explode as he moved. This momentum was extremely terrifying, the sky was covered by dark clouds, and the ground could not help but tremble violently. Only Mitt was still very calm, although he had no aura at all, his aura was vaguely not scary. It was because he was aware of this that Kaido couldn't help but want to take the lead. Kaido had a hunch that if he didn't take action, he would really have no chance. Remnant Fire Taito East Rising Sunblade. Mitt gently spit out the name of this sword. Concentrating all the heat of Ryujin Jaka's flames on the tip of the sword, it does not burn or emit explosive flames, but simply erases everything it touches without leaving a trace. Kaido sneered, and in the next moment, he hit Katie hard. Great Weed Thunder 8 trigrams. The lightning condensed into ultimate is like a nuclear explosion, and no one can stop this terrifying power. Mitt swung his sword and slashed out gently. With just one sword strike, Kaido's proud move was defeated. The battle between Mihawk and Flame Calamity comes to an end. Fire Calamity is really powerful, and Mihawk can't break through his defense now. But just when he forced Mihawk back with one sword blow, he was preparing to pursue the victory. The flames on Yan Liangjin suddenly weakened. He was so frightened that he did not continue to take action and retreated subconsciously. This was the first time that this weird situation happened, and Calamity Jin had no idea what was going on. Just when he was in shock and doubt, Mihawk's sword energy struck again. Although the Yan disaster was blocked this time, the body was still stabbed. Blood flowed out of Yan Liangjin's body and dripped on the 23 ground. Impossible! Yan Liangjin shouted. What method did you use? He didn't understand why the fire in him faded. If he hadn't suppressed the last bit of flame with great difficulty, he would definitely have been injured even more seriously. Sakazuki's thoughts were the same as those of the fire disaster, but more serious. Now, he can't even punch a magma punch. Fortunately, Kuzan reacted quickly and blocked the enemy's attack for him. Sakazuki looked at his hands, his pupils trembling slightly. Sakazuki felt this kind of tremor from the depths of his soul only in one person. Sakazuki spoke subconsciously. All the students present also felt this extraordinary atmosphere. Yan Liangjin half knelt on the ground. He was confident of victory just now, but now he was no match for Mihawk. But instead of taking advantage of the situation, Mihawk put his sword away. In fact, he no longer had the strength to continue taking action. In the previous fight, Mihawk had already tried his best. Taking out a breath, Mihawk said with a serious expression. The flames you use are not as good as that man. Is this an explanation? Yan Liangjin doesn't know. He struggled to regain his composure and transformed into a pterosaur form. Even without flame coil, Fire Calamity still has to take down Mihawk first. Just because the other party didn't grasp the opportunity just now, it doesn't mean that Yan Liangjin will show mercy. The next moment, Yan Calamity Flame flapped its wings and swooped down from the sky with the sound of the sharp wind. Mihawk didn't dodge and couldn't dodge. Slowly closing his eyes, Mihawk exploded with strength. At the last moment, he was still thinking about how to deal with Mitt's previous knife. The biggest regret for him was that he still couldn't win against that man. Seeing that Yan Calamity was about to kill Mihawk, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Like the weight of Mount Tai, it forcibly intercepted the swooping Yan disaster and crushed him to the ground. Boom! A big crater was made on the ground, and the impact caused Mihawk to take several steps back. That's it, the smoke dissipated, and a man jumped out of the pit. Zephyr! Plague Quinn exclaimed. Without warning, his entire huge body was overturned by the combined efforts of Katakuri and Kuzan. Perusalino jumped into the air and kicked out several lasers in one breath. The laser hit Plague Quinn's body and exploded continuously, causing Plague Quinn to scream in agony. As soon as Zephyr appeared, the situation immediately became one-sided. Now that Flame Calamity and Plague Quinn have been defeated, Guard Jack can't hold on for long by himself. Moreover, a large number of Marines and reinforcements led by Rosinante appeared at the same time as Zephyr. With the combination of the two parties and the support of Zephyr, Beast's pirates suddenly became a mess. No one thought that Marine would join forces with Mitt at this time. There was more that Kaido didn't expect. His confident move was broken by Mitt's sword. Advertisement: although Mitt's sword had no momentum at all, it was about to cut off all lightning strikes. Anything that comes into contact with Mitt's sword will be destroyed. Kaido had the urge to avoid for the first time, but although Mitt's sword was slow, he had no room to dodge. Kaido could only watch helplessly as the sword cut through his chest. Seeing the blood splattering on his chest, he fell back. From beginning to end, there was nothing he could do about Mitt. If Mitt wins, he wins because Kaido Toda is willing to wait for him to swing this sword. Originally, with his strength, even Bankai wouldn't be able to last for long. But Kaido gave him a chance, allowing Mitt to successfully inflict an everlasting scar on the opponent. With a bang, Kaido fell to the ground. Blood stained his body red, and Kaido gasped for air. The mace had fallen to the side, and even if he was allowed to stand up and move again, there was nothing he could do. Mitt took the sword back, and the sea breeze became moist again. Both Sengoku and Marine on the warship couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This battle is finally over. Of course, Sengoku also knew that he could no longer stop Katie. The crusade against Mitt was a complete failure. Thinking of this, Sengoku smiled bitterly and immediately prepared to retreat. Mitt's voice suddenly sounded. Don't be so anxious, Sengoku. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, then looked at Kaishi. Mitt didn't look over, he was standing next to Kaido. Kaido took out a breath, stared at Mitt, and said in a deep voice. I did lose. The loser has no reason to quibble, just take action if you want. With that said, Kaido closed his eyes. He knew that as long as Mitt swung the knife again, he would be dead. It's useless no matter how hard he struggles, he has no way to defend himself. But Mitt did not continue to take action, but turned around. Sengoku appeared behind Mitt without speaking. You Marines are wearing sea-stone handcuffs, please, handcuff Kaido. She said calmly. Of course, send it to my base. Sengoku said seriously. Mitt, you are no longer a Marine, and you can't order us. You have no right to refuse. Mitt only said this and then walked away. Kaido laughed, he didn't know why Mitt didn't kill him. But as long as he doesn't die, he will come back sooner or later. No matter how many times you fail, it will still be the same for Kaido. In fact, the reason why Mitt did not continue to attack was simply because he could not swing the knife again. So Mitt simply grabbed Kaido and did some research. When will I be able to bankai at will? Then I will kill the other person with one knife. Moreover, high-quality experience packs like Kaido's are hard to find, and you'll probably die. Compared to facing off in person, allowing his students to defeat more powerful enemies would be the biggest improvement for Mitt. The harvest this time was so-so, neither good nor bad. However, Mitt believes that the battle will definitely become more and more intense in the future. He couldn't wait to see when his strength improved again. Sengoku looked at Mitt's leaving figure, hesitated for a while, and finally waved. Listen to him and get the sea-stone handcuffs. The battle at Tianyang Mountain has also ended. After Zephyr joined the battle, the pirates were unable to stop him. By the time Rosinante had dealt with the enemies on his side, the others were already lying on the ground. Sakazuki regained his strength, and Rosanna walked up the level toward Zephyr. Whether it was Sakazuki or other students, their faces were all wary. They had not forgotten the previous battle with Marine. Tell me what your intentions are, Sakazuki said solemnly. Zephyr glanced at these students and spoke. No need to be alert, the battle is over. What do you mean? Rosinante asked. Did Mr. Mitt ask you to come? Rosinante could only think that it was Mitt's intention, otherwise Zephyr's attitude would not have changed. That's right. Zephyr nodded and smiled bitterly. You do have a very good teacher. As soon as the words fell, the students who were originally highly nervous quickly relaxed. Several people fell down at once, and even Bullet fainted. Bullet has been holding on for a long time, and he really can't hold on any longer. Looking at the situation at the scene, the complicated look in Zephyr's eyes became more intense. Justice Army Base. Everyone in Beast's pirates was arrested and imprisoned. Many of the pirates were given to Marines by Mitt for them to take back. The main reason is that Mitt can support so many people here, and he can also help repair the relationship with Marine. Both Zephyr and Sengoku expressed opposition to Mitt's decision. They were in Mitt's office again, just like before. You and I are enemies now, and you were the one who defeated the Beast's pirates, Zephyr said seriously. I don't want to receive it, Mitt smiled and said lightly. Advertisement, you have no reason to disagree, the initiative is in my hands. He didn't want to argue with Zephyr and Sengoku and had a tough attitude. Now it's not just Beast's pirates, but actually Marine too. Under the sphere of influence of the Justice Army. The current state of Sengoku and Zephyr is not much better than those students. Sengoku couldn't help shaking his head and said. Mitt, what on earth are you thinking about? We are already enemies, why do we need to do this? Marine and I are not enemies, Mitt said seriously. His expression was serious, not joking at all. I have only one enemy, and that is the world government headed by the Celestial Dragons. Marine was just following orders and there was nothing wrong with that. In fact, Mitt just saw a lot of Marines quietly contacting his subordinates. This means that both sides don't really want to fight each other. After all, everyone came from Marine and will never forget their original beliefs. Do you still want to fight against the world government? Zephyr sighed. Then we are enemies, and that can't be changed, Mitt. Zephyr did not continue to persuade, and he felt that it was not necessary. Mitt smiled and said, whether you want to change or not depends on your Marine's attitude. Sengoku was slightly startled and said subconsciously. Are you still trying to instigate rebellion against our Marine? No, I should ask you to abandon the darkness and turn to the light, Mitt said, looking at the two of them. How about it? Come to my place. Can it be true that if you stay under the command of celestial dragons, you can really carry out the so-called justice? You don't understand. Sengoku smiled bitterly. The power of world government is beyond your imagination. Only by relying on world government can the sea be peaceful. Zephyr also said, Mitt, even if you defeat us, capture Kaido. It is far from being a match for the world government 663. This time our Marine failed, we won't be the only ones to come next time. Mitt waved his hand and said casually, then you can just claim your victory to the outside world. Sengoku and Zephyr were both stunned, not understanding what Mitt meant. Mitt smiled slightly and Taguchi said, you just need to say that because of Kaido's sudden intervention, we had to give up and continue the attack. I was lucky enough to escape from you, and I also took advantage of the chaos to capture Kaido. Just exaggerate Marine's record. Why should we do this? Sengoku frowned. He is not the kind of person who likes to hide his failures. This is for the best of both of us. Mitt suppressed his smile. You don't want to put all your power on us either. Mitt's voice had a hint of murderous intent. Don't look at the fact that we only have a small number of people. If we want to take a bite out of the world government, we can still do it. Sengoku and Zephyr looked at each other. They both knew what Mitt was talking about. Judging from today's battle, what Mitt said was not wrong. Even if Mitt hadn't been merciful, none of the Marines would have been able to get out of Wanokuni. Seeing that Sengoku and Zephyr's attitudes softened, Mitt continued. Other than this, the paths of the Justice Army and your Marines are no different. Pirates are also our enemies. Hearing what Mitt said, Sengoku and Zephyr finally nodded. That's it now, Zephyr said helplessly. We can only do what you say first. But the world government will not give up. That's enough, Mitt smiled. It would be better for everyone if we have a tacit understanding. Mitt just needs Marine's position to be a little ambiguous between the two parties and not too firm. As long as you are not on the side of the world government, you are on their side. Of course, the current situation is far from what was expected. After talking about this, neither Sengoku nor Zephyr planned to stay too long and immediately prepared to leave for the hospital. As for the pirates, they naturally decided to take them back. Mitt didn't go out to see them off. After all, the relationship between the two parties was very complicated. He learned about Marine's departure from Gion's report. At the same time, Gion also introduced the current situation of the Justice Army to Mitt in detail. Almost all the students were injured in this battle, the infirmary was full of people, and the corridors were crowded. A dedicated hospital must be established for this purpose, preferably from within Wanokuni. Gion reported while massaging Mitt's temples. Besides these, is there anything else you want to ask? She asked softly. Mitt shook his head slightly. He talked too much before and didn't want to speak now. Seeing Mitt's expression, Ji Yuan took the initiative and said, the battle that took place today should be known to the whole world soon. Mitt smiled and sat up from Gion's arms, his eyes shining. This is just the beginning, he said. Indeed, this is just the beginning. In Mitt's mind, it's just one step closer to the final goal. Chapter 66. Reactions from all parties, the storm rises again. The real challenge is yet to come. Zephyr and Sengoku didn't speak much along the way, and soon returned to naval headquarters. They reported the battle situation to Kong with complicated expressions. The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone was thinking. Crane Vice Admiral was the first to break the calm and spoke slowly. I'm afraid that's what Mitt thought from the beginning. Anyway, he was once a Marine, and he had his own justice in his heart. But Mitt and we are on different paths, Kong said solemnly. We cannot relent for this reason. How to report to the world government? Sengoku asked. He couldn't make up his mind, so he didn't report it in advance. Kong was silent for a while and then spoke. Then just do what Mitt said first. We still have to maintain the dignity of Marine. Try to exaggerate the destruction of Beast's pirates to avoid Marine's defeat. Kong had to admit that now Marine had to do what Mitt said. Otherwise, things will develop in an unfavorable direction. Garp smiled and shook his head and sighed. Mitt is still a good guy. He must know that we have to do this. 420. I'm afraid there will be more fun in the future. Garp. Crane Vice Admiral said seriously, neither you nor anyone else can show mercy to Katie. He is a dangerous man and must be eradicated. Crane. Garp shrugged. You just heard what Sengoku and Zephyr said. It's not that easy to deal with Mitt. Don't think that just because someone abducted Gion, you have a grudge against it. Crane Vice Admiral looked gloomy and did not continue to speak. Kong coughed and focused everyone's attention on himself. Let's do this now and then see how the world government responds. This is all we, Marine, can do. Sighing, Kong said. At least Mitt helped us defeat the Beast's pirates, right? How is this behavior different from other pirates? Crane Vice Admiral spoke again. But this time it was Zephyr's turn to remain silent. In fact, Crane Vice Admiral hit the nail on the head. Advertisement. What is the difference between what Mitt is doing now and what he is doing as a pirate? Even Marine himself, how is he different from a pirate? CDEG, Holy Land Marigioa. 5 elders received Marine's report immediately. Wechuleshung said seriously, we underestimated Mitt's strength. 2 admirals attacked together, but they can't take him down. This is probably because of the trouble caused by that guy Kaido, the holy path of Pit. Although there is this reason, Saint Seiden's face was gloomy. But we also suffered 3 losses with Mitt. If we leave him alone any longer, I'm afraid things will get worse and worse. The problem is, Nashu Langsheng said, and he looked at the other 5 elders. Gold D. Roger is almost there. We don't have the strength to deal with Mitt, we can only leave it to Marine. Sane Wichuli nodded and said immediately, so for the time being, I'll leave it to Marine to handle. Now there are more and more forces on the sea. We have to concentrate our efforts. In a short period of time, Gold D. Roger is more important. Then let's do this for now, Moshe Sheng said. No matter what, we have to prevent Roger from reaching that place. The descendants of D must not appear in this sea. It is because Mitt does not have a D in his name that he is not listed as the top target by 5 elders. But who can know what kind of storm this man with no D in his name will cause in the future? An even more chaotic era is coming, and all forces in the world cannot stay out of it. Toto Land Kingdom, Charlotte Linlin also received the news. She didn't care much about Kaido being caught, after all, it wasn't just once or twice. Charlotte Linlin is more concerned about Mitt's strength than Kaido. It is said that Mitt defeated Kaido one-on-one. It can basically be said that his strength is superior to him. 013903323 Filu 110,001,461. Charlotte Linlin's strength is similar to Kaido's, although her strength has increased since her last defeat. But she has no confidence that she can be better than Mitt. It seems we still need time, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but said. Parasparrow looked at the other party carefully, and she would get angry every time she reported something about Mitt. But now the expression on Charlotte Linlin's face is very normal, which makes Parasparrow very frustrated. Advertisement Charlotte Linlin put several pieces of cake into her mouth and took a few bites. Well, let Katakuri stay with Mitt, Charlotte Linlin said suddenly. Ah, yes, Parasparrow reacted and responded hurriedly. Timing, Charlotte Linlin muttered while overeating. Katakuri still has to stay with Mitt for a while. But will the opportunity Charlotte Linlin is waiting for really come? When Mihawk opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Bullet's face. He punched the opponent without hesitation, causing Bullet to retreat quickly. What are you doing? Bullet said angrily. This sentence is back to you, Mihawk responded coldly. I came here to take a look, please don't go too far. Bullet was very angry. He came over to see Mihawk before he recovered from his injury, and it wasn't because he was worried about him. It turned out that this guy didn't appreciate it. Mihawk glanced at the other party and found that not only Bullet, but also Luo Nantong, Sakazuki and others were also there. It should be said that the whole room was filled with those students. Just like last time, covering his forehead and shaking it, Mihawk sighed and said, "Thank you." After being rescued twice, Kaiyuke still knew it very well. What's more, he is now Mitt's student. That's right. Bullet nodded with satisfaction and patted Mihawk on the shoulder. You will be our companions from now on, so you should have a better attitude. When the injury heals, let's compete again. Mihawk didn't look at the other people's expressions and looked up at the ceiling. In fact, he didn't know how to deal with it, he had always been a loner. Mihawk wouldn't be here if he hadn't lost to Mitt. Just then, Mitt appeared. The noisy atmosphere at the scene suddenly calmed down, and everyone was looking at him. Of course Mihawk noticed this and turned his head to look over. Mitt was indeed coming for him, with a faint smile still on his face at this moment. Suddenly, Mitt pulled out his sword and placed it on Mihawk's shoulder. Mihawk's face was shocked, he didn't react just now. Then, Mitt's voice sounded in his ears. Welcome to the Righteous Army, Sahawk. Chapter 67. Extreme pain as a navigator, Mitt will leave for India in a few days, but he doesn't know that in this world, there are two girls who are already in great pain because of his departure. Sister Xiaowu. Alice hugged her big bear and buried her face in it. Do you think brother Mitt will be fine? Xiaowu patted her on the back and comforted her. Don't worry, Mitt has his own destiny, and he will definitely be able to get her back. Yeah. Alice nodded in agreement. But after a while, she raised her head again and asked. So, can I go with you, little sister? Of course not. Xiaowu refused decisively. She knew the current situation very well. As long as she took one step further, Alice would be sad. You are still young, how can you take risks casually? When Alice heard that Xiaowu refused to go to India with her, she immediately muttered aggrievedly. But I really want to see brother Mitt, sister Xiaowu. Be good, Alice. Just wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Xiaowu gently stroked Alice's furry head and smiled. Oh. Alice lay down listlessly. The puppy took the snacks she bought for herself and ran outside. She ran 1 meter to the center of the dock before stopping. Miss Xiaowu, do you need any help? Xiaowu shook her head and smiled at the guard. I want to go to the dock to find a crew member named Brooke. Please take me there. Advertisement, Brooke. The guard said in confusion. Please wait a moment, I will check the information. The guard took out the phone from his pocket, dialed the number, and after asking for a while, hang up the phone. Please follow me. Bar 11. Thank you. Xiaowu said gratefully. The guard sent Xiaoji to the dock, then turned and left. Xiaowu looked at the pier. At this moment, the pier was empty, with only a sailboat moored there. Xiaowu walked slowly over and stood next to the side of the ship, staring at it. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. Xiaowu was startled. She quickly took a few steps back, and shouted in panic. Who is where? The sudden change made her very scared, but everything was quiet and there was no movement at all. Ah! Xiaowu was so nervous that her hands and feet were cold. Tap, tap. Suddenly, a pair of leather boots fell on the deck, making a loud sound as they stepped on the water. Xiaowu looked along the source of the sound and found a man walking up. The man was tall and thin, wearing something snowy. Asking for flowers, Xiaowu asked warily. Who are you? The man came closer, revealing half of his handsome profile. Advertisement Xiaowu recognized the man in front of her, and it turned out to be the guard just now. Xiaowu frowned and asked, Why are you here? Of course I accompanied Miss Xiaowu to register. The man took off his eyes and said with a smile. Miss Xiaowu, this ship belongs to you. 0. Hearing this, Xiaowu was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? The man pointed at the sailboat and explained. Miss Xiaowu, have you forgotten? Last night you told Miss Alice that you asked me to keep this boat and deliver it to you this morning. Did I give you orders last night? Xiao Xian asked doubtfully. The man nodded and said, yes, impossible. Xiao Wu immediately denied. I obviously just told a boy named I last night, how could I let you come to deliver it? Well. The man hesitated for a moment and said, maybe, the boy can't tell without explaining it to you in detail. You're talking nonsense, Xiao Wu said angrily. Chapter 68. Don't worry about the rest. Miss Xiao Wu, please calm down. The man persuaded with a smile on his face. Anyway, the things are given to Miss Xiao Wu, just like it. Xiao Wu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, remained silent for a moment, and said, okay, since I asked you to deliver it, you can just carry it on the boat and forget about the rest. Yes, yes. The man bowed respectfully. After the man left, Xiao Wu's face fell instantly. She had a sad look on her face and muttered to herself. Mitt. Where are you? Don't let anything happen to you. On the other side, Mitt and Robin took a cargo ship and sailed along the river towards India. Sister Robin, are you sure our plan is foolproof? Mitt said worriedly. You know, a ghost place like India is really too dangerous. Brother Mitt, don't worry. Our plan is absolutely feasible. Robin vowed. You have to believe that as long as you follow my plan, you will be able to rescue your friends safely and return to our familiar place, home. I hope so. Mitt sighed and continued to ask. What should we do if we rush over to look for her and can't find her? Brother Mitt, don't worry too much. You have to believe in our luck. Robin smiled and said. Besides, we went there secretly this time. As long as we are not noticed, we will not be discovered. In the cabin, Mitt and Robin were chatting passionately, while outside the boat, a boat was chasing them silently. On that sailing ship, in the room on the top floor of the cabin, a young man with an evil face sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding a sexy beauty on each side. This young man is Blackbeard's red stick, Buggy. Dad is so cunning to use this trick. Buggy curled his lips, muttered, and then reached out to push down the beautiful woman in his arms. You guys go down first and let me rest for a while. Advertisement. The two beauties smiled coquettishly, got dressed and left. After they closed the door and left, Buggy stood up and went into the bathroom in the middle of the room to wash himself. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a violent knock on the door. Buggy wiped his body clean, put on his nightgown, walked to the door, opened the door, and asked, Did you miss me again? Seeing Xiao Wu standing in front of him, Buggy was startled and said with a smile. It turns out to be Xiao Wu. How come you haven't seen me for so long? I thought you ignored my brother. Xiao Wu stared at him with burning eyes and asked, What happened last night? Ah ha ha. What's going on? Buggy pretended to be stupid and said, Aren't you talking about your ship? HMPH. Stop pretending to me. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and said, I obviously asked you to take my ship to the port. Why did you say I asked you to take the ship to the dock? Buggy chuckled and said, Isn't that because our plan requires it? Xiao Wu stared at Buggy suspiciously, as if judging what he said. You don't believe it? Buggy asked provocatively. How about we make a bet? If I lie to you, I promise you to propose a task, but if you win, I have to cooperate with you. How about that? Do you dare to bet with me? Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, Just bet. However, Sujia has to pay a corresponding price. No problem. Buggy agreed readily. So, in the next few hours, the two competed tit for tat, competing in every aspect, including the size of the bet, the outcome, the end time, the bet, and the rewards. Chapter 69. Gambling completed finally. After a long time, the two of them completed the bet. Ha ha ha. I am the one who wins. Buggy looked up to the sky and laughed unbridled and heartily. You be asterisk 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 D. You're actually cheating. Xiao Wu shouted angrily in embarrassment. This is called a soldier who never tires of deceit, do you understand? Buggy said scornfully. And it's not my fault. If I am, I can only blame you for being stupid. Xiao Wu glared at him fiercely and said, Don't be complacent. I have decided that you must obey my command before your ship docks. Buggy chuckled disdainfully and said, Whatever you want. The game between the two finally ended. Xiao Wu won, but 23 could not relax. She picked up the communicator on the table, dialed a number, and called out hurriedly, Hello? Soon, a pleasant female voice came from the phone, with a hint of surprise and joy. Is it Xiao Wu? Why did you contact us? Do you have any needs? Sister Nami, it's me, Xiao Wu said excitedly. Advertisement. A gentle voice came from the other side of the phone. Are you in any trouble? That's right. Xiao Wu hesitated and said, I want to ask you to help me check something out. After a pause, she added, Don't tell anyone else. The phone bug said, Xiao Wu, although I don't know what difficulties you have encountered, I promise that I will go through them all. Thank you, Sister Nashao. The stall smiled sweetly. Xiao Wu, please tell me your requirements first so that I can prepare the information. Okay, Sister Nami. Xiao Wu said, I want to know a name. Josie, Captain of Hogwarts School, Captain of George Hogwarts School. After hearing this, the phone was silent for a while. After a while, Nami's confused voice came from the phone. Josie, the Captain of Hogwarts School? Isn't it Jonathan's father? Xiao Wu's expression darkened, and she said in a low voice, Jonathan is dead. Dead? Nami's voice was a little higher. Who killed him? Advertisement, I don't know either. Xiao Wu shook her head. The phone fell into silence again. After a long time, Nami's voice sounded again, with a hint of sadness and pain, asking. So Xiao Wu, do you have any clues? Xiao Wu said. Based on my observations, I think the murderer should be a woman, and a very beautiful woman. A very beautiful woman? Nami asked in surprise. What evidence do you have? First of all, Xiao Wu said slowly, when the ship left the Alabasta Palace, part of its structure was damaged. On the other side, Mitt and his group were gathering in the open wilderness on the outskirts of Alabasta. This is what you call a hotel, 700. Garp looked at the surrounding scene and couldn't help complaining. It's like a tomb. Even in the daytime, it gives people an eerie feeling. Mitt nodded and said, it's indeed spooky. There's nothing here except gloominess. Frankie looked around, frowned and said, I suggest we find a place to make do with it tonight. Stop talking nonsense. Garp said. Stop the boat quickly and let's set up the tent. Mr. Garp. Mitt stopped. Have you forgotten? Our target tonight is the pirate hunter Pokmisk. If we stop now, what if he escapes? Chapter 70. This time he can't escape even if he has wings. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape this time, Mitt said confidently. Since you know him, you should know his weaknesses, right? I will catch him alive. Garp hesitated for a moment and said, okay. Mitt rubbed his hands excitedly, and then shouted to the team. Guys, pack up the tents, we are going to camp here tonight. Oh, everyone cheered and packed their luggage. Announcement. The sun sets. A round of red sun gradually disappeared, and instead, the dark night descended on the earth. The sea breeze blew and stirred up waves. It's really bad. It's raining in this damn place. Mitt looked at the dark sky and muttered. I hope it won't rain again tonight, otherwise we will have to continue to be exposed to the sun on the beach tomorrow morning. Nami walked up to him and said, this is a bad season. Yes. Mitt nodded and changed the subject. Sister Nami, do you know that the Captain Josie Hogwarts Academy is called George? Advertisement, Josie Hogwarts School. Nami was stunned, and after thinking carefully for a moment, she said, I seem to have heard of this school, but I'm not very impressed. I have seen his photo before, Xiao Wu said. Hearing this, Nami immediately became energetic. Xiao Wu, show me quickly what it looks like. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment and said, George, the captain of Hogwarts School, looks very similar to my brother. After hearing her words, Nami's expression changed, and Yi Zhou asked, could it be that they're brothers? Xiao Wu shook her head and corrected, my brother is a student at Hogwarts. George is a teacher at Hogwarts. Nami sighed and said, what a pity, George has died. Sorry, Sister Nami, I didn't mean it just now, 17 Xiao Wu quickly explained. Okay. Nami comforted, you don't need to apologize to me, it's just that I can't attend your brother's funeral, it's such a pity. Yeah, I know, I can't attend George's funeral either, Xiao Wu said softly. The two girls hugged each other and cried. Nami, do you remember when he died? Xiao Wu suddenly asked. Advertisement, let me think about it. Nami recalled it and said, it seems like we met 7 years ago? Xiao Wu murmured. In other words, he was already injured at that time. You mean? Nami's eyes widened and he said tremblingly. He was killed by some kind of powerful person? Yes. Xiao Wu nodded and said, that's why I have been secretly searching for traces of the murderer all these years. Wait a minute. Nami suddenly interrupted. Xiao Wu, why'd I remember that the brother you mentioned was just a student at Hogwarts, not a pirate? Xiao Wu was speechless. Sister Xiao Wu. Frankie suddenly interjected. Are you trying to get revenge on, okay, that Captain Josie Hogwarts? I don't want to either. Xiao Wu spread his hands and said, but if he was really killed by that Chowzi, then he must be my brother-killing enemy. I can't sit back and watch. What do you want to do? I want to avenge my brother. Mitt scratched his head and asked, Sister Xiao Wu, aren't you worried about your own safety? What should I do if something happens to you? Chapter 71. I won't abandon my brother. Xiao Wu smiled, patted his shoulder and said, Idiot Xiao Fei, have you forgotten who taught me armament hockey? Mitt scratched his head and said, however, Sister Xiao Wu, your armament hockey was also stolen from a guy named Robin. That's because that Robin is a weirdo, and I'm just a simple good boy. Xiao Wu shrugged and said, in short, I will never leave my brother alone. 11. Sister Xiao Wu. Mitt suddenly said, I want to help you fulfill your wish. Help me? Xiao Wu looked at him doubtfully and said, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Don't be afraid, I like anyone who is as kind as you, Sister Nami. Mitt chuckled. That's enough for you too. Nami held her forehead helplessly and said, I hate trouble. 11. But this matter concerns Sister Puppy's relatives. Mitt said seriously, so I must do my best without asking for anything in return. Huh? Nami looked confused. Advertisement, don't get me wrong. Mitt rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and said, I mean, this matter has nothing to do with my parents. I just want to make Sister Nami happy. Nami suddenly couldn't laugh or cry and said, you, talk nonsense. You're kidding. Mitt laughed silly, then changed the subject and said, okay, Sister Nami, Frankie, let's get to work quickly. Nami. Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu suddenly pulled her sleeve and said, I think you need to tell us your plans so that we can cooperate more easily. Yes, I mean we are partners. Katie nodded in agreement. Xiao Wu hesitated for a while, and finally told Mitt and the others about the matter. Originally, she planned to investigate quietly first before telling Nami, and then find an opportunity to enter Hogwarts to investigate. But now it seems that it is obviously impossible to hide it from Mitt and his friends. That's actually the case, Mitt said suddenly. Frankie also nodded in agreement. Advertisement. Xiao Wu sighed, CDDH, and said, actually, I didn't want to tell you this so early, because you still need stronger power, but the current situation is getting more and more chaotic, and I don't want to drag you down, so I just said it straight away. Nami frowned slightly, and after being silent for a long time, he said, we will do our best to help you, not only to repay your original kindness, but also to repay the hatred of our two brothers. Thanks, Xiao Wu said gratefully. Then, I'll leave first. You guys continue to work hard. Okay. Xiao Wu walked to the door, turned to him and shouted. That's right, Katie, Frankie, you two remember to eat. I got it, you verbose brat. Frankie waved his hand. I know, go and come back quickly. Mitt urged. Bye. Xiao Wu waved her hand and walked out. Kid, where are you going to find your brother this time? She suddenly asked. Xiao Wu stopped walking, lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Although I haven't slept well these past few days, I'm not so distracted that I can't tell the direction. I know where I should go. She raised her head, looked at the twinkling stars deep in the night sky, and said, I know where my brother was killed by that bad guy, and I want to go there to avenge him. Chapter 72. Too dangerous. But it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Nami couldn't help but dissuade her. Xiao Wu smiled and said brightly, Sister Nami, you don't have to worry. That Captain Josie Hogwarts is relatively weak. No matter how strong he is, he can't surpass the 5-year-old me. Xiao Wu said confidently. I can definitely defeat him, so I won't take risks. Don't worry about me. There's nothing more to worry about. Xiao Wu waved her hand and said resolutely. Just proceed as planned. I don't want to miss this year's Christmas. Saying that, Xiao Wu hurried away. Hey, Nami shouted loudly, but unfortunately Xiao Wu disappeared into the night without looking back, leaving only her back and the sound of distant footsteps. Nami murmured softly. I should respect her. Damn it, I obviously want her to give up that ridiculous idea, but I am not deceiving myself. She gritted her teeth and finally chose to compromise, secretly clenching her fists and saying, just this once, if Xiao Wu is really in danger, I won't hesitate any longer. Xiao Wu walked to the corner of the street and happened to meet Jack, who had just escaped from the circus. He seemed to be drunk and staggered to the ground. Jack, are you okay? Advertisement. Xiao Wu hurriedly ran to Jack's side, stretched out her hand and tried to help Jack up. Don't come near me. Jack pushed Xiao Wu away and roared. I've had enough. I don't want to see that woman again in my life. That woman naturally refers to his wife, Mr. Blois' sister, Bailey. Bailey is Jack's favorite woman. In Jack's eyes, she is the hope and light of everything, and he is willing to give anything to exchange for Bailey's happiness. However, Bailey broke his heart more than once, and she was so cruel every time, and she still rejected him without hesitation. Xiao Wu watched Jack staggering away, and finally sighed. In this case, just forget about her. The second day, Hogsmeade Village. Since it snowed last night, the weather this morning is still cold and humid. Xiao Wu stood in front of the window, looking at the scene outside, her heart filled with melancholy and her eyes red. She hadn't seen Jack for a long time. During this time, he had always stayed at home and hadn't even been to Hogwarts much. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. She knew Jack was frustrated, but there was nothing she could do to change it. Xiao Wu sighed, rubbed her red eyes, gathered her thoughts, turned around, picked up the information on the table, and prepared to go to Hogwarts to find her brother. Point 0. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door, and a dirty boy wearing a tattered cotton padded jacket stood at the door and timidly shouted. Excuse me, can I come in? His eyes were black and white, and he looked a little timid, but Xiao Wu said gently, please come in. The boy walked in and said respectfully, you are Sister Xiao Wu, I am Ani, and this is the breakfast I made. He walked up to Xiao Wu with the hot buns and said, Sister Xiao Wu, try this Rugiamo. I baked it myself. Thanks. Xiao Wu took it with a smile and said, it's Xishang. Haha, if Sister Xiao Wu likes it, I can often bring you breakfast in the future. Ani scratched his hair honestly and said seriously. Chapter 73. Sorry to trouble you. Xiao Wu nodded and said, then I'll trouble you. Ani smiled shyly and said, it's okay, I'm just doing my best. Xiao Wu bit into the meat bun and said vaguely, how old are you this year? Arnie said, I am 12 years old and a student of Hogwarts. I'm 12 years old, is it about to be promoted to level 4? Xiao Wu asked casually. Yeah, worky? Ni nodded and said seriously, I will work hard and go to work after graduation to support myself and take care of my parents and brother. Awesome. Haha. Ani smiled stupidly and scratched his head. Xiao Wu looked at him and suddenly asked, where's your brother? My brother? Ani was stunned and looked at Xiao Wu in confusion. I don't have a brother? Advertisement. No brother. Xiao Wu opened her eyes wide and said with some surprise, but I heard. I have no brother. Ani shook his head and said affirmatively. I am an orphan. I have been dependent on my parents since I was a child. I have no brother. Hearing this, Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief, showed a relieved smile, and said, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It doesn't matter. Ani scratched his cheek and said sheepishly, I don't have any friends. No one cares about me except my parents. It doesn't matter. After the two chatted for a while, Ani left. Before leaving, he told Xiao Wu that he would continue to send breakfast to Xiao Wu in the future, which moved Xiao Wu very much. After seeing Ani walk away, Xiao Wu sighed, feeling extremely depressed. Alas. She originally thought that the conflict between Ani and her brother did not reach the point of being unresolved, but now it seems that the conflict between Ani and her brother may not be resolved. But think about it, if the conflict between Ani and his brother was not so serious, his parents would not agree to Ani and Bailey's marriage. Although Xiao Wu felt quite guilty, she couldn't get involved in this kind of thing. Can we only look forward to such ordinary happiness forever? Xiao Wu said bitterly, I shouldn't be so persistent. Advertisement. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt weak all over, and the feeling of exhaustion spread all over her body. Dong dong dong. Who is it? Xiao Wu managed to keep her spirits up and asked outside the door. Sister Xiao Wu, it's me. Irene said. She handed a basket to Xiao Wu and said with a smile, this is a real donut for Mom and Dad. Xiao Wu took the donut, touched Irene's head, and smiled happily. Thank you, Irene. Thank you for your hard work, let's go play. Well, I'm leaving, bye. Irene waved her hand and skipped away. A few days later, Mitt met Marine's battleship at sea. Mitt, who was sleeping in the cabin, was woken up. He opened the window impatiently and cursed. Which idiot woke up lousy again? Mitt, don't say rude words, you will offend Marine. Frankie patted Mitt on the shoulder and reminded, Marine is very fierce, so be careful. Mitt curled his lips and said 5.9 nonchalantly. HMPH, pirate hunters are still afraid of Marine? It's a joke. Don't say that, Mitt. Chopper said, Marine is awesome, it's better if we don't annoy them. Mitt frowned and looked out the window. The sea was extremely calm. Except for the occasional seagull passing by, there didn't seem to be any dangerous atmosphere. It's strange that I can't sense danger, Mitt murmured. Chapter 74. Mitt, I heard. Mitt, I heard. Frankie hesitated and looked at Mitt. What? Mitt said eagerly. Frankie swallowed his saliva and said hesitantly, it is said that Marine will wipe out the entire Marineford recently, so, we are now within Marine's pursuit range? Mitt exclaimed, we must escape as soon as possible. Well. Frankie was silent for a moment and said seriously, I think we can try to escape. Mitt rolled his eyes and struck mercilessly. Do you think Marine is a fool? This time Marine does not have only a small number of troops like last time, and they also mastered powerful magic like thunder and fire. 23. Besides, they have such a big ship, enough to accommodate hundreds of people, but we only have 3 people. Chopper looked at Frankie worriedly. Frankie, do you have money? No. Frankie shook his head and said helplessly, not only do I have no money, I don't even have the ticket. 1. Mitt sighed. He was now penniless, and the only thing valuable was the gemstone ring on his belt. However, this ring must be exchanged for money to buy medicinal materials and food, and it must not be traded away easily. Chopper lowered his head in frustration. It's over. Advertisement. Xiao Wu didn't react at all. She was used to it now. She knew that she couldn't help them escape. Mitt sighed. No matter what, he should do something to prevent them from getting into trouble. I need to contact Vice Admiral Garp first, Mitt said solemnly. I think he will rescue us. Chopper was overjoyed and said excitedly, yes, let's go find Grandpa Garp. Ha ha ha. Mitt smiled heartily, it's such a happy decision. Frankie sighed and tried to dissuade him. Mitt, don't forget our purpose. We're here to seek asylum. I understand. Mitt said seriously. But this time is different. Marine is not an ordinary enemy. I think Vice Admiral Garp will definitely be willing to protect us. Frankie sighed helplessly and stopped trying to dissuade him. He knew that his dissuasion was ineffective. Hey, Chopper. Mitt turned to Chopper and said, hurry up and notify Bailey. Yeah, I'll go right away. Advertisement. Wait. Frankie called to Chopper and scratched his hair in embarrassment. Forget it. I'll go with you. Yeah. Chopper nodded happily. Mitt looked at the two people speechlessly, but fortunately they didn't mess up the questions. They soon arrived at the Belia mansion and knocked on the door of Bailey's house. Tuck tuck tuck. Chopper knocked on the door anxiously and shouted, Sister Bailey, we have something to see you for. There were footsteps at Bailey's house and the door creaked open, revealing Bailey's lovely face. Chopper, it's you, what's the matter? Bailey said doubtfully. Sister Bailey, Mitt and Uncle Frankie are in danger and need your help, Chopper said anxiously. Eh? Bailey's eyes widened and she said in shock. How could this happen? It's true, I heard what they said with my own ears. Chopper said with certainty, Sister Bailey, come with me. Wait a minute. Bailey hurried into the house, took out a box from under the bed, opened the lid, took out a piece of drawing paper and pen, and wrote a row of neat Huxia characters, Wansho, on the drawing paper. Chapter 75. Not a small move. I'm going to find my dad. Please take care of me here. Bailey bowed apologetically to Frankie. Yeah. Frankie nodded solemnly. Don't worry, just call me if you need anything, I live next door. Afterwards, Bailey and Chopper quickly left the house. Mitt looked at their leaving figures and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Although he had a bad impression of Bailey, he was still a companion after all, so he couldn't just watch them die. As for Frankie, Mitt doesn't have a good impression of him. He just admires his superb cooking skills. He is not a bad person, and he doesn't want him to get hurt. Frankie watched Chopper leave and said thoughtfully, "It seems that Marine's actions were not small this time, otherwise Chopper wouldn't be so panicked." Yeah. Mitt agreed. He saw what Chopper just said. They were heading to the Sabaody archipelago on a giant sailing ship. No matter what, the boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge. Frankie shrugged and continued, "But this place is really bad, let's leave after dinner time." Yeah. Mitt nodded, and the two of them packed their things and prepared to go out. Advertisement suddenly. Boom. An explosion sounded, making Mitt and Frankie tremble. This. Frankie pointed to the distance with a pale face. Is there an explosion over there? It seems. Mitt also noticed the explosion in the distance, with an ugly expression on his face. It's Marine. It seems they have caught the pirates, so they want to massacre us. Mitt roared angrily. You be asterisk. However, this is exactly what I want. Frankie calmed down and said, since they want to arrest us, let me teach them a lesson. Good idea. Mitt's eyes flashed and he said enthusiastically, let's kill those sailors. On the other side, Marine base. A soldier stood respectfully in front of the office and reported, Sir, according to the latest news, a group of pirates were discovered near our country, and they are heading towards the Great Air Mile. Oh, what kind of pirate is it? A neatly dressed middle-aged man asked with interest in front of the desk. They seem to be running for their lives. No specific information has been found yet. Ah, escape. Marine Admiral's yellow and green lips raised. I don't hate being a fund owner 11. Advertisement, Sir, what do we need to do now? Of course we are arresting them, Kizaru said with a smile. Don't be timid just because there are only a few of them. The Revolutionary Army is not so courageous. Yes. The soldier lowered his head and ordered. Kizaru raised his head and ordered calmly. Tell them to track those ships for me. Once the Revolutionary Army is discovered, they will be killed without mercy. I want to see who dares to provoke Heigugang. Yes. At the same time, somewhere in the Sabaody archipelago, outside a dilapidated house, several men in black gathered here. What's going on? Are you sure it's that old monster, Lee Nuo's, P? One of the men asked the person next to him. The man being questioned had a solemn look on his face. It's them, yes. Although they have changed a lot, I have seen the girl next to him before. 17. Damn it, these guys actually escaped here. The man in black pondered for a moment, then said harshly, bring her back, I want to see who dares to mess with Marine. He is indeed one of the three emperors, Pluton Rayleigh. Suddenly, gloomy laughter spread all around. Chapter 76, Violent Eyes. Many men in black looked around warily, and saw a group of guys wearing red robes and hats walking out not far away. They all wore masks, leaving only a pair of violent eyes. The leader of the Red Pepper Man slowly took off his hat, showed a ferocious expression, and said in a hunting voice, my name is Akainu Sakazuki. You pirates just go ahead and do it without restraint. Who are you guys? The leading man in black asked cautiously. HMPH. Sakazuki looked at them contemptuously and said disdainfully, just because you were a bunch of trash, you dare to provoke us even if you don't even know our identities. The leader of the man in black gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to refute. After all, Sakazuki was right. They couldn't even figure out the identity of their opponent, so how could they talk about fighting? Sakazuki Vice Admiral, please leave immediately, otherwise, don't blame us for being unhappy. The only major among the men stood up and said calmly. Hey, isn't this a pirate from Alabasta? Sakazuki said jokingly. Before they came here, they had already investigated and found out that these people were all pirates from Alabasta, and there was also Prince Ace of Alabasta. Sakazuki, don't talk nonsense, Ace said nervously after hearing this. Advertisement everyone in Alabasta knows that these pirates are criminals, and they don't want to involve Ace. After all, Ace is the future king of Alabasta. Sakazuki glanced at them, don't worry, we are not interested in His Highness Ace. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Ace was slightly relieved, but frowned, what are you doing here? Sakazuki grinned with a ferocious smile, of course we are here to capture the pirates and capture a group of Alabasta prisoners by the way. Ace's face darkened and he said angrily, Sakazuki, I don't know what you are talking about. Ha ha ha. Sakazuki laughed unscrupulously and said, Your Highness Ace, please stop pretending. I have already found out that Your Majesty the King of Alabasta, enemy, is leading his troops to attack the naval headquarters. Your Highness Ace, please come back as soon as possible, the leader of the men in black dissuaded. Ace's face was ashen and he shouted coldly, stop talking nonsense. He didn't expect that this matter would be discovered, but he would never admit it, otherwise Alabasta would be in trouble and he would become a sinner through the ages. HMPH, Sakazuki laughed mockingly and waved his hand, do it. Advertisement hundreds of Marines rushed forward with various weapons, killing the man in black. Your Highness Ace, you go first. The men in black blocked the group of Marines and struggled to hold on. What a waste, you can't even stop someone like this, Ace cursed secretly. Then, Ace turned around and ran away without hesitation. Ace, where can you escape? Tian Shui Lang's voice sounded. I saw Sakazuki coming step by step, his right hand suddenly reaching out and making a fist, shaving moonwalk. In an instant, Sakazuki came behind Ace and whipped his right leg around Ace's waist like a whip. Instantly, Ace was whipped away and broke several giant trees before he stopped. Ace. A group of pirates panicked. Sakazuki dodged, came to Ace again, and punched Ace in the abdomen. The powerful force shook his whole body, causing Ace to feel severe pain all over his body, and he spit out 10 mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, Sakazuki, you're going too far, Ace couldn't help roaring. Chapter 77 I'm going to kill you too. Sakazuki grinned and sneered. What's wrong with bullying you? I'm going to kill you. As he spoke, Sakazuki punched Ace in the chest, and immediately, Ace flew more than 10 meters away and landed in the grass. Ace. A group of pirates screamed. Sakazuki. An angry roar suddenly sounded in Sakazuki's ears, and then a strong wind hit him. Sakazuki subconsciously moved sideways for half a minute. Boom, there was only a muffled sound, and the area where Sakazuki was just now collapsed, forming a deep pit. Sakazuki's pupils shrank. What kind of speed is this? It's simply unbelievable. You pirates, all of you will die. With this roar, a man in a golden cloak descended from the sky, holding a naginata, and slashed at Sakazuki's head. Sakazuki's face changed wildly, and he quickly avoided the blow and stared at the figure. You are the disciple of the pirate king Roger, the marine hero. Garp. Sakazuki gritted his teeth and said. Oh, you actually know a bad old man like me. Not bad, Garp said, squinting his eyes. Advertisement, HMPH, Sakazuki sneered. Do you think I will believe the relationship between you and Ace? You two are both pirates, how can there be any intersection? Haha, you guessed wrong. Our intersection is not what you imagined. As for the Ace you mentioned, he is not just a pirate, but also my friend, Garp laughed. Hearing this, Sakazuki's face twitched. Since Ace is Garp's friend, wouldn't he have found the wrong person? In that case, then you will die, Sakazuki roared angrily. Call out. The next second, Guankiji's body fell to the ground. Swish. Sakazuki appeared next to Garp, stabbing Garp's neck fiercely with the naginata in his hand. Not bad, kid, Garp praised. Boom. There was a muffled sound, and Sakazuki took several steps back, looking at Garp with a shocked face. He didn't see clearly how Garp struck, but Garp just kicked him out and actually knocked him back. Advertisement. You are indeed a disciple of the Pirate King, Sakazuki murmured in his heart. Garp. Ace exclaimed from afar. Ace, just go ahead and leave this place to me. Garp turned to Ace and shouted. Please give me flowers. Yeah. Ace responded and quickly fled from here. When Sakazuki saw this, he felt happy and hurriedly chased after him, but was blocked by Garp. Kid, if you want to chase His Highness Ace, you have to get rid of my trouble first, right? Damn it. Get out of here. Sakazuki glared at Garp with a fierce look on his face and red eyes. Although there is no connection between Ace and Garp, as Ace is the most wanted criminal with the highest bounty on the world government, Sakazuki naturally knows that if Ace falls into the hands of Marine, the world government will definitely take this opportunity to get rid of him. The goal this time is to kill Ace, so Ace must not be allowed to escape. Garp smiled contemptuously. Kid, I'm not afraid to tell you that this time I came here with the determination to kill you. Not to mention just a few people, even if there are several times more, I will still kill you. Sakazuki's face darkened. He knew this very well. After all, Marine Admiral's strength was not something he could match. But he also knew that this battle must not be lost. Chapter 78 A fair duel with you. Garp, I want a fair duel with you, Sakazuki said solemnly. Haha, kid, this is impossible. Garp shook his head and immediately shot out. Do you think a strong man like me would use these fancy things? Garp's move perfectly explains what fast means. Bang. Sakazuki felt his eyes light up, and when he realized it, he had already received a 5-2-3 punch from Garp on his chest. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, and scarlet blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. You are not a Marine Admiral, and you also have such a strong armament Haki. Sakazuki slowly stood up and looked at Garp with a solemn face. On the other side, Mitt is leading the Straw Hat Pirates in a fierce fight with the pirates under Big Mom. Not long ago, because Mitt was worried about Shank's safety, he led the Straw Hat Pirates to a certain island in the front section of the Great Navigation. On that island, there was a pirate named Whitebeard, Josie. And the Whitebeard Pirates are Marine's traitors. Back then, Marine wiped out the Whitebeard Pirates, but found the pirate captain Marco, and Marco saved a group of people during their escape, including Whitebeard, Josie. And these people are the revolutionaries, Blois, Whitebeard, the pirate hunter Arlong and the Alabasta King Hancock. They formed the Revolutionary Army, and the Revolutionary Army was born in the era of economics. These people are Marine's traitor, Nagisa. The thief captured Buggy and his friends. Mitt and his crew immediately started fighting after meeting the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army also showed extremely powerful force and defeated the Straw Hat Pirates. However, the Revolutionary Army also suffered heavy losses and was eventually annihilated by the Whitebeard Pirates. Advertisement: the Whitebeard Pirates are so powerful that even if Mitt and his crew cooperate, they still can't defeat them. In the end, the Whitebeard Pirates were forced to the edge of the coast and were about to jump into the sea to escape. At this moment, Sakazuki arrived and stopped Whitebeard and others. Sakazuki. Mitt roared upon seeing this. Sakazuki? Are you that marine bird? Buggy saw Sakazuki with a look of interest on his face. You idiots of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sakazuki said with a stern face. Sakazuki is indeed a lunatic. He obviously has extremely high talents and qualifications, but he is willing to become a marine. Even after joining the marine, he abandoned his father and joined the world of pirates. Sakazuki's main purpose in joining Marine is to seek revenge, clear his grievances for his parents and the Revolutionary Army, and work hard for the revival of the Revolutionary Army. Sakazuki, you don't deserve to be called Admiral, your father deserves to be called Admiral, but it's a pity that your father is dead. Whitebeard said with a cold face, mercilessly mocking. Shut up, I won't allow you to insult my father, Sakazuki growled. Then show your true skills, Sakazuki, Whitebeard said coldly, waving his hand at Sakazuki. The viper knife went straight to Sakazuki with a breath of intense moxibustion heat. Sakazuki's eyes narrowed slightly, and he kicked his legs violently, leaping into the air and dodging away. Rumble, the naginata struck the ground, and a terrifying crack spread, sending up smoke and dust all over the sky, plunging everything around into darkness. Chapter 79. Are you scared? Kid, are you scared? Whitebeard sneered, don't you keep saying you want to resurrect your parents? Don't you even have the courage to formally fight with me? As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, Sakazuki shouted, Whitebeard, shut up. I have never been afraid of you, today, I will take your life. The muscles all over Sakazuki's body bulged, exuding a terrifying aura. Shave. Sakazuki came to Whitebeard in an instant, and slapped Whitebeard with his right palm like a hammer. With a devastating attitude, he went straight towards Wanglong. Whitebeard's expression changed, and he could sense the power of Sakazuki's palm. Whitebeard's right arm was tense, and his naginata was held in front of him, 23 bang. A huge collision sounded, and the two men each took a few steps back. This scene shocked everyone watching the battle. They did not expect that Sakazuki could actually go head-to-head with Marine Admiral. As expected of Sakazuki, he can actually fight against the Whitebeard Admiral. 2. Everyone's eyes are on the battle between Sakazuki and Whitebeard. Who will win this duel? Ha! Advertisement. Sakazuki suddenly let out a roar, and blood surged in his body. Whitebeard, this punch will give you rice, as Sakazuki roared. A dazzling blue light burst out from the soles of his feet, and he charged towards Whitebeard at a speed that was staggering. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and swung his naginata to create a fierce sword wind. Boom! There was another loud collision, and the two attacks cancelled each other out. This kid. Whitebeard's face darkened. How could this kid have such great power? Although Sakazuki looked calm, he was very shocked in his heart. Whitebeard is a legendary pirate, and a top-notch pirate with very strong strength. However, Sakazuki's punch just now only knocked Whitebeard back 3 or 4 steps, while he himself took a full 5 or 6 steps back. This result made him a little unbelievable. HMPH, boy, I admit that you are a strong man. But, Whitebeard's eyes flashed coldly, you have too many weaknesses. Advertisement. Whitebeard's words made everyone confused. What is Sakazuki's weakness and why didn't they discover it? Whitebeard, you mean, Sakazuki's weakness is his sister Nami? Usopp guessed. No, this is not his weakness, he doesn't care about Nami's comfort at all. Whitebeard said lightly, but his tone was full of sadness. No matter what, Sakazuki is my enemy. Sakazuki gritted his teeth. Sakazuki and Whitebeard looked at each other for a moment, then turned and left, leaving only Whitebeard and his party. Let's go. 393 inches. Whitebeard greeted and led the pirates forward. At the same time, in another place, a girl and a child stood on the top of a mountain. They looked at the vast sea in the distance and felt the sea breeze blowing in their faces, feeling a sense of relief. Brother, it feels so comfortable. Nami took a deep breath of sea breeze with a look of enjoyment on his face. Well, that's great, Robin nodded with a smile. Brother, mother, in a few years, when you recover your memories, you should be able to return to your original life, Nami said longingly. Nami, let's go find a substitute father first, Robin said with a smile. Chapter 80. Let's go in first to see the situation. Oh, I almost forgot. Nami suddenly realized that she didn't know about Lin Lei and Chopper being caught, otherwise she would have been extremely anxious. The two siblings drifted on the sea and soon arrived at a fishing village near Sabaody Archipelago. Brother, this is, Nami said with some confusion. Brother's friends are being held here. Robin explained softly, let's go in first to see the situation. The two siblings walked through the village and walked on the streets, showing a rural scene. The villagers here seem to be living a good life, and they don't look like they are being imprisoned. Nami frowned and said, she could vaguely feel something strange. Maybe it's because they all like the customs of the seaside, Robin smiled. I hope so. Nami forced a smile, but still felt a little uneasy. Suddenly, a burst of noise interrupted Robin and Nami. Run quickly. The pirates are coming. The two siblings followed the sound and saw several pirate ships docked on the shore. 3 pirates, 2 men and 1 woman, jumped out of one of the ships. One of the young men was tall and burly, with a fierce aura about him. As soon as they landed, they ran towards the port. Nami's pupils tightened. Those 3 guys are members of his brother Roger's pirate group. Advertisement. Brother. Nami's eyes were a little confused, but the next second, his eyes became determined. Nami's brother is her brother Roger, and she will never allow anyone to bully her brother. Let's follow. Nami's eyes were firm, and she and Robin quickly caught up. Stop. Stop those pirates quickly. A group of people suddenly poured out of the village and started killing the 3 pirates. It's really troublesome. Robin frowned. She didn't want to get involved with these ordinary people. Swish, swish, swish. Robin drew out the short blade from his waist and slashed through the sky. The sharp blade cut down all the villagers who were blocking him to the ground, blood spattering on the spot. You two, get out of here, don't stop us, we want to save people. The three pirates looked gloomy, drew their weapons, and rushed towards the two people. Snort. Advertisement. A sneer appeared at the corner of Robin's mouth, and his figure flashed like a ghost, aiming straight for the throats of the two pirates. Puff puff. Blood flew everywhere, and the two pirates stared wide-eyed, refusing to rest in silence. Their fingers still held the gun, but they had lost the chance to resist. You. The young man's eyes widened. He never expected that he would die in the hands of the other party without even touching his clothes. Are you Marine? He asked shakily. It doesn't matter. Robin shook her head. She didn't want to reveal her identity. Since it's not the case, I advise you to leave here immediately. Robin didn't want to cause trouble, so he just gave a warning. However, this young man was obviously ignorant. He said with a ferocious smile, We are a famous pirate group on the Great Sea, the Dark Pirate Group under Whitebeard. My name is Ellen Baker, okay. Aincrad Pirates. Hearing these words, Robin frowned, remembering the plot of this world. One day in the future, the Dark Pirate Group under Whitebeard will be completely destroyed by Whitebeard because they offended Big Mom. Aincrad has become a good story, and the leader of this pirate group, Beckman, has become a famous figure. You came here to save people? Robin asked, staring at Beckman. Chapter 81. Prepare to be ruthless. Yes, Beckman replied without hesitation. Robin's eyes flashed with a stern look, and he was about to strike harshly. Stop. A sudden sound came, and the two siblings raised their heads to look at the source of the sound, only to see a luxury car approaching. Robin, what are you doing? The car stopped, and a man stepped out of the car. He was tall and slender, wearing a casual suit. His facial features are pleasing to the eye. Brother! Nami shouted in surprise. Nami, who lost you? Beckman was silent for a moment and suddenly asked. Brother! Nami was stunned, lowered his head and said nothing. Beckman, she's not to blame for this, and there's nothing we can do about it, Robin said slowly. I'm just asking. Beckman said in a deep voice, looking at Robin with anger in his eyes. Don't go too far, Robin said through gritted teeth. HMPH. Beckman glanced at Robin disdainfully, then turned to Nami and said softly, Sister, let's go find the B************ D to settle the score now. Advertisement, brother. Nami's eyes were red. Don't worry, brother will definitely help you get revenge. Beckman said, patting his chest. Hey, Robin. Beckman suddenly turned around, looked at Robin with a sharp gaze, and said in a cold tone, It's not your turn to interfere in our affairs. What? Robin's eyes narrowed. Beckman's attitude was really too bad. Although Robin has a good temper, it does not mean that she has no temper. What Beckman just said touched her bottom line and made her extremely embarrassed. Let's go. Beckman ignored Robin and took Nami's wrist to walk towards the dock. Beckman, stop. Robin shouted. I'm your brother. You dare to call me by my name. You're so brave. Beckman turned his head and said coldly, his eyes sweeping over Robin's exquisite body. His eyes flickered. Robin noticed Beckman's fiery eyes, and a look of disgust appeared on his pretty face. Beckman, please be more respectful. Haha. Respect? Beckman laughed wildly. You are not worthy of being a member of our dark pirates, so don't drag us down anymore. Advertisement. Mitt on the other side is joining Roger and others. Huh? CDDE. Mitt looked at the three people in front of him in confusion. Isn't this a pirate ship? How did they get on the ship? When Chopper saw the person in front of him, he was surprised and said, That person seems to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and that girl, probably Nami. Why are they on a pirate ship? Ignore them, let's leave here first, Zoro said lightly, and then led everyone to speed up. Ah, we finally landed. Is this the new world? It's really beautiful and much more fun than the Great Army. Nami waved her arms excitedly. It's not safe here. It's better to leave this place first. Robin frowned slightly. She always felt that things seemed a little weird. Sister Robin, can we still find them? Nami said sadly. We have tried our best. Robin sighed softly, knowing that she had tried her best to find Nami. No, I don't believe you will die like this. Tears welled up in Nami's eyes, and he cried and said, Brother, don't let anything happen to you. Looking at the grief-stricken Nami, everyone felt a little strange. This guy is really weird. Even though his biological brother abandoned her, he still cares about his brother so much. Let's continue looking for them, Robin said helplessly. After all, her responsibility was to escort Nami to a new sailing place. Chapter 82. Where did the kid come from? Yeah. Nami wiped the tears from her cheeks and took a few deep breaths to cheer up. Hey, that guy, Beckman said coldly. Stop dawdling and bring rice quickly. Snort. Mitt snorted coldly, not intending to talk to Beckman. Beckman's face was ashen, but due to Mitt's strong fighting power, he could only endure it. Where did you come from, brats? When Robin and Robin's companions saw Mitt and his party, they all gathered around them, with helmets in their eyes. Robin and his party, a total of 12 people. Among them, in addition to Robin and Robin's companions, there was also a young man who looked to be only 8 or 9 years old. He had a pair of big black eyes that looked particularly smart. There was a small package hanging behind his back, which seemed to contain martial eyes. "Uncle, we're just you and me," Katie Yado said with an embarrassed smile. "Haha, are you confused? Have your parents even forgotten your last name?" The big man grinned and showed his white teeth. Advertisement, Beckman said with a gloomy face. "Don't talk nonsense to him. This kind of guy can be killed with one shot." "Beckman, that's enough." Beryl's eyes widened. This guy really dared to do something. "Oh, Belial, do you know them too?" The big man looked at Belial in surprise. "HMPH, you'd better get out of here, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Belial's face was cold, and a terrifying coercion radiated out. "This is..." The big man and others were shocked and involuntarily stepped back. Belial is no ordinary character. He is the leader of the 4 emperors and the vice captain under Whitebeard. He is very powerful. When Beckman saw Belial burst out with a tyrannical aura, his expression changed several times, but he finally restrained his murderous aura. Belial was very strong, and he didn't want to take risks. He also counted on Belial to protect him in his escape from the Great Navigation. A glimmer of light flashed in Robin's eyes. She could clearly sense Belial's great strength. This strength made her a little jealous and she didn't even dare to provoke him. Moreover, Belial was also the vice captain under Whitebeard. "Sorry to disturb you all." Belial nodded to everyone and left with Mitt and his party. "Dad, do you think he is my enemy?" Beckman murmured as he looked at Belial's back. Advertisement. Robin shook his head and said, "With the strength he has shown, it is impossible for him to be Whitebeard's enemy. Therefore, I prefer him to be an ordinary person." "That's good." Beckman breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Belial was also a top powerhouse. "Who are you? Why did you break into our cabin?" Beckman was intercepted by patrolling pirates as soon as he approached the deck. Oh, we're here to find the captain of the Whitebeard pirates," Mitt said. "Whitebeard?" When the 2 patrolling pirates heard the word, Whitebeard, they suddenly looked miserable and trembled all over. Seeing this, Beckman frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Is Whitebeard scary?" "The Whitebeard pirates are legendary. No one knows how many crew members they have. We only know that they are very powerful and have an unlimited fleet," the patrolling pirate said bitterly. "I advise you to leave this island quickly to avoid being hurt. Pain." "Whitebeard pirates?" Mitt was stunned. He didn't expect that his father was so famous and that his crew had such a terrifying impression in the minds of these pirates. Chapter 83. Come back to New World quickly. Beckman, since the Whitebeard pirates are so dangerous, let's go back to the New World as soon as possible, Brooke suggested. HMPH. That's not okay, Beckman snorted. If we go back to New World now, we will definitely run into those bastards, and I won't go back. Then what should we do? Robin glanced at the pirate ship and asked. Hey, isn't there some food on the boat? Let's finish the meal before leaving for 427. Mitt sat down unceremoniously, picked up the grilled fish on the table and devoured it. Hey, put it down, you guys, Robin said angrily. Mitt was stunned, stopped eating, turned to look at her, and said in confusion, Sister Robin, why are you so cruel to us? I didn't know you were going to rob us. Damn, they are really a bunch of brats who don't know where to start. Let me tell you, there are countless bounty hunters on Whitebeard's ship, and you guys must be the guys they sent to cause trouble, Luo Chen said angrily. So that's it. It's a pity that they misjudged our strength and are now defeated by us. Mitt looked at everyone calmly, if you don't want to be tortured. Hurry and hand over the wealth on board. You? Robin glared at Mitt and others. These guys actually defeated Whitebeard's crew. Advertisement. Who are you guys? Belial asked in a deep voice. This is my son, Robin said, pointing to Mitt, and then added, and my sister, Chopper. Belial narrowed his eyes slightly. Chopper. Yes, it's Chopper. This is for me to see. Robin raised her head proudly. Belial looked at Robin and suddenly felt that the girl was very familiar, as if she were someone, but after thinking carefully, he couldn't figure it out. Belial shook his head. He didn't believe there was anyone who looked like her. It was probably just a coincidence. After Mitt and others had eaten and drank, they were ready to set off for the Sabaody Archipelago, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Half a day later, Sabaody Archipelago. Belial and his party finally arrived at this legendary pirate group's headquarters. Is this Whitebeard's residence? It's really spectacular. More luxurious than every pirate group I've ever seen. Advertisement. This is Whitebeard's territory, buddy. The pirates were extremely excited, because in their eyes, this place was so beautiful, it was like a fairyland. This sea area is called Sabaody Archipelago. The owner of this slow boat, Whitebeard, is said to be a legendary man. Beckman introduced. He is the largest pirate in the entire New World. No one dares to disobey Whitebeard's will. Then we're at his doorstep? Brooke said in surprise. Yes. That's true. Although the harbor is not well guarded, Whitebeard has an invincible fleet under his command, and ordinary people will never be able to attack it, Belial said. Belial and the others came to the shore and were about to go to the island, but were blocked by the navy. Stop, don't get close to 5.7 Sabaody Archipelago. A sailor stared at them coldly. Mitt took out his phone and pressed the number. Hey, Mom, we're in trouble now. What's going on? What trouble are you in? Whitebeard's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom, your son is lost at sea. Please send a Marine to pick us back home, Mitt said. Chapter 84. Stay where you were first. Mitt, I remember you never left Marineford. How could you come to Sabaody Archipelago? Whitebeard wondered. We don't know, it's like this. Mitt told the story of how he and others were attacked by pirates. You stay where you were and wait. I will ask Katakuri to pick you up right away, Whitebeard said. Okay. Thank you, Dad. Mitt said happily. After hanging up the phone, Belial snatched the phone away and said, You are Whitebeard's son. No wonder you are so arrogant and domineering. HMPH, it's better for me to be arrogant and domineering than to use those pirate holes, Kaishi retorted. Belial's expression froze and he did not continue to argue. He was unwilling to admit that Mitt was right. These pirates were indeed more cruel and bloody. After a while, Belial saw the marine warship approaching in the distance, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he laughed. Ha ha, you little brats, you actually provoked the strongest marine under Whitebeard. Now you are dead. Advertisement. Belial and his men quickly boarded Marine's ship. Mitt and Chopper followed. The marine warship slowly sailed towards the port. Hey, Mitt, I'm warning you, if you don't want to die, just stay in the cabin and don't cause any trouble to me, Beryl said wolfishly. What a shame. Mitt glanced at him, ignored him, and came to the cabin with Chopper. Beryl, I think they are quite interesting, don't worry, Vegito said with a smile. Belial nodded. Although these guys are arrogant, they are not likely to cause any casualties. After all, they are pirates under Whitebeard. If they kill someone, they can even escape. I'm afraid. The marine ship slowly approached the port. There were several sailboats moored in the port, and on one of the largest sailboats, Whitebeard's pirate flag fluttered in the wind. Belial and the others came to the port and looked at Whitebeard's ship with admiration and awe. Their hearts were full of admiration. Rumor had it that they could defeat the powerful Blackbeard. Belial walked to Whitebeard's boat and respectfully shouted, Uncle Whitebeard. Who are you and why did you come to Sabaody Archipelago? A middle-aged man wearing a green cloak with a resolute face and exuding strong coercion looked at Belial and Mitt. Advertisement, report to Lord Whitebeard, we are from the Summit War of the Great Hangme. Belial said. He was not afraid of Whitebeard, because behind him was Whitebeard himself. You are the traitors. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes became sharp, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and the surrounding seawater solidified instantly. This kind of power is really terrifying, Mitt said in shock. Beryl. Whitebeard growled. Why are you here to tip off the news? 407. I'm sorry, Uncle Whitebeard, because I heard that your treasure was lost, so I wanted to return it to you personally, Beryl said sincerely. I don't need your charity, Whitebeard said coldly. Belial sighed. This matter had exceeded Whitebeard's expectations, and he was also very difficult to deal with. Let's go back, Belial said to Mitt and the others, leading everyone back to Marineford. Beryl, if we go back like this, Whitebeard will punish us, Nashao asked. It doesn't matter. Whitebeard is a kind father and will not be angry with us, Belial said. Really, Beryl? Chopper blinked his big black eyes. Chapter 85. You really decided to stay. Yeah. Beryl smiled and touched Chopper's head. Whitebeard is a bad guy, Mitt muttered. Belial stared at him and said fiercely, Mitt. Mitt stuck out his tongue and hid behind Weep 3. Belial took a deep breath. Frankie, help keep an eye on these bastards. They are restless. I'm going to find Ace and Chopper. Well, go ahead. After Frankie finished speaking, he pulled Beckman and the others away. Let's go find Ace too. Okay, Captain. Belial turned around and chased after Ace in the direction he left. Ace, wait for us. Belial shouted quickly and chased after him. Next to the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, two girls were sitting under the shade of a tree. A girl with a ponytail and a yellow dress was staring ahead with her big eyes. Advertisement. Another girl, she has fiery red curly hair, a pair of blue eyes, noble and elegant. Miss, have you really decided to stay? The red-haired girl asked. Yeah, since I'm here, of course I have to stay. The girl with fiery red hair showed a gentle smile. The red-haired girl sighed. But, miss, you should understand what staying means. I understand. The fiery red-haired girl nodded, her eyes flashing as she said, it's just that if this continues, we will all die. Then you want to stay too? The red-haired girl asked. The girl with fiery red hair was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. Yes, this is my choice. The red-haired girl was helpless and stopped trying to persuade her. She knew that with the character of her young lady, once she made a decision, even 9 cows could not bring her back. Miss, the captain's ship is arriving. A tall and strong guard wearing a black suit said. Oh, the fiery red-haired girl smiled lightly. She had long sensed that Whitebeard's ship was approaching the Sabaody Archipelago. The flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the sailing ship. Whitebeard looked at the 5 strangers in front of him, frowned and said, Beryl, why did you bring these pirates back? Advertisement. Belial explained. Captain, they are my new officers. Their names are Mitt, Chopper, and Robin. I believe they will not cause you any trouble. Whitebeard narrowed his sharp eyes and looked at the 5 people, and then said, You guys go in and rest first. Beryl, you and I can talk. Yeah, it works. Whitebeard summoned Belial alone and asked, Beryl, do you know who stole my treasure? This. Belial hesitated because he didn't dare to lie. Belial hesitated for a moment and said, Captain, that gem is in my room. Whitebeard groaned. You mean, these 5 pirates took my gems? Yes, Uncle Whitebeard, Beryl said. He was already prepared to be scolded. Whitebeard remained silent. After looking at Li Hao for a long time, he said, Beryl, I know about this, please step back. Belial breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got through this crisis. He quickly bowed and thanked, Captain, I'll take my leave. After Belial left, Whitebeard fell into silence. Of course he remembered what Belial said. He knew very well that his gems had definitely not been stolen, because his gems were very precious. Unless someone could lurk next to him and take away the gems, it would be impossible to hide it from him. Chapter 86 I believe you won't lie to me. Whitebeard's eyes fell on Mitt, Chopper, Zoro, and Robin. He couldn't see through these three people, but he could sense the powerful power from them. Uncle Whitebeard, didn't Marine take your gem away? Mitt said. Robin also interjected. I think it should be Marine, after all, this is the waters near Marineford. Zoro also said, besides, Marine likes to steal other people's wealth. He also kept Belial's words in mind. Whitebeard stared at the four people and said slowly, I believe you will not favor me. If you dare to lie to me, I will make you pay a heavy price, Whitebeard said fiercely. Mitt curled his lips. Hearing 890's words made his ears spin. Although he was not afraid, he was still frightened and did not dare to look directly at Whitebeard. He said, Uncle Whitebeard, how could we lie to you? Haha, Whitebeard smiled. Don't worry, my gem is in my hands now, I won't hurt you. Advertisement. Mitt breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Whitebeard didn't hurt them, it would be fine. As for the rest, he would leave it to Belial, hoping that Belial could successfully rescue them. Uncle Whitebeard, please excuse me, can you tell us why you built One Piece City here in the bay? Mitt couldn't help but ask curiously. Whitebeard was silent for a while and then said, this bay is the place Ace and I agreed on. Ace? Mitt was stunned. He never thought that Whitebeard would have such a relationship with Ace. Whitebeard's son Ace is a man. Mitt remembers him. He once met Whitebeard's son and thought he was a fish. Belial shook his head. He didn't know Whitebeard, let alone have any connection with Whitebeard, so he didn't care about Ace. Instead, it was Whitebeard's gem that aroused his interest. Captain, wasn't Brother Ace arrested? He said. Whitebeard smiled and said, that's just a rumor. Ace is doing well now, you don't need to worry. Advertisement. Mitt and Chopper looked blank. It turned out to be a rumor, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Captain, in that case, can you tell us your name? Belial asked respectfully. Whitebeard smiled and said, my name is Whitebeard, and I built this bay. What? Mitt was shocked. Belial was also shocked. He thought this place was just a harbor for Whitebeard, but he didn't expect that it was actually the leader of Whitebeard. Whitebeard, Chopper exclaimed. The ship. The captain is Whitebeard. No wonder I felt cold all over just now. Zoro swallowed his saliva and said. He was a calm boy, but he still couldn't help but tremble under the pressure of this momentum, and even felt like he was suffocating. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard said with a smile. You may not know that I am not as scary as you think, and I also have a kind side. Mitt scratched his head and said, Whitebeard, can I call you that? Whitebeard nodded and said, there is no need to be happy between us. You two have such strength at such a young age. It will not be a problem to become the Pirate King in the future. There is no need to be too modest. We are just ordinary pirates. How can we compare with you, Whitebeard? Mitt said with a bitter smile. The four of them were scum in Whitebeard's eyes. Chapter 87. Please do me a favor, Uncle Whitebeard, I want to ask you for something. Belial suddenly knelt in front of Whitebeard and begged. Whitebeard was surprised and said, Beryl, why did you do this? Belial said resolutely, I want to get Uncle Whitebeard's gem. As a reward, you can put forward any conditions. This brat. Whitebeard was secretly angry. Belial was really too greedy. He obviously didn't help him and still wanted to get benefits from him. The expressions of Mitt and the other two people froze. They didn't expect that Beryl wanted to get the gem from Whitebeard. Belial said sincerely, I know my request is a bit excessive, but please believe me, I will do my best to help you find your lost gem. HMPH, Whitebeard snorted coldly. He didn't believe Beryl, after all, they didn't know each other. Belial seemed to have expected it, or was prepared for it. I saw him taking out a photo from his arms, and it turned out to be the appearance of the Whitebeard gem, which was a smaller version of the Whitebeard gem. Uncle Whitebeard, I have got your gem. I hope you can give it to me. I will bring it to Brother Ace and give it to him for safekeeping, Belial said sincerely. Really? Said Whitebeard ecstatically. Yes, Belial affirmed. Advertisement. Whitebeard laughed and said, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it. Neither Mitt nor Chopper could understand how Whitebeard could look like this, seemingly very happy, even though he didn't agree. Uncle Whitebeard, Beryl shouted again, interrupting Whitebeard. Whitebeard suppressed his smile and said seriously, Beryl, are you sure you can find my healing gem? Belial nodded solemnly and said, I can swear. Whitebeard looked into the distance with a distant look. I have been waiting for 25 years, and finally I am waiting for you. I believe in you. Thank you. Belial said excitedly. Okay, since you are willing to find my gem, then you can come with me. Whitebeard stood up and turned around to leave. Belial said hurriedly, Uncle Whitebeard, your gem is in that castle. Would you like to take a look first? Whitebeard paused and said, my gem is on the ship. I'm going to get it now. Belial breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Whitebeard was willing to go. Otherwise he would have wasted his words to convince Whitebeard. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Mitt and Chopper looked at each other. They didn't expect that Whitebeard was about to leave, and they quickly chased after him. Whitebeard took Belial to a huge castle. When he walked in, he heard a burst of noise. Wow, Whitebeard, you're actually back. Whitebeard looked at the bustling scene inside with a warm expression. Oh, Dad, it's really you who's back. Whitebeard's sons, Ace, Roger, Josie, Charlotte Linlin, Nami and others surrounded Whitebeard, and they looked excited. Ace hugged Whitebeard's shoulders tightly and said excitedly, Father, I miss you so much. Ace, like Mitt, admires the strong, so he is extremely excited about Whitebeard's return. Although Ace's mother Nami didn't say much, there were tears streaming down her face, and it was obvious that she missed Whitebeard very much. Ace, are all your friends here? Our family reunion is really a day worth celebrating, Whitebeard said happily. Ace pointed at Chopper and said, This is Chopper, our friend. Chopper looked at a handsome young man next to Ace and said, Who is he? Chapter 88. I want your gem. Mitt was shocked when he saw the young man and blurted out, It's you. Whitebeard asked doubtfully, Mitt, do you know him? Mitt took a deep breath and said, Yes, he is the man I met at sea. Ace was surprised. That little brother? Whitebeard pondered for a moment and said, Who is he? Ace said briefly, His name is Emperor Alabasta, his name is Buggy, and he is a hero. 7. That's it. Whitebeard suddenly understood. He looked at Chopper and said, Chopper, welcome to join our Whitebeard team. Hey, good. Chopper said happily. Chopper is the one who was rescued by Mitt, so he is his person. Of course Whitebeard is willing to make friends with Chopper. Father, I want your gem, Belial said suddenly. Belial has always been with Mitt and knows a lot about Mitt's experiences. Whitebeard frowned slightly. Beryl, I remember that when I asked you to find gems, I warned you that you are not allowed to come close to my island. Advertisement, but... Belial was about to say something but was interrupted by Whitebeard. Stop talking, I have already decided. Belial looked embarrassed and said, I am not willing to give in, Uncle Whitebeard, this is the only chance. There's no way I'm going to give up this opportunity, Belial said firmly. Whitebeard shook his head and said, There are too many uncertainties in this world, and we cannot blindly take risks. Belial said, But I want to find my people, and I need Uncle Whitebeard's gem. My people died 25 years ago, Whitebeard said indifferently. If you want to find it, you can only look for it in the outside world, and there are many dangers there. Belial was silent for a moment and said, I have decided, Uncle Whitebeard, I will not give up, even if I die in the end, I will not back down. Whitebeard frowned and said displeased Ly. Beryl, you have to think clearly for yourself. If you are stubborn, I won't mind using force to suppress you. I am Belial, Belial said with a confident smile. He possesses the treasure given by Whitebeard and is not afraid of any enemy at all. Whitebeard's eyes flashed, and the muscles all over his body bulged. A terrifying aura swept through the entire ship, and the powerful aura of Japan crushed him away. Belial's pupils shrank suddenly. Whitebeard was so terrifying, completely beyond his expectations. Advertisement. Belial took a few deep breaths to calm down the turmoil in his heart, and said, Uncle Whitebeard, since you don't agree, I can only use force to seize it. There was a loud bang, the whole street shook, countless broken glass scattered, and the surrounding crew members took cover. Belial disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Whitebeard the next second. A smile appeared on Whitebeard's lips. His reaction speed was many times faster than before. He easily detected Belial's attack and kicked out an airstrike with his right leg, sending Belial flying away. Belial flew backwards and crashed into the wall, bleeding to the ground. What a speed! Belial was secretly shocked. Whitebeard was worthy of being the Pirate King. His strength was indeed terrifying. He was definitely no match now. Belial clutched his painful chest and stood up with difficulty. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Beryl, do you still want to challenge me? Whitebeard's voice was like thunder, frightening Beryl to a great extent. Belial gritted his teeth and said, One day I will surpass you, and then I will challenge you again. Whitebeard said indifferently. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Chapter 89. I'm so sorry. Belial was so angry that he didn't understand what he had done wrong. Chopper ran past Whitebeard, helped Beryl up and said, Grandpa Whitebeard, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Well, it doesn't matter, it's just an injury, Beryl said bitterly. He didn't expect that he would lose to Whitebeard. This was something he couldn't believe. Chopper, why are you here? Have you become a cadre under Whitebeard? Mitt asked, full of doubts. Chopper nodded with a smile and said, Ha, just as you said, I have now become a Whitebeard cadre. Mitt is envious. His dream is to become a person like Whitebeard, but now Chopper has become a cadre under Whitebeard. This gap of 23 makes it difficult for him to accept. Ace patted Mitt on the shoulder and said, Don't think so much, Chopper is our partner. Whitebeard smiled and looked at everyone. Since you are already our partners, please eat first. Whitebeard ordered the kitchen to prepare the dinner, and he invited Zed and others to stay. The dinner was very rich, including grilled lamb chops, braised fish, fried chicken nuggets, fried rice, and various fruit desserts. Even Chopper didn't enjoy this kind of treatment. Advertisement. Chopper looked at the food and swallowed. Wow. Gulu. Ace couldn't help but swallow his saliva and said, It smells so good. Mitt also praised. This meal is so filling, thank you for your hospitality, Ace smiled. Belial said, since you have eaten and drank enough, I will leave. Whitebeard said, I'll give you a ride. Whitebeard walked towards the deck, and Beryl glanced at him gratefully. Whitebeard sent Beryl out of the Sea of Pirate King. Beryl stood on the side of the ship, waved his fists and shouted, one day I will surpass you, Uncle Whitebeard. Whitebeard said indifferently, I'm waiting for you. Belial turned around and left. Whitebeard looked at the direction in which Belial left and said clearly to himself, what a hypocritical boy. I hope you won't live up to my expectations, my lion. Hey, Grandpa Whitebeard, will Brother Beryl be okay? Chopper asked worriedly. Advertisement Whitebeard said, it will be okay. Belial is a smart boy, he will not be stupid enough to go against Marine. At the same time, there was a small island in the distance. Katakushi sat next to Muli, the rich fragrance of flowers and plants wafting from a cup of black tea, making him energetic. We're finally here. Katakuri smiled slightly. After Katakuri crossed the timeline, he found himself in the Great Army. He did not act impatiently, but slowly explored the new world according to the original plot. After all, he was still very unfamiliar with the new world and had to understand it thoroughly. Action will be taken. Unconsciously, 3 years passed by in a hurry, and Kotaku 210 got to know many people during this period. Among them are the 3 brothers Mitt, Ace, and Robin. The 3 brothers Katakuri and Mitt had a great conversation. Although Katakuri is a boy, he is very gentle and considerate. The 3 Mitt brothers and sisters liked Katakuri very much, and they were even more determined to follow Katakuri. Of course, in addition to Mitt and the other 2 people Katakaku knew were also not simple. One is Golden Lion Shiki, and the other is red-haired Shanks. Because of Mitt and the others, Golden Lion Shiki admired Mitt very much and was even willing to accept Mitt as his disciple and teach him the devil fruit technique. Chapter 90 It's a gift. However, Golden Lion Shiki was not strong enough to teach Mitt, so he finally asked his son, red-haired Shanks, to teach Mitt, which was considered a gift. Katakuri has met Golden Lion, and he knows that he is not strong enough to fight Golden Lion. Katakuri needs to find a devil fruit to make himself stronger. Katakuri plans to search for the Red Line. That place holds endless treasures and unknown dangers, and he must be careful. Katakuri had been drifting on the sea for about half a year and finally approached the Red Line. By this time, he was dizzy with hunger and his stomach was growling fiercely. Suddenly, Katakuri heard a strange noise coming from the sea and immediately became alert. Call out there was a sudden sound of breaking wind, and a black shadow swept across the sea and rushed to the shore, setting off a strong wind. Katakuri breathed a sigh of relief when he saw who it was and said, it's you. You actually followed me here. You're very brave. The person who came was the red-haired Shanks. He smiled and said, Grandpa Whitebeard, you are so unloyal. You left me and ran away alone. If I hadn't been lucky enough to find you here, were you planning to let me starve to death? You're not bad, you followed me here. Haven't you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Whitebeard retorted unceremoniously. He, old man Whitebeard, I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't appreciate it, forget it. The red-haired man shook his head helplessly. Advertisement Whitebeard shrugged his shoulders and said, what you said makes sense, so let's have hot pot tonight. Hot pot. The red-haired person was confused. Whitebeard explained. This is my special hot pot recipe. The cooking I make is much better than that of a brat like you. It will definitely make you vomit. The red-haired man rolled his eyes and said, it's been a long time since I've had hot pot, it's so good. Hey, I must have a good time this time. Whitebeard smiled excitedly, he couldn't wait to taste the delicious food. Whitebeard took the rice, and the two headed towards the town and came to a lively street. There are huge crowds of people here, there's an endless stream of shouts, and the crowds are bustling and rubbing shoulders. Whitebeard stopped, pointed to a tavern on the street and smiled. This is our goal tonight. Katakuri looked into the tavern and saw that it was already full of people. It was obvious that this shop was doing very well. Whitebeard said, do you want some chili? The mapo tofu in this store is great. Forget it, I'd better go eat something else. I'm not used to eating such troublesome things. Katakuri shook his head. He doesn't like spicy hot pot, and he hates spicy hot pot. Advertisement Katakuri looked around. There were a lot of people here, almost all of them were poor people or business travelers. This is a slum. Katakuri frowned. Whitebeard smiled and said, there are a lot of delicious food here, you can try it. After he finished speaking, he walked into the store, leaving only Kageku behind. Night falls. A burst of noise came into the house from the door of the store, and the noise was mixed with exclamations. Wow! Mapo tofu is so fragrant. It's so plum. Katakuri picked up the mapo tofu in the bowl with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. His face was immediately filled with a happy expression. Delicious. So smooth. Why does this tofu taste so weird? Delicious. Katakuri ate it with gusto and ate up the remaining mapo tofu in the bowl. Katakuri licked his lips and said with a look of endless aftertaste, not bad. It's really delicious. I decided to order 2 more plates and then go to Shiya restaurant to wish me 10 blessings. Chapter 91. It is better to obey orders than to be respectful. Huh? Katakuri suddenly felt something and looked toward the streets and alleys, where 2 figures were walking slowly. These are 2 young girls. They're wearing tight-fitting clothes, with long red hair hanging around their waists. They have pretty faces and graceful figures. They look young and lively. Katakuri's field of vision reflected 2 young and cute cheeks, and he couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that I met 2 cute girls, and now I have company to chat with." As soon as Katakuri finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. The next second, a figure knocked off a stone and rolled into the river, causing a huge splash. "Hey, where is my friend?" Katakuri looked around and found no familiar figure, so he frowned. "Ha ha ha, that guy must have been knocked away. You are so weak, you can't stop me at all." Katakuri turned around and saw a girl standing on a boat looking at him with a smile. Katakuri looked at the ship. It was a wooden sailboat with the image of beluga whale printed on it. Advertisement: your companion was knocked unconscious by me, so he won't wake up for a while. The red-haired Shanks jumped on the boat, stared at Katakuri with a pair of bright eyes and said, "How about, do you want to come up and play?" Katakuri was silent for a moment and asked, "Do you just believe me? What if I am a bad person?" "Haha, I believe in Grandpa Whitebeard's character, so please come up." 11. Kotaku nodded after hearing this and said, "In that case, I would rather obey your orders than be respectful." At the bow of the ship, Katakuri was sitting on a wooden bench, holding a cup of tea in his hand. He took a sip and said, "Your name is Shanks? You actually know my name. It seems Whitebeard told you?" The red-haired Shanks was a little surprised. "Well, Dad and I are good friends." "Do you know where he is now?" Katakuri asked. He wanted to ask Whitebeard about his father. After all, it was very important and he didn't dare to be careless. Shanks scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I don't know where Dad is now." At this time, Mitt and others are looking for traces of Feng Ace, CDD, with Robin and others. Because of Whitebeard's proposal, they prepared to separate. But because Whitebeard's sudden disappearance made everyone feel depressed, Mitt decided to act separately from Luo Bing and others to search for clues. Advertisement: while looking for traces of Ace, Mitt complained, "If we find Ace this way, we may not be able to find Ace next year. This method is too clumsy." "Why are you so unlucky?" Robin said indifferently, without saying anything in his tone. "This method is simply a waste of time and has no efficiency at all. I really don't know what they're thinking." "Why are you talking? There's nothing we can do about it." Nami glared at Robin. Usopp hurriedly broke up the fight and said, Okay, everyone, calm down, let's assign tasks first." Robin snorted coldly and said, "I suggest dividing the search into 3 groups. What do you think?" Nami immediately retorted, "No, I'm in a team with Usopp." Chopper blinked and said, "Sister Robin and I are in the same group." "Why, you have a child and an old woman." Na laughed and said, "I won't argue with you." Robin shook her head gently, she knew her character. Mitt touched his chin and said, "You 2 team up, then I will team up with Usopp." "Then it's settled." Nami agreed, then looked at Chopper, "Don't drag us down." "Yeah, don't worry," Chopper said obediently. Chapter 92. You are Captain Araki. Usopp sighed. "I really don't know if you, a woman, understand what I mean. I don't like women, especially beautiful women like you. You be asterisk 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 D." Nami's eyes widened, she could hardly bear it anymore. "Forget it, let's stick to the plan, let's spread out first." Mitt made a decision and said to Chopper, "Little Joey, you and Chopper should team up together. Remember to hide in the grass if danger occurs." "Yeah, I understand." Chopper nodded solemnly, although he was usually a bit silly. Nami and Luo Min left with a child each. "Brother Mitt, are you really not going with us?" Little Joey opened his eyes wide and looked at Tay with hope. "No," Mitt smiled, he couldn't leave Robin and Chopper alone. "Oh." Little Joey lowered her head and responded, her eyes dim, but she didn't blame Mitt, after all, she understood Mitt. Mitt touched Little Joey's head. He looked at the sea in the distance and murmured, "Ace, no matter where you escape to, I will definitely catch you." Advertisement on the other side, Katakuri, Whitebeard, and the red-haired trio gathered on the deck. They looked at the fish people wandering in the sea together, looking confused and not knowing which direction to look for. "Hey, what are you 2 looking at?" Suddenly, a cold voice echoed throughout the deck, making Katakuri and Whitebeard turn around in fright. A man wearing black leather pants and a black short-sleeved shirt stood behind them. This man looked handsome and evil, with a half-smile expression on his face. He had 1 foot on the edge of the ship's side. He looked very similar. The devil-horned leader of the pirate group in the TV series. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, and his cloudy old eyes flashed. He felt that the person who came was very powerful, at least the most top-level existence among the people he had seen so far. Whitebeard took a deep breath and said, "Brother, who are you?" Katakuri was secretly on guard. He didn't recognize who the person was, but his instinct told him that this person was definitely a difficult enemy. "Who am I?" "Ha ha ha." The man laughed, then suppressed his smile and said gloomily, "My name is Captain Germa 66, Araki Drake." "Araki. You are Captain Araki," Mitt said in surprise. Advertisement: please give me flowers. Mitt once heard Whitebeard say that this man was as ferocious as Big Mom, the leader of the Big Mom pirates, and even more feared than Big Mom, because legend has it that this guy had killed more than 100 pirate ships with bloody methods. Incomparable. "I'm Mitt. I don't know why you intercepted our ship," Katakuri said slowly. He knew the purpose of the other party's interception of the ship. Point 0 Germa 66, one of the most famous pirates in the world. This organization was created by Araki Drake, and its crew members are all vicious people from the sea. They're a group of pirates who do all kinds of evil. And the most important thing is that each of Araki's crew members has combat power beyond ordinary people. He. Araki said with a smile. I didn't expect that you guys are quite smart. You guessed that I was here to intercept you. Germa 66, this organization is indeed a pirate organization, and they never do anything good. All they do is plunder, steal treasures, burn, kill, and loot without any principles. Brother, you are a pirate, but Domi who is blocking our progress is trying to make a deal with us, Katakuri said tentatively. Chapter 93 Notorious Germa 66 is notorious on the Grand Air Force, but this organization has never been destroyed. It obviously has some kind of secret. Katakuri has to be vigilant. If he reaches some kind of deal with these guys, he may be in a lot of trouble. Deal? Ha ha ha. Araki laughed arrogantly. You think too much, you can't catch my eye at all. Although Germa 66 is a pirate organization, he is not a pirate, but a member of the Marine Corps. Are you from the 343 Navy Army? Hearing Araki's arrogant words, Katakuri frowned immediately. Yes, first a Marine. Araki showed a weird smile. What do you want to do? Mitt asked with a frown. Araki said coldly. I just want to send you to the sky. After that, Araki teleported and disappeared, leaving only an afterimage. The next second, Araki appeared behind Mitt, and his right leg was like a lion majesty, and Meng Yan swept towards Zeit's neck. Sensing the approaching crisis, Mitt immediately turned around and punched out, hitting Araki on the knee. Boom! Advertisement Mitt's right arm made a clicking sound as if it had been hit by a heavy weight. Okako 1 kilogram. Mitt screamed and took several steps back. The bones in his right arm were broken. The pain made his face pale, and beads of sweat rolled down to the ground. Araki grinned, revealing his dense white fang, and said, Sure enough, it is as weak as the rumors, and vulnerable to a single blow. Mitt. Chopper yelled in panic and ran to Mitt to see how injured he was. Ahem. I'm fine. It's just that the bones in my right arm are broken. Mitt gritted his teeth and said with determination on his face, Araki, I won't allow it. Anyone who bullies Chopper, just wait for me. Mitt. Don't be impulsive, Nami said anxiously. She was afraid that Mitt would attack Araki in a moment of righteous anger, and the outcome would definitely be tragic. Mitt raised his head and stared at Araki and said in a deep voice, Chopper, let's go, I'm going to hold him back. But Mitt, you're alone. Chopper looked at Mitt worriedly. He knew very well how terrifying Araki was. He could not defeat Araki in his current state. Don't worry, Chopper. Mitt waved his hand and comforted. After all, I am a pirate, and I will die anyway. In that case, I'll leave first. Chopper nodded, then turned and left. Whitebeard glanced at Chopper and continued to catch rice without saying anything. Advertisement He knew that Chopper was a person who understood the importance of severity, and he knew that it was not the right time to move on. Mitt, Nami said anxiously, are you really ready to fight? Mitt nodded heavily and said word by word, if I survive tonight, I will go to Zoro for revenge. Mitt's words made Nami feel warm in her heart. She knew that Mitt chose to take revenge because of himself. She had no choice but to pray that Mitt would come back safely. Katakuri also sighed. Mitt is too impulsive. Such a person is destined to live a short life. Araki. Katakuri said coldly. Since you dare to intercept our ship, then don't blame us for being rude. 5.9. I'm not one of those idiots, I just picked the weak ones, Araki said with a ferocious smile. Little girl, bring your wallet, I'll spare your life. Araki, I won't give you money. Nami yelled angrily, knowing that Araki wanted to help her. Stubborn. Araki shouted violently, turned his palms to condense a fireball, and then threw it. The fireball shot towards Nami with scorching heat. Chapter 94 I want to leave. It's not that easy. Rubber fruit. Nami took out the eraser from his body and flicked it away to disperse the incoming fireball. It's actually rubber fruit. No wonder you have the courage to resist me, but it's still far from it. Araki snorted coldly. Rubber bomb. Nami turned the eraser into a bomb and threw it. Araki jumped up and avoided the explosion. He then stepped on the rubber bomb and jumped on top of Nami's head with the help of the rebound force. Rubber tail. Araki stretched out his hands, and two rubber tentacles wrapped around Nami's waist, lifting her up from the bed in midair. A hole. Nami became angry and kicked Araki hard in the belly with both legs. A-23 lackey was in pain, but did not let go of Nami. He still grabbed her and said with a ferocious smile, Rubber. Advertisement Araki lifted Nami up, and then slammed his hands on the ground. Nami vomited a large pool of blood and fainted, lying limply in Araki's arms. Chopper. Get out of here quickly. Mitt shouted. Chopper quickly picked up Nami and ran away quickly. He believed that with his own strength, he could escape. Hey, I want to leave. Araki gave a ferocious smile, opened his hands, and strong wind swept across, knocking Shiba to the ground. Araki fell from the air, stepped on Chopper's back with his feet, and said with a grin, I want to leave, it's not that easy. Araki raised his foot and kicked Chopper in the head. A sharp blade suddenly emerged from his shoe and pierced Chopper's head like lightning. Ah! Chopper screamed, feeling his life passing quickly. Mitt. Chopper is dying. Mitt yelled and limped over to save Chopper. Stupid, do you think I will give you a chance? Araki said with a cruel smile. Araki raised his palm again and aimed it at Mitt, who was rushing over. A surging wind hit him. Mitt's pupils shrank. He had seen Araki's dark and sharp fingers getting closer and closer to him, and he could even see Araki's ferocious face full of murderous intent. Advertisement at this moment, a figure stood in front of Mitt and grasped Lakimo's hand. Who? Araki's expression changed drastically. Who is this person? Why did he suddenly appear next to him? It was Whitebeard who appeared in front of Araki. His face was cold and he didn't say a word. He punched out with his fists and hit Araki's chest with a sharp sound of breaking wind. Whitebeard's fist hit Araki's chest, and Araki spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He flew backwards for hundreds of steps before falling to the ground. He stood up with difficulty and said with a gloomy look, Whitebeard, how dare you stop me? Whitebeard said indifferently, I, 563, have no interest in helping you pirates. I advise you to get out immediately, otherwise. Otherwise what? Araki sneered. Do you think you can defeat me? Although you are very strong, your son is very poor. I tell you, he is the stupidest pirate I have ever seen. Stupid pirate? Whitebeard's face was ashen and he said coldly, since you are seeking death, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Haha, Whitebeard, no matter how strong you are, you will never be my opponent, Araki said proudly. Whitebeard's face became even more gloomy. He knew that Araki was telling the truth. Although he was a few years older than Araki, Araki was gifted with demon fruit power. Chapter 95. He will not give up resistance, and what about him? He only became a world-class swordsman through hard work, and his strength has not improved much at all, so he is no match for Araki. But Whitebeard is by no means a greedy person. He knows that he cannot defeat Araki, but he will not give up resistance. Whitebeard, stop dreaming, Araki mocked. Boom. Whitebeard suddenly appeared in front of Araki, punched him in the cheek, knocking Araki unconscious, and then he pressed him tightly to the ground and rubbed him. Araki said angrily, Whitebeard, you actually attacked me sneakily, you are despicable. Despicable? Whitebeard said contemptuously. I will not only attack you, but I will also kill you. Rubber pistol, screw pistol. Araki whipped out the rubber gun stuck on the ground and shot Whitebeard in the chest. Rubber bullets. A smile appeared on Whitebeard's lips, and he took out a coin. The coin instantly turned into a giant hammer, shattering Araki's bullet and blasting it towards him. Araki hurriedly drew his gun to block. Advertisement. Bang! The collision of the gun and the coin produced a violent explosion that resounded throughout the entire dock area, and Araki's 5 or 6 infantry regiments stopped behind. Rubber pistol hyphenation point screw pistol. Araki used the move without hesitation. Rubber pistol rain of bullets. The dense bullets came overwhelmingly, but Whitebeard was not afraid at all. He held the axe in both hands and chopped directly. Suddenly the bullets disappeared and turned into dust. Rubber pistol cannon fist. Araki shouted angrily. His arms were covered with red lines, his muscles were bulging, as solid as rock, and he punched Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes showed solemnity. He didn't want to have a head-on confrontation with a super-aggressive person like Araki. Rubber gloves, hardened. Whitebeard's arms were covered with rubber gloves, and he also waved a powerful attack. Rubber gloves iron body. Boom. Araki and Whitebeard exchanged blows head-on, and both of them retreated. Araki's heart was beating wildly. The fight with Whitebeard just now made him feel terrified. If Whitebeard didn't restrain his aura just now, he might be killed instantly. Advertisement, damn old guy. Araki gritted his teeth. He was actually crushed by a Marine Instructor. Whitebeard also had a heavy look of shock on his face. This was the first time that Araki showed his true power in front of him. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard suddenly laughed, with a hint of sadness and desolation in his laughter. Araki asked in confusion, Whitebeard, why are you laughing? Is it because you lost to me that you went crazy? Whitebeard shook his head and said, I'm laughing at myself. I've obviously reached the top of the world, but I can't even do a little thing. Araki was stunned when he heard this. He didn't understand the meaning of Whitebeard's words, but he always had a hunch that it seemed that this matter had something to do with Ace. At this time, on a certain island, Shanks, Garp and others had arrived, but they did not see Mitt. Strange, why hasn't Mitt come back yet? Garp frowned. He didn't want anything unexpected to happen to Mitt. Li Jiao, Shanks said. Mr. Garp, you don't have to worry, that guy Mitt will be fine. Garp glanced at Shanks. You think highly of your brother. Shanks smiled bitterly. He indeed had high expectations for Mitt and believed that Mitt would be the savior of the world in the future. Shanks didn't want to continue talking about Mitt, so he changed the subject and asked, I wonder if Mr. Kahuang has investigated the specific location of Roger's treasure. Jay's room won't just give it away. Chapter 96. Roger's treasure is not here, Garp said seriously. I have found it, but... Shanks said in surprise. But what? Garp said in a low voice. However, this Roger treasure is not here. Ah? Shanks said in surprise. Not here? Shanks didn't believe it. Apart from this island, there was an endless sea. How could there be no Roger treasure? It's true. There are clues to Roger's treasure on the island near the Sabaody archipelago, but that island has been completely destroyed by pirates. Garp sighed. We rushed to the island to find clues, but we were people intercepted him and eventually broke up unhappy. I think it was the pirate group named Roger who did it. I have seen information about this pirate group in the files of Naval Headquarters, Shanks said. That's right. Garp 720 nodded and said, Roger Pirates, the captain of the pirates is the biological son of the four emperors Big Mom. Robin, the leader of the Big Mom pirates. Back then, when he had a decisive battle with Buria, he encountered Big Mom Robin. The situation was extremely critical. Fortunately, Whitebeard arrived in time, otherwise he would have been in big trouble. Even Shanks almost died at the hands of Big Mom, and at that time, Big Mom expressed her intention to love Whitebeard, which made Tomoko Gohi and Big Mom have a grudge. Whitebeard and the Big Mom pirates? Do these two pirate groups, CDDA, have a deep hatred? Josie and Nami looked puzzled. Judging from the information they knew, the two pirate groups seemed to have never had any trouble. Garp shook his head and said, I don't know the specific reason, but according to legend, these two pirate groups once launched a large-scale war and even made a fuss. Advertisement, so that's it. Josie suddenly realized that he knew about the grudge between Whitebeard and Big Mom, and had also warned Whitebeard, but Whitebeard insisted on going his own way and refused to be dissuaded, and started a large-scale war with Big Mom. Whitebeard, we meet again, Big Mom's voice came slowly. Whitebeard looked up and saw 10 pieces of smoke floating in the depths of Big Mom towards him. Big Mom slowly landed on the pirate ship, and then walked down from it. I didn't expect to meet you here, Whitebeard. Big Mom stared at Whitebeard and said coldly. She remembered that Whitebeard killed her brother. Whitebeard's face changed slightly when he saw Big Mo, although he didn't want to admit it, they were the losers. Whitebeard couldn't help clenching his fists. At this moment, Whitebeard felt a surge of resentment in his heart. His strength had reached its peak, but he was still unable to break through. Whitebeard looked at Big Mo in the distance unwillingly. If he wanted to be the top of the world, he had to challenge an existence more powerful than him. Whitebeard, Big Mom suddenly said, do you know why I came to this island? Whitebeard ignored Big Mom and instead focused on the other direction of the island. Oh, your eyes are quite sharp. Whitebeard saw a dark figure coming out of the island's woods. It was none other than the captain of the Roger Pirates, the Three Plagues of Logtown, and the leader of the Baroque Working Group, Shuan-Jie Ru Jiao. Whitebeard, Al's face was gloomy. He was once Animi's adoptive father and helped Amy successfully seize the throne, but he had to betray Animi and join Big Mom. Al has an unforgettable hatred for Whitebeard. Over the years, he has been chasing Whitebeard, but he had no choice but to escape from the enemy pirates. You're actually still alive. Al's pupils shrank after seeing Whitebeard. Chapter 97 The most terrifying man I have ever seen in my life. Al has fought against Whitebeard, so he naturally knows his terrifying strength. He is definitely the most terrifying man he has ever seen in his life. Al, Shank's face changed slightly after seeing Al. You are indeed here. Al gritted his teeth and said, I will cut you into pieces today. Whitebeard said indifferently, there are so many people who want me dead. Whitebeard looked at Al and said ruthlessly, if you think you are sure to defeat me, just go ahead and take action. Whitebeard, don't be too nervous. Al shouted angrily. Strong murderous intent burst out from all over his body, and his whole body turned into a meteor and rushed towards Whitebeard. Ire smacked his palms violently, strong wind pressure came over, and the surrounding trees were directly broken. Bang! Whitebeard also met Al's attack with his fist. Whitebeard's speed was so fast that Al couldn't react at all. In an instant, he was knocked to the ground, with his chest and mouth dented. Ahem! Blood seeped from the corner of Al's mouth. Are you that weak, Al? Whitebeard's tone was full of sarcasm. Al became angry and stood up again, and his body suddenly disappeared from where he was. Advertisement. Whitebeard frowned, his eyelids twitched, and his heart grew heavy. At this time, Mitt, Josie and others saw the battle between Al and Whitebeard, looking at the battlefield with solemn expressions. This man is very strong, the most powerful guy the first have ever seen. Josie murmured to himself. Mitt nodded with a heavy face. Al's strength completely surpassed his. Whitebeard sensed the approaching danger and quickly dodged to avoid Al's attack. If he had been a few seconds later, he would have died under Al's attack. Whitebeard secretly said that it was a fluke that Al's attack was very fierce. Even with his ability, he did not dare to resist, let alone him now, who was in extremely poor condition. Whitebeard, your speed is not as fast as it used to be, haha, Al sneered. Al's words made Whitebeard's face turn pale. His speed was indeed not as fast as before, otherwise he would not have been able to dodge. HMPH, Whitebeard snorted coldly and punched out hard, causing a gust of wind to roar. Al didn't dare to resist, and quickly turned his head to the side. Whitebeard's move missed him. Whitebeard stepped forward, his whole body shooting out like a cannonball, and he clenched his right fist and threw it out. Please give me flowers. Zero advertisement, boom. There was a loud bang next to Al, smoke billowed, and grass clippings danced. Your strength has declined a lot. Al showed contempt, slashed out with a knife, and struck Whitebeard on the neck. Clang. The sound of metal collision suddenly sounded. 0. Whitebeard blocked Al's knife, but his left arm was already split, and drops of bright red blood were dripping down his fingers. You have recovered a lot from your injuries, Whitebeard. Al retracted the blade and sneered. When Whitebeard heard this, his expression turned somber. This scene was seen by Mitt and others, and they were surprised. This was the second time Whitebeard was injured. Whitebeard said coldly, since your strength has increased so much, let's try a real decisive battle between you and me. Haha, a real decisive battle? Whitebeard, you are not qualified yet, Al laughed. That's not necessarily the case, Al, don't underestimate me. Whitebeard roared, and the Haki in his body was released surgingly, shocking the whole audience. Chapter 98. The gap is extremely obvious. What? The Haki emanating from Whitebeard's body swept in all directions like a violent storm, causing everyone present to change their expressions, even Josie. Compared with Josie's armament Haki and Whitebeard's Haki, it's like fireflies competing against the sun and the moon. The gap is extremely obvious. Damn Haki. Al's face changed drastically. How could his Haki be more talented than Whitebeard? Whitebeard jumped up and punched out. The power contained in this palm, 000, is beyond imagination, and the air becomes smooth. Whitebeard once used this move to kill Marine Vice Admiral, a member of the Big Mom Pirates. Shave. Al quickly used his shaving technique and appeared above Whitebeard in an instant. Whitebeard grinned and swept with a whip leg. Al could only dodge this move, but Whitebeard took this opportunity to punch Al on the head, causing him to spit out a mouthful of scarlet blood and fell heavily on the beach. Al lay motionless on the beach, seeming to have fainted. Whitebeard looked at Al, shook his head and said, although you are the captain of Big Mom's German 5 team, your strength is too strong. Whitebeard defeated Al's belief with one punch, causing Al to collapse and pass out completely. Advertisement. Whitebeard's eyes shifted to Mitt, Josie and others. The faces of Josie and Nami changed drastically, because they clearly felt the malice coming from Whitebeard, and this method was enough to destroy everything. Mitt's face was determined. He knew how powerful Whitebeard was, but he was not afraid. Brother Mitt. Jorah Biscuit said worriedly. She wanted to step forward to stop him. After all, Whitebeard was not easy to mess with. However, Jorah Biscuit was afraid of being caught by Whitebeard, so she could only stand there blankly, looking at Whitebeard. I give you a choice, surrender or die, Whitebeard Haki announced, his tone unquestionable and brooking no rejection. Mitt took a deep breath and answered without any sign of weakness. I am a pirate and I don't need to submit to anyone. Okay. Whitebeard nodded and looked at Mitt appreciatively, then with a cold face, he said to Whitebeard. In that case, then you go die. Whitebeard raised his hand, and countless thunder and lightning wrapped around his hand, like bright gems. Whitebeard's right hand was raised above his head, and the thunder flashed and crackled, as if it was going to destroy everything in the world. The gods are coming, Whitebeard roared, and the terrifying power was released instantly, and a power that destroyed the world spread, making everyone kneel to the ground with miserable expressions. Advertisement, boom. A dazzling light lit up and then disappeared. Whitebeard stood there, still looking the same, without any change. Dad. Zoro shouted, his eyes widening. Father wins. Ace shouted excitedly. Mitt, Josie and others looked at Whitebeard with embarrassment. This old D Whitebeard actually wanted to cheat. This was a naked sneak attack. Ha 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 ha, I guessed correctly. I have already broken through, you little brat, you are just my defeated general. Whitebeard laughed wildly and said, you are wantonly insulting she. A-hole. Al cursed angrily. I said, you don't need to surrender to me, Mitt said through gritted teeth. Haha, if that's the case, then I will send you to hell to accompany your grandfather. Whitebeard smiled coldly, and then his figure turned into a black line and passed by, bringing up an afterimage. Al's expression changed drastically, and he jumped towards the other side, narrowly escaping Whitebeard's attack, and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Whitebeard, you guy, Al said through gritted teeth. Advertisement. Chapter 99. Did you escape? Oh, did you dodge it? Whitebeard raised his eyebrows. The move just now was just a casual move. He didn't use his full strength at all. It was just to humiliate Al. You juniors, listen to me. You must make a choice tonight, life or death, Whitebeard shouted coldly, and a powerful Haki spread out, making everyone present tremble. What is this? Nami asked in surprise. I don't know. Usopp muttered, he had never seen such a terrifying momentum. This feeling is so familiar. Sanji narrowed his eyes. Chopper also looked at Whitebeard with a horrified expression. Is this Whitebeard's strength? It's terrible. 23. Mitt's pupils tightened, and a flush appeared on his cheeks. This pressure made him breathless. Mitt. Josie said worriedly, but looking at Whitebeard's ferocious posture, she knew that her advice was ineffective and that Whitebeard's decision could not be changed. Whitebeard approached Mitt, Al and others step by step. The powerful force made them unable to refute, and they could only close their eyes in resignation. However, something always happened unexpectedly. A girl stood in front of Mitt. A few days later, when Mitt was sailing at sea, he suddenly remembered the time he said goodbye to Robin and said he was going to visit his father. He didn't think much of it at the time, but looking back now, it was a good excuse to spend some time alone with Robin. Advertisement. Hey guys, do you all remember Mitt? In the captain's room, Sanji held a pipe in his mouth and pressed the edge of the table with one hand, asked to the pirates sitting in a circle in front of him. Why don't you remember? That's a legendary pirate, one of the pirates shouted excitedly. I once took a photo with him. Even if I die, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. HMPH. Sanji sneered when he heard this, spit out the cigarette in his mouth, and stamped it out in the ashtray. If that guy knows that you dare to hang him in Kiji, I guess he will make you unable to take care of yourself. Sanji's face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent, like a lion majesty ready to attack at any time. Seeing this, everyone tightened their mouths and said, don't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Although Sanji is the captain of this ship, it does not mean that all pirates are afraid of His Majesty. On the contrary, many pirates felt that he was extremely cowardly and not worthy of being their captain. They should be the boss, and because their strength far exceeds that of Sanji, they're even more wanton. At this moment, Sanji's majesty was challenged, and these unruly pirates naturally felt very angry, and some even wanted to resist. But they are unwilling to offend Sanji. After all, besides Sanji, there is a more terrifying existence on this ship. His name is Lackey Galen, one of the patron saints on this island, and he is very powerful. Sanji, don't worry, how could someone know about such a trivial matter, and we were just joking. Rob Mitch stood up to smooth things over and gave everyone a wink to signal them to quiet down. This young man was wearing a white bathrobe, with messy hair, red eyes, and thin cheeks. His whole person exuded an aura of decadence. He is the most tyrannical man on the island, and he is also the nightmare of all pirates. Because every night, this man bites the bedboard like a wild beast, venting his long repressed desires. Since there's nothing else going on, let's continue drinking. Chapter 100. Who are you? After saying that, Mickey raised the wine glass in his hand and toasted to everyone around him. Haha, we can have a great party tonight, Rob said with a bright smile. Whoever wins, Lousy will take him to find women today and let them serve you. Great, let's drink this, haha, that's really exciting. After hearing Mickey's words, the pirates swept away their decadent demeanor and became energetic again, shouting one after another. Oh, Mickey, you be asterisk 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 D, don't bully girls. Ace on the side looked eager to try. He jumped up and shouted loudly. Mickey glanced at Ace. Didn't you say you were going to visit your friend's dad? HMPH, I forgot about it a long time ago, Ace snorted. Haha, that's not up to you. I don't care, I just want to participate. Ace said stubbornly, whoever beats me, I will invite him to sleep in the hotel. Hearing Ace's words, all the pirates were excited and gearing up. Sanji also showed an interesting expression. Ace, are you sure you want to participate? HMPH, I will definitely win, Ace clenched his fists and vowed. Well, if you lose, you have to treat me, Sanji said with a smirk. Advertisement, don't worry, I won't give in, Ace glared at Sanji and turned to leave. On the other side, the Straw Hat crew was sailing west, Marco and Chopper were driving the sailboat, and Nami was chatting with Robin on the deck. I really envy you, Robin, you have such beautiful hair. Looking at the sea breeze caressing Robin's smooth and shiny hair, Nami admired with envy. I really want to have beautiful golden hair, but it's a pity that my mother I was never allowed to cut it off because she was afraid I would scare other people if I looked like I had short hair. Don't mind, Nami. Robin comforted, your mother is very concerned about you. Yeah, I know, but one day I can also have my favorite color, N. The two were chatting when they suddenly heard a noise coming from the distance, which seemed to be a certain ship. Nami stopped talking to Robin, walked onto the deck, and looked into the distance. At this time, she saw a group of people waving to her, and behind them, followed a large group of fishmen. These fishmen are very large, 5 to 6 meters long, with black skin, triangular dorsal fins, and blood foam spitting out of their mouths. This is a type of pirate called Sharkman, and they are one of the most ferocious pirates in the East Blue. We actually met the fishmen. I want to see how many of them dare to stand in front of us. Chopper tightened the bow and arrow at his waist and jumped to the mast. Marco also took off the big sword from his back and pulled out the sharp blade from his waist. Nami hurriedly stopped Chopper and Marco. You should quickly restrain your murderous intent and don't arouse the vigilance of the fish people. When Chopper and Marco heard this, they immediately put away their momentum. Are you waiting for prey? Robin looked at the group of sharks and asked, it seems we are lucky this time. No, these fishmen are here to obstruct our voyage, and I decided to teach them a lesson. Nami pointed at the sharkmen and said indignantly. At this time, Mitt was complaining. These guys are just crazy dogs. I clearly didn't provoke them, so why should they hinder our progress? No wonder there are no ships here. These guys must have cleared this area. Hey, you guys. A fishman saw Mitt and others and shouted at them, who are you? Why are you here? Chapter 101. We are Marine. Seeing the fierce look on the other side, Nami frowned and said, we are a merchant ship passing here. Is it possible to cross here? The fishman sneered, this area is not accessible to anyone. Upon hearing his words, the crew members immediately picked up their weapons and stared at them eagerly, as if they would pounce on them in the next second. Seeing this, Mitt couldn't help but cursed. Hey, you guy, don't be so arrogant, we are on the ship. So what about the people on the boat? You don't understand the rules. You deserve to die 100 times. The fishman looked at Mitt coldly and said viciously, you know better, get out of here, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Let me tell you, we are Marines. Mitt puffed up his chest and said arrogantly. What? You are 290 Marine. The fishman's face changed slightly. He obviously didn't expect to meet Marine. As a qualified pirate, of course they have heard about Marine. Especially during these days, the struggle between Marine and the Revolutionary Army has intensified, making countless sea pirates afraid of being defeated. The fishman hesitated again and again, but still chose to retreat. After all, he was just an ordinary person, and he did not face Marine and the Revolutionary Army with dignity. HMPH, you're smart. Mitt glanced at them contemptuously. But he didn't notice the hateful look in his eyes when he was leaving. HMPH, these guys are really arrogant. I think we should teach them a lesson. Nami saw the fishman running away in despair, feeling secretly angry in his heart, and turned around to make trouble for them. At this time, Mitt grabbed Nami's shoulder. Don't be impulsive, Nami, they are all minions, there is no need to argue with them. Besides, we still need to catch rice. Advertisement. After Mitt finished speaking, he sailed straight forward. Hey, what did you say? Nami shouted in disbelief. What did she just hear? Mitt asked her to cook, and for these sharks. You be asterisk 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 d. Nami said angrily, Shichibukai, owned by Whitebeard, is actually forced to cook by you. I want to complain to Whitebeard about you, I will never agree. Nami, I'm serious, we have to go to New World as soon as possible. Mitt said in a deep voice, although we, CDCB, don't know about rice noodles yet, I can feel a strong aura getting closer and closer. Maybe, Vegapunk research was successful. Vegapunk. You mean that old man who is smelly, slovenly, and has an extremely weird temper? Nami said dissatisfied. You actually think he can succeed? I think he is just dreaming. I hope so, but my feeling tells me that Vegapunk might work. We've lost one child, and now, I definitely don't want to go to another one. Zeit said firmly. Seeing Mitt's determined expression, Nami couldn't continue to refute, so she could only mutter. In that case, let's go. I want to see what medicine Vegapunk can develop. This is a river. There are dense jungles and all kinds of exotic plants on both sides of the river, and there are countless fish and shrimps floating in the river. This river is the largest river nearby, the Katakuri River. The fish in the river swim back and forth, unaware of the dangers hidden in the woods on the shore. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps, accompanied by a voice. This place is good, let me occupy it. A hand stretched out from the river, grabbed a fat fish, and then quickly retracted into the water. Chapter 102. Chilling. Immediately afterwards, a huge fishtail was thrown out, shattering the large rocks on the shore. Then, a tall man climbed out of the river. He was wearing a blue tight-fitting suit, a black top hat, paint on his face, and gloves on his hands. His whole person dared to exude a fierce momentum that made people shudder. This man looked to be about 40 or 50 years old, with muscles all over his body and a tall and strong figure. He raised his head and looked around to make sure there was no one around before he relaxed his vigilance. However, he quickly tensed up again because he noticed a cold gaze falling on him. He turned around suddenly, only to see a blonde woman standing in the distance. This blonde woman has exquisite facial features, snow white and delicate skin, rosy and attractive lips with a hint of pink, black and soft black silk hanging down her waist, revealing a slender neck, and a pair of eyes that seem to have a layer of sparkling autumn waves. The dew is thin, as if there are signs of crying at any time, and the figure has a bad face. Her face was covered with a veil, only half of her white and crystal clear jaw was exposed. A pair of beautiful and deep phoenix eyes stared at him quietly. This woman is wearing a white lace dress with a white flower tied to her chest, a girdle of the same style tied around her waist, a silver bell embellished at the hem, and a pair of black high boots on her feet, looking dignified and elegant. It's just those charming eyes that captivate the soul. The man's pupils shrank instantly and his head buzzed. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Regardless of appearance, figure or temperament, she is enough to be called a peerless beauty. The man stared at the woman blankly, looking dumbfounded. Advertisement. Suddenly, there was a gurgling sound in his throat and he swallowed. Then, he slowly lowered his head, put his face in front of the woman, looked at her with rapid breathing, and murmured. Miss, what is your name? It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is what you plan to do. The woman's tone was clear and pleasant, but her attitude was extremely cold. Hey, miss, I just asked for your name. Don't you even give me this face? The man looked at her with a smile, not angry at all. He had heard that Whitebeard's daughter was not a simple thing. Although she is Whitebeard's daughter, she will not be afraid of Whitebeard. Please give me flowers. Face? Huh, I'm sorry, do you deserve it? The woman said sarcastically. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. This island has been taken over by me. Undertake it. The man asked in surprise. Miss, I advise you to think carefully. You must know that I am the tyrant, Gerald Burgess. Are you sure you want to take over so many of our areas? HMPH, I don't need to know who you are. Anyway, I don't want to see you, so I'll leave this island right away. Gerald Burgess raised his eyebrows. Yo, girl, are you threatening us? Threat? Ha 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 ha. Gerald suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, as if he had heard something funny. After a moment, he stopped smiling, looked at the woman in front of him and said, Little girl, you really treat yourself like a thing. As he spoke, he slowly approached her, looked at her jokingly, and licked the corner of his mouth. But, I like it. How about you let me taste your taste tonight? I haven't touched a woman for a long time. The soil. Chapter 103. Don't touch me, otherwise I will kill you. Ah. The woman yelled angrily and glared at Gerald fiercely. Don't touch me, otherwise I'll kill you. Kill me? Gerald shook his head contemptuously and said, how childish. You are looking for death. The woman stared at Gerald angrily, her eyes red. This woman's name is Ivanova, and she is a member of Whitebeard's fleet. 3 years ago, she met a pirate. She originally thought that 580 herself could help the pirate win. Unfortunately, she still underestimated the pirates, which ultimately led to heavy losses for the Whitebeard fleet. Disheartened, she quit the Whitebeard fleet. She wandered alone for 3 years, during which she tried to recruit other pirates to form a new fleet, but she failed. This time, she heard the news that demon fruit power appeared in the first half of Great Army. So she immediately set off for Sabaody Archipelago to look for opportunities to hunt demon fruit power. She plans to establish her own power in the Sabaody Archipelago, so that even if she encounters the demon fruit power again, she can protect the crew. After all, she is a senior bounty hunter, not an ordinary marine. Ivanova looked at the man in front of her, feeling a strong sense of boredom in her heart. The man seemed very rude and savage, and he showed a strong possessiveness towards her. This made Ivanova feel very uneasy, so she had to get rid of this guy as soon as possible to avoid long nights and nightmares. Since you refuse to leave, don't blame me for being rude, Ivanova said coldly, go to hell. After saying that, she raised the dagger in her hand and stabbed Geralt in the abdomen. Geralt laughed ferociously and grabbed Ivanova's arm. He twisted hard and heard a crisp click. Ivanova's arm was broken and blood spattered out. The pain caused her to scream. Geralt laughed ferociously and slammed his knee into Ivanova's stomach. Advertisement: this woman's defense is very weak and she can't withstand this attack at all. Then, Ivanova's belly sank, and she curled up like a shrimp and fell to the ground. Geralt bent down, pinched Ivanova's chin, and sneered, "Girl, your resistance is too slow." His fingers rubbed Ivanova's delicate cheeks, and his eyes were filled with unparalleled thoughts. However, Ivanova's expression remained extremely calm, and even her brows wrinkled slightly. This reaction aroused Geralt's desire even more. Tisk, tisk, the bad guys are pretty cool. Geralt's fingers traced her smooth and pretty face. At this time, Mitt and others were resting outside an abandoned house. These days, they have fled for hundreds of miles and finally passed the search by the security guards. Here, apart from a dilapidated house, a river and some garbage scattered in every corner, there are only a few trees and 2 injured people lying on the ground. The fire on the side is burning brightly, illuminating the surrounding scenery. These days, Mitt has to change places to rest almost every hour or two to avoid being discovered by the enemy. Because he 3.7 knows that there are always enemies lurking nearby. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Chopper sat on the floor, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and said, "Brother, why don't you rest?" Mitt sat cross-legged next to Chopper, holding a branch and teasing the flames. "Chopper, don't be nervous, it's safe today and we can relax a little. Chapter 104 I will make those people pay the price." "Oh," Chopper responded, then closed his eyes and fell asleep again. "What a glutton," Nami muttered and continued to grill the dried meat in his hands. She turned around and said to Mitt, "Mitt, are you hungry?" Mitt nodded. They stayed in the wilderness for several days and only drank a bowl of soup for each meal. They ate very little and their physical strength and energy could not keep up. Nami handed the roasted jerky to Mitt. "Thank you." Mitt tore off a piece of dried meat and took a big bite. "Yeah, it's delicious." He chewed it loudly and narrowed his eyes with satisfaction. Nami sighed and said, "We are running out of food now. How about we start fishing tomorrow?" 23 inches her eyes were cast on the wood on the fire, as if she wanted to find hope in the flames. Hearing this, Mitt shook his head. "Sister Nami, fishing is too dangerous. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be injured." Although Nami's injuries have recovered to 70%, she still can't move her right arm, which made Nami feel very uncomfortable. "What does this mean?" "You saved me several times. I owe you more than just a piece of clothing. You saved my life." Nami smiled bitterly. She raised her head, her eyes shining with perseverance. "No matter who stops us, they will never be able to stop us." Mitt was stunned for a moment. He suddenly thought of his sister Ellen, and his heart twitched suddenly. He was silent for a long time and then said, "Then let's go find devil fruit." He stuffed the dried meat into his mouth and swallowed it. His eyes became sharp. "Only by becoming the world's top adventurer can we protect our dreams." "Protect everything." Advertisement: "Well, I believe we can do it." Nami nodded solemnly, his eyes also full of tenacity. They had been in this town for several days. It is still some distance away from Logetown. If they want to reach Logetown, they must first pass through this island. This island is the only port near Logetown. You can only reach Logetown by sailing. They stayed on the island for several days because of lack of salt and fresh water. On the island, except for these 2 things, the rest of the supplies are dangerous goods. They dare not use it randomly. For fear of causing a riot, Mitt and the others stayed on this desert island for a day, but except for some fish, birds, insects and ants, they found nothing. Moreover, these fish and birds are very ferocious and cruel. Once they encounter them, they will always attack them. Mitt tried to fight them away with his fists, but the results were not satisfactory. He had to admit that there were indeed many beings in this world who were much stronger than them. All they need now is a ship. And this island is like a prison. Outside this prison, they can only be forced to wander until one day they are tired, thirsty or hungry, and can return to the shore. Damn it, sooner or later, I'm going to make those people pay the price. Mitt clenched his fists secretly, feeling resentful in his heart. He has decided to take back Logetown, not only because the residents there share the same dream as them, to overthrow the Revolutionary Army and take back Logetown, but also because the mayor of that town is Mitt's father, Mee Williams. In the beginning, it was this B***************** D who led the Revolutionary Army to force his parents to leave Logetown. If not for the persecution of those people, Mie would not have been forced to flee to North Blue. Moreover, Mitt's father, Mie, also died on this island in the end. This is one of the reasons why Mitt vowed to take revenge. Chapter 105 Deep Friendship. Nami looked at the two brothers, with tears in his eyes, and touched Chopper's furry head distressed-edly. Over the past few days, she had seen Mitt desperately trying to find food and help Chopper recover from his injuries. She could sense the deep friendship between Mitt and Chopper. Don't cry. Mitt patted Nami's shoulder and comforted her. Sister Nami, go and have a rest. I'll take care of Chopper. He handed the backpack to Mickey, then squatted down and picked up the sleepy Chopper, walked towards the woods. Chopper, let's go to the woods to rest for a night, and get up tomorrow morning to continue looking for food. Chopper yawned and said vaguely, well, okay. He lay in Mitt's arms and fell asleep soon. Mitt placed Chopper on the soft turf, then got into Chopper's nest, leaned against the rough bark, and soon fell asleep. Nami stood in front of Mitt and Chopper's tent, looking at the two people sleeping soundly, her eye circles gradually turning red. She once imagined that her husband was a gentle, handsome and elegant man like Frankie. However, reality told her that this was a complete nightmare. Nami stretched out her hand to wipe away her tears. She lowered her head and glanced at her broken arm, showing an indifferent smile. She had never liked this man. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how much he cared for her, she could not make any ripples. Nami took out a silver-white ring from her arms. She looked at the ring and murmured to herself, Beckman, I will definitely kill that person to avenge you. Her eyes were filled with madness and obsession. Beckman died at the hands of the Pirate King Gold D. Roger. This girl was Beckman's wife and his most loyal follower, too. In the past few years, Beckman had been very kind to her. She knew that Beckman didn't really like her, but was taking advantage of her kindness. However, Beckman gave her too much warmth and care. Nami was moved by this warmth, so she pursued Beckman without hesitation, even if Beckman didn't like her. Advertisement, Beckman, you will never survive, right? Nami looked at the direction of Beckman's death and muttered to herself. Her eyes were moist and tears were flowing down her cheeks. Just when Nami was about to put the ring on her hand, she suddenly heard footsteps in the distance. Nami immediately became alert. She quietly hid behind the tree and looked around through the gap. There was a rush of footsteps from far away, and a group of soldiers wearing armor and shabby weapons rushed over. Their target was Mitt and Chopper's tent. Catch him. The leader of the soldiers yelled, aimed his gun at Mitt, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets roared and hit the wooden tent, causing sparks to fly and grains to fly across. Nami held her breath, her hand pressed on the hilt of her sword, just waiting for the soldiers who rescued Mitt to get close, and then immediately jumped out to assassinate them. However, things went beyond Zhao Liao Zhao, her expectation. The bullets missed Mitt and Chopper's tent, where they were hiding. Nami frowned. Are those people fake? Or have they already left? Nami hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help but jumped out. The gem dagger in his hand cut through the night sky and slashed at a soldier. The soldier was caught off guard, and a huge wound was cut on his chest with a gemstone dagger, and blood spurted out. Chapter 106 Begging for Mercy in Panic. Nami's speed was extremely fast, and he solved another soldier in the blink of an eye and put the dagger on the soldier's neck. Don't kill me. The soldier begged for mercy in a panic with a trembling voice. At this time, Mitt rushed out of the woods carrying a roast chicken. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, put away the dagger and threw it aside. Mitt picked up the roasted chicken, tore off a piece of roasted chicken leg and handed it to Nami. Nami shook her head. I just had a full stomach. While speaking, Nami glanced at Mitt secretly. She found that Mitt's left arm was swollen and seemed to have been severely injured. She asked worriedly, Mitt, your arm. Oh, 850 doesn't matter. Mitt waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Although he said this, Mitt still gritted his teeth and cursed. Dad is cheating again. He actually lied to me about Seastone. He, a gentleman, actually played dirty tricks on me. I'm really not ashamed. Mitt's right arm is useless and he can't use it at all. Mitt's words made Nami feel angry. Mitt, since the Pirate King wants to tease you, he will definitely try again. We should be careful. Mitt was silent for a moment, raised his head, and stared into Nami's eyes. Well, I know. His eyes suddenly became determined when he looked at Nami. When I grow up, I must kill that guy. Mitt's tent is very close to the village. However, their camp is relatively remote, so there are not many people patrolling near the village. Mitt and his team took this opportunity and hurried to Robin's tent. Sister Robin. Nami called after entering Robin's tent. Nami, you guys are awake. Robin sat on the edge of the bed, glanced at Mitt and Chopper lying on the bed, smiled and said to Nami. Mitt and Chopper are in good condition today. I made them fish soup, and after drinking the fish soup, I felt much more energetic. Advertisement. Mitt said happily after hearing this. Thank you, Sister Robin. Robin smiled. You go and freshen up first, and you can eat later. Nami nodded, turned and left Robin's tent. She came to the stream and washed her cheeks. After washing up, Nami changed into a set of clean clothes and returned to Mitt's tent. Mitt and Chopper were packing their bags, and Nami walked in to help them. She threw the bundle she brought on the bed, and then started to make the bed for Mitt and Chopper. Mitt and Chopper were stunned when they saw Nami. Chopper blinked his round eyes, then came over and asked, Sister Nami, why is your face so red? Are you sick? Nami glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Mitt scratched his head and said honestly, Sister Nami, are you feeling so uncomfortable because we didn't bring any dry food? Don't worry, we will bring enough dry food. Nami's face turned redder. She faltered for a long time before she managed to say something. Mitt, I'm not sick. After saying that, her face turned redder, and the tips of her ears were lightly pink. Mitt looked confused, not knowing what she was shy about. He rubbed the back of his head and muttered. Why is Sister Nami so shy so easily? It's really troublesome. Ahem. Chopper coughed. He pulled Mitt's sleeve and said, Mitt, let's go out. Let Sister Nami rest. Chapter 107. The secret was almost exposed. Mitt nodded obediently in agreement. He stood up and said hello to Nami. Sister Nami, good night. See you tomorrow. After saying that, he took Chopper's hand and left the tent, leaving Nami with a red face. Nami covered her hot face, her heart beating wildly, as if it was about to jump out at any time. Nami took a few deep breaths, trying to adjust her mood and calm her frantic heartbeat. After a long time, Nami felt her heartbeat slowly calm down, and she reached out to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. She patted her chest lightly and muttered. What a risk, I almost exposed my secret. Nami originally thought that Mitt was a simple child who was easy to bully, but after what happened tonight, she became suspicious of Mitt. Nami always feels that Mitt is very smart and cunning. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would definitely believe that Mitt would be a fool. However, she can clearly feel that Mitt is definitely not simple. Nami's intuition told her that there might be more to Mitt than meets the eye. However, now is obviously not the time to think about this matter. Both Mitt and Chopper needed medical treatment, and she had to find a doctor as soon as possible to help Mitt recover from his arm injury. Otherwise, Mitt is likely to affect future battles. Nami walked out of the tent and found Blueno Ace, the doctor of the Neptune Kingdom. Blueno is wearing a white robe, a medicine box hanging on his waist, and a white hat. He looks very young, only about 30 years old, with a gentle complexion and a gentle and elegant appearance. It is impossible to distinguish him from a doctor. The two words are connected together. Seeing Nami coming out, Blueno immediately came up to her. Excuse me, do you need any help? Advertisement. Blueno is still wary of women like Nami. After all, he is not a doctor now. He is one of the best doctors in Neptune, and he cannot reveal his identity to strangers at will. Nami noticed the change in Blueno's expression and couldn't help frowning, but she still suppressed her temper and said to Blueno in as gentle a tone as possible. I want to ask you a favor. I have a friend who is injured and I want to help. He is recovering from his injuries. I don't know if you know any good doctors. I hope they can help me treat my friend. When Blueno heard Nami's words, a smile appeared on his face. So you were injured because of your friend? Great, where's your friend? I'll take you there. Please give me flowers, Blueno said as he walked out. Thank you, I'll leave it to you, Dr. Blueno. Nami followed. When Blueno brought Nami to the door of a tent, Nami was stunned because she saw a familiar face inside. Zero, Captain Roger? Nami's eyes widened in surprise. Aren't you dead? Blueno sighed and explained. Yes, I did die, but I came back to life. Nami looked confused. What is going on? Actually, I am a crew member of the Roger Pirates, Captain Roger's disciple, Blueno Ace. Blueno introduced his identity and pointed to the unconscious man lying on the bed inside. He is my brother, Mitt Roghar. My brother and I were separated during a voyage. Unexpectedly, when I met my brother again, he was seriously injured. His right arm was burned, and the lack of food caused the wound to worsen. He is now. It has fallen into a deep sleep. Chapter 108. They no longer exist. Blueno. Nami looked at Blueno with mixed feelings in her heart. She remembered everything she had with Captain Roger, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness and sourness in her heart. Captain Roger, he is actually dead. By the way, Miss Nami, you just said you were from East Blue. Where are your parents? Blueno suddenly asked Nami. They must be very worried about you. 17. Nami smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, they no longer exist. 010, Blueno was stunned. Huh? He did not expect this ending. Forget it, let's not mention this. You haven't told me Mitt yet. How is his injury? How does he need treatment? Nami asked anxiously. She was afraid that she would miss the opportunity for Katie's treatment. Blueno thought for a while and replied. The friend you mentioned is seriously injured, but it is not incurable. He is still in a coma. After he wakes up, as long as he takes the herbal medicine I made, he should be cured. You can recover the arm injury. When Blueno talked about the herbal medicine, he showed a proud look on his face. This is an herbal medicine that I spent a lot of effort to research. It has powerful healing properties. Although it cannot regenerate a broken limb, it can at least guarantee the healing of the wound. After Blueno finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and asked, By the way, what's your name, Miss Nami? Nami pursed her lips and smiled. My name is Katakuri. Blueno suddenly realized. Katakuri. This name is a bit strange. However, I remember this name. I saw it on the reward order. Oh, really? Nami raised his eyebrows slightly, pretending to be surprised. She didn't expect that she would be ranked high on the reward order, and all 10 doctors would see it. Nami continued to ask. How did you know? Advertisement. A few days later, Mitt remembered what Old Man Whitebeard said. Since you choose to leave, then leave. What a lazy decision. 11. I really want to stay on that island forever. During these days, Mitt would have a nightmare every few days, dreaming that he had been alone on that deserted island for 10 years. In the dream, he kept looking for the island, but he never found any clues. No matter what, I won't give up. I must find that island. That day, Mitt woke up and his head was a little dizzy. Mitt rubbed his head, sat up and looked around. This is a strange room. There are sofas, chairs and tea tables in the room, and the walls are covered with various weapons and equipment. There is a large bed in the center of the room, with a wooden table next to it and a kettle on the table. What is this place? Why am I here? Am I not sailing? Mitt looked around in a panic. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face. Mitt was shocked. Na Xiao? You're Na Xiao? He covered his mouth in disbelief and couldn't believe his eyes. Mitt's voice attracted the Dr. Bluno who was changing Mitt's dressing. When Bluno saw Mitt, he was stunned for a moment, then showed a bright smile. Oh, Mitt. Are you awake? How are you feeling now? Bluno? Did you save me? Mitt jumped out of bed excitedly and ran to Dr. Bluno. Yes, your arm was injured, so you had to stay in bed for 2 months, Bluno said. But I'm fine. Mitt clenched his fists excitedly. I'm fine. I don't want to lie on the bed. I want to go find Captain Roger. Chapter 109. But I really want to go sailing. No, Bluno flatly refused. Captain Roger is still in a coma. His injuries are very serious. If he moves his body rashly, it may cause more serious damage. Mitt stood there with his head hanging down, frustrated. Don't be too sad, Bluno comforted. Maybe after Captain Roger wakes up, you two brothers and sisters can be reunited. Well, Bluno, you were right. Mitt nodded and looked up at the Dr. Bluno. Bluno, when will my injury recover? 23. According to the current progress, it will take at least 2 to 3 months. Only in this way can you recover. Bluno pushed the frame on the bridge of his nose. Also, you can't exercise strenuously. Otherwise, the wound will burst and affect the recovery. 1. Mitt scratched his head. But I really want to go sailing. His eyes were full of expectation and desire. Sailing? Bluno frowned, as if he was very opposed to this. Mitt, you can't go sailing. Bluno believes that if Mitt insists on traveling, it will bring him huge risks. After all, Mitt's current strength is not enough to protect himself. Moreover, his current physical fitness is not in the best condition. I'm not going. Do you want to go for me? Mitt asked unhappily. Bluno sighed. If you are willing to listen to my advice, stay at home to recuperate for the time being. When you recover, I will go with you. Mitt was silent for a long time. He gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Okay, when will we set off? Advertisement, the sooner the better. Well, I'm going to pack my luggage right now. Mitt nodded and turned around to pack his clothes. That night, Bluno packed Mitt's bags and said, I'll be waiting for you outside the door at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I hope you can leave early. 17. Bluno left, and Mitt also walked out of the room and came to the stairs. There is a heavy metal door at the end of the stairs, with no entry written on the front. There was a knock on the door. Who? A deep and majestic male voice came from inside the door. Mitt said, It's me, I'm Mitt. I want to come in and see Uncle Roger. Please, Grandpa Captain. After a while, the metal door slowly moved to the left, opening a gap, and Mitt slipped into the hall through the gap. Robin was wearing a black nightgown, holding a coffee cup in her hand, looking at Mitt, with hidden hostility hidden under her gentle expression. She looked at Mitt coldly. What's the matter, Mitt? Mitt scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Auntie, to bother you. I just came to say goodbye to Captain Roger and wanted to visit him by the way. Robin nodded and said, Okay, come with me. Advertisement. Mitt followed Robin towards the bedroom. Robin led Mitt to the door of a room on the far right side of the second floor. She pointed to the door and said, Go in, he is inside. Mitt nodded. 637, thank you, Auntie. Mitt opened the door and walked in. The room was dark, the curtains were drawn tightly, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. Mitt walked to the bed, and there was a man lying on the bed. This man was wrapped in thin ribbons all over his body. It's me, Mitt, I'm Roger. The sudden sound made Mitt's hair stand on end, and he almost screamed. Mitt, don't be afraid, I'm Roger. After hearing Roger's words, Mitt breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Roger on the bed, with a strong sense of intimacy in his heart. Uncle Roger. Chapter 110. I finally met my grandson. Ha 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 ha. Roger, who was lying on the bed, suddenly laughed. He struggled to get up and slapped the bedboard. Good boy. I finally met my grandson. Mitt hurriedly walked to Roger to help him and asked worriedly, Uncle Roger, why are you sitting up? Your injury has not fully recovered yet. You should not do such a dangerous move. I know, Mitt. Roger smiled and touched Mitt's shoulder, but now that you are here, we can reunite. Really? Mitt was overjoyed. Roger nodded solemnly. Of course, do you think I'm lying to you? I'm Roger, the son of the Pirate King. Both of us, father and son, are fearless warriors. How could we shrink from a mere setback? Mitt grinned and said, That's great. Uncle Roger, you must live. I want to watch you become the Pirate King. Haha. Roger smiled and shook his head. Although he wanted to do this, he knew that he had no chance now. He had already failed once, even his wife died under his own gun, and his dream was shattered once again. Looking at the young child in front of him, Roger couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that his current situation was very bad, and he might take his last breath at any time, and he would not be able to fulfill the promise of the Pirate King at all. Uncle Roger, Mitt asked confused, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Roger shook his head. I just feel like I'm such a waste. He once thought that he had the most powerful weapons in the world and could become the Pirate King. He has always believed in this. Even if he met Doflamingo, relying on his strong swordsmanship, it would only take him a few years to defeat Doflamingo. But he didn't expect that he would actually lose a bet, and even the woman he loved most would die in his hands. Advertisement, Uncle Roger, you must work hard to survive and wait to become the new generation of Pirate King. Mitt clenched his fists. I want to be a hero like you and protect the world. A hero. Roger murmured to himself, with a lonely look on his face. Mitt, I'm afraid I can't wait until you become a hero, because I'm going to die soon. Uncle Roger. What nonsense are you talking about? Mitt yelled angrily. He clenched his fists. Uncle Roger, you will never die. Cough 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 cough. Roger suddenly coughed violently and spit out blood clots, which stained the white sheets red. Uncle Roger, don't scare me. You won't die? Mitt said in a panic. You have to hold on. Mitt. Roger gasped and said weakly, listen, my son. I don't want to drag you down, just go. Robin cried silently on the sidelines, not daring to say a word for fear of offending her sick husband. Uncle Roger. I don't want to leave. Mitt shook his head stubbornly. I won't leave Uncle Roger behind. Roger showed a happy smile. Silly boy Li Liao Jiao, you don't understand. This island has become pirates. I must die on this island. Mitt said anxiously. Uncle Roger, do you remember my teacher? I told you that my teacher is Marine Marshal Garp. If you need treatment, I can ask him to send troops to rescue the island. Roger smiled contemptuously. I know Marine's strength. I don't want to owe this favor. Mitt, please leave quickly. I will leave a message for you after I die. Chapter 111 They all deserve to die. Uncle Roger, don't give up. Mitt's eyes turned red and he shouted excitedly. I believe that my teacher Garp will definitely save Uncle Roger. Garp? Roger sneered. That guy is hot-tempered, impulsive, irritable, and so proud. How could he help a pirate? Moreover, even if he is willing to send troops, do you think Marine will let me go? Mitt, hurry up, let's go. Roger sighed. You just arrived here, you may not know yet, this place is called Sabaody Archipelago. I killed 4 million people on this island, and these people were all killed by me. Mitt covered his mouth in shock. He did not expect that Luo 903 Jia actually killed 4 million people. Roger snorted coldly. They all deserve to die. Those people don't deserve to live, they all deserve to go to hell. Mitt opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't find the words to refute. Roger was right, the people he killed did deserve to die, and those villains should be punished, and death would not be a pity. Okay, let's go, Roger urged. While it's still dark, you can rush to the dock to board the ship. Maybe there's hope of leaving the Sabaody archipelago. But, Uncle Roger, Mitt hesitated, you still have a wife and son, don't you care? I can no longer take care of them, Roger said indifferently. Mitt gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Roger, I will raise them up and let them live a prosperous and stable life. No need, Roger said coldly. They followed me and suffered a lot. I don't want to drag them down anymore. I'm already a useless person. They will not be happy if they follow me. Advertisement. Roger looked at Mitt and said seriously, Mitt, promise me, leave this island. You are a good boy, don't imitate me. I don't want to see my only relative get hurt. Mitt was silent for a while, then raised his head. Uncle Roger, are you really ready to give up your life? Yes, I am already a useless person, and there is no point in living. CDAF, Roger said lightly, as if he had already seen through everything. In this case, I will accompany you to death. Why are you dying with me? Roger asked, dumbfounded. You don't have to go to this extent for me, you'd better run away. No, Uncle Roger, I will not abandon you and run away alone, Mitt said firmly. Fool, if you stay here, you will only die. Don't waste time, leave quickly. Roger advised, this way you can suffer less. Uncle Roger, I will never abandon you, Mitt said firmly. Don't you want to see your son? Mentioning his son, Roger's eyes flashed with strange light, and his heart was full of longing. Of course I do it every day. Roger's body trembled, but I can no longer see my son. How could it be? You are Uncle Roger, the greatest man in the world. Who can kill you? Mitt comforted. Even if we die, the two of us can die together. This way we can be together forever. Roger's expression gradually returned to calm. Yes. Even if we die, the two of us can be together. He slowly closed his eyes. Come on, kid, we will die together. No, Uncle Roger, no, I don't want to die with you, Mitt shouted sadly. Chapter 112. Don't let hatred blind you. He knew that Roger was not joking. He really planned to die with him, so he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, and quickly turned around and ran away. Mitt. Stop. Don't you love your mother very much? Are you willing to leave her alone outside? Roger roared. Mitt paused and his face twitched. But you can't die either. I am already old, and it is not a pity to die. Roger smiled helplessly. You are young, have a bright future, and have a great life waiting for you to pursue. Mitt, don't let hatred blind you. Mitt had tears in his eyes. But you are the person I admire the most, and I don't want to lose you as a friend. No, Roger flatly refused. I would rather lose the whole world than lose you. You go. Mitt stopped hesitantly and looked at Roger lying on the bed, his eyes moist. After a long time, he took another step. Uncle Roger, you have always taught me to face difficulties bravely. I believe you will get better. I will definitely take you out of this dangerous place. We have an appointment, Mitt said loudly. I want to take you to meet my parents and my brother. You. How did you know? Roger's eyes widened in surprise. Miss Robin told me. Mitt said seriously. I never blamed her. He continued to crawl towards the door. Uncle Roger, take care. Advertisement. Wait a minute. Roger suddenly shouted. Uncle Roger, I still have something to explain. Roger took a deep breath and said, Mitt, you can understand English. I want to ask you. Please send me to a remote place. And then deliver the message to Robin for me, please. Uncle Roger, don't worry, I will do it, Mitt solemnly promised. Thank you. Roger said with a smile, if you have the chance, remember to bury me in the Sabadi archipelago. Don't worry, Uncle Roger. Roger looked at Mitt with relief and smiled kindly. He is indeed my son. Mitt wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and took a deep breath. I'm leaving first. Roger nodded. Okay. Mitt limped and walked out with difficulty, but the closer he got to the door, the more panicked he felt, as if he was about to collapse at any moment. He felt an inexplicable sense of fear envelope him. Why is that? Mitt muttered. Advertisement. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He didn't understand why he suddenly became timid. He clearly has more strength than others, and he can even grab things weighing several tons with one hand. Mitt wanted to escape, but reason told him that he couldn't escape, because these were Uncle Roger's last words. Mitt's figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. Roger breathed a sigh of relief, slumped to the ground, and closed his eyes tightly. Roger's body shook violently, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. This is an illusion he put on. He really couldn't bear to let Mitt go to hell with him. But this plan requires sacrificing Mitt, so he must show this weakness, otherwise Mitt will not listen to him at all. Finally I deceived that brat. Roger sighed inwardly, but, Mitt, I hope you can do as I said, otherwise. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office, Fire Fist Ace is reporting to Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, I would like to apply to participate in the extermination of pirates, Ace said seriously. The flame burned the cigarette butt, and Sengoku blew out a puff of green smoke and said slowly, I remember that I already rejected you. Chapter 113 I want to participate. I don't care what you think, but now I've figured it out, I want to participate in this mission, Ace said, even if I die, I'm not afraid. Are you crazy? Ace, Marine is more powerful than you think. Sengoku frowned and shouted, this mission is more dangerous than you expected. Sengoku's attitude angered Ace. Ace roared angrily. I just want to help the crew members who were killed by pirates. They're innocent. They were persecuted. 60. Ace's anger is real. This pirate robbery of a merchant ship happened a few months ago, causing great losses and many people died. Pirates should be executed, Sengoku said coldly. I will not agree to your application. Sengoku. Ace suddenly raised his voice. I won't let you break your oath. Sengoku was silent for a moment. Ace, don't forget the mission we shoulder. Your brother and brother, they're in danger, if you continue to be stubborn. Ace said coldly. So what, Ace? Sengoku snapped. I won't let you mess around. 17. The corners of Ace's mouth formed a sarcastic arc, and he said, Sengoku, since you are unwilling to allow me to participate in the action of exterminating pirates, then let me be the commander-in-chief of Marine. I will use my own power to rescue those who have been killed. Plundering crew. You can stop me, but you can't stop my heart. You can't stop my steps. Sengoku stared at Ace, as if he wanted to see through him completely. Advertisement, HMPH. You are really stubborn, but I advise you not to try to change this disaster. It is impossible. Sengoku said coldly, this war is destined to end, and you cannot win. Ace gave Sengoku a mocking look, then turned and walked out of the room. Sengoku's face was gloomy, and his eyes shone with a strong cold light. Since you are going to die, how can I stop you? He immediately issued an order and sent Marine to track down the heinous group of pirates. Brother, the clear girl's cry rang out, interrupting Mitt's thoughts. Mitt looked back and saw a pretty little girl running towards him. Little sister, who are you looking for? Mitt asked. I am Mitt. Brother. The little girl threw herself into Mitt's arms. Zhao Hong is hungry. Oh, it turns out Zhao Hong is hungry. 11 Mitt patted Zhao Hong's head. Stand still and don't move. I'll go buy food right away. Well, thank you, brother. Zhao Hong nodded obediently and watched Mitt run out of the house. Advertisement. The little girl tilted her head. This guy. How does he look so much like his parents? The little girl thought for a while and shook her head. No, mother said that you can't tell strangers this kind of thing. The little girl pulled up her clothes to cover her belly and then secretly followed Mitt. She quietly hid aside, wanting to see what this guy was doing. Mitt walked to a stall selling kebabs, bought 2 kebabs, picked up one and was about to leave. The little girl was anxious. The man just said that this kind of food was for children, but this boy actually bought it for himself. Hey! The little girl shouted loudly. Mitt was startled and turned to look at the little girl. Little girl, you called me 2.5? Are you eating? The little girl pointed to the roasted lamb leg in Mitt's hand. Yes, how do you know? Mitt asked curiously. How could this little girl guess it? The little girl suddenly smiled with joy and hurried to Mitt. Great, brother, I'm hungry too, please take me with you. Ha 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 ha. Mitt laughed. Which family are you from? Chapter 114 She will protect me and everyone. The little girl looked up at Mitt. I don't know, I haven't seen my mother yet. How pitiful. Mitt touched the little girl's silky hair. Then what's your name? My name is Nico Robin, and I am an orphan. But don't worry, brother, I have the ability to support myself. Little Robin blinked at Mitt with his big eyes. Then let's find a place to stay first. Mitt handed the roasted leg of lamb to Robin. How about the floor? Robin opened his mouth wide and took a bite. Wow, it's so hot. But it's so delicious. Brother, you can eat it too. Yeah. Mitt smiled and nodded. 23. He doesn't hate this little girl, because this little girl is very polite. Although she is still very young, she has learned to observe his words and emotions, and she will also care about him. Mitt has a good impression of Robin. Is your name Mitt? My name is Robin. Robin suddenly stopped chewing the leg of lamb and introduced himself seriously. I am a navigator. What about you? My name is Mitt. Mitt grinned, the bravest crew member on the pirate ship. After hearing Mitt's words, Robin's expression suddenly dimmed, tears flashed in his lowered eyes, and he murmured softly, the bravest crew. What's wrong? Mitt asked confused. Advertisement. Robin quickly wiped away the tears from his eyes. I just feel so envious of you. I have never experienced such a life. Mitt scratched his head, thinking it was a big deal. Then why are you crying? Mitt asked curiously. It's nothing, I just miss my mother a little bit. I wonder how she is doing now. Little Robin lowered his head and said, Mom is a good person, but she. As he spoke, little Robin couldn't help but choked up. Mitt patted little Robin's head. Don't worry, your mother Gilgamesh will bless you. Really? Little Robin asked in surprise. Certainly. But, Mom is a great king. Little Robin sighed. Mom is a great hero, she will protect me and protect everyone. How do you know your mother is a hero? Mitt asked. I heard what others said. Little Robin's eyes became determined. Mom, she has always been the hero of Marine. Her dream is to protect peace on the sea. Mitt thought thoughtfully. This little girl looks very young, but is full of fighting spirit. Maybe such a person can really help him. So, Mitt decided to keep Robin and let her be his ship's doctor to help him solve his troubles. Advertisement, Little Robin, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll leave first and pick you up tomorrow. After Mitt warned him, he left the restaurant. Robin was stunned for a long time, and then smiled brightly. That's great, Mom has always hoped that someone would take me in. I finally met a good person. As night falls, there are fewer and fewer pedestrians on the streets. These bastards, 747 made me spend hundreds of Baileys during the day. Isn't that right? I was also arrested and tortured. I still owe 30,000 Belly. I'm afraid I'll sleep on a bridge tonight. Oh, what a bad luck. A burst of noise entered the restaurant, attracting the attention of Mitt and others. We have guests. Mitt raised his head and saw several drunken drunkards coming in outside the door. They were cursing and looking like they were drunk. These drunkards staggered in, and one of them sat directly next to Mitt, picked up a bottle of wine on the table and drank 2 glasses. Mitt frowned. He had no interest in these guys, but these guys obviously didn't come to chat with him. Hey, kid. Chapter 115. I advise you not to cause trouble. The drunks surrounded Mitt with lewd smiles on their faces. Hey, kid, lend us some money. Yes, lend us money. The other 2 drunkards echoed. At this time, the store owner hurried in. Hey, what are you doing? Don't make trouble, otherwise I will call the police. Smelly B****ch. Who are you? Lousy wants to teach this kid a lesson. Can you handle it? The drunkards glared at the boss fiercely. The boss shrank his neck and did not dare to speak. Huh, kid, do you want to borrow money? If not, Lousy will break your legs, the drunkard threatened. Mitt narrowed his eyes and looked at the drunkards coldly. I advise you not to make trouble, otherwise, I won't mind taking care of you for your parents. Boy, you are so crazy, brothers, beat him until he admits that he is a coward, the drunkard laughed angrily. The other 2 drunkards were eager to try. Brother Mitt, come on, Robin encouraged. Don't worry, I won't let them bully you. Mitt stood up and stared at the drunkards in front of him. Whoever dares to lift a finger, I guarantee you will lie down and go out. Haha. The drunkards burst into laughter, as if they heard the funniest joke in the world. They're famous bullies on this street, and they usually run rampant. No one dares to mess with them except the eldest sister. Advertisement, boy, let's see what you can do to us. Do you believe I will beat you to a cripple and then throw you into the sea to feed the sharks? Mitt sneered. Are you sure? The drunkards were startled and looked at each other. Does he have anything to rely on? Humph. What are you afraid of? He's just a young boy. Yes, he must be scaring us. Don't worry. Mitt was too lazy to waste time with this group of people, and stretched out his finger to poke the forehead of the drunk man closest to him. Huh? He actually dodged it. Not bad. Boy, you actually know how to defend yourself. The drunkards praised him one after another, but then they became ferocious, and they all pounced on Mitt at the same time. Hey, boy, let's get going. The drunkards' fists and feet landed on Mitt, making a snapping sound. However, what shocked them was that even though they tried their best, they could not hurt Mitt at all. Damn it. This guy is really good at it. The drunkards became angry. You are nothing more than that, Mitt said contemptuously. The drunkards were furious when they heard this and tried their best, but unfortunately they still couldn't touch Mitt at all. You are too weak, let me show you my true strength. Advertisement. Mitt swung his right arm violently. Bang. 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 The drunkards were knocked away by Mitt and fell heavily into the corner and passed out, Eh? Mitt scratched his head. I forgot to control the intensity just now. I should be able to knock him out. He walked towards the 4 unconscious people, took out 4 coins from his clothes and threw them against the wall. Click. 4 coins collided together, making a crisp cracking sound. As expected of 4 people, only 3 coins fell. Mitt touched his chin. He was very powerful, so he was completely merciless in his attack just now. Unfortunately, the number of coins is too small, and only the last one, Li Hao, is left. Mitt sighed. Forget it, just this time. He picked up the 4 coins and stuffed them back into his trouser pocket, then walked out of the restaurant. A canvas boat docks at the dock. Robin and Zoro boarded the ship, while Mitt stayed to guard the ship. Kid, what's your name? Suddenly, a man wearing a black trench coat and sunglasses stood in front of Mitt and said in a low voice. I am, Blackbeard, Chloe's personal guard. Garp. Chapter 116. I'm not interested. Mitt blinked. He knew the name, but didn't recognize it. However, Garp looks very powerful, so let's call him Grandpa for the time being. My name is Ace. Mitt nodded. Little devil, follow me to see the eldest sister, and you will be spared the physical pain. Garp said coldly that he didn't take Mitt seriously. After all, he was Chloe's personal guard. Chloe has already given orders for this kind of thing, and there is no need to ask Mitt for his opinion. Sister? Mitt asked confused. Why did she ask you to find me? Garp glanced at Mitt coldly and said, Boy, don't ask too many questions. What if I refuse? Mitt is neither humble nor arrogant. It's okay if you don't want to. I can make you wish 480. Mitt's eyes flashed coldly. Grandpa, you have thought about it. Kid, don't do it. Mitt waved his hand. Forget it, you are not worthy of being my opponent. He turned around and left, his back looking extremely chic. Garp was stunned, then became furious. A hole, brat, what did you say? Peer. Advertisement. Hey, that little brat, where are you going? Robin shouted. Mitt stopped and turned around. You guys go to the recruiting camp first. I have some things to take care of. What are you going to do? Robin asked with concern. CDFJ. Mitt smiled and showed his bright sunshine. Don't worry, I will find you soon. Okay, then be careful, Robin warned. Mitt nodded and watched them take the boat away. Mitt looked at the sky. There were few stars tonight and the night sky was dark. It's time for me to leave. Mitt turned and walked towards the town. In the city streets, Mitt walked alone on the street. His expression was a little lazy. Boy, where are you going? Suddenly, a thin man wearing a bamboo hat stood in front of Mitt. Mitt raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? The thin man smiled and said, I have been ordered to invite you over. Our boss wants to see you. Mitt frowned. Sorry, I'm not interested. Mitt continued to walk forward, but the thin man blocked his way. Mitt said impatiently. Go away. The thin man's face darkened. Although he was Chloe's subordinate, he was very powerful. How had he ever been treated like this? Advertisement, kid. Do you know who I am? The thin man shouted in a deep voice. Mitt shook his head. I don't care who you are. If you don't go away, don't blame me for being rude to you. There was a flash of murderous intent in the thin man's eyes, and he drew the dagger and stabbed Mitt straight in the throat. Ding! The thin man's short dagger was broken into 2 pieces, and his clenched hands were bounced to the wall, leaving blood and flesh. Ah! He howled miserably. He was horrified. Mitt's methods were simply unbelievable. He was defeated without even being qualified to take action. What kind of master was he? Roll. Mitt retracted his palm. If he hadn't considered not wanting to get into trouble, he would have defeated the opponent with iron body. How could a mere guard from a pirate group match him? Mitt turned around and left, but at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Mitt, grabbing Mitt's neck. Mitt felt as if his shoulder had been hit by a hammer, and he lost his balance. Bang! Mitt fell to the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Ha! The visitor sneered. You are beaten to the ground at this level. Boy, your strength is too weak. Mitt gritted his teeth and stood up, raising his head and staring at the person in front of him. Chapter 117. It doesn't matter who I am. This guy actually arrived faster than Mitt, and his speed was astonishing. His physical fitness is beyond imagination. He can reach 5,000 pounds simply by strength, not losing to Whitebeard. Snort. Mitt took a few deep breaths to heal his internal injuries, raised his head and stared at the visitor, and said coldly, Who are you? He could see that the man in front of him was a ruthless character. It doesn't matter who I am. The visitor sneered. What matters is, you must die. As he spoke, he reached for Mitt's neck, preparing to twist the other person's neck. Mitt's eyes narrowed sharply, and his reaction was half a beat too slow, unable to avoid the attack. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Bang! The visitor's wrist was crushed, causing him to scream in pain. Severe pain shot through his hand, causing him to let go of Mitt. The visitor covered his arms and said with an ugly face, Who? Mitt, are you okay? At this time, the 2 women ran into the restaurant and happened to see the attackers attack, and they were shocked. Advertisement. They didn't expect Mitt to be so dangerous. Mitt rubbed his shoulders and grinned. It's okay. This guy attacked me. He deserves it. How will you be here? At this time, a familiar voice came. Robin followed the sound and his beautiful eyes suddenly widened. I saw an elegant young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a suit and elegant clothes walking in from outside the hotel. He looked at Mitt, Robin and others with a smile on his face. What a coincidence, you are actually here, the visitor said in surprise, while looking at Robin. Robin, I didn't expect that you have become a lot prettier after not seeing me for so long. Robin pursed his lips and said softly, who are you? She vaguely guessed the other party's identity, but she couldn't believe it. This young man, Tang Ran, is the rumored man 1010 Portka's D-Ace. Mitt couldn't help but narrowed his eyes when he heard Robin's words. Are you here to cause trouble? Mitt said coldly. Mitt, you misunderstood. We are friends. Why would I cause trouble for you? Ace smiled and said, it's just that I just met Robin and Nami, so I came over to see you. Friend? Mitt frowned, looking unhappy. Advertisement. He was not familiar with this guy and even had a conflict. If it weren't for the fact that he was Ace, Mitt wouldn't pay attention to him at all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mitt, I have something I want to talk to you about, Ace said with a smile. Mitt curled his lips and said, sorry, I'm not interested. Mitt? Robin frowned. Why do you always reject others? She could clearly sense Mitt's displeasure. Mitt shrugged. I hate this guy. Mr. Mitt. At this time, someone shouted at the door again. The person who came was a sturdy middle-aged man with a beard, wearing black clothes with red clouds, and a sword hanging on his waist. He was obviously of extraordinary origin. He looked at Ace respectfully. Master Ace, do you need our help this time? Ace waved his hand. Thank you, but we can just solve it ourselves. The middle-aged man hesitated and said, if Mr. Ace doesn't mind, I'm willing to follow you. Oh, Ace looked at the middle-aged man with interest. Aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you? The middle-aged man smiled without fear. If Mr. Ace wants my life, he can take it at any time. Are you serious? Ace asked 7. Chapter 118. Welcome to join us? Of course. The middle-aged man nodded. Ace smiled and said, then, welcome to join us. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, thank you Mr. Ace for your appreciation. Ace smiled lightly. Since I invited you, what is your name? The middle-aged man said, my name is Buggy. Ace smiled and nodded. Buggy, we will be a member of the team from now on. Please give us your advice. Thank you, Mr. Ace. Buggy handed over, 470. Mitt glanced at the guy named Buggy, his eyes flashing strangely. There is a smell on Buggy that is familiar to Mitt. Mitt's eyes widened sharply. Mitt stared at Buggy, his tone a little excited. You are Marine. Buggy was stunned, and then added, I'm not Marine. Mitt's expression froze and he looked at Buggy blankly. He knew that Buggy must be a pirate, but he didn't expect that Buggy was not a Marine, and he was not a pirate in the pirate world. Sorry, Mitt, I didn't mean to hide my identity, Buggy sighed. Advertisement. Even though he wasn't Marine, he knew where he stood. Mitt was silent for a long time, finally calmed down, lowered his head and stopped talking. Buggy secretly breathed a sigh of relief and didn't pursue the matter. What he is most worried about now is Mitt's anger. After all, Mitt once killed a pirate captain. Ace patted Buggy on the shoulder. Relax, Mitt is relieved. Yeah. Buggy smiled. By the way, why are you here at Sabaody Archipelago? Ace suddenly asked. When mentioning this, Buggy showed a trace of bitterness. I came to take the recruit assessment, but I happened to meet Nami and Robin. So that's it. Ace suddenly realized, and immediately smiled. Congratulations on successfully joining our team. Z% 1% it. Thank you, Mr. Ace. Buggy smiled, but he paused for a moment and continued. The purpose of my hope to join your team is not just to join, but to protect. Protect? Robin looked at Buggy in surprise, a little confused about Buggy's intention. Ace laughed. Are you worried about Mitt? Buggy nodded. He's too reckless. Advertisement. He knew very well that Mitt was not weak, far worse than others. Especially the leader of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard is a top powerhouse, and the sons he trained are all ferocious and ruthless, not to mention Whitebeard's second son, Don Quixote Doflamingo. That man is not a good person. He once witnessed the battle between Whitebeard and Don Quixote Doflamingo. As a result, Whitebeard lost and the Sabaody Archipelago was defeated. Haha. Ace laughed, patted Buggy on the shoulder and said, don't worry, as long as we are there, no one can hurt Mitt. Buggy was slightly relieved when he heard this, but he was still a little worried. What worries him is that Mitt is being too reckless. Ace glanced around the crowd and said indifferently, that's the end of tonight's party, please clean up. He left the bar with Mitt and others. The food here tastes great. Mitt smacked his lips and exclaimed, it tastes much better than the drinks I usually buy on the street. Not long after they sat down for 1.5 minutes, another customer came in, and the entire bar was filled at once. This is a tall, sexy and beautiful girl with a hot figure and revealing clothing. Sitting next to her was a child, who looked to be 5 or 6 years old and was very polished. Yo! The beautiful young woman greeted her sweetly. Hello, handsome sir, can you spend a night with me? Chapter 119. But you took the initiative to deliver it to me. She winked at Ace, her pretty red lips opened and closed, exhaling fragrance. Snort. A childish voice sounded, Mommy, don't be embarrassed. Listening to the child's words, everyone couldn't help laughing. Belia. Little brat, Ace, Mitt and others all mocked. Burya muttered. Humph, mommy, you are so shameless. The young woman said in embarrassment. You brat, how dare you call me shameless? Believe it or not, I will throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Burya said aggrievedly. Mommy, you are so bad, Ace said frivolously. Beauty, are you sure you want to date me? His tone was frivolous and his eyes were aggressive. 23. The beautiful young woman squeaked. Oh, she twisted the water snake's waist, leaned close to Ace's ear and said, Kid, you have to think clearly, I'm very good at bed. Ace reached out and grabbed the young woman and said with a smile, that's just right. The young woman giggled. You brought it to my door on your own initiative. After saying that, she hugged Ace's neck, causing a burst of exclamation from everyone around. Advertisement Mitt and Buggy looked at each other, shook their heads and sighed, and turned their attention to look out the window. Mitt. Suddenly, Buggy noticed a figure. It was an ordinary-looking young man eating ice cream. Mitt also followed Buggy's gaze and saw the strange young man. The young man noticed Mitt's gaze, raised his head, took a look, and nodded friendly to Mitt. Mitt scratched his head. Strange. I seem to have seen that person somewhere. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Buggy shook his head. Same. Mitt shrugged, retracted his gaze, and no longer paid attention to the young man. The young man took a bite of the ice cream and murmured, it's so sweet. Ijigig. A cold smile came. Sweet, let me try it. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black walked out of the corner like a ghost, punched the young man in the head and abdomen with both fists. Boom. The young man reacted very quickly and kicked out his left leg, hitting the kneecap of the man in black. Click. The sound of broken bones was heard, and the man in black fell to the ground with a groan. Mitt, Buggy, Robin, and Ace looked at it at the same time. Advertisement I saw the young man pressing one hand on the man in black's tinling cap, pressing the man in black's forehead tightly. The man in black got up with difficulty, covered his forehead, and stared at the young man viciously. The young man curled his lips. I advise you to save your energy, you are no match for me. The young man stepped on the throat of the man in black, causing him to kneel on the ground. The man in black struggled endlessly, and finally collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Wow, that's awesome, Buggy exclaimed. Mitt frowned. What's wrong with him? Buggy shook his head and said, I don't know, I guess 7,937 could be bitten by something. His expression was unpredictable, and fear and vigilance shone deep in his eyes. Ace mused. Robin whispered, it seems we will stay here tonight. Well, the environment here is really nice. Mitt looked around and enjoyed the night view. After a while, the young man walked slowly down the stairs. Mitt. Robin stopped him. The young man stopped and asked in confusion, Sister Robin, what's wrong? Robin pointed at Mitt and Ace and said seriously, tonight, I want to sleep with you. Oh, the young man was startled, his face turned red instantly, but I'm still a child. Chapter 120 Please forgive me for not being able to accompany you. Mitt was stunned. What is this? The clerk said with a smile. It's called Robin. He blinked his beautiful eyes and chuckled. I know, so don't worry, I will never touch your body. Mitt. The young man's cheeks turned red and he quickly waved his hand to refuse. That won't work, that won't work. Robin stuck out his tongue playfully. Then, you sleep on the sofa and let Mitt and I sleep. The young man was silent for a while before agreeing. Robin smiled slightly and pulled Katie towards his room. A few days later Mitt went to a nautical chart store to buy nautical charts. He took out a chart and handed it to the clerk. Help me find the islands near this area. The clerk took the ticket, checked it carefully, and nodded. Well, your navigation chart is very accurate. He raised his head and said, but now, I'm afraid you have to get a new chart. Hearing this, Mitt was stunned. Why? Advertisement. The clerk explained. Because, now the Pirate King Gold D. Roger is about to arrive at the Grand Army, and your chart is too far away from the Roger pirates. So you need more accurate charts to avoid getting lost in the vast ocean. What? Mitt's eyes widened and he said in shock. You mean the Pirate King Gold D. Roger is about to visit the Great Army? The clerk confirmed. Yes. In my memory, the pirate flag of One Piece was planted at the port of this city, not far from here. Mitt was stunned for a moment and murmured. So, Roger is going to show up. He suddenly remembered something and asked. Now that the Pirate King Gold D. Roger has appeared, where is his pirate ship? The clerk said. I don't know, but it is said that the Pirate King has sent someone to the Marine headquarters to report the situation, and the pirate ship should be here as soon as possible. That's it. Mitt suddenly realized. The clerk continued, in addition. He hesitated. Although your chart is useless, I can provide you with a small sailboat for free. Mitt said in surprise. Thank you, I am willing to spend money to buy it. Of course you can, but... Advertisement The clerk showed a sly smile and chuckled. The price is very expensive. Mitt was dumbfounded and said awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't bring that much money. He had only 300 belly left with him. The clerk shook his head and said with a smile. Then, please forgive me for not being able to accompany you. Hello. Mitt hurriedly stopped in front of the clerk. It doesn't matter what the price is, I just ask you to give it to me on credit first, and I will return the money to you immediately after I make enough money. That's it. The clerk pretended to hesitate and finally clapped his hands. Since you insist on doing this, I will be a good person and give you a merchant ship for free. Let's see, you look very handsome and you are wearing Wang Jiao marine uniform. I will give you a marine logo for free. As he spoke, he took out a badge from his arms and handed it to Mitt. This badge is in the shape of a pyramid, with a sword engraved on it and a ruby on the hilt. Marine badge. Just accept it. Mitt took the badge hesitantly. Thank you. If you're being polite, we don't need to talk anymore. I'll take you to the pier first. The clerk led Mitt out of the hotel. Chapter 121 Acquaintance, Brook. As soon as he stepped into the dock, Mitt met an acquaintance, Brook. Hey, little brother Mitt. Are you planning to go to sea too? Brook greeted him warmly. Mitt scratched his head. Yes, I want to find Roger. Brook said in surprise. Roger? Pirate King Gold D. Roger? Mitt nodded solemnly. That's right. Where are you going to find Roger? Brook asked. Mitt pointed to the pirate ship on the sea in the distance. Just use the accompanying ship. Brook followed Mitt's gaze and was immediately startled. Brother Mitt, are you crazy? How dare you run into the Great Army alone? Mitt said bitterly. I can't help it, I will die if I don't go in. Brook was stunned. You won't tell me that you want to become the Pirate King, right? Yes. Mitt said firmly. Ha ha ha, just kidding 833. Advertisement. Brook couldn't help laughing and teased. Mitt, you won't forget that the Thief King is the strongest man in the world. His strength has surpassed that of the Pirate King, and he is a strong man standing at the top of this sea. Based on your strength, how can you be a rival to the Pirate King? Mitt shrugged. I believe that as long as I work hard, I will surpass Roger sooner or later. Seeing that Mitt insisted on challenging Roger, Brook had no choice but to dissuade him. Oh, little brother Mitt, you should listen to my advice. The Pirate King is the public enemy of the whole world. No matter who wants to kill him, his reputation has already spread throughout the world. Even if you are determined to find him, you shouldn't do it alone. Mitt retorted. I have no one to rely on and no one to help me. Unless I want to sit back and starve to death. Brook opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly he noticed two figures approaching not far away. Those two figures were clearly Ross Vader and Usopp. One of them was the pirate captain. Oops, Brook secretly exclaimed. Advertisement. Sure enough, Usopp was the first to shout. Kaishi, what are you doing here? Don't you know the legend of Roger? Mitt said confidently. Roger, the Pirate King, is the second strongest sailor. I have always aspired to be him, so I decided to join this grave voyage. Hearing this, Roswadre frowned and said, Mitt, who are you? Mitt explained, you misunderstood, I just came here. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to bypass the two people and move on. Brook breathed a sigh of relief, then slapped Mitt on the back and yelled angrily. Idiot! Do you know who they are? They're from the Big Mom Pirates. Big Mom Pirates? To read cool novels, go to Philu Novel Network. Brook gritted his teeth and said, this notorious pirate group is the culprit who destroyed Konoha village. He pulled on Mitt's sleeve and lowered his voice. Do you know that you almost angered this big devil? If they get angry, I won't even be able to protect you. Brook said it very seriously, but Mitt didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he smiled and said, I want to give it a try, maybe a miracle will happen. Brook's face changed drastically, and he said seriously, Brother Mitt, stop being ridiculous. Mitt said stubbornly, I think I have a chance to be Roger, I will never allow myself to fail. Damn it, Brook gritted his teeth and said, then I'll go with you. If the Big Mom Pirates launch an attack, I will do my best to protect you. Chapter 122 Heading to the Deep Sea. But, you also know how powerful the Big Mom Pirates are. Mitt worried. I'm afraid you can't defeat the Big Mom Pirates alone. Brook waved his hand. It doesn't matter, I have two companions nearby. Mitt was surprised. Companion? Brook smiled and said, my partners, Joey, Hope and Ace, are all training at Great Army, and they should be back soon. Brook took out his pocket watch and checked. Well, it's almost time. I have to get them over here quickly. With that said, Brook greeted Mitt. I'm leaving first, little brother Mitt. He quickly left the dock and ran in a certain direction. The other side. Joey took Ace to the shore and saw Brook waiting on the shore. Grandpa Brook. Joey said respectfully. Brook nodded slightly. You are here, where's Ace? Oh, Ace is behind me, Joey replied. Advertisement. Your companion? Ace looked at Joey and found that she looked a bit like Mitt, so he guessed, is Pulp there? Yes. Joey replied. Ace's eyes flashed, then let's leave quickly. The three people landed on the freighter and drove the sailboat towards the deep sea. Passing the harbor at the bottom of the sea, Joey stopped and handed the boat over to the boatman. Ace, Brook shouted, waving his hand. Ace walked up and joked. I knew you would be waiting at the pier. Hey, Grandpa Brook. Joey also greeted Brook and immediately asked, Grandpa, why did you come to this island? Brook sighed. Because my friends were kidnapped by pirates, and I want to come here to rescue them. Hearing this, Joey looked surprised and couldn't help but ask, is brother Mitt kidnapped? Brook shook his head. Mitt is not on the boat, and this matter has nothing to do with him. Joey wondered. Then what are you doing here? Brook pointed at the boy next to him and solemnly introduced. His name is Mitt. Brook, and he wants to challenge Gold D. Roger. Advertisement, brother Mitt. Ace said in surprise. I don't think I've ever seen him before. Brook explained. He just took a boat across the pier, and when he heard me mention the Big Mom Pirates, he took the initiative to sign up for the competition, hoping to get Gold D. Rogers' legendary card and break through to Supernova level. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ace was silent, and after a long time he slowly said, that's it. Brother Mitt, I admire your ventilation. Ace patted Brook on the shoulder and said seriously, since you choose this rice, I support you. Brook said happily. Thank you, Ace added, but you have to understand that Rogers' legend is false. Although he is a Marine Admiral, he was indeed the captain of a pirate ship. He even personally built a large bomb to attack Konoha village and committed heinous crimes. His legend is just a legend. Mitt corrected him seriously. Uncle Ace, you are wrong. He is a pirate captain, and his crew members are all evil villains. His legend is true. Ace hummed softly. What do you know? No matter whether you are a pirate captain or a pirate, you are ultimately the leader of a pirate group. Besides, he is also qualified to be captain of the Ran Pirates. Listening to Ace and Mitt arguing, Brook on the side felt a headache and hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, where are Joey, Hope and Ace? Chapter 123, The Big Mom Pirates. Ace replied, I will send them to the northeast, and we will arrive at the Sabadi archipelago soon. Brook said happily. In this case, they should be able to catch up with us. After all, they also have paddles and are faster. As the words fell, a huge sailing ship came into view. There is a golden dragon painted on the hull of the boat, and there are men in red robes standing on the boat. Each one holds a naginata and exudes a cold temperament, like a messenger of Shinigami. Who are those? 173. Guys. Brook was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed drastically. It's the Big Mom Pirates, they actually came to the door. Ace said solemnly. There are so many of them, Grandpa Brook, what should we do? We must retreat quickly, otherwise it will be too late. Brook didn't dare to delay for a moment, and immediately set off back to Sabadi archipelago, and notified Joey and Hope by phone to evacuate immediately. Too bad they were too slow. When they approached the Big Mom Pirates also discovered Brook and others. It's the criminal with a bounty of 10 million Baileys, Brook, a crew member said in surprise. Brook? Advertisement? The prisoner with a bounty of 20 million Baileys? I remember it was an old man? He's Brook. There are people on Brook's boat. No wonder I didn't notice it when I was at the pier. It turned out to be a child. Brook's appearance shocked the Big Mom Pirates, and they all took out their weapons to prepare for Brook's escape. Ah, a burst of wild laughter suddenly came. As the laughter resounded, a middle-aged man in black walked out with a joking smile on his face. Brook, your luck is really bad. What do you mean? Brook stared warily at the middle-aged man in black across from him. The middle-aged man in black said jokingly, Brook, you killed many of our subordinates. Today I specially sent my men to intercept you here. However, judging from your appearance, you should be leaving. Brook frowned and said, I advise you to give up this ridiculous idea. The middle-aged man in black shrugged and said indifferently, Brook, stop pretending, your crew has been controlled by us. I don't believe it, Brook roared, you can't lie to me. The middle-aged man in black smiled lightly and said, Brook, you are really stupid. Do you know them? They are not people on your ship at all. Advertisement. He pointed behind him, where 2,000 sailors stood. Who are they? Brook's heart skipped a beat, he had never seen that group of people before. The middle-aged man in black sneered. These idiots are here to steal your legendary cards. They're all pirates. Ace narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured in a low voice. It seems that Grandpa Brook is in trouble. Brook's face turned livid and he yelled angrily. They are pirates, but why do you accept them? The middle-aged man in black joked. This is your problem, it has nothing to do with us, and we are not killing innocent people indiscriminately. As long as you hand over the card obediently, I can promise not to hurt you. Brook was furious and roared. Dream, since you are so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. The middle-aged man in black's face suddenly turned cold. Catch them all. Following the order, dozens of members of the Big Mom Pirates rushed out. Brook gritted his teeth and said, Joy, hurry up and refit the sailboat, we will resist. Joey nodded, bent his legs and stepped on the mast, using his strength to jump to a high place. He stretched out his arms, and a circle of water mist surrounded the surroundings. As the water vapor filled the air, a circular bubble enveloped the sailboat.